Estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher.
And
I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
My granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
one of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
When I wasn't myself.
When I need it most,
Help me live on.
live on.
live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
The new 2026 Outback is here with a new body style, increased roof capacity, ground clearance, and updated technology features. Visit Doug Smith Subaru today to see it for yourself.
Hey, Doug.
All right, guys, today I am streaming my evening commute. You're going to love it. And I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage, like 0. Check that out, chat. I got my helmet strapped on tight to protect my brain. I've got my bike, which is looking sick. Woo! And my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. Outsmart the system, ride by the rules. It's a message from the Utah Department of Public Safety, because they care about you. Throw a dub for safety, chat.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
From iconic appetizers and entrees to delicious desserts, all served with breathtaking sunset views, The Roof is your perfect summer tradition. Reserve today at theroofslc.com.
It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
News update. This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag NBA. Hashtag NHL.
Penalty time released. Blake out of the box. It's now 6-on-5. Marner closing. Works to the slot. He shoots. Knocked down. They score! Mark Stone! 3-3 tie with 1:21 to go in regulation. It's a 6-on-5 game tying goal for the Knights captain Mark Stone.
Along the right wing boards. Back up top. It's Gostisbehere. Send it cross shot. Game over! Seth Jarvis wins it in overtime!
Maybe the most famous one-timer in Hurricanes history.
The Carolina Hurricanes even the Stanley Cup final. It's 1-1 now after a wild 4-3 overtime victory. 2-goal leads mean nothing, PK. This is 2 games into the Stanley Cup final, and both teams have blown a 2-goal lead and lost. That was a wild third period.
Yeah, and just the last 2 goals, right? I mean, one is like a pinball. It's bouncing here, it's bouncing there, and Stone slides it in, and you're thinking, oh, my gosh. Oh, that was, under about a minute or 2 to go. And then Jarvis, wow, he takes a full wind-up.
Yeah.
And just a missile. So the difference between the way the last 2 goals were scored really just personifies what hockey can be about. And thinking that, wow, that's just crazy that the Vegas Knights got that game tying goal is what I'm trying to say, and they weren't able to do it the power play, and then the ricocheted all over the place, and then Jarvis Did they do exit velocity in the way they do?
They must. I didn't hear a number, but they've got to. I don't see how they couldn't. If they're not, they're missing the boat. Even if it's a wild, crazy estimation, we'll all talk about it because some of the one-timers these guys can hit are phenomenal, and that was one of them.
Yeah, that's like the difference between when you see a jet going in the sky and then you see a military plane going.
Yeah, right. The passenger jet is tracing a slow arc across the sky,
Right.
and then a jet comes and you got to cover your ears.
Yeah, exactly, man. That thing was just amazing how fast it was.
Did you get a lot of that growing up in Jersey? Because growing up in San Diego, I did. Jets coming overhead, you never knew when. I mean, people here have Hill Air Force Base, so everybody who lives in Davis County knows what I'm talking about.
I can't remember it. No, I don't remember that.
That was. So it's 2-0 midway through the third period. There's no way that we've still got 5 goals, a disallowed goal, and 3 critical power plays to go. That was just such a roller coaster coming down the finish there in those last 10 minutes. And how do you what would the football and football, baseball, and basketball equivalents be? Right now the equivalent is you lose a timeout if you challenge and you're wrong. But man, in hockey, to put the other team on a power play if you challenge and you're wrong, you really got to believe. And I get it. It was a game-winning goal with 5 minutes to go, and so they took a swing and they missed, and they hand Carolina the power play that ends up being the third goal. So, ouch, major decision. But that's putting a little drama behind the bench, in the dugout, on the sideline, whatever your sport is. Hockey's got the highest stakes for replays, that's for sure.
Yeah, and the good thing about it is you don't really have a lot of that, nor do you have a lot of complaining of the refereeing as much as you do relative to the other sports.
Yeah, the other sports stop it and make it easier, right?
Not so much in baseball anymore.
And hockey keeps going, right? But baseball did have it with it would stop every pitch. You had a chance to have someone step out and start jawing. But hockey, right. you got to go. Not as many whistles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Game 3 tomorrow in Las Vegas, 6 o'clock on ABC. Detroit Red Wings captain Dylan Larkin has requested a trade. He grew up in Michigan. He was a Red Wings fan, but reportedly has issues with the front office. The rift has led him to requesting a trade. He has a full no-trade clause with his current contract, meaning he can really direct where he wants to end up. And PK, we always say, when you're a fan and it's fun, and apparently, he was growing up, right? But man, once you get there, it is business. And this is a sure sign. A guy who was way deep in his fandom is now way deep into the business side, and he wants out.
No, well, I don't know the particulars there, but he should be way deep in the business because that's what it is. This is a job. It's a sport that you get to play. For the rest of us, it's fandom. But for those folks involved in it, it is absolutely work.
DJ PK.
Hashtag NBA.
Listen, I said this a few years ago. I think Brunson might turn out to be the greatest free agent signing. I'm not talking about LeBron and Kevin Durant and guys like that, but I think Brunson, if he's able to deliver a championship to New York, it'll be the greatest free agent signing in NBA history. There's nobody knew he was going to be this good. I didn't. You guys, nobody. No. When New York signed him, they didn't think he was going to be this good. He's turned them into a perennial contender. They went from never being talked about to the conference finals last year. Now they're in the finals because of Brunson. So if he's able to finish this journey, Mike, it would be the greatest free agent sign in NBA history.
Okay, that is his classic Barkley there, winding up. But at the start, he's like, it'd be the greatest one. And then he starts listing other players, except for this. Hey, so in the end, it's like the 5th greatest signing. He didn't say Shaq. That was a pretty good get by the Lakers. That got them a 3-peat. The part he's right about is the Brunson thing. I just saw a compilation of 10 national teams, and everybody was like, well, I don't know. I mean, he's good, but geez, I don't know. That seems like a lot. That was the take from lots and lots of people.
At the time?
Yeah, at the time. So no, he's right about nobody knew he was going to be that. Nobody knew he was going to be that good. He's the greatest ever, except for, and then he lists a couple. So.
Well, you got to think about Matt Harpring, too.
See? Nice. Good one. It is 3 straight 50-win seasons for the Knicks. It's a nice run here. Second round, conference final, NBA finals, progression. And now 3 games to go. Can they win game 2 tonight? 2 wins in San Antonio isn't a lock, but it's a big, big lead. It's a massive step forward.
Well, if they go 2-0, it is going to be, we really haven't done anything. We got to go back to New York. It's just, we got a lot of work to do. If they lose, hey, we came to San Antonio and got what we needed to do. And so, we're looking pretty good. You watch. That's what, if they win, they're going to downplay it. And if they lose, they're going to say, well, they're right where we want to be.
Yeah. If they win, they'll downplay it. If they lose, they'll downplay it. The fan who ran onto the court in Game 1 to get a selfie with Victor Wembanyama, he and his associate who helped him have both been banned permanently from all NBA arenas and venues. His last NBA game. They got facial recognition. Like if he shows up in Salt Lake, they're going to know and kick him out. They got the technology. They're scanning us all as we walk into the arena.
We know that they have the technology. They've told us that.
Oh, okay. I wasn't paying attention. My bad. I assumed that they wouldn't do it if they didn't have it. So. The president expected to attend Game 3 of the NBA Finals Monday evening. Says he might go to Game 4 too. So he can sit anywhere. Where do you sit if you want? You want a luxury suite so nobody bugs you? Or you want courtside? I mean, he's got security issues on top of everything else.
Why? Yeah.
You got your pick, PK. What do you want? Luxury suite,
I would think for
courtside.
Security purposes, it's got to be
suite.
in a suite.
Yeah.
So I think that would be where you're at as far as that goes. But he is a New Yorker. I mean, for better or worse, there's a lot of folks that, with the sarcasm and so forth, would say probably for a lot worse. I mean, he's a New Yorker, man. If you want somebody who's a New Yorker, who's confrontational and those types of things, that's who we are.
Can you talk? Isn't that the first question to identify a New Yorker? How many introverts are there in Manhattan?
4.
They live quietly in penthouse apartments just outside of Central Park.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, Dallas Mavericks have reportedly made contact with Duke head coach Jon Scheyer and Michigan coach Dusty May as they look for a new coach to replace Jason Kidd. Go get the Duke coach, Cooper Flagg at Duke. I guess they see the connection there. College to the pros, kind of a different beast.
Well, not Kevin Young. I mean, come on. I don't know that we talked about it, but his name has been linked to the Chicago Bulls, and obviously last year was linked to the Suns. I'm surprised that his name isn't linked to this one because it seems like you get your name on track for something, and then it gets repeated over and over and over again.
True story. If for no other reason, when they got to write a quick story and throw names in their hopper, what can I write in without being ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
When he does the roundtable thing, now that he's had a couple years and a couple off seasons, and I think he's spoken to this before, but just be interesting to hear him say it as he gets deeper into it. The lifestyle change. The season is so much shorter, and he's younger, and he's got younger kids. Actually, he was just they've got an infant, right? Yeah, because he just had another one. And, just the sheer number of, the sheer amount of time, the number of days, the number of nights you get to spend at home, especially when you have young kids. I mean, for anybody, but when you have young kids, you just wonder how much more attractive college is than the pros.
Yeah, I'd have to add that up to see what that actually means because with recruiting, you've got to be gone a lot.
Yes. But I think that load has been lightened. It has not been eliminated, but I think that load has been lightened by NIL.
Sure, but I could also add that it's been increased with the number of foreign guys and the fact that you could be a 10-year pro practically. And we'll talk to Todd Phillips of UVU coming up here in less than an hour about that very thing. I mean, these guys are going all over the world. Well, how do they find them? Or are they just doing it off of film and Zoom and that type of thing? Or are they going to Belgrade or wherever to witness these kids in person?
I assume it's all three. And so the question for Todd Phillips is how much is it of each? It's a huge investment. I mean, he's got, from the budget perspective, aside just from the human fatigue, tired, I don't want to be away from home perspective, you got to go through a lot of the video and the Zoom and all that. But at some point, you got to go see him play. Maybe early as well as late in the process.
Yeah. And, you can go home, but during the day, how much sucking up do you have to do that you really don't have to do in the NBA?
Though there are booster obligations and all that. You got to add all that. That's why I said it'd be interesting for him to talk about it. You know, how much
Yeah,
is it?
he has spoken about it, sure.
But he has talked about it, but he's getting deeper into it.
Yeah, I understand.
And does
I
it
understand what
change
you're
over
saying.
time? You know?
Right. No, I'm agreeing with you. Yeah.
All right, DJ PK.
#NFL.
Green Bay Packers give Christian Watson a 4-year, $110 million contract extension. He gets a $31 million signing bonus, and he joins Jaden Reed in getting extensions done. They are Jordan Love's top targets. $31 million check. After you give half of that away to taxes, you still got to do something with, $15 million or so. It's a good day to be Christian Watson. It's all paying off.
Yeah, I mean, it's incomprehensible.
Yeah, right.
Probably not for you, but for me it is.
For me too. The Rams.
A little bit.
The Rams and newly acquired defensive end Myles Garrett agreed to a rework contract that will see him make at least $37 million this season. That's up from $31.5. The length of his contract has not changed from the 4-year deal he signed with Cleveland last offseason. And the trade with Cleveland worked for Garrett and includes a clause that if LA trades Garrett to an AFC North rival before 2029, the Rams would have to send to Cleveland a 2029 first-round draft pick instead of third. They'll have to upgrade it a couple rounds. So don't be dealing him back to the Ravens or the Steelers or the Bengals. Good decision there, Cleveland. Cover yourself. You don't have to see him twice a year. That's a problem.
29?
Yep.
Yeah, I guess we're 3 years away. You wonder if those folks who are making these decisions now will even be in those positions.
Yeah. And how beat up will he be by how many more collisions and all that? So, yeah, I can see why they did that. That makes sense. And I assume the Rams, by putting some money this year, cleared up some money in a future year as they plan ahead, plot ahead. So, DJ and PK.
#college football.
The Virginia Tech Hokies receive a historic $75 million donation, with the majority directed towards athletics. The school announced the donation was made by an anonymous 4th-generation Virginia Tech family, and the donation includes unrestricted funds to be used at the discretion of the athletic directors and additional support through Hokie Ventures, a nonprofit corporation approved earlier this week as a way for Virginia Tech to support revenue generation and strategic investment. A lot of it will be directed to football. Now, $75 million sounds like a lot of money, PK, because it is a lot of money. But with reports yesterday that Notre Dame spending $40 million on a budget, to think you could blow through this in 2 years? Have you ever been more right than when you asked, at what point does the fatigue set in? You got to write these checks every year. I mean, $75 million, that, we can all agree, that's an enormous donation. And yet, these budgets, $20 million, $30 million, $40 million. And Kyle Whittingham said they're gonna grow every year exponentially. It's happening. 75 is a lot, and yet you can blow through it in 2 years.
That sounds outrageous. Maybe invest it to have it continue to be, what do they call that?
Compounding?
Yeah, that's a financial term, but like an endowment type thing.
Oh,
I think
yeah.
That's the word I was looking for. I know it's anonymous, but I can tell you that Jake Scott's father is a Virginia Tech graduate. So just saying.
Just saying. Jake's getting his allowance cut. 70. When I did see this, I did think of him immediately, because you and I both talk Hokies with him dozens of times. Jake.
Oh, you're talking Jake? Yeah.
Jake, did you do this?
And I actually know his father pretty well.
Yeah.
I've golfed with him a number of times. So good people, obviously. And his mother's a golfer and all that. But yeah, that's a staggering amount of money. But that's where we're at. And it's repeated. I mean, they had camps, the summer camps in Tempe this week. So Kenny Dillingham never shies away from taking an opportunity to speak to the media. And he was talking about, people were just criticizing me at the end of last season, or start of bowl practice last year, when he said, well, I need some people, and I'll make you the most famous people in the Valley because you'll donate, and then I'll just build you up and you'll become somebody. And it's like, man, that just seems so unbecoming of a coach. Well, that's the reality of the situation today. That's what I was talking about Kevin Young. You don't have to do this or that, but you got to suck up to these people who've got the money. And that's what and they want to be sucked up to. They want to make sure that they're special. Now, maybe this Virginia Tech dude, whoever, or lady, whoever it is, they're not interested in that. But a lot of them want the fame and most importantly, they want the access that comes with that kind of money. It's like what Travis Hansen told us the story when Ryan Smith was interested in buying partial ownership of the Suns, and he was going to give $100 million or something. And he asked Sarver, "What does that get me?" And he said, "Good courtside seats." And that wasn't good enough.
No, it's not good enough. I agree. And the access, I mean, there's so many access points, right? It can be eating meals with management. It could be going to practices. It could be where you sit during the game, access to the locker room. I mean, you probably drop a list of 10 or 15 things that you could get. Traveling with the team on road trips. What do you want?
I saw, this is something that I've actually witnessed when they go bring it in at the end of football practice and they gather around.
Gets to bring it in.
You will get to bring it in. You're standing right there as the coach is and everyone's taking a knee in sort of a horseshoe, and there's the coach, and you're right there. I mean, I've witnessed this many times. So that's stuff that they want. And that's basically, that's what they're buying with the money.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how the Hokies spend this and how much this elevates them. And, back to your point about Arizona State, when we were talking earlier this week about how good he's going to be, how much money has he gotten in the offseason, PK? It seems like as a coach, he gets it. He gets so many facets of this. Now, you still got to have the players, and that was your point. We don't know he has the players, and we probably won't until they start playing games. But don't you feel better when you have a guy who seems to get it? Because you've come in and talked to me both on the air and off about ASU coaches when they don't get something. There's a blind spot. And you've seen them, and you've probably heard from people down there who've seen them up close. But we're not hearing any blind spots with this guy, are we?
Well, he's a younger guy, and so you're coming up in this very system, so you really don't know anything else, essentially, as a head coach. He's been an assistant for a while. Obviously, he's still only 36 years old. But there's going to be a limit. When they signed Randy Bennett, he said that there's only so much, and he said that so much available for them. I don't know that they're going to be able to be a top dog. You're just looking to be competitive and give the fans some fun during the season. If he can do that and consistently do that, that's an achievement, because that hasn't been done in 50 years, 40 years, whatever it is. And so I understand that. But the thing that got me is when Randy Bennett's, the center that they had was pretty good, and he's in Gonzaga this year, and they said, well, we just couldn't afford him. And then the AD says, we're not going to be first and foremost about NIL. Okay, that tells you that
there's the blind spot. They're
right. But I mean, he's not saying, well, we don't. The other guy who was a buffoon said, yeah, we're thinking about, development and the well-rounded life experience. Well, you're talking, people don't want to hear that. The new AD is saying it because it's reality. We've only got so much money here. We're never going to have a Kentucky roster. That's just not who we are. My impression is that if he could have said it, that's who we're going to be, he would have. But they have limitations, right? They have restrictions. They just don't have the opportunity and the potential to get that kind of money. So I understand that, and that's why then maybe they'll get a tournament team here and there or what have you. You got to be realistic about what you got, and that's what I'm saying yesterday. No matter what rules you put in, the real top dogs win at all costs. They're still going to win at all costs.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Here's the 1-0. Swings. It's a high fly ball out to center. Churio on the move going back. He's at the warning track. He leaps, and it is a grand slam.
The first pitch swung on. That is hit high and deep down the left field line towards the corner. Goodbye. A second deck shot for Cattell. It's a walk-off blast, and the Diamondbacks win the finale by a final score of 3-2.
Cattell Marte getting all of that one. 431 foot a rocket. And the Diamondbacks beat the Dodgers 3-2. Slightly in all of that home run, PK?
Yeah, Marte, I mean, they get the Silver Slugger out for each position, the 8 positions, and he usually wins that at second base. He's been a very good player for a number of years. And yeah, he stood there and admired it and was actually looking at the dugout as the ball was in his own dugout, not the Dodger dugout, because that was a shot. That was just he got all that puppy. There's no doubt about it. And so they managed to win. They had a situation where there was I don't know if you saw it, but it was pretty nasty. It's a
collision at first base?
Yeah, they need to put in that extra bag that's in foul territory because the ball was right down the line. The pitcher he just stood there as a bystander, and so that means first baseman, Vargas is his name, had to go run right at because it was right down the line. The pitcher thought he must have thought it was foul.
It was a late break for him off the mound.
Yeah, and a late break is essentially no break because you're not going to get there.
Well, he gets in the video. He's clearly 2 or 3 steps away.
But it's no break.
That's way too far.
You got to get there on time.
Yeah, that's way too far away. He's way late.
And Muncy, I think a lot of people know third base. He's been third base for Dodgers for a good while now. He's running, and they just run right into each other. It's like a head-on collision. Both guys going full speed, and that was nasty.
And the 2 bags would have given them each a bag to run at, and they could have run past each other. Instead, it looked like, well, I don't know that either guy felt very good after this, but it looked like Muncy braced himself a little better and got his arms up.
Oh, plus he's bigger.
Yeah. And Vargas got hit in the shoulder, and so his right shoulder's still going forward, and the left shoulder's spinning around. He's flopping on his back. It looked bad for him.
Yeah.
So
the
ball went flying.
They're talking about concussion, which it's a week or two, and leads you to injury. And the big story baseball is Aaron Judge with his injury.
Yeah, Aaron Judge has a stress fracture in his ribs. He'll be out indefinitely. He'll undergo imaging in 4 to 6 weeks. So he's gone 4 to 6 weeks, which puts that right around the All-Star break. And so it seems like what we'll get is around the All-Star break. Then they'll say, okay, now you're so far out, whatever it is, another 2 weeks, another month, whatever.
Well, I was reading stuff that this is very difficult to come back from, to be the same player, even when you do, or if you do come back. And I'm not going to go crazy on this and say it's career ending, but it's obviously serious.
Yeah. Texas Longhorns beat the Texas Tech Red Raiders in the Women's College World Series National Championship Series. Best 2 out of 3. They win the first 2 games, 4-1. A big error opened the door there for Texas to get on the board and take the lead, and they beat Texas Tech for the second straight year. So the SEC gets another title, and now we'll shift to baseball with the Super Regionals this weekend as they proceed on their way to Omaha.
Yeah, a lot of money spent for Texas Tech to come in second.
Yep. Salt Lake Bees blow out Albuquerque 15-3. They play again tonight, America First Square. First pitch 6:35. Coverage starts at 6:20 on the Zone. What is trending? Brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. All right, PK mentioned Todd Phillips is coming up at 8 o'clock. David Locke, radio voice of the Utah Jazz at 8:30. The question of the day is next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got slowdowns remaining for drivers heading out of Lake Point on SR36 as you try to head to that construction zone, and some slow and go traffic through Magna on the 201 freeway as well, coming from the Tooele area. I-15 still has no delays all the way from Provo up to Ogden at this moment, so a good drive to start off this Friday morning. The Ute Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bowls are back. Save the dates, July 8th through the 11th. Tickets are going fast. Don't miss out. Go to UtesStampedeRodeo.com. That's UtesStampedeRodeo.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoux.
Look, private equity doesn't like to add costs. They like to limit costs because they have a bottom line that they have to hit. I just hate when you've got somebody who has been working in the marketing department forever or who's been a sports information director forever, and they're doing their job and they're busting their butt and they're trying to tell good stories, and those are the guys that are going to get affected.
And to me, it's just a direct response to BYU having all the money they need at their disposal, a built-in way to fund the program. There's nothing about this deal that screams a win to me. I don't like the feeling of it. You know, Matt Hayes summed it up best at the end of his article. He said, this is the same Utah athletic department that wanted so badly to push out football coach Kyle Whittingham at the end of a 10-win season, but was willing to pay him $13.5 million over the next 2 years to do so.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security and Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, spring is here. That means engagement season is officially underway. If you're thinking about popping a question, this is your sign.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, spring is always a favorite time of year. We are honored to help couples find the ring that starts their forever story. So whether you're looking for something timeless and classic or completely custom and one of a kind, we'll walk you through the process step by step. We take the time to understand your style, your story, and of course your budget, because the perfect ring should feel like a reflection of you. So from selecting the right diamond, from natural or lab grown, to choosing the setting that brings it to life, we're here to make it simple and meaningful. So this spring, make your proposal unforgettable. Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh, or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. And let's create a moment that she'll never forget.
Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or start your search online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Power your drive with Mobil 1 motor oil. Buy 5 quarts, get $15 back, and score a fast and furious prize after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Sometimes firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to Jake and Ben for the winner. It's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. Question of the morning. Austin Ainge says the Jazz do not have a general consensus of opinion on the player to draft with a number 2 pick. Sound about right with 3 weeks to go. Bum, bum, bum. Or smokescreen. Not telling the rest of the NBA what I'm thinking.
Well.
Have you ever finished a project 3 weeks in advance of the due date? Or do you mess around with it and tinker with it? It's not done. It could be done, but it's not done because it doesn't have to be done, so you keep tinkering with the project.
Well, I know when, I was primarily a writer, a lot of what you're writing is literally due at 10 o'clock that night, right? Mm-hmm. But if I was working on some stuff that was more long range, I'd write it, let it sit, go back, do that 2 or 3 times, depending on how much time I had before the written project was due, because you gain different perspective. And then you look at it 24 hours later and you say, ooh, man, that's an ugly sentence. I can do way better than that. Whereas if you're writing on deadline, you're just trying to get
crank it out and go, baby. The game tips.
Hopefully it makes sense.
Yeah. The game tips at 7. It ends at 9 and it's due at 10. And I got to talk to the big man.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. And that's the life you lead. Or did lead. It's different now with a lot of places don't have the printed edition, although they don't want the editors sitting there till 2 a.m. because you're farting around. So It may not be as tight. And if you miss deadline, I've literally been screamed at a time or two for missing deadline. It's not a good feeling. So yeah, I think you do that and you look at stuff, you evaluate stuff, and you improve it with perspective. In terms of the Jazz, I like how you read that question, because you see that's redundancy at its finest. The general consensus of opinion, consensus would simply work, but you've got to sound smart. The suspect in the vehicle, the way they talk in the jargon, on all that stuff. But yeah, I think right now we're to an extent, not completely, but to an extent, we're still in the poker playing phase. I'm not going to reveal my hand. You're not going to reveal your hand. And there's all sorts of stuff that's out there. Austin spoke to that. The communication that you have with various teams is constant. And then it may not be literally with the same team every time, but you're talking, and the other team that you would like to make a deal with, most specifically, they're talking too, because you have to pursue every possible angle to make your team better. And even if probably the case is, and these guys have told us this, the amount of talking that actually leads to consuming, or what am I looking for?
A deal.
Consummating a deal, that's in the minority. It's all this talking that goes ahead. I do believe that they are gathering information constantly. And I also believe that they are reaching levels of comfortability with the potential candidates that they may draft.
They've gotten a lot of health info on Peterson. And if you believe everything you hear, they're comfortable with what they've seen.
I do.
On his health.
I believe that.
Because as part of the poker game, they could be saying that, and then later we might find out differently.
I don't think that it is any form of breaking news or giving away anything to say they, along with others, are enthralled by this young man's talent and the possibilities. Yeah. And that's something that is enticing. We've all seen him play. And at his best, you can make an argument without really trying that hard that he is the best NBA prospect that is out there. And you can argue going back a few years if you want to Wembanyama, if you wanted to go. That doesn't really matter. It's about the guys this year. And it's fairly easy to say this kid in 2 to 3 years, 4 years will be, of all these kids, and there's some very good kids there. And I know Wilson's kind of the wild card because he's the rawest, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And what does that mean? What's it going to be when they're simply only 23, 24 years of age? You just look at Keontae George for an example. You know, these kids are all coming in. They're all having basically now the same cookie cutter background. They probably go to multiple high schools as they seek the best competition, and maybe a specialized high school, not your normal neighborhood high school. And then they do the AAU stuff, all that, and then they go to college for the year. So they're all fitting these certain levels of boxes that it's like every one of them is in there right now.
A lot of them have played internationally in an age group competition.
18 and under, 17 and under, whatever it is. They're all in that same group. So how do you determine who's going to be better at 23? Well, look at Keontae George. What did he go, 16? I've looked at the draft. It's fun to do, but my guess is that he would be at least 10 places higher if he were drafted knowing what we know now, right? And he blossomed so much. And then reading Ben Anderson tweeting about, he's talking to that, what's her name, Kristen Peak, and she's there back at the lottery, and then she's goes to Chicago, and she's saying Keontae's there. This guy wants to see these players. Well, his level of maturity relative to the game, which is going to lead to his success, has just soared through the roof. Everybody's ecstatic with this young guy now, right? His workouts and the commitment that he's making. Well, that's stuff that's sort of, it's a little bit of intangible-ish, if that's a word. And when you're looking at someone who's 19, but now that he's 22, turning 23, look at him go, man. This is looking like he's going to be a great pick. We'll see how it continues to develop. But the arrow on this young man, and I used the phrase young man on purpose, not ball player, not player, but young man, is really skyrocketing. So trying to figure out all this stuff, because you look at this, they're playing against each other, and Peterson moved around as far as different schools. His father, Locke, was talking about interviewing somebody. Oh my gosh, I've heard some stuff about he's Earl Woods and Richard Williams is speaking of the Williams sisters and obviously Tigers. Yeah, well, that's probably what it requires, because look at the results that Richard and Earl got. If you want to say they got results, you got the generational best golfer and the generational best tennis player. And so, they're heavily involved. And Daryl Peterson, I think his name is heavily involved in his son's basketball career. We saw AJ DeBonce's father, Ace, was there every step of the way. Wasn't he on the set when Ace or AJ committed on ESPN to Stephen A. Smith? Yeah. Okay. All right. But you got to look at that too. Is that going to be a hindrance? Well, that's probably what it's going to be in terms of involvement. Whether it's a hindrance or not, I can't say.
You, as a parent, the perception is you're going to be pushy. And for sure, that whole, stage parent thing, we hear that in, the Hollywood, Broadway, whatever kind of stuff. And that's always there for sports. And at the same time, this is such a big business. How much can you really step back when people are making big decisions? We see this dramatized, like what was the movie? Was it Yak? What was the name of that movie? PK's not going to remember a movie name, but the one that dramatized Jordan signing with Nike. And you see how involved his parents are. Like you're not going to fly him. You're not going to fly your kid to Nike to meet with these shoe companies and not go and not be involved. I mean, of course, the parents.
And
are
the story centered on his mom. Mainly.
Yes, it did. It did. Yeah. So they're going to be there, and then what are they going to be like when the parents are no longer there hovering? And you're drafting largely 19-year-olds.
Air.
Okay, yeah. The movie Air, you can see it. They're drafting 19-year-olds. Of course, the parents are super involved when the kids are 15, 16, 17, 18. And of course, that level of involvement isn't going to be appropriate at 22, 24, 26, 28. And what direction are the kids going to go? It's a little like letting an air out of a balloon. It goes zooming around. I mean, the arrow could go straight up. You could be Jalen Brunson. We'll get to that. Of a guy who's just constantly improved and gotten better. And then, man, PK, how long a list could we drop of guys who've gone sideways or gone backwards? Right? But you don't have that moderating influence of there's the parent hovering, guiding things the way it's just going to be different at 25 and 15.
Or they do, and it doesn't work. John Morant comes to mind.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, the parents who keep hovering, that's going to be a problem. You know, I'll never forget watching Pete Sampras at the end of his career, and they showed his parents who were watching him play in person at Wimbledon for the first time. They didn't want to hover. They didn't even go to Wimbledon and sit in the 20th row and stay in their own hotel and not talk to him. I think I would at least do that. Can you imagine if you did the NBA Finals or the Stanley Cup Final we're in them now, or the Women's U.S. Open? Pretty sure I'd be somewhere in person. Might not be in the front row, but I can't imagine just sitting home in another continent watching.
Yeah, that doesn't seem likely. Tom Brady's father, and a lot of them, they were their coaches. Yeah. They coached a high school team.
Brett Favre's dad, right? Yeah.
The list goes on as far as that goes. So you got all these things going on there, and Austin Ainge not revealing his hand is probably the smart thing to do.
So the question is, because obviously he wasn't going to say, hey, we're going to take so-and-so with the number 2 pick.
No, but he could have said we're zeroing in on someone without saying who the someone is.
And if the draft were tonight, they'd have an answer. But because they don't have to have an answer, they don't have to have one now, they can mull it over. Although it would be interesting to know if everybody wrote on a piece of paper today, here's who I would pick if I were calling the shots, and here's who I think the organization is going to take. Then in 3 weeks when it really happens, how right are people right now? Because they don't have to be done. They get to keep talking about it. They get to keep checking more and more sources and double-checking and cross-checking and all that. But is the answer really going to change? And they can all say this isn't our final answer because it doesn't have to be, even though they might have a pretty good idea.
I think final answer is equal to right now final deal on the table. Whether it's moving up or whether it's moving down, right? And so they can have if they want to move up, they've got to initiate a deal, right? If somebody wants to be where they're at, then team whomever
Memphis
has
or
to
Chicago
contact the Jazz. Yeah. So they have to make a final deal to Washington, or somebody has to make a final deal to them. And with 3 weeks to go, it's still too early because you also need to be doing your research. If the thing were held tonight at 6:00 and you get 15 minutes, then probably around 6:15, 6:20, we would hear with the second pick of the draft, the Utah Jazz select Darren Peterson of Kansas.
Seems most likely.
Yes, I believe, and I'm not providing any great insight, although I think I have a little, that they are captivated by his talent, as is
everybody was captivated by his talent a year or two ago. I mean, he's been a guy. The only question is the whole availability issue, and it seems like if that box gets checked and you got confidence there, then you have a lot of confidence making the pick.
His talent has been enthralling virtually every step of the way.
Yeah,
and it was last year.
When he played and he got on a roll, it was awesome. You can totally project and see why people get so excited. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So smooth, man.
All right, DJ and PK, when we come back, it's game 2 of the finals tonight. Jalen Brunson coming off a 30-point game. How did he last until the second round? There are probably several reasons. We will get to that next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
No problems for drivers on I-15 right now as you head into downtown from either the north or southbound side of things. 21 north is moving pretty slowly from Saratoga Springs and Eagle Mountain as you try to get over to I-15 this morning, so be aware of that if you're in the northern Utah Valley. Doug Smith has your summer ride. Their award-winning lineup features Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, Kia, Subaru, Mitsubishi, Chevy, and more. Visit heydoug.net. Hey, Doug. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
Covers the Grizzlies for the Daily Memphian. He's Drew Hill.
I know there are differences in Memphis between regular season Jaren and playoff Jaren. And what did Grizzlies fans see from Jaren in the biggest games in the playoffs?
I thought it was a great trade for the Jazz. Jaren was not only one of the best players on the Grizzlies, but was also just one of the best people in the locker room. Like, the leadership skills were there for sure. He's going to have games where he's awesome, and then he's going to have some of these games in the playoffs where he's going to leave a little bit to be desired. The Grizzlies thought that they had a player that might be capable of being a number one on a playoff team, and I don't think he quite got to that point for them where they could trust that he was dependable enough in the postseason that you could sit back, give him the ball late in games, and he'd be able to get you bucket. It never really transpired that way.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Here we are, people. The first weekend of June is upon us. Yeah, wow. Summer is here. You're planning a big summer vacation. School's out now. It is time to get going with your summer stuff. Well, you plan for it, and you hope you have a good time. That's exactly what you're doing in your life. It's a metaphor for retirement. You plan for it, and when the time comes, you hope the available money is there and you have a good time. Don't do it alone, though. Let me tell you about Trajan Wealth. I'll tell you a couple of things. They're fiduciary advisors. They're there to serve you. They're going to meet with you, hear what you're about. Together, you create a plan. Also with Trajan Wealth, they've got what they call the family office. And with that, they can help you plan for your financial future with the same detail, coordinating your investments, your taxes, and estate planning so everything works together, just like this impending summer trip that you want to take your family on. Call Trajan Wealth today and start planning for your future like you do your next vacation. And get this, man, the initial consultation, it's not going to cost you anything, so you got nothing to lose. Even if it's just for a second opinion, give them a shot. That phone number is to set something up. 1-855-TRAJAN-1. 1-855-TRAJAN-1 is the phone number. Trajan is how you spell Trajan. I met with them at their offices in Draper, located conveniently close to where I live. You live up north, they got offices in Farmington. They'll come up there and meet you in Farmington. Also, the website, comprehensive, a lot of information literally at your fingertips. TrajanWealth.com is the website. TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax, actual client, paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Picture this. You pull into your driveway, and for the first time in a long time, you will love what you see. Beautiful new siding, bright energy-efficient windows, gutters that protect your home year-round, and a deck that makes the backyard feel brand new. Not someday, not after one more year. With RGS Exteriors, the home you've been wanting can start today.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Don't miss your chance to win big every week on the KSL Sports Zone. Next week, you can win tickets to see the legendary Rod Stewart at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater on June 19th. Great seats still available at livenation.com. Listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
Do you think I'm sexy, DJ?
Do you think? Maggie! Hey, Maggie! I saw
Neither
him.
of which are my favorite Rod Stewart tune.
You what?
Neither of those are my favorite.
What's your favorite?
Rod Stewart tune. You Wear It Well.
Oh, good song. Okay. Yeah. I saw him on, he was on, I don't know what show he was on. He was on some late night talk show a couple years ago, and he had some new hit out, and, you know, maybe he had a head cold or whatever, but whew, that was rough. I don't know.
Ruff, like a dog. Ruff,
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 ruff.
I have a friend that I knew very well in L.A. who was a big soccer player and played soccer on Rod's team.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
But he's always been about the energy and the attitude. He's not, nobody thinks he's going to come out and sing Come Fly With Me, you know, and with Sinatra or something. It's not going to happen. That's not his thing. He's about the show. He's about the energy. And he's still got that for sure.
And he kicks soccer balls into the crowd during shows.
Nice. Heads up. He's a legendary name. We got a question up. We got to get to this, PK. How did Jalen Brunson last until the second round? Got any theories on that? Villanova was loaded, and they had 4 draft picks and a 5th who got picked the next year. Not the biggest guy, not the fastest guy. And the team wins a lot, but there's talent everywhere.
Yeah, Jay Wright, the George Clooney lookalike, it was a great basketball coach. Mm-hmm. I'm surprised that he hasn't gotten back in, that teams have not thrown $10 million at him at the pro level. But, yeah, I think that's a situation. They go the measurables. You know, they talk about how that football combine, you go play and you go run around and do stuff in your underwear, and they put so much emphasis on that. Mm-hmm. But can you be a football player? I think it's the same thing with Jalen Brunson here. He's smaller. He's not super lightning quick Allen Iverson kind of guy who can get to wherever he wants to go with his just sheer athleticism to compensate for his lack of height. That's not Jalen Brunson. You don't see him with these big dunks. He's not even entering a dunk contest. Not even sure if he can dunk. Who cares?
I know.
You know, it's he can play ball. That's the thing that matters. You know, Stockton might have had that same type of thing. And plus Stockton was over there at Gonzaga, which wasn't near what Gonzaga is now. Well, you can't say that about Brunson. He was at Villanova, which was, and maybe we'll get back, but at the time certainly was a premier basketball college program. And yet there were still some doubters. This is a great, great story by this man to overcome so many people who didn't believe in him. And it's clear that's the case. And here we are now. He's a premier player.
Yeah. And a lot of it, maybe he just wasn't that good then, and he's a guy who's constantly improved. He certainly got more opportunities since he moved to Dallas, New York. The stats go way up. He gets the ball in his hands more. But you can see the improvement in the numbers. And even so, you could say he's still underestimated. He's never been All-NBA first team. He's been second team, and a couple times, I think he's 3 times now. And like twice, they give it the voting. He's been like literally the 10th guy, the last guy on the second team. But he's playing a little bigger now.
I mean, being the 10th best player in the league is not too bad, but I think maybe clearly he's improved, but I also think he's improved his knowledge of where I fit in and what I need and how I can do it to be successful, which you could understand would be more of a mystery when you're in your first or second year type thing.
Todd Phillips, UVU men's basketball coach. What's it really like out there in the college basketball world? Todd has been willing to pull the curtain back and tell us some great stories. He's going to join us next, David Locke, at 8:30, and we'll definitely run the Jalen Brunson question past David. Stay with us right here on The Zone.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see the legendary Ross Stewart at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater, Tuesday, June 19th. Great seats still available at LiveNation.com. Get your tickets today and listen to the KSL Sports Zone Wednesday for your chance to win.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Mid-Bend. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You're the turf whisperer, the grass-cutting guru. Dandelions don't stand a chance on your watch. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Weed and Feed for strong, dark green turf without a weed in sight. IFA's Weed and Feed. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
As a pedestrian, it can feel like getting home safely is the final boss. Now, here's how to max your stats and take 0 damage. Here's the strat. Try this killer combo move right here. Cross with your phone light and make eye contact with drivers before you go. Upgrade your visibility. Make sure you always use the crosswalk and wear reflective gear. Save stealth mode for video games. Stand out, stay seen, and stay safe. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety. They're looking out for you.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Mammoth, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Fire up summer with Mountain Land Supply. Right now, when you purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven, you'll score a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate. Plus, you'll be entered to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Don't miss your chance to upgrade your backyard cooking and enjoy a night at the ballpark in style. Visit Mountain Land Supply today for the hottest Blackstone deals of the summer. Offer valid May 1st through June 30th, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase any Blackstone Select grill or pizza oven to receive a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate and 1 entry to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Limit 1 gift certificate and entry per customer account. You do not have to be present to win while supplies last.
Have you ever looked in the mirror and just didn't feel like yourself anymore? Maybe your clothes didn't fit the way they used to, or you don't like how you look in them. Honestly, it's more than that. It's how you feel walking into a room, avoiding photos, skipping events, not feeling as confident at work or even with your spouse. Over time, that starts to wear on you. But here's the truth. Losing weight is one thing. Feeling confident again and keeping it off, that's what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, crazy workouts, or prepackaged meals. More importantly, we show you how to keep the weight off so you can feel comfortable in your clothes, confident going out, and actually like what you see in the mirror again.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free weight loss consultation and start to feel confident again. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
From iconic appetizers and entrees to delicious desserts, all served with breathtaking sunset views, The Roof is your perfect summer tradition. Reserve today at theroofslc.com.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are joined once again by Todd Phillips, UVU men's basketball coach. Todd, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Happy to be here.
Todd, where in the world are you calling from? What is the life of a college basketball coach like in June? What continent might you be on trying to find a player or talk to somebody who might know a player who might be interested in coming in another year or two?
Yeah, actually, today's a good day. I'm actually looking at the lake right here. I'm over in Vineyard, just walking around outside, and recruiting's done for the year, so we're preparing for next year. But, yeah, it's been a little crazy the last few months, and so it's good to be done.
Yeah, we saw in the press releases that your University Sports Information released. You got a guy who played in Lithuania and Serbia. How in the heck do you find these guys and get them to come here?
Yeah, obviously, there's a little bit of rarity in whatever you're doing. A lot of it is agents, talking to, our players get agents, and those agents, know how good they've done here. And so they reach out to us, and then we reach out to them looking for guys. And so, I think in today's with the NIL and transfer portal, you're getting bombarded by a ton of agents. So you're kind of sifting through that and the guys you like and the guys you don't. We have a big whiteboard that we use for recruits. And it seems like every new Monday we come in, we wipe that thing off and start anew with new guys, because guys sign, guys, go somewhere else that you were looking at. And so it's crazy how it's changed in the last 5-6 years. It's a lot of speed dating is what it is right now. It's looking at a guy, trying to do your due diligence really quickly, making sure the numbers work, making sure that's kind of what you want, and then trying to make the best decisions.
How much do you get to know the guys when it's speed dating and they're half a world away? How do you know they're coachable and they interact well with people and they're changing cultures and languages? And it seems like a lot of moving parts.
No, it is. It's a ton of moving parts. And how well do you get to know them? I think it's how well you get to know a speed date. You're getting on there and you're trusting a lot of people, right? I think a lot of what ours is return sales, meaning we worked with this agent with this kid. You think, hey, this kid makes sense for you. And, you got to ask the right questions, which is not easy. It's like, okay, we're seeing what's this talent on film, but how can he translate to be a part of the team? How can he translate to be in a community? Can a city kid come to more like Utah Valley, right? And you have the mountains here and the lakes here, and can you handle that stuff? And so, you got to kind of go through all of that stuff and try to make the best decisions possible. I think in our recruiting, if you look at our roster, we kind of check the box of every board. We got freshmen coming in. We got international kids coming in. We got Utah kids coming in. We got transfer portal kids, kind of checking that box in all those places, trying to build a team and, kind of really like what we've done this year with our roster. And, I think what it starts with is trying to keep guys. We have 8 guys returning, which doesn't sound like a ton, but it's actually in basketball today is really good to have that many guys coming back. And so I think that's a great base and a great foundation for us.
A lot of talk these days with what's been going on with college basketball recruiting in terms of recruiting guys, whether they be in the G League or they play overseas professionally. And obviously you've brought in guys from the overseas guys that are listed as playing professionally. What are your thoughts on that in terms of, is it something that we need to take a look at, or a level of comfortability that you have with it?
Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's like, when did the rules change? I thought we had rules in place that, you couldn't be a pro, you couldn't play at a certain level, and all of a sudden those all went out the window as you look around college basketball right now, what's going on. And so, kind of waiting for the NCAA to decide that, to have things trickle down. Because I think for us, like, none of our guys they're played pro, but they're not at the high-level pros that the NCAA has been talking about. They didn't play in the NBA or the G League. And so those rules need to come into place, and then I think everything will trickle down from there. But when you're looking at kids, like you're looking at kids that have played 3 years in pro, some of the guys we've looked at and recruited is like, oh, they have a lot of experience. They're a little more mature. They're older, which is all good things for us. But now as you start looking at, guys coming back from the NBA, played in the NBA, and now come back, it's like, oh, what are we doing here? And so I think that legislation's got to come through. I'm a fan for cutting that off. And, if you're going and playing full-time pro for 3 or 4 years, that's completely different than a college kid who has to go to class and do all that stuff as well. And so, I'm all for a fan to keeping it in a collegiate level, right, for those guys. And those guys can go play pro somewhere else, and we'll keep the collegiate guys.
But the pressure's on coaches to win. And I have recently heard high-level schools criticized because they have a 26-year-old, and then there was all kinds of jokes. Even the return missionary who gray-shirted thinks the guy is old, we can roll through all those. But nonetheless, when you're the coach, you're thinking like, I got to win or I'm getting fired. So give me the 26-year-old and let's go win.
No doubt. And so I think the coaches are going to push the envelope of the rules, and we're going to play within those rules. And so, I think it's just the NCAA gets a bad rap, I think, right now a little bit. But, like, they create rules, and then they just get overruled, the courts or whatever. And so something needs to come through that can hopefully we can actually establish rules, and everybody's got to keep them. Because we all remember, 4 or 5 years ago, it's like, if you put your name in the NBA draft, you can't play in college anymore. That was just a consequence. And so kids all pulled their names out at the last minute. They went through the whole process. Now it's like, put your name in. Oh, you can go to G League, and you can still go play college. And so, I think that's all got to get fixed with the NCAA, where they can pass rules and they can actually stick with those rules. Because we're all, as coaches, going to push those. Because you said we got to win, and it's win right now, and so we're going to push those rules the best we can. So it'll be really interesting as things shake out, because it's going to affect, if they go into place this year, it's going to affect a lot of schools. Obviously we know what's going on at LSU and all the pros they're bringing in, and so it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Can you describe it as a free-for-all right now, then, with regard to the rules?
Yeah, I mean, it's we call it the Wild West. It's been the Wild West for the last 3 or 4 years, and different guys are playing by a whole different set of rules based on money and those kind of things. I think at our level, at the mid-major level, it's wild, but it's within reason. We just don't got $6 million to go bring a kid in from the top league in the Euro Cup. Just played in the Euro Cup, and now he's going to come play for us. And so kids were recruiting, played a couple of years at probably the lower level of overseas, and so those kids are not going to come in and be, they're going to be really good players, but they're not going to be the best player probably in your league. And so it's kind of, we see it as a far a little bit at this level, but like, it's not, we don't deal with it on a daily basis, as far as that. But yeah, everything's got to get under control, and it's just hard because the legislation, whenever it's passed, just gets skirted or around it. People go around it. So I like the 5-year rule that they're looking to pass. I think hopefully those things can stay in place.
The players you're bringing in, came from the Lithuanian Basketball League and the Serbian Basketball League. Can you compare that to Division I conferences or D2 or 3 or JC or what? I mean, what level of competition is that?
Yeah, they're all kind of a little bit different, right? And to say we know exactly is false. I think we have a good feel of those leagues, and a lot of it's like, hey, we look at some of the guys playing in those leagues. Who are they playing against? Who are the Americans are playing against? Where do they play? And like Modestas is a Lithuanian. He's playing a high level. We got 2 of our top guys playing overseas that play at kind of comparable league. Trey Woodbury and Pardas Imek both play in that comparable league that this kid's in. And so we're like, ooh, he's pretty good. And, talking to agents over there, different kids are like, hey, you like this kid? This kid's younger, and he's probably has more trajectory to be even a better player. And so, we really got on him because we were actually recruiting another international kid, and a couple agents said, hey, this kid can come, and you'd love him, and this is what he does, and he's better. And so kind of some agents we trusted is kind of how we got on him. But, yeah, the league that he played in is a really high league, really high level, and he was a young kid coming up. I think his MVP the year before in the lower league, and so they moved him up there. And so he was getting some good minutes in a really high-level league. And so that gives us confidence as we watch his tape, say, oh, he's making plays against, grown men.
What is your take on the expansion of the NCAA tournament?
Shoot. To be honest, I kind of just goes in one ear and out the other. I mean, with everything we're dealing with ourselves, I think it'd be great. It gives more opportunity for teams. Does it lessen the impact of like, hey, you're actually playing in those first games? I think once you get there, it doesn't. My biggest thing is I look at it as just bringing more average level high major teams into the tournament. It's like, oh, we missed out on the 10th, 11th, and 12th ranked team in the SEC. Now they're going to get in. I mean, I think it's an advantage when it brings in the mid-major teams who like, hey, had a great season, but they lost in the conference championship or something like that. I know in the Big West, which we're going into 2 years ago, they had two teams with 30-plus wins each, and they played each other in the championship, and one got in, and the other didn't make the tournament. And they had a great season and beat some really good teams, and they were on the outside because, the Big West is a one-bid league. So I think that would help them. I think they would have got in that year. So I'm excited for that. I think that stuff will definitely help, and I think that's what the college fans want to see. They want to see some more Cinderellas. They don't want to see more, more high major teams just getting in to play each other.
Yeah, and the high major teams are going to say Texas barely squeezed in and look at the run they went on. And a few years ago, UCLA barely squeezed in and look at the run they went on. And you are going to get teams in at 16 and 14 who are going to go out in one round. But they're going to sell the other story, and the other story is true. It's obviously only true to a degree.
Right. No doubt. And it's actually exciting to see a team, even a high major team who to go on a run, right? It brings some more excitement to that. So I think that's great. It's, we're just fighting an uphill battle every day to not get squeezed out of college basketball and what's going on. And, to be honest, I look at it, but it's like the last thing, and I can't control any of that stuff. And as mid-major guys, we can't control a lot of that. So it's like just focus on the present and what we're doing with what we have going on. And I think we've really built something great here at Utah Valley, and excited to, push and get to the tournament. That's our next goal. We haven't played in the NCAA tournament, is to get there.
You talk about how your roster's set, right? I think you said that earlier in this conversation. Yeah. But there's some teams that their rosters aren't set and they've got some holes to fill. We're getting late now into the recruiting cycle, so to speak. Are there players, or how many players are still out there that for teams who have a particular hole, whether it's at center or some other position, that they could find someone?
Yeah, no, it's amazing. It's amazing how many guys are still out there, and you can find guys. It's I'd say like 3 weeks ago we had our board up, and we were looking for a big guy as well, and we were going down this list of guys that one, we can afford, and two, that we think could be an impact guy for us. And I swear we got down the list like, oh, there's nobody on here. They're not good enough. The guys we're looking at are costing more money, and they're not very good. It's like, what? I mean, there's nobody. And then we come in the next week, we do a little digging, a little searching, and all of a sudden we came up with a really good kid that we found. It's like, dang, he's better than the two kids that we were outbid for. We had a kid we were on, and all of a sudden we thought we could get him. He all of a sudden went to $300,000. Like, okay, we're out. And I think the kid we got for way less than that is better than both of those guys. And it's just kind of doing your work, keep digging, and kids pop up for all kinds of reasons, whether they decommit from somewhere, they're playing overseas, they haven't talked to guys. We had the Aziz Vandango went to Cincinnati when we beat Cincinnati with Madsen, and we got him super late, and he just was a kid who wouldn't return people's phone calls. He's a kid that a lot of people wanted, and they'd call and talk, and then they couldn't get a hold of him again. And we just kept working the phones with him until finally we got him on the phone. Like, hey, let's get you out on a visit. And he came out and obviously became an all-league guy for us, and was a tremendous 7-foot center that, tons of people are like, oh, how'd they get him so late? So there's guys out there. There's still guys out there, and they'll pop with some good players late.
When Utah and BYU got in the Big 12, there was a lot of talks like, hey, they cannot recruit high school kids out of Utah and get them and take the time and get them to play at this level. There's going to be more local kids available for these other schools. But we're seeing more and more foreign kids play, and we've certainly heard this in the world of tennis, but we're in a little bit in basketball. Hey, these foreign kids are squeezing out the local kids. I always go back to coaches are going to do whatever they can to make sure they don't get fired. They got to win, and they all know it. So there's that out there. What are you hearing? How much room do you think there is for local kids and local schools? And how do you see that playing out? What do you think is going to be true, a year or two from now? Because it seems to be changing pretty quickly in some respects.
Yeah, no, I'm glad. I hope those guys keep squeezing the Utah kids out, because we'll take them here at Utah Valley for sure. We're making a living and winning a lot of games with good Utah kids. And, I think in the state, if you want to win, you're going to have some Utah kids at all levels, from the Big 12 to the Big West at our level. They're just really good players. Now there's not as many to choose from when the higher levels you go. And so I think it squeezes the bottom out, if that makes sense. Like, if there's 10 kids in Utah that are Division I guys, more international kids, more pros that are actually playing, a considerable amount of time, more pros overseas, you bringing those kids in, that's going to push everybody down. And so more of those kids got to go to junior college and go that route. But, obviously being a junior college coach myself, it's actually nowadays it's a great route. I mean, I think kids sometimes feel let down, but like you go to Salt Lake, say, and play right away as a freshman, you have a better chance to play as a freshman there than you do to come to Utah Valley or to go to BYU or Utah and play right away as a freshman. So now you have experience, you actually play, and now you're getting recruited from those places to this next level up, And then we tell the same thing to, a 5-star kid out of Utah. You can go to the Big 12 school and you might not play your freshman year. Come to our place, play right away. You're really good for a couple of years. You're gonna leave and go somewhere else. And just how everything is working these days. And I think for us, we got to be really honest with the kids, which we are. And and we tell the kids, if you kill it here, our top 3 kids every year are transferring. It's a great place, but the money is just so significant that they got to do it. Obviously, we got the Holcomb kid went to Utah. The Hendricks kid went to Oklahoma, and then our point guard went to Nebraska. And so 2 of those kids are local kids.
Yeah, obviously. I'm wondering, what are your thoughts on in-state scheduling? What would you like to see?
Yeah, if you want me to be honest, I can be honest on the radio here.
Yes, please.
We'd love to play those guys. I'm a Utah homer. I've coached here my whole life. I love BYU. I love Utah. I love Utah State. I know most of those coaches. I'd love to play those guys. Tremendous places, but like for a place like us, we got to be smart. To do like a home and home every year with Utah with no money involved for us is not too smart, right? And when we look at our schedule and we do the analytics for that, because we typically, if we go play a Big 12 team, they're going to play us quite a bit of money to go, and we need. We take guarantee money, which is called guarantee games. We take 3 or 4 guarantee games a year. And when you get those games, for a mid-major, you're like, okay, those are probably losses. If you can beat somebody, that's great, but you're taking those to have experience, and you're taking those to help your program. And so, like, hey, if we went in and had a tournament and played Utah and BYU in a tournament, would be great, but that would probably be money we don't get. And it's like, okay, there's 2 more games that, if we beat them, great, but the odds are we're going to lose. Now we got to go play 2 more teams on top of that to play. So we're really selective when we kind of work that. We'd love to play, Utah or BYU or even Utah State once a year. But for us to play everybody or to play a couple of those teams is not great for us. And the same thing for them, right? They have nothing to gain if they win. And if Utah Valley comes and beats them, our Ken Palm's 92. So we're a quad 2 team. We're a really good team. But a lot of people in the perception sometimes like, oh, you lost to a Big West team, and so it's hard on everybody's end. But no, we love to do it. We love to schedule those games. We just it's got to work for everybody, and it's hard because we all want to win.
Todd, we appreciate a few minutes. Thanks for giving up a little time at the edge of the lake to talk to us.
No, I appreciate it. I got my steps in today, and hey, you give me a sec to get a shout out. We have our camp. Our kids' camp is the 15th to the 18th in 2 weeks, and it's going to be a lot of fun. So if you got kids in junior high, elementary, and going into high school, come to Utah Valley Kids Camp. It's going to be a blast.
He's Todd Phillips, UVU men's basketball coach. Todd, we appreciate it. We'll talk to you again down the road. DJ and PK, when we come back, David Locke, radio voice of the Utah Jazz, joins us next. How did Jalen Brunson last to the second round? We'll ask David that. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got an accident in Spanish Fork Canyon just after the turnoff for Sheep Creek Road, and that is going to affect eastbound drivers there. Also have a crash at Ogden on 21st Street. It's causing issues for those trying to get onto I-15. Also, I-15 overall, though, is still moving good once you get onto it. Just a little bit slowing from 45th South up to the I-80 merge on the northbound side at this moment. At UTA, it's never just a ride from point A to point B. We move independence, we move purpose, we move memories, we move what matters. That's you. Plan a trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
Covers the Grizzlies for the Daily Memphian. He's Drew Hill.
I know there are differences in Memphis between regular season Jaren and playoff Jaren. And what did Grizzlies fans see from Jaren in the biggest games in the playoffs?
I thought it was a great trade for the Jazz. Jaren was not only one of the best players on the Grizzlies, but was also just one of the best people in the locker room. Like, the leadership skills were there for sure. He's going to have games where he's awesome, and then he's going to have some of these games in the playoffs where he's going to leave a little bit to be desired. The Grizzlies thought that they had a player that might be capable of being a number one on a playoff team, and I don't think he quite got to that point for them where they could trust that he was dependable enough in the postseason that you could sit back, give him the ball late in games, and he'd be able to get you bucket. It never really transpired that way.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
IFA knows the secret when it comes to growing a thick, green, healthy lawn this summer. And you could say those roots run deep. Deep roots help your lawn better absorb water and help prevent damage during the dry months ahead. Our expert team can coach you through all the variables, like combining our locally formulated 4+ lawn care fertilizers with our recommended soil surfactants. Stop by or visit ifa.coop today to learn more. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Les Olson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
There's nothing like a summer wedding. Begin your forever at the Joseph Smith Memorial Building with beautiful new event spaces, timeless elegance, and unforgettable celebrations surrounded by family and friends. Find the perfect setting for your love story at tshevents.com.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
and PK. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're joined by David Locke, radio voice of the Utah Jazz. David, good morning.
Good morning, David James, Patrick Kinahan. We're talking, you put the two of them together on top of each other, you would have a 7'6" Victor Wembanyama at level of excellence. That wasn't as good today, sorry. That wasn't good.
A little sillier. It was fine.
Yeah. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Who's your top three right now? What's your top three?
Me, myself, and I.
Yeah, I know that, but Buddha says not to do that, so don't do that, DK. It's bad. Who's your top three? What's your ranking? You're right now, your draft board. Patrick Kinahan, AJ DeBonson, Darren Peterson, Cameron Boozer, Caleb Wilson. What's your top three? Darius Acuff, Mikal Brown. What's your?
I think it's boring. It's what most people would put. And you go top three, you're not necessarily going based on exclusively talent. And there's something that I want to get to you with you about that I heard you speak about. So yeah, I would go DeBonsa, Peterson, Boozer.
So it's interesting. DJ, what would you do?
Probably that same list, but with the caveat that how do we really know? They get a bunch of medical info on Peterson, and we don't get any of that. And the thought that you could draft somebody who plays sporadically and is in and out and has problems with cramping. The teams I get the info and get to resolve that issue. The rest of us just sit out here and wonder what was going on.
The more and more I hear, the less that seems to be a concern, by the way.
It does. Yeah.
Yeah. It seems like that's going away a little bit.
It does. It seems like it's going away. I don't know why. I assume there's something in the medical info that's making that go away, but I don't know what it is.
Right. I would say this. So I just asked my kind of diehard core listener group, who we have on a private text message thing, and they voted 17 votes for Darren Peterson, 6 for AJ DeBonsa. So I'm not sure I think Jazz fans are. I don't think that list that PK gave is what everyone has. And it's not my top three right now. My top three right now is Darren Peterson, Cameron Boozer, AJ DeBonsa. But I'm saying, like, if I have 100 little, kits to hand out, I think it's 36, 33, 30 right now. I think this is incredibly we had this a little bit with Jabari Smith, Chet Holmgren, and Paulo Banchero. We had it in Hakeem Olajuwon, Sam Bowie, Michael Jordan. We have not had a lot of drafts where these three, where we have this three level of kind of inconclusive who's the number one pick.
So let's go with the consensus, and then if the question becomes, okay, the consensus is wrong, where would you expect a surprise? The biggest decision I think that would flip from the consensus would be Peterson and DeBonsa. The next thing I would anticipate, if the consensus is wrong and there's a flip, would be Wilson passing Boozer. What do you think about that?
I think it would be Boozer passing DeBonsa.
DeBonsa, okay.
So
wait, is that one or two? Is that your first one? That's your second one. You think the first one is Peterson passing DeBonsa, but you think the second one is Boozer passing DeBonsa.
Yeah,
okay.
But suddenly the draft was Peterson, Boozer, DeBonsa.
Okay.
So let me ask you guys this. This is where I went today. This is why I suddenly I think both Boozer and DeBonsa to be successful. I mean, overthink. We're at that stage, right? But it's great. I love it. This is so fun. Both Boozer and DeBonsa to be successful, I think, have to have the ball in their hands over 50% of the possessions they play. So I don't think that's the case for Peterson. I do think that both DeBonsa and Boozer need the ball in their hands a lot to be the maximum version of what they are.
Do they have to have the ball? Do they have to have the ball in their hands immediately? Or you were a big fan a couple of years ago of running a pick and roll on one side into a pick and roll on the other. Would they be good in that situation?
Let's go with that. They're the key initiator to the possession. How's that?
Okay. Start the offense. Fair? Yeah. So you're saying they have to start the offense 50% of the time?
Yeah. I'm actually more comfortable with Boozer doing that than Devontae.
Boozer's super skilled on the ball. He's just getting marked down because he doesn't have elite athleticism. He's super skilled with the ball in his hands. Very impressive.
I'm viewing Boozer right now as Cade. Everyone wants to do Kevin Love, right? That's my comp on Boozer right now. Cade Cunningham.
Yeah,
or let me rephrase that. Let me rephrase that a little bit. Not that he's that necessarily my comp. That might not be the right way to say it. I think let me phrase it a little differently. He is the model by which I think he's going to be most successful in the league is that he's Cade Cunningham.
Yeah, because Cade Cunningham's going to be more athletic, right?
I don't know.
Really? Okay.
Cade Cunningham, like the book on Cade Cunningham coming into the draft was that he wasn't athletic enough. And if you go back and look at Cade Cunningham,
he is athletic enough.
Early in his career, he really, really struggled at the rim. And the change that happened for Cade Cunningham that's made Cade Cunningham so good is that he was able to find a way to get to the rim and to be able to make plays at a much higher level than he did early in his career. I'll try to pull up the numbers while we're talking. But that was the book on Cunningham. He was the number one pick. He was this incredibly effective player. Go look at compare their college numbers. They're almost the same. And, if you just change your mindset and decide that Boozer – so I go back to I watched the final 5 minutes of every single close game that Duke played. In 11 of the final 14 late game possessions of the season, John Schreier had Cameron Boozer initiate the offense. So I think you have to look at Boozer in that realm. I don't, and then you have to decide you're all right with it, right? I'm not sure that I actually totally love the fact that Cameron Boozer is initiating offense every single time, most of the time. You got to figure out if you're all right with that.
Well, this sounds like a conversation.
I think AJ DeBost is initiating your offense every single time, too.
This sounds like a conversation we had with Brunson in Dallas. Well, he's a small guy. Why would you have him initiate the offense when you have Luka Doncic over here? But the Knicks take him. They put the ball in his hands a lot. Now, depending on the coach and the composition of the team, not everybody the exact same amount, but he's probably taking twice as many shots as everybody else on the team. So he's got the ball a lot, and it seems to be working for them. And it's just 3 straight 50-win seasons, 2 straight trips to the conference final, and now they got an NBA Finals appearance and maybe a title. We'll see how it plays out. So could it be underestimating somebody here the same way they underestimated Brunson even after he'd been in the league for 4 years?
And what was it that made people not believe in Brunson?
Probably his
why
height.
Did Brunson go first? He's first pick of the second round, right?
Maybe the second or third, but maybe very early second round. There were 5 NBA draft picks on that team, 4 in that draft, 1 in the next one. They had a ton of talent, but maybe he didn't get credit for the winning because they had so many good players.
And he was supposedly not athletic enough.
Right. Yeah, smaller and not athletic enough. But even after he'd been in the NBA, there were doubts, even when he got away from Villanova and he established himself in the league.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone saw this come, right? I think that's fair. It makes a little more sense that, that series that the Jazz lost, it felt so terrible when Luka was hurt, makes a little more sense right now. Launching kicked the crap out of us. No, I have just had to change how I think of Boozer. And so Peterson, to me, just assimilates into any roster much easier. He can play with the ball, without the ball. He's active off the ball. He's a great shooter, so if the ball's not in his hands, it's fine. Somebody else can be initiating the offense, and then you're you're swinging it to Peterson and he's attacking on the backside as an open jump shooter that's got to be closed out on. You don't have to close out on AJ yet. I'm not sure you totally have to close out on Cameron Boozer yet. Like, that three takes a long time to get off still. So that's why I think Cameron Boozer and AJ both have to have the ball in their hands. And I think that that's going to be just an interesting kind of, as time goes on, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. It's fascinating. And we've all watched too much at this point too.
I think you're downgrading AJ because you've seen him and you look at him and you see the faults. And the reality is, of the three players that you keep mentioning, he had the least amount of talent on the team, and he had the most pressure because he went to a school that is not a blue blood and is expected to not go very far. And he felt the weight of all that because it was a different decision. And when he gets to the NBA and he's playing with better players, he'll be better and his shooting percentage will be better in the manner that Yegor Dielman couldn't make a three for his life at BYU and then went to the NBA and got a lot better.
I don't think that's why, but it's a good argument. It was well done. It was very well done. I don't think any of that is actually particularly true, but I was impressed by the soliloquy. If that, I don't think I'm downgrading AJ at all. Actually, like, I think they're all great. Like, if we end up with AJ Devonta, it's amazing. I think you're gonna have to figure out how you're using him, and he's gonna want the ball in his hands a lot. And it's very clear, and that's how he wants to play and what he needs. And he kind of has to have the ball in his hands because he doesn't shoot it particularly well. And so he doesn't have great spacing. And when he doesn't have if you don't shoot it very well and you don't space the floor yet, then you have to have the ball in your hand. And then defensively, he was terrible. But that's fine. Most guys.
But you love him.
I think they're like, I really, truly think, like, I've said this about AJ the whole time. Like, his downside to me is that he's R.J. Barrett, Julius Randle, Pascal Siakam, or Paolo Banchero. So he's going to score 20 points a game and be an all-star. Like, now, most of those players got traded. One of them, Paolo will get traded, I think, eventually, because you got to max them out. They're hard to play with, and they're tough. So, I do think that's the assumption there is he's credible athlete, great ball skills, plays well in transition, creates offense for himself, never becomes a good shooter. Like, that's his downside. That's the old, like, and I guess in the case of Randall and RJ Barrett, plays defense sparingly. But it's an incredible NBA body that can't miss. It's kind of the same thing I feel about Cameron Boozer. Like, I think Cameron Boozer's downside is, like, he's going to average 17 points and 10 rebounds a game. Maybe more, because I really think he has the ball. Like, with Boozer's size, the instinct is to go to Alfred Şengün or Domantas Sabonis as your comp. And I just think he's different than those guys. Like, I think he's a ball handler. I really think Cameron Boozer is a ball handler. You're not seeing Domantas Sabonis. You're seeing him play, like, with the ball in his hands, and you're seeing Şengün, but you're not seeing maybe Şengün a little bit. Like, they're bringing the ball up the floor, and they're initiating the offense. I think Cameron Boozer's, like, literally playing offensive point guard. If he's playing 60 possessions a night, I think he's playing offensive point guard for 35 of them. How about a lineup of Boozer, Bailey, Markkanen, Jackson, and Kessler? We're the biggest team in the history of mankind.
Do you think the Wizards are falling in love with Peterson?
Yes. I've said this the whole time. I think we'll decide between AJ Devonta and Cameron Boozer. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about too, right? Like, let's just be perfectly honest. I'm making this crap up in my head. My head's not a place anybody wants to be.
We both believe that.
So, yeah, I mean, you've known me for 30 years. You know this to be true. But, like, so I watched Darren Peterson. Like, let's just go back to where we started this conversation. Like, Darren Peterson assimilates perfectly into every roster. Like, his prototype is the easiest thing to build around. He can play on the ball, off the ball, primary side, initiator, secondary side. He's 6'6". He can play 1. He can play 2. He can play 3. He can, like, the only thing is if you got, like, a big 4 backs him down, it's probably not perfect, right? But he's really, like, otherwise, like, this is just, like, it's fabulous. He can shoot it. He can do it all. If he medically tests out, I think he has to go 1. Like, I just can't, like, maybe, I don't know. Like, you know, maybe AJ's better than I'm giving him credit for. But AJ, right now, at least, has to have the ball in his hands. If he's a weak side, if he's on the weak side, you're dropping off of him. You're giving him space. He's playing, you know, he's not a good enough shooter right now that he makes you space out to him. And so you really have to put the ball in his hands and have him play offense. And that's fine because he's really good at it. But it's not, you're now building, until he shoots, you have to build your roster around him as your 6'9" primary ball handler. And we've kind of seen how hard that is. Right? New York wasn't very good offensively around Julius Randle. New York traded R.J. Barrett because they had to do it. Orlando's having a hard time doing it around Paulo Banchero right now. That's hard to do. And then if you have Cameron Boozer, I think you have to figure out how you're going to deal with him defensively because he's not going to move great. So he's really not a 5. He's kind of your 4, but he's actually kind of your 1. Like, it's a pretty unique little combo there. So I just, when it gets right down to it, if I'm Washington and I'm trying to figure out how I'm building my roster and when I'm doing these pieces, I just can't imagine you're not taking Darren Peterson 1 if he tests out. Am I crazy?
No, I think he's the most skilled player in the draft.
Or so then I think we're choosing between Cameron Boozer and AJ DeBonta. And I think that is to the point we just had about they're both amazing, but they're both really, they're not the easiest things to build around. I think this gets pretty incredible.
Last thing before we let you go. You've seen one game in the NBA Finals. You think you know what's going to happen now, or are you still wondering?
So my take coming in was that San Antonio's the better team, but they're tired. New York's going to win 2 of the first 3, but out of fatigue. And then the question is whether San Antonio has enough juice to win 3 of the final 4. New York's really good. The only thing watching game 1 was I'm not as convinced. Like, I started marking up player by player, and New York's better. That, like, if you just kind of look like, would you rather have Mikal Bridges or Keldon Johnson? You'd rather have Mikal Bridges. Would you rather have OG Anunoby or Jalen Brunson or De'Aaron Fox? I'd rather have Jalen Brunson. Would you rather have OG Anunoby or Stephen Castle? I'd probably rather have OG Anunoby. Would I rather have Karl Anthony Towns or Victor? I'd rather have Victor, but wow, Karl Anthony Towns is really good. And so really the reason San Antonio's better is because of Victor. Like, the one and only reason they're better just because Victor's that damn good.
All right, we'll leave it right there with David Locke for now. David, we appreciate it as always. Thanks for joining us.
You guys are great. See you later.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got emergency traffic crash in Spanish Fork Canyon just after Sheep Creek Drive as the canyon closed there. Please give yourself extra time to get through that if you're trying to go in that direction. Also, crash in Ogden on 21st Street affecting drivers trying to get over to northbound I-15 at this moment. Otherwise, I-15 moving pretty good in both directions once you actually get onto the main flow. Attention commercial property managers, seal coating, crack sealing, striping, and patching across the Wasatch Front. That's Go Pave Utah. Get on the schedule today, protect your asphalt, and extend pavement life before winter hits. Visit GoPaveUtah.com KSLSportsUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoe.
Look, private equity doesn't like to add costs. They like to limit costs because they have a bottom line that they have to hit. I just hate when you've got somebody who has been working in the marketing department forever or who's been a sports information director forever, and they're doing their job and they're busting their butt and they're trying to tell good stories, and those are the guys that are going to get affected.
And to me, it's just a direct response to BYU having all the money they need at their disposal, a built-in way to fund the program. There's nothing about this deal that screams win to me. I don't like the feeling of it. Matt Hayes summed it up best at the end of his article. He said, this is the same Utah Athletic Department that wanted so badly to push out football coach Kyle Whittingham at the end of a 10-win season, but was willing to pay him $13.5 million over the next 2 years to do so.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK for a trusted name when it comes to doors and windows, and that is Peach Doors and Windows. A trusted name in doors for luxury homes, remodels, and new home builds. They've got a wide range of products. We are simple people, PK. We went down to they said, go down to the showroom. All right, we'll go down to the showroom. And then they started showing us custom entry doors, patio doors, French doors, sliding glass doors, oversized sliding glass doors. And then they were like, what would you want out of your home? Do you want it to be quieter? Do you want it to be safer? Do you want it to be more energy efficient? Is it drafty? All kinds of questions, get to know you. And then depending on what you want, they have so many products, all the products under the sun, as my mom used to say, all the products under the sun.
Yeah, and a lot of it with the doors is the sun does damage to your doors, which is one of the reasons why you want to upgrade and get a new door. I had that very same thing when I was living in California and we owned a townhouse and we got a new door, and my goodness, everything looked greater, much better, much brighter, much newer from the outside. Sometimes I think we underestimate doors. You go to Peach and they will set you up with a door that you will absolutely love. Of that, I am sure.
Peach Windows and Doors, transparent pricing, real solutions. Visit the showroom, see and touch the products, talk to the people, find out what your issues are, what you're trying to achieve, and get the solution that's right for you. It's Peach Windows and Doors. Online at peachwindowsanddoors.com. Visit them at 300 West, Salt Lake City, 300 West, 2940 South in Salt Lake City, and online at Peach Windows and Doors.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With smart business buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We just had David Locke on. David Locke is NBA draft obsessed. It was on full display in the last segment. If you missed it, listen wherever you get your podcast. Yak is shaking his head. Yak, were you stunned by that? Is that that intense display of draft knowledge and deep dive time?
The best thing he said is like, hey, my mind is a place nobody wants to be because we got you're talking about full display. We got the full display of how David Locke goes about everything, it feels like. And right now, you're right. The NBA draft is his muse.
I'm curious, and he's trying to figure out who the best player is. And I'm curious, PK, who is the worst player? Because, good luck finding a draft where all 4 guys hit. Now, I guess you can define hit differently. To what level does a player play? And there are certainly very high expectations this year, much higher than there are in other years. But, no matter what your definition of hit is, Stromile Swift and Marcus Fizer did not hit, right? You can go through every draft and find names and think, man, you didn't even play 10,000 minutes in the NBA. That's definitely not a hit. Eddie Curry did not hit. He's a top 4 draft pick. You can just click on every draft and find the bus.
Yeah, and I think it's a little different for the Jazz, too, because these other teams – they can take a little time for development. The Jazz next year, most likely, we anticipate them paying between $120 and $125 million for 3 players. The 3 front court guys, assuming Kessler resigns, and I'm ballparking what we expect them to sign for. We already know the other 2 guys, what they're going to make. That's on the books. So they are much more in the win now mode with the salaries, with that in mind. So they need somebody who's going to come in and be productive in the next 2 to 3 years quicker. And if that person ends up helping them get to a conference final, maybe even, get to an NBA final, but at the 7-8 year mark, the other player that they didn't draft might be a little bit better. That doesn't mean the player that the Jazz drafted was the wrong pick. They should have drafted the other guy. No, because they're in a different situation. You don't have this very often where a team is in the lottery, high lottery, top 2 or 3, but yet is looking to win at the highest level possible the very first season of that young man's NBA career. So I think you have to factor that in to it a little bit. And if that ends up being Boozer because you feel like he can help you win and win playoff games in 2027, 28, more so than the other couple of guys or 3 guys, then you go in that direction. I don't necessarily have a problem with that because they are in a win now mode, given the unique situation of them having tanked for 4 years and then making a trade for a $50 million player. That doesn't happen very often. I don't know that it's ever happened, nor do I care if it's ever happened. I know it's happened here for the Jazz, so they have to figure that stuff out. And I do think Locke, he's caught up on shooting percentage. Well, I think that having watched DeBonsa, he was put in an untenable situation most of the time. How many did Darren Peterson and Carlos Boozer, when they had the ball 1 foot removed from half court on the offensive side, had 3 guys above the 3-point line ready to guard him, and then he still goes out and scores 30 points. He misses a few shots, no kidding, because the entire load rested on his shoulders.
I thought Locke's point about Peterson can be on the opposite side and doesn't have to have the ball right away. I think that would actually be ideal for AJ, because typically what happens is the defense has to adjust. It may not be a full-on scramble, but it's also not set. And when they're not set and people are moving, you're more likely to find a seam. So if you need to drive, if you want to drive, if you're good at it, seems like that creates even more opportunity for him.
How many weak side lobs did AJ have? I don't remember very many, because he had to have the ball.
He had the ball.
The team's success rested almost solely with him.
He was on the strong side. He had the ball, and
yeah.
And
he was the one throwing
the
lobs
lob
to
to-
Keita.
Yes.
Nobody threw him lobs.
All right, DJ and PK, more in a moment. Stay with us on The Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey Utah, Jimmer Fredette here. You remember Jimmermania? When the building got loud, the tempo sped up, and you could feel something special was about to happen? That's the same kind of energy you get behind the wheel at BMW of Pleasant Grove. Quick acceleration, sharp handling, total control. Whether you're hitting I-15 for work, making the school run, or heading out for the weekend. Because great driving is like great basketball. Quick decisions, smooth moves, and confidence when it matters. And if you know my game, you know that I love the three-pointer. Catch it, rise up, let it fly. In a BMW, it's the same feeling. Smooth, precise, and dialed in. Like you're pulling from deep, and you know it's money the second it leaves your hand. The crew at BMW of Pleasant Grove makes the whole process easy too. No pressure, no runaround. Just a premium experience from shopping to financing to service that has your back for miles. So if you're ready to upgrade your drive and bring that game day energy to every day, visit BMW of Pleasant Grove or online at bmwofpg.com. BMW of Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
Hey, honey, I was thinking about updating the house a little.
A little?
You know, new siding, new windows, gutters that actually work, maybe even a new deck.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, I called RGS Exteriors.
Well, that's a good decision.
When it comes to upgrading your home's exterior, the right choice is easy. RGS Exteriors specializes in siding, windows, gutters, and decking that transform the look and protection of your home.
Hi, Tim Brown, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
The energy, the roar, moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaren Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Laurie Markkinen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to AmericaFirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Fire up summer with Mountain Land Supply. Right now, when you purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven, you'll score a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate. Plus, you'll be entered to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Don't miss your chance to upgrade your backyard cooking and enjoy a night at the ballpark in style. Visit Mountain Land Supply today for the hottest Blackstone deals of the summer. Offer valid May 1st through June 30th, 2026 or while supplies last. Purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven to receive a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate and one entry to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Limit one gift certificate and entry per customer account. You do not have to be present to win while supplies last.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Summer brings the gift of longer days and savings on select Kia models. Look for specially tagged vehicles during the Summer Sticker Sales Event at Doug Smith Kia in Linden.
Hey, Doug.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Game 2, NBA Finals tonight. We got a question up on our Facebook page. Jalen Brunson. How did he last until the second round? What happened? Who goofed? How did they goof? Why didn't people see this coming? PK, do you think to a certain degree a lot of the rules that we have known, if not rules, but at least the guidelines to what works in the NBA, changing dramatically? The history and the tradition and the patterns that told us what happened for a long time are going to tell us as much going forward with the three-point shot. Is there going to be room for more variation from the norm here? Because if you can hit the three, you can swing a game or a series.
Well, I think that might have been the case now for a number of years. I don't know that it's something totally brand new.
5 or 10, you think?
I mean, Kyle Korver was in the league for that very reason. That, and he was extremely good looking.
Thank you, Ashton Kutcher.
So I think it was a discrimination with Jalen Brunson. They just looked at him and he was too short. He didn't look the size. So they had in their mind of what it's supposed to be, and he didn't fit that prototype. But he still was drafted. I mean, I think he was drafted like third in the second round or something like that. Which, his level of talent, obviously, and his level of impact and success far supersedes where he was drafted. It's not the first time, and it probably won't be the last time. And for whatever reason, there's other guys that fell. Jeff Hornacek, what position was he? What was he, a point? Not really. Was he a two? Oh, my man, look at him. He looks like a weakling. Like he can barely lift do a bench press of 100 pounds, let alone 200 pounds. Well, he found his way in the league and was extremely successful for a second-round pick, right? It does happen. It's just that they don't fit, and the draft is, what is the surest thing? What are you looking for? What can you count on? Kevin O'Connor talking about Paul Millsap. If you have a skill like rebounding, that can translate. Well, why did Millsap last so stinking long? Because he was shorter for the position. The measurables didn't equate to what you're looking at. But sure enough, Paul Millsap had one of the, obviously for the Jazz in terms of a draft pick, most likely the best second round pick. Hornacek, they didn't draft him, but he flourished here to the point his jersey's retired, and I think Russell was a second round pick too, wasn't he? And he had a phenomenal career for a second round pick. So you get to that situation from Jalen Brunson, and he was underestimated. What I'm hoping can happen is maybe you can look beyond the negatives, and that's what Locke seems to. When he talks about DeBonsa, the first 5 things are what he can't do. right? I mean, you can't argue that. I mean, he'll tell you all that, and all those things are legitimate. And yeah, and I agree with him 100% that if you're looking for the most skilled player in a draft, it is Darren Peterson. Absolutely, I agree. I think it's obvious, and I'm a DeBonsa guy. I feel like I'm a homer for DeBonsa in a sense because I'm hearing a lot of what he can't do. And let's face it, when the general consensus of opinion is to go A, I'm going to find a way to go B. We all know that.
But this is a good time. But this is a good time for you to do it because every year we get, here's the top 2, 3, 4, 5 players, whatever is in the draft. And every year, those players go, the consensus isn't that far off, and then someone's a spectacular bust or someone underachieves, or usually both. And you go back, there are very few drafts where it's like great player, very good player, good player, good player. Like, okay, nobody whiffed, they got the top 4, and they got them in order. It doesn't happen that way. So this whole consensus of opinion is out there. I got 25 years of history that says it's jacked up. Why is this suddenly going to be right this year? Is this year so deep that you can't miss? I mean, they are talking about this is one of the best drafts, and we're talking about the top 4 because the Jazz are drafting 2. But if you read about the teams drafting 6, 7, 8, they all think there's going to be a really good player there. And that's why we had 10 teams tanking, because they all thought they could get a good player at 6, 7, 8. So maybe this is this draft, I don't know, foolproof, idiot-proof, bust-proof. I don't know what the phrase is, but it's like maybe it's just that good. But that's not what drafts usually are. There's someone in there like what's the old Sesame Street thing? Which of these players just doesn't belong, right? And they have 4 choices on the screen. You watch that with your kids recently?
Oh, I watched it all growing up.
Oh, you saw it growing up, yeah.
One of these
Sesame
things
Street,
not like the other. One
Right.
of these things
Okay,
belong.
guys, don't. I am really put off if somebody sings on the air. I mean,
you are.
Nice.
Oh, okay. Can we
Let's just stop
Come
that
on, let's
right
sing
now.
Maggie May.
Yeah.
We got
Can we go to a
Rod
vote?
Stewart tickets.
Can we
He's
go
a
to a
legend.
vote? Let's go
Let's
to a
go.
vote.
I mean, that's why I don't do it. You know, the people, and you two are
Why you
over there
don't do
singing
it. Got
nursery
it.
rhymes. I mean, it's unbecoming. I don't know how else to say it.
Becoming. Words I didn't expect to hear this morning. Unbecoming.
Ain't
I
no
can't say
better
that-
time than now for Mexico.
Oh, that's
All right,
true.
let's have a game
No
right now.
shoes, no shirt, and no problem.
Well, I mean, if you're an accomplished singer, if we have Pavarotti on the show, we're not going to say "Don't sing, big guy." You know what I mean?
Don't
It doesn't
stop
mean-
me.
You went to college to do this.
Not true. I went to ASU.
Hey-oh!
There's going to be levels of disappointment. Maybe not bust. Bust is a strong word. Bust is, it's inarguable if you're a bust, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can have levels of success if you want to go to the positive. If you want to go like me to the negative, levels of disappointment. I don't think the Jazz are going to get a bust. I would be shocked if they got, unless there was some injury issues, you know, something that you cannot control. But all things being equal right now, I don't see them getting a bust. Levels of success, well, that's an empty sheet of paper. That's a blank canvas because none of these guys have done it at the pro level. And it's going to take some time, right? We'll see. But I don't think they're going to get a Cantor or an Exum. Now, I think those guys were busts for different reasons. With Exum, we never really got to know because the kid couldn't catch a break.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he would have been something special. Maybe he wouldn't be. I don't know. We'll never know. Cantor, he's into all this other stuff. You know, somebody had told me high up in the Jazz organization that they had to get Okur to try to talk to the kid to grow up. Because he wanted to be too goofy.
And he could score and rebound. He had no interest in defending.
Yeah.
He was a wooden gate on hinges. Blow right through.
Yeah, and other things sidetracked him. It's interesting to see where his life has gone now with this the way he's been an activist in a sense. That I didn't expect that, but so be it. Whatever. That's certainly his right to do that. The player for the Jazz, they're going to get a productive player. Will they get the most productive player when we get to 2032? Who knows? Right now, it looks like Peterson is the surest bet, and Locke is going strong with Washington. If I'm Washington, yeah, I strongly consider it. To me, when we had Getzeiler on last week, and he's talking about Sam Mitchell signing off on the kid, that was a powerful endorsement because Mitchell doesn't really gain anything by it. And I don't think Mitchell, an NBA player, NBA coach, is going to finagle and have an agenda to tell people different things. I think he's going to speak honestly for what he's been able to see and observe. And that's a powerful recommendation because you're getting one of your own vouching for the kid. We can all see his talent, and you don't need to be a basketball expert to see his talent. You just have to have a working knowledge of the sport, and it's, wow, okay, this kid's got an enormous talent. And Mitchell signs off on it, and maybe that's good enough for Washington. Fine. So be it. How about this? The Jazz, they trade up, but they trade up to get Peterson. That would be a shocker.
It would be. I think if they trade up, it seems like a lot of that talk is cool. There's just general acknowledgement that the Wizards have the number one pick, and they've struggled for so long. They need the credibility of the market of bringing in the number one pick. They're going to overcharge anyone to move up there. And these other players are so well thought of. Why would another team do that? Why would they overpay to move up when they can get a pretty good player, drafting 2, drafting 3, whatever?
They don't want a pretty good player. Maybe they want the best player.
And that's why it could still happen, because someone is so committed to one guy. So it could still happen, and these things don't usually happen. What are we, like 3 weeks out from the draft now? They don't usually happen this far out. It's usually something that the talk will start a couple days before the draft. Something will leak, and there'll be speculation, and then it'll happen draft night if it happens. It's not going to happen now.
No, it's not. It's too early. It'll be within probably a 72-hour range when we'll start to get the momentum on that thing, and we'll see. If the Jazz, this even bothers me to say it, if they have to take DeBonsa, I don't understand how we're evaluating him as a finished product.
Okay, number one, they don't have to take DeBonsa. They get to.
But you get my point.
I do get your point. But when you're drafting number 2, especially with this much talent, you get to draft whoever. If they have the same thoughts that David Locke has, you don't have to take him. Don't take him. Have the courage of your conviction and take whoever you believe in. Boozer would probably be the next name up. But hey, if you want to do something unorthodox and drop deeper, everything, we'll judge it by whether the guy plays or not and whether he helps them win. And if you lose the press conference, so what? Go win games. And then the story writes itself. Pick the guy you believe in. Don't go in thinking I have to draft player X. You don't.
Yeah.
You get to. Whoever you pick, whoever it turns out to be, whether you move up or move down, you get to.
And, we've been hearing that Will Hardy is this really, really good coach, and they can develop guys. All right. I'm giving you a product. Go develop him then. Go put him in the situations where he succeeds. We know that a couple of predecessors before him, there's a guy named Jerry Sloan who was a master at that.
Yeah.
As far as putting guys in, what can you do? Not what you can't do, but what can you do and how can I maximize that? And go do that. And if DeBonsa can't do this or this right now, well, then let's see what he can do and put him in that situation where he is. I'm a real hesitant on with DeBonsa because he's our guy, our local guy, of just making these judgments based on what I saw this season, because I don't know that he'll ever be in the situation that he was last year again at the NBA level, because he's going to play with far better players. Even if guys are injured, they're not going to be decimated. BYU's roster in retrospect was so friggin' flawed, even without the injuries. Then the injuries made it beyond flawed. And that's why they had a disappointing season. They got bounced in the first round because it was DeBonsa and Rob and then nothing, literally nothing else. And it was all a bunch of new guys basically, and they didn't know what they were doing. And then sure enough, they basically, all of them took off and
look where they landed
to succeed.
And look where they landed.
Yeah.
They didn't go to marquee programs. There weren't powerhouses beating down the door to get these guys.
Right. And I'm not going to crack on Kevin Young because I think he has to learn too. I don't care how great he was. Kevin Young in year 2 was not a finished product as a college basketball coach. And we'll see his level of improvement based on his experience and understanding of what works and how the college game, which are all new rules now anyway, or all no rules, as Todd Phillips basically told us, and away you go. So that's the stuff that these experts, Ainges and Jay-Z and all these other folks there that are working, and when they put the product on across the street, they'll be able to see this is what we did, why we did it. So I don't think they can really go wrong, but there is a possibility that they don't go as right as they could. And they know that too. And that's what they got to figure out. And the fact that I said earlier with the payroll, they're going to have a payroll next year that's expected to win. So that adds a little more intrigue into it.
It does. But I think with these draft picks, well, at least I can only speak for myself, but I think what most people expect, and certainly what I expect, is that these guys are paid big time for 3 years. And they're going to have turnover and have to break up the roster. And Ace Bailey, as a 5 pick, and whoever they use this 2 pick on, they should be, as these other guys get older and get too expensive or get too old or have injuries, whatever, these 2 become the foundation you want to build around. So as much as you want them to be good and contribute in the next year or 2, and certainly I do, the bigger test is, are you the foundation to build around in 4 or 5 years? Are you a role player and they're looking for other foundational players? Are you just struggling to stay on the team in the league and you've been a big disappointment? Tell me where you're going to be, because the guys are getting paid $50 million. They're going to be expected to carry the freight as long as they're on the team, right? They got 3 years left on their deal.
You're only going to lose one of those guys. You're not going to necessarily lose both of them.
There's a very good case to be made for that. But nonetheless, you're going to need pillars.
Oh, I agree. So
and that's what I expect these guys to be.
Marketing as an example. I'm not saying I want him gone and all that stuff. No, I'm not saying that at all. But he's the one, because he's the oldest of the group. Mm-hmm. So you get rid of him. Well, then you have, whether it's DeBonsa, Boozer, Bailey, George, whoever it might be, you have those guys, one of those guys or multiple guys, replace what marketing gave you. Right. Mm-hmm. And then you continue to go.
Yeah. And maybe
to me, the future looks extremely bright, even when they're up against the payroll issues.
There's multiple paths forward here. When I can say these 2 should be the pillars, but there's a chance they're not. Maybe one of these guys is the 3rd or 4th best. They still did a good job picking them and develop them, but they're not.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, right. But maybe when it's time and one of the $50 million guys has to be flipped, you get somebody who is the pillar. I mean, who's to say, right? How did Brunson get to New York? How did Doncic get to L.A.? I mean, stuff happens that you would never predict 5 years ago looking at the Mavericks, and yet here we are. So who's to say? I mean, the SGA trade, nobody knew he was going to blow up, but he did. I mean, who's to say? 3-5 years down the road, stuff can change. But
yes, it can.
You get to pick 2, so get a really good piece of the puzzle. And I care about the short term, but I care more about the long term.
Yeah, but
I think the short term takes care of
itself.
You're
paying money. You got to get results relative to the level of money that you've got. I don't think you can blow it off that way. I go 50-50.
Okay, well, I mean, I can't really argue with you want it all. Of course you do. Why wouldn't you? Why back away from really high expectations right now?
Yeah, I'm going to give Kessler big money. He has to produce big time.
Totally agree.
And Jackson, Triple J, and Lowry are already making big money.
Yep.
These guys got to produce immediately.
That's the expectation. That's why we're talking about 45, 50 wins. Some people are talking about more than that. That's why we're talking about not just getting to the playoffs, but can you win a series when you get there? Now, winning 2 means beating the Thunder or Spurs or taking advantage of them getting upset in the first round. So good luck with that. That's a high bar, but First things first. Can you get to 45? Can you get to 50? Can you get to more than that? And can you win a playoff series? Get to the top 6. Don't see the Thunder and Spurs in the first round. Beat somebody else.
All of a sudden, to me, and maybe I'm not looking at it clearly because the Thunder had injuries that I'm not accounting for, but it doesn't seem like beating the Thunder is that outrageous.
It'd be a great accomplishment. They will be a very good team next year. They will be a very good team. And the Spurs got him, and they got him in 7, and they had the injuries. But, man, the Thunder went through the Suns and Lakers and nothing flat. Bang, bang, sweep, sweep. I mean, they're very good, and they're not going to be bad next year. Doesn't mean they'll be the champs. Doesn't mean they can't be beaten. But if the Jazz somehow do that Delta Center ought to be rocking because that's an accomplishment.
Just to play with them.
Yeah.
To be on the floor with them in the playoffs.
And if that happens, then Danny Ainge and Austin Ainge and Will Hardy and Jay-Z and Ryan and everybody, there ought to be a massive sense of accomplishment if that gets pulled off. That'll be cool. And then we'll immediately turn around and expect more. Okay, that was cool. Well, now you ought to win the next series if you can do that, whoever the next series is.
Sure.
But nonetheless, they had to walk off the court freaking beaming if they pull that off. All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. When we come back, everything you missed in this show. And one new thing. Something just happened. They just announced it during the show. We'll get to that next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got an emergency traffic situation in Spanish Fork Canyon. It is closed at Sheep Creek Drive to try to get this crash out of the roadway. We'll be stopped there for quite some time, so if you're trying to get through that area, you want to find an alternate or obviously had some extra time to your drive. Also have a crash westbound 21st Street in Ogden. The westbound lanes are blocked, but you can still get onto I-15. Northbound and southbound I-15 otherwise are in great speeds, moving it as you towards downtown Salt Lake City. Attention commercial property managers, GoPave Utah for seal coating, crack sealing, striping, and patching across the Wasatch Front. One call, one crew, every property. Schedule at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoq.
Look, private equity doesn't like to add costs. They like to limit costs because they have a bottom line that they have to hit. I just hate when you've got somebody who has been working in the marketing department forever or who's been a sports information director forever, and they're doing their job and they're busting their butt and they're trying to tell good stories, and those are the guys that are going to get affected.
And to me, it's just a direct response to BYU having all the money they need at their disposal, a built-in way to fund the program. There's nothing about this deal that screams a win to me. I don't like the feeling of it. You know, Matt Hayes summed it up best at the end of his article. He said, this is the same Utah Athletic Department that wanted so badly to push out football coach Kyle Whittingham at the end of a 10-win season, but was willing to pay him $13.5 million over the next 2 years to do so.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off, or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
You're the turf whisperer, the grass-cutting guru. Dandelions don't stand a chance on your watch. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Weed and Feed for strong, dark green turf without a weed in sight. IFA's Weed and Feed. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, flat top meals. These fresh prepped meals are delivered right to your door and designed to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet. This menu includes favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, pineapple barbecue chicken, and more, with 8 meals in every box. Make dinner time easy, fast, and full of flavor with these new flat top meals. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
At Shriners Children's, we're home to the world's leading pediatric orthopedic care. Because so many life-changing advancements start here. We provide access to the best doctors and never allow your ability to pay for services to compromise the care your child needs. We're the first place to turn for the most common or complex orthopedic conditions. Home to possibility and empowering kids to achieve the extraordinary. The most amazing care anywhere begins at shrinerschildrens.org.
From iconic appetizers and entrees to delicious desserts, all served with breathtaking sunset views, The Roof is your perfect summer tradition. Reserve today at theroofslc.com.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Slacker headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 1-855-TRAJAN1 or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. Time to get you up to speed on everything you missed in this show. The news breaking during the show, Real Salt Lake Xavier Gozo has been named to the 2026 MLS All-Star team. The first 11, a starter, PK. Leo Messi, Hani Mukhtar, Xavier Gozo, Sebastian Berhalter. There's a lot of guys going to the World Cup here. A lot of guys making a lot of money. And then there's a teenager who's not making a lot of money from Eagle Mountain. But there he is.
How long?
Xavier Gozo.
How long?
For how long, right? How long before he makes a lot of money and plays somewhere else? That is the question. Now, he didn't get named to the World Cup. Okay, that's disappointing if you want your guy on your favorite team to go to the World Cup.
19
yes,
years old.
But the age, he hadn't been with the team. He's blowing up at the end of last year, the start of this year, and you know the cast of characters is pretty much set. There was some thought maybe he'd sneak it in the end, but he doesn't. But now he doesn't get to show stuff on the world stage, which it'd be an opportunity to drive that price up and make yourself more marketable in the bigger leagues with more money around the world. So maybe in a way that goes towards keeping him here. Maybe not. Maybe someone has already got their eye on him. It's a little bit like the draft. Nothing happens until it happens, and there's a whole dance around how much money are they going to demand for him, how much is someone willing to be paid, will they come to a deal? So it's like it's a lot like Austin Ains saying we don't know who we're going to pick. Well, if you had to pick tonight, you would, and you have a pretty good idea. But since you have more time, you're going to take more time and do more research. They're not to the summer transfer window yet. They probably have an idea what teams might be offering and what they might be accepting, but nothing's set till you get there. And they use the phrase Wild West just like Todd Phillips does.
He reminds me of the 3 weeks that Mike Trout played for the Bees.
I see the comparison there. This guy's going places. Enjoy it now because it's not. He's not here for a long time.
Right. But he's here for a good time. That's a great George Strait song.
I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming. He is here for a good time. It has been a good time watching him score goals and pile up assists. But you also know, well, that's inevitably going to lead to him going somewhere. And the only question is this summer, in the winter, or next summer? I can't imagine it's later than that. I can't. Maybe we'll be sitting here and I'll be amazed he'll be here 18 more months, but it doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, don't be sad that it's over. Be glad that it happened.
Right. There it is. There it is. The All-Star game that he's been named to is July 29th in Charlotte. So after the World Cup, they'll have that. All right, PK, we spent some time being amazed at the end of Stanley Cup final game number 2. It was 2-0 Vegas. Carolina was coming to life. You could start to feel the desperation and the energy, and they were starting to, it felt like something might happen, but it was 2-0, 10 minutes through the third period. And then 5 goals, 2 power plays, a goal waved off, chaos, a challenge. There was, you didn't know it sitting on the couch right then, but there was a lot that was about to happen.
Oh, yeah. If you just watched that last portion, as you say, you came away highly entertained because there was enough action and intensity and nervousness on behalf of the Carolina franchise and its fan base in the arena and probably wherever they were watching that you can sense it like, oh, my gosh, man, they got to get going here. And then he did, and there was a little bit of controversy with a changed overruled goal, blah, blah, blah. And then just the last minute or so of regulation, and then it was very quick in overtime. How many minutes was it?
4, roughly 4.
Is that what it was? I thought it was 5. Yeah. So I mean, just in that 6-7 minute time frame, which was there was an intermission involved there. I understand that you saw enough, and it was. I just like the dichotomy and the opposite natures of the final 2 goals, and one which was at least 1 or 2 ricochets. And as Stone puts it in and he goes nuts. And then Seth Jarvis, kid's only 24 years old. I looked it up. And to see him just wind up and just throw a laser, my gosh, that was just awesome. You get in the way of that. We saw one of the players get hit in the face. That was ugly. But to think that the speed on that shot and the way he wound up was really cool.
Huge win for Carolina because it ties the series 1-1. And I think probably the proposal I've heard that puts the most pressure on teams that we haven't seen yet is anytime they talk about a change to a playoff structure where the higher seeded team gets to pick the opponent, I always think, man, that'd be really cool to talk about, right? That'd be great for sports talk radio. It'd be great for social media. It'd put a ton of pressure on a team to have to decide, okay, we want this team, we want that team. And then, of course, you're sending the message, right? Oh, they think we suck. They think we're the easy opponent. And then another team gets all fired up. That, to me, would be the highest stakes decision. But right behind that, man, in hockey, when you challenge and if you're wrong, you give away a power play. And in this case, they had to decide to challenge the goal Vegas scored to take the lead 3-2 with 5 minutes to go. On the ice, they wave it off. Vegas decides to challenge, knowing full well if they win the challenge, they take a 3-2 lead. But if they lose the challenge, it's 2-2 and they're on a power play. And sure enough, they give them they lose the challenge and they got to take a 2-minute delay game penalty. And then Carolina scores and takes the lead on the power play. That is high-stakes stuff. That is a lot of pressure on that decision. It's a lot easier for an NBA coach to signal review and lose a timeout.
Yeah, but I wonder, too, do they take that if they're down 0-1? They're up 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, I think all those things factor in. And what would they have done? I don't know. I mean, once I saw it, I thought, why did they decide to challenge that? That seemed like a classic, whatever gets called in the moment is going to stand up. I mean, we see that in football, the call on the field, in basketball, the call on the court, here's the call on the ice. It didn't seem like there was anything definitive, and it did, even though you couldn't quite see, but all the angles suggested, he was laying on the puck, and someone started jamming the stick underneath him until they wedged the thing loose.
Yeah,
which doesn't seem safe, and he's in the crease. So they get the ice dyed the color, the blue. Then,
But yet, at the same time, they really didn't. You can argue that who's to say that Carolina wouldn't have scored anyway?
No,
they got the couple of goals. Then Vegas comes back right at the end.
When they score on the power play, the immediate assumption is, well, there's the winning goal. And back to my earlier point, you don't know. There's still a power play for Vegas to come, and they don't cash in, and then they pull a goaltender, and they do cash in, and then in overtime, as you described it, the laser, one time. There's still a lot to go. Yeah, and you're right. Something else could have happened. I mean, obviously, stuff was happening every 2 minutes. It was
the nature of this sport. You could have 2 or 3 goals in the span of 2 minutes.
Yep. So they play Game 3 tomorrow night. They go to Las Vegas. Puck drops at T-Mobile, 6 o'clock on ABC tomorrow night. Tonight, it's Game 2 of the NBA Finals. The Knicks win Game 1. Can they repeat it in Game 2? There's so many things that could change, PK. Everything looks definitive in the moment, but don't be a prisoner of the moment. The Knicks may win a different way, or something could go wrong. I mean, putting Karl Anthony Towns on Victor Wembanyama, and he had 4 fouls, but he didn't really get in foul trouble, and he had a really good game. Is he going to shoot the ball poorly, get exhausted at the defensive end? Is he going to get in foul trouble? Even if he does, will somebody else step in and defend well? Does Wemby go off and put a 30-10 game together? Does Fox hit shots? Because he didn't. I mean, there's a lot of ifs. There could be a lot of twists to this plot line tonight.
Yeah, I want to see Wembanyama get touches deeper in the offensive set, closer to the basket. And it's cool that he can shoot threes, and that's great. But I can get a 6'4" guy to do that too. Take advantage of what he has to offer. But this playoff in its entirety has been one of the more unpredictable ones, right? We think Oklahoma State, but Oklahoma City loses the first game. Oh no, but then they win. Then they go and they win in 2-1. San Antonio. They go up 2-1. Then they go up 3-2. And you're thinking, all right, and they've reestablished themselves, but no and no. And we've had 2 7 games on the road. The same thing with the Cleveland and Detroit series. They're not in the finals. I understand that. But that was, you're thinking, okay, now it's going to go in this direction, and it doesn't. There's reversal, and Cleveland does what it does. And then who expects Cleveland then to get swept? I would have bet a lot of cash that Cleveland wins at least one, and especially one. And I'm thinking, oh my, if I would have bet $10,000, say, all you need to do is to win Cleveland win one game, and you'll get 100,000. So I got 10-1 odds, right? And I'm sitting there in the first game, and it is in the fourth quarter.
You're thinking you're ready to collect your money.
I'm looking sweet, and yet it doesn't happen. I mean, come on, man, it's crazy. So I'm expecting nothing in terms of, well, this is going to happen because this already happened. No, I want to see it. And that's the part of what makes it fun, is I'm going to turn it on tonight. All right, what do you got? What is going to happen? What am I going to see? And I could come away at the end of the game thinking, wow, that's really surprising. Or, man, maybe the Knicks are just that good. You start winning 13 games in a row in the playoff and 8 games on the road. How many times has that been done? You're a history guy, man. You got to wow, now it's time. And don't forget, Jalen Brunson, this is the best free agent signing of all times. First of all, that's how I see it. That's Charles Barkley, the best free agent signing of all time.
After what? Which ones did he rule out? Durant and somebody else.
LeBron.
Oh, yeah, LeBron. It's the best of all time, except for those two. Wait a
minute.
Durant
and somebody else, and that somebody else is LeBron.
LeBron. I couldn't remember who it was because I was thinking Shaq, and he didn't say Shaq. And when he said it, when I heard it the first time, I was waiting for him to put Shaq in there. It's kind of a good get by the Lakers.
Sure. Yeah. Well, you can't take away the top 2 and then say it's
the best of all time. That was epic. That just
automatically you're saying it's the third best.
I know.
But that's Barkley. He talks in circles.
Yep.
He thinks he's profound. And really, he is an entertainer. And
I was entertained.
Don't try to be profound because that's not your way. You're funny and play to your strengths.
What we've had here in this playoff is this is the 15th and final playoff series. Do you know how many Game 7s we've had this year? I mean, there were so many, I had to look it up. I couldn't even count them all.
11.
5.
7.
5 Game 7s. And at the same time, we've had 4 sweeps. It's been feast or famine.
Yeah, well, you get sweeps in the earlier rounds. That's to be expected.
We've had to sweep in every round, though.
Right, but the majority of them is going to be earlier. That sweep in the conference final was a big-time surprise. 1 in the first, 2 in the second, and then 1 in the third. I never expect a sweep.
Yeah. When will we see Aaron Judge at the plate mashing a baseball 400 feet again? He's got a stress fracture in his ribs. He's out indefinitely. Undergo imaging to determine how much he has healed in 4 to 6 weeks. So in the right around the All-Star break, we'll get an update. But who knows what that update will be? That isn't necessarily, hey, we'll see you next week.
No. That's a significant blow.
And the Diamondbacks got a significant blow, didn't they? 431 feet. That's a shot. Majestic.
Yeah, they split with the Dodgers. Now, Ohtani, they did not play. How would you like, or he did not play. How would you like to go to the ballpark last night expecting to see Ohtani and he does not play? Ooh.
Don't like it, but on the other hand, I'm not expecting guys to play 162 either.
Oh, I understand that. But there was one time that when I was living here in Utah and I went during Big 12 or maybe Pac-12 media, or maybe it was even before that. Utah might have been in the WAC or Mountain West, I should say. And I just took the fam down to go to a Dodger game and I got tickets and Piazza didn't play. Okay, well, I get it. He's a catcher. He didn't play every game, but I was at that game.
Yeah. It looks like Shohei's played 57 games. They played 63. So he's basically playing 9 out of 10.
Yeah, and it was the day after he pitched in which he was on base 5 times and threw 6 innings. So I get it. Yeah, I understand that. I mean,
is it more a mental thing, though? Because he's DHing. So it's not, he's not going to run a lot if they DH him. But I guess that goes back to the mental part. He just needs a day off.
Well, I think that it's a situation where it's they're not trying to win every game. We talk about tanking where you're trying to lose every game, but aside from the NFL, there are plenty of times where in basketball, baseball, they're not trying to win. They may not be trying to lose, but they're not necessarily trying to win the way they normally would, but we overlook that.
My Padres are done with your Phillies, and it's about time since we're 0 for 6 and got outscored 22-11. Got swept again twice in 2 weeks. That was a good time.
Yeah, Machado going off, but then he said, hey, we'll get it. It's so long. They still have 100 games or so to play, so obviously they got one more season ahead of them than they do behind, and they do have some proven commodities, so I guess we'll have to see. But, they were flying. They were like the Cubs in a sense. They were flying high for a while, and now they've come on hard times.
Manny Machado's below the Mendoza line. He's hitting 174. I'm not surprised he's upset.
Yeah, his power numbers are not that bad, though. But
he has 11 home runs. He's got 11 homers. Yeah. So, all right, DJ and PK, it's 97. Although I'm looking at his slugging percentage now, it is below 400. That's not good. All right, DJ and PK, when we come back, your feedback next. Explanations, Jalen Brunson. Why was he a second-round draft pick? We'll get to that next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here.
Don't go nowhere.
Welcome to This is Chase Scott and Ben Anderson.
Covers the Grizzlies for the Daily Memphian. He's Drew Hill.
I know there are differences in Memphis between regular season Jaren and playoff Jaren. And what did Grizzlies fans see from Jaren in the biggest games in the playoffs?
I thought it was a great trade for the Jazz. Jaren was not only one of the best players on the Grizzlies, but was also just one of the best people in the locker room. Like, the leadership skills were there for sure. He's going to have games where he's awesome, and then he's going to have some of these games games in the playoffs where he's going to leave a little bit to be desired. The Grizzlies thought that they had a player that might be capable of being a number one on a playoff team, and I don't think he quite got to that point for them where they could trust that he was dependable enough in the postseason that you could sit back, give him the ball late in games, and he'd be able to get you bucket. It never really transpired that way.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Picture this. You pull into your driveway, and for the first time in a long time, you love what you see. Beautiful new siding, bright, energy-efficient windows, gutters that protect your home year-round, and a deck that makes the backyard feel brand new. Not someday, not after one more year. With RGS Exteriors, the home you've been wanting can start today.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. Sweden is the leading European tech innovator by many measures, but it is also giving up screens in schools. Yes, going back to books. Whether or not this is a good idea is not for me to say, but it's clear that every time we embrace a new technology, we let go of something. Research says that current technology creates less social confidence, more anxiety about work, and a blurring of work and family values. Yes, we're more productive, but we sleep less and have higher stress. In my world, the cell phone has all but killed dinner conversation. Texting has killed voice conversation. AI brings targeted information fast, so I don't need to call my friends for advice or information. We can't put the genie of technology back into the bottle, but we can learn to manage it better. Learn more about the human side of enterprise with an MBA from Utah State University. Go to utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, oh, I was there. That's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Can you read my thoughts? I'm not sure what I said. I feel dumb and long night.
Time for your feedback. Question of the morning. Austin H. says the Jazz do not yet have a general consensus of opinion on the player to draft and the number 2 pick. Sound about right with 3 weeks to go? Don, are they ever going to reach consensus? I mean, you have an owner who literally invested in AJ and a scout who's very invested in Boozer, and then you have the fact that Peterson's probably the best player. It's a rough call, and you're never going to have 100% agreement on it. Well, we've heard about those scenarios before. You try to build consensus, and at the end, if you don't have consensus, the person in charge makes a pick. There you go.
Okay, who's in charge then?
Bum, bum, bum. Austin goes to make the pick, and Danny slaps his hand away.
Well, Ryan Smith has said many times, if there's a strong feeling by these guys, I'm going with these guys. Mm-hmm. And that's great. But has there ever been an owner in this situation where a kid is playing at your school and he chose to go to your school, which is way unusual to begin with, and the way he's represented the faith about as well as anybody who's not of the faith, right? I think we can agree with that, with the way he's embraced it and talked about taking a Book of Mormon class, and there was video of him touring the temple and one of the open houses and all that stuff. So everybody feels good about his respect for it, and that's your alma mater, and you have at least at some level contributed. This is a crazy confluence of situations. If it comes to that the Bonsa's on the board, wherever the Jazz draft, what do they do? What does he do? Because at that moment, Ryan Smith, that's the moment of truth. Do I interject myself? Or maybe he doesn't have to. Maybe the folks that he has empowered say, we're going with him. And he says, yeah, great. But if they don't, does he get in the way of them, overrule them? I don't think it'll come to that. And I'm creating a scenario that I don't think will actually play out. But just for radio's sake, that's sort of fascinating.
But it's a scenario that's happened in other times in other places.
Not to this level.
Okay, but it's always a big deal when it happens at the level you're at, right? I mean, it's happened with the Jazz over a pick, 13, pick 20. There wasn't I've heard the story. There wasn't unity between Frank and Scott over Karl Malone. Well, and he was sliding, and they couldn't figure out why. Well, it was because they hadn't been lied to. That's why. Everybody in front of him got lied to by Karl's college coach. He was mad that Karl was leaving, and they hadn't, and they were trying to figure it out in real time. And in that situation, from what I've heard, Frank's just like, Scott, you've done the homework, make the pick, but this doesn't make any sense. And then later on, they went back because they wanted to know, and they eventually found out. And Scott did the right thing. Scott said, my homework says we should pick him. So they did. And it turned out to be the right call.
Bravo.
But, man, in the moment, are you sure?
But they don't have that personal – they had no personal connection.
The personal connection is an interesting twist. You don't usually get to spend this much time with someone in college before you have a chance to draft them in the pros and have them this well thought of in this deep a draft. You're right. It's an unusual confluence of events here.
And he's a, quote, local kid?
Yeah. Zachary says, Austin sounds like an Ainge doing business. Nice.
Oh, he is. There's no question about
right?
that. He's a savvy guy. I think the world of Austin Ainge. I got no problem saying that.
Michael says consensus. They may never have that. Who's in charge? Maybe that's what it comes down to at the end. And Austin did say, Danny and I argue about players every day. That's where they got a little jersey in them. And I know Danny's actually an Oregon guy, right? But he's got a little jersey in him. I mean,
they spent a lot of time in Boston.
They love that. And when he says players, it's not just these players. It's veterans on their roster, veterans on other rosters, guys who are going to be pick 20 and pick 30. Then
as a fan, I want that. I want them to be debating left and right, back and forth, up and down. That's how you're going to get more knowledge. Well, I love debating with Locke whether DeBonsa is good enough or not. I mean, come on.
Get the deep dive, get the juices flowing, figure more stuff out.
I'm not going to think otherwise unless I hear from somebody whom I respect.
We're going to the summer games next. Scotty G and the coach taking over after the break from Cedar City. Stay with us.
Party time!
You have a great weekend, okay, buddy? Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Has your doctor told you it's time to lose weight? Is your blood pressure up? Your cholesterol keeps climbing? Or you're already on medication and wondering, is this just my life now? Been told you need a procedure or surgery but have to lose weight first? That's where most people get stuck. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, prepackaged meals, or extreme workouts. But more importantly, we help you keep it off so you're not stuck wondering what problem is next. Imagine lowering your blood pressure, improving your health, and taking pressure off your joints. Because if nothing changes, it's more medication or bigger problems down the road, especially if you have a family history of health issues or feeling the effects of getting older.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free consultation and take control of your health. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see the legendary Ross Stewart at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Tuesday, June 19th. Great seats still available at LiveNation.com. Get your tickets today and listen to the KSL Sports Zone Wednesday for your chance to win.
DJ, PK, and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, spring is here. That means engagement season is officially underway. If you're thinking about popping a question, this is your sign.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, spring is always a favorite time of year. We are honored to help couples find the ring that starts their forever story. So whether you're looking for something timeless and classic or completely custom and one of a kind, we'll walk you through the process step by step. We take the time to understand your style, your story, and of course your budget, because the perfect ring should feel like a reflection of you. So from selecting the right diamond, from natural or lab grown, to choosing the setting that brings it to life, we're here to make it simple and meaningful. So this spring, make your proposal unforgettable. Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh, or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. And let's create a moment that she'll never forget.
Visit J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or start your search online at jbrooksjewelers.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvan. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, it's 10 a.m. and this is Utah's best sports radio.
Say my name.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeCaux, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hanging on, holding to the end of the ride. Roller coaster rolling out of bed outside. Squeeze and let it go. Squeeze until the scream and cry. Wait until the ghost.
Let's get it, folks. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, Tim Lacombe, every day from 10 to 2. And it's always kind of nice going out on the road. But now we're down in Cedar City. It's it's always fun coming down here to the Utah Summer Games. Been down here a few times. John Oglesby does a tremendous job running the thing down here. I've known John for like 15, 16 years. And does a tremendous job. Cedar City, tremendous community. And they're going to have about 11,000 athletes coming through here over the next several weeks.
I've been so impressed with just the atmosphere. We stayed in town last night, and just the extra things that are done to make it special. And we talked with John. We'll talk with him again, but former basketball coach and, doing a heck of a job in his third year running this whole thing down here for Utah Summer Games.
So, and by the way, if you think that it's too late for you to get involved, it's not. You can just drive on down here. They've got so many sports that are available. You can bring your team down and get signed up and ready to go. And the opening ceremony is coming up tonight, and those are really cool. So even if you just want to hang out and check out the opening ceremonies, again, coming up tonight here on the campus of Southern Utah University. So you were able to hang out in Cedar City last night.
Yeah, we found our way down. We stopped, so we left the show, and what a cool thing that was yesterday, the Give-a-thon. Met some amazing people with incredible stories, and then got on the road and went to Hank's graduation, his preschool graduation, my grandson, and then we jumped in the car and headed down, and, of course, the obligatory stop to see our friends at Bar W Beef. We chose the grill this time.
Yeah.
Because we were, wanted to get down here, so... But, man, the steakhouse looked great, and it was packed. There were people there. They're definitely picking up what we're putting down.
Oh,
That parking lot was full.
That place is hopping. And, in fact, I came down this morning, and I was driving by there. It was about 6:30. I was like, if they were open, I'd grab a burger right now. I absolutely would tear through a burger.
They need like a breakfast burger.
I know.
Come on, Bart.
I actually think they are open. I think it's 7 or something like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, we got a lot to get to. Austin Ainge hopping on with Ben Anderson and David James filling in for Jake Scott. Some interesting nuggets of information there. Let's get to it. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's time to kick off the show with the biggest headlines of the day. This is your starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So we are now about 2.5 weeks away from the NBA draft coming up later on in the month. And I thought Ben brought up a good point. We're kind of at the halfway point between the lottery and the draft. And so the Jazz have known for about 2.5 weeks that they'd be picking at number 2. Guys are coming in and their super secret workouts. The dinners are being held. The interviews are being held. I don't think there's too much crazy workouts going on. It's more just about the meet and greet, don't you think?
Yeah. The basketball part of this is a piece for sure, but it's more of a piece if you're drafting down a ways. These guys can really play, so you're obviously gonna have them go through it because you want to see it with your own eyes. But then those meetings, the interviews, the social gatherings, those things are very, very important because that's your one time to sit there face to face prior to making your choice.
So make no mistake, the Jazz, I think, are open for everybody at this point. And when I say everybody, I don't think the Jazz have locked in on one guy saying, that's our guy. If he's at number 2, we're going with him. I think the Jazz are exploring every option between A.J. DeBonsa, Darren Peterson, and Cameron Boozer. But the big story on Darren Peterson has been health, and I thought it was interesting. While not specifically talking about Darren Peterson, Ben Anderson had a really fascinating back and forth with Austin Ainge about how the NBA and these players disclose injuries.
Something % of it. There's sometimes some tests that are sent out to other labs and things that are coming in. But yes, we have most everything.
And then what's the step from there? You give it to your doctors, or the NBA's doctors tell you what to think? How does that work?
No, it's we just get access to the records and the results. They'll do MRIs, they'll do blood tests, they'll do X-rays, they'll do histories, they'll do hands-on evaluations, right? That guys can do. So then our doctors, our team of doctors, will review it and then seek specialist advice when needed. Right. So if there's something outside their area of expertise or they want a little more help on, they can go find whatever worldwide expert that we want to help us make a decision.
So I thought this was interesting that the NBA is the one that conducts all the pre-draft medical stuff. So these guys aren't going into every individual team and doing individual MRIs and X-rays and all this other stuff. The NBA will do all of that and then disclose all of that information to all of the teams. And so it's coming from one source. And then Austin Ames will give that information to their doctors. He said that they've got about 95% of what they need. There's another couple tests that they're still waiting on results from. But then that gives the Jazz doctors plenty of time to go over everything. But make no mistake, this isn't about A.J. DeBonsa. This isn't about Cameron Boozer. This is about Darren Peterson. And when you talk about specialists in other fields getting involved, I got to imagine the creatine and the back spasms and the the seizures or whatever the heck he was talking about. That's going to be under a microscope for the Jazz.
Oh, for sure, and that's what they want to get. I guess more than anything resolved in their minds. I thought the interesting point there when Ben said, so then they kind of tell you what it means, and no, we send you the information, your doctors. Right? So it is a comprehensive history. Obviously, we'll deal with the creatine, and they'll be able to just give that to an expert. And it's crazy to me that as I sat here and thought about it, but yeah, you need to see. It's like buying a car.
Yeah,
you need to see what's under the hood. You need to see the MRIs to see, what are we looking at down the road? Is there anything here that's scary for us? So it is such an in-depth process. But I thought that I don't know. It's interesting that even at this point, there's still things being discovered about it. But from what I've heard through the grapevine, the issue is not something that would prevent them from taking him. I do believe they've gotten to that point.
The other interesting element to all of this too is the fact that Austin Ames would go on to say that they right now do not have a consensus on who they're going to pick. Here's Austin Ames talking about how that is still very much in the air.
It does. I would say less than further down in the draft. But it does happen. We're trying to force ourselves to keep an open mind. Like, don't get locked in until we have all the information. Make sure we're processing everything correctly. We're almost fighting a consensus or a predetermination. We're trying to make sure we go through it as thoroughly as possible before we lock in. So I would say there's always a blink reaction when we get the pick. All right, we're going to do this, and then but we're trying not to do that on purpose. I do think that we are fighting groupthink. We're fighting media narratives. We're fighting that, and then that's part of the reason we use analytics, because those are dispassionate and not human, and so we use those to check ourselves a lot and keep ourselves grounded. So we'll use all the tools we have, and you guys can picture a room full of guys and girls that spend all their life and all their hours watching these games and trying to figure out these players. Like, we don't have a consensus in our rooms, right? Like, there's arguments. My dad and I fight every day about stuff, about players. I mean, Coach Hardy and I spend a lot of time talking through it and picturing how it would work with this guy and that guy. And there's a lot of opinions and I work with a lot of smart people and we're all just trying to share and grow and learn and somehow come together at the end.
I love the line, we're fighting groupthink, we're fighting media narratives. And because everybody kind of gets stuck in their head how the draft's going to go, and then it just becomes commonplace. And teams can sometimes get sucked into that. NBA general managers can get sucked into that. I mean, Austin Ainge like, hey, we're fighting that. And we want to make sure we keep an open mind and we have everything on the table. And we're not ready to lock in our board. We're not even close to locking in our board yet. And that's the right mentality to have for the Jazz.
It's interesting because you talk about those guys sitting around a room, and first of all, you've got really solid people with a crazy good background. I'm talking about, just the guys that we talk about all the time, Danny and Austin, obviously Justin, and then you get Ryan in there. Obviously, there's all the scouts, so everybody's got a tact, and everybody's got what they feel like is the best thing. And so at the end of the day, that room's going to just be full of opinion. And I think the way you temper some of it, like he said, is analytics can be the tiebreak because it is not emotional. As long as you understand, the numbers all make sense. But that reminded me of recruiting sometimes.
Well, I was just going to compare that. Like sometimes you're in a room and are you deciding whether you're going to offer a kid, and you got to sell it because you believe in him, and head coach or another assistant's like, yeah, I'm not seeing what you're seeing, and you got to sell it.
Well, and sometimes you got to step back and say, am I selling this because I'm going to get the kudos, right? And so there's so much to this, but I think track record is really important when you look at things. And the one thing that the Ainge group, that our front office will not be schnookered, and certainly they're going to do their due diligence, and I'll give you 3 examples. Do I need to mention the name Jason Tatum and Markelle Fultz? Okay. You talk about mock drafts. It was pretty much like we're seeing right now. Tatum was the second or third in most everything. Fultz was the first. Danny did enough intel to understand what was going on, and he made that deal. Jaylen Brown. Okay. Jaylen Brown, when that pick was made, the Garden booed.
Yeah.
They booed. Like, they didn't want the guy, but the numbers told a really great story. And even when they took him, I thought, man, that's a little bit high. But, obviously knew what they were doing. And then the third one is, and this one's, this isn't that high-level guy, but it just shows you their ability how to build a team and finish a team. They saw Peyton Pritchard. They loved Peyton Pritchard. I mean, I remember Danny telling me that year about how tough that dude was. I just love him. I went up to you, and he bloodied his whole face diving for a ball in the game against Utah at the Huntsman Center. So they don't have a pick, toward the end of the first round, that draft. And so what do? They trade in. And he's not even on the mock drafts in the first round. And they take him because they want him. They know they wanted him, and they got him. So there are 3 examples where everybody else was saying one thing, and they knew what they wanted, but not knew what they wanted, they knew what they needed.
Yeah.
Right? They understood that was the pick.
I thought David Locke brought up a really good point because you can draft for next year, you can draft for 2 years, but what you really need to be doing is drafting a guy that you anticipate will be the best player on your team in 5 years. If you're drafting number 2 overall, that guy, either between him or Ace or the combination of the two, need to be the best players on your team 5 years from now.
So look at Wemby's track, right?
Yep.
What year is he in? 3.
Is it 2 or 3?
3,
it's 3,
right?
yeah.
And so I would even say it could happen in 3. I mean, look at what Harper's doing this year in his first year. Castle's in his second year. So, yeah, you're taking this pick right here. But, like, when the Jazz drafted Ace, at 5, they're having huge expectations for him in year 2, 3, 4. This guy, obviously, this needs to be your best player. Because what this player is going to do is they're going to extend that rookie window out from this group, and then they'll kind of be the torchbearer going forward. So this is vital that they get it right. But is it weird that I'm kind of happy that there's not a consensus?
Oh, I'm thrilled with that.
Because I can't find one either.
Yeah.
So I thought I was crazy.
No, and I think you're right. And honestly, look, Austin Ainge is not going to come on the radio and tell us, guess what? I'm not going to tell you who our guy is, but if that guy's at 2, we know who we're taking. Like, he's never going to say that. But honestly, the conversations you've had and the conversation I've had, the Jazz are, in fact, keeping a very open mind. Now, there are some in the organization that lean one way, another that lean another. And so they're going to come to a consensus, but they're not at that point yet where they're still gathering a lot of data. They're still running through a lot of mock simulations. They're looking at the analytics, but it's not just analytics. There's a lot of eyeball tests. There's so much that's going into this. The Jazz are not close to deciding who their guy is.
No, and they don't have to be.
No, nor should they.
They don't have to be. And all this time will be spent kind of sharpening the pencil and making sure when they do make the pick that it's in the vein of a Tatum or a Brown or a Pritchard, somebody that's going to come in here and is going to fit and is going to be able to, do what they want them to do, not just now, but down the road as well.
I thought there was an interesting thing, and we don't have the cut on it, but Ben asked Austin about who goes out to dinner. Who are the guys that are at dinner? And Austin said, we don't want to overwhelm, so we're not bringing everybody in on that. But he said me, Jay-Z. He mentioned Will Hardy, obviously, and then an interesting one, Carlos Boozer is in the mix on that.
Wow!
And I think you've got a former Jazz man who realized how good he had it in Salt Lake City when he left Salt Lake City. And I think as an ambassador to the program, I think that's pretty important to have somebody be like, yeah, you know what? I left for, Chicago, and it never was the same for me. My career was never the same. Salt Lake's awesome. This coaching staff's awesome. The front office, I chose to come back here and be a part of this. Now, again, you can read between the lines and say, well, what does that mean about Cam Boozer if Carlos is in those?
Can you hear Carlos? This kid was, I think we should go with this kid.
Yeah, you know what? I've done a little research. I went back and looked at his high school tape. And,
his dad was a really good player.
But honestly, they don't want to overwhelm these guys. It's let's feel like just a bunch of dudes sitting around eating a high-priced steak and talking ball and seeing who this guy really is.
I wish we knew where they went. So they probably get the private room, though,
Oh, yeah. Do you think they cater? Yeah, they're probably not.
Or maybe they just eat it right there in the facility and have chef.
Yeah, that's
chef cook
true.
it up.
Yeah, those guys can cook as well as anybody.
I had some great food over there. Just wandered in and maybe I'll have a plate of this.
Oh, prime rib for brunch? Sure. Yeah.
And then they're like, hey, get back out there and mop that floor. I'm actually not with that crew.
Yeah, no.
I know the hair and everything, but.
So honestly, it's going to be a fascinating next couple of weeks here for the Utah Jazz. What direction they decide to go, you can't go wrong either way. I honestly think that Boozer's going to be fantastic. I think DeBonsa obviously will be fantastic, and I think Darren Peterson will be too. I don't see a Darko out of that bunch.
No, I don't either. But then I guess nobody saw the Darko before the Darko. Yeah. So you do your work. I mean, you got to be Darko proof.
Yes, you don't want to be the guy who took Darko.
Or Sam Bowie. I mean, let's go down the list.
Greg
Foles, Greg Oden.
Although every GM would have taken Greg Oden over Kevin Durant.
Yeah, at that time.
Yeah.
Although, if you get into the medical stuff, you might have a few questions.
Well, that's true. But I remember, that Chet Holmgren. Now, granted, Chet just got obliterated by Wemby in the playoffs, but Chet Holmgren's had a really good NBA. He's a max player, and he's earned that. And yet there were a lot of question marks on his medical, obviously, coming into the draft. And Oklahoma City rolled the dice. And outside of a playoff series against San Antonio, it's paid off for him.
Yeah, it is a crazy time, and there's so much money in this.
That's the thing. It's an investment.
So much money in this. I was looking at Oklahoma City's payroll, and basically I think it has 4 or 5 years on the books rolling, and they're into they have $1 billion owed in that period of time. So it was fun while it lasted, Oklahoma City kind of being quick and efficient. But now I don't know what they're going to do with Chester. That's going to be a big one. And maybe the question is he just goes in and has some resolve and gets better in those situations. But they're toting around a pretty price tag for that cat.
It's not going to be easy.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. So and good luck. And right now his trade value isn't particularly high either.
No, but I'll tell you whose trade value, if they would be on the market to be high, it'd be this guy to my right.
John Oglesby. High trade value.
This dude is making things happen.
Blue chipper. Yes, absolutely. How you doing, my guy?
You know what, gentlemen? It is a honor and pleasure doesn't even begin to describe it, to be on the air with both of you guys.
By the way.
His sarcasm knows no bounds.
A best intern of all time.
And a basketball coach, so that's why he sat on this side. We're going to team up on you.
And the funny thing is, Tim, I got to say, is like my coaching days were pretty limited because I mainly was just a play-by-play guy working with elite coaches and people around me. So I was just kind of a water guy.
Yeah,
That's
no,
kind of my gig,
I highly doubt that.
Yeah.
You're way too capable. Now, you took this job. This is your third year here.
Third year, yep.
And tell us the great things that are going on. We said 11,000 athletes coming through. I was here last night, and you've done such a great job preparing the city. Everything looks so great.
Well, I think the big thing is people want to be part of a big experience, right? They want to have a first-class experience wherever they go. And so I think the real crux of the Utah Summer Games is we're trying to create that unique Olympic experience for every single person that participates in our program. Whatever the sport, whatever the age, whatever the experience, we want to make sure it's first class across the way. And so whether it's entertainment, whether it's having folks like you guys here that help elevate our event, elevate our coverage for athletes, entertainment, it kind of knows no bounds. We want to be the best that we can be and provide the best experience we can.
And you want to partner with the best, and you got a longtime Raiders fan here in Tim, and I know the Raiders are a big part of what you guys do here.
Raiders have become a massive part of what we're doing the last couple of years. Where we sit, one of our unique competitive advantages is Cedar City's right in the middle between Salt Lake and Las Vegas. So for us, we're a great space for athletes from both the Las Vegas Valley and the Wasatch Front to be able to compete. The Raiders have a well-known vested interest in growing not only football, but particularly flag football development in the state of Utah. And we've been a great place for them to be able to jump off, hold events, have a partner that knows the state really well and is able to create an elite experience. We also share a commitment to excellence, I would say. And it's some tally that one up for those of you scoring at home.
Boom.
And
Lloyd's off today, but he would appreciate it.
No, I know
that.
Lloyd.
Yeah.
That was a drop for Lloyd wherever he's at.
He would have honked you.
Yeah.
And for me, but that is true. You know, we have a shared identity of what we're trying to do, and it's been a fun partnership.
How many sports will be played in the summer games?
So we have 36 sports, but over almost 50 bracketed competitions. So you're looking at everything from, your large youth club sports, basketball, soccer, volleyball, softball, baseball, etc., down to, really niche sports. We had cornhole last night. But I think it's what it is
Scotty,
it's a place
you should stick around. What's the entry fee for that one?
I'm not a particularly good cornhole.
I don't know. I feel like this may be your time, but sorry.
The entry for Scotty generally is always waived, right?
Yeah,
That's
of course.
kind of the rule wherever you go.
I'm getting used to that.
Yeah,
I didn't realize
it's part
the
of the
highway
gig.
patrol gave him an escort down here today at 5:30.
It was the chopper this time. That's not a big deal.
Yeah. But, I think what it really rolls back to, Tim, is the idea of just like, again, there's a lot of people that just love to compete. We all love competition. That's why we're all in the business of what we're doing, right? And so we want to create an elite venue for people in a lot of different spaces to have great competition and have a good time doing it.
John Oglesby, Executive Director of the Larry H. Miller, Gail Miller Utah Summer Games here at Cedar City on the campus of Southern Utah University. So a lot of people are listening like, okay, well, I got to put that in my calendar for next year. No, you can. There's still spots to come down and compete right now.
Yeah, we got a variety of sports coming up the next 3 weekends, even after this weekend. Some of our big ones. We got an outdoor volleyball tournament. First time we've hosted it in a long time at the end of the month. There's just a lot of great spaces to come down, come and participate, be a part of the community, see what we have to offer, and have a great experience along the way.
If somebody's going to that opening ceremonies tonight, what are they going to expect?
What they're going to expect tonight, Scotty, and I'm super excited about this, is a celebration not just of the Utah Summer Games, but I think really a celebration of sports the last 40 years in the state of Utah, which has been pretty prolific, right? We've all been have experience in our unique parts of that, but they're going to see how this small sports festival evolved into one of the largest events of its kind anywhere in the country. In terms of an official state games, they're going to get to experience. We're very much thrown back to the 80s in terms of our experience tonight, so we'll have an 80s cover band that is going to be pretty good, and great fireworks show, great family entertainment. It's going to be a great experience tonight, and what we're hopeful to do is to tell the story of where we've been the last 40 years, talk about what we're doing now, and then keep people focused on the future, because we think the future is brighter than ever.
Party like it's 1986, huh?
That's kind of the goal.
87, 88? I mean, that's Party Hounds
And that's why we invited you guys here, because we felt you would fit in on all three parts of that vibe we're trying to
We're
solid
Gen Xers, yeah, for sure.
No, you guys are ready
and
to go.
I'm an alum of the Summer Games. I played back in the 80s.
And that is right there, to me, what is fun because I get met by people all over the state. We've got NBA All-Stars who are alums of the Summer Games. We've got Olympic medalists. We've got tremendous radio personalities. We got people like me. You know, we've kind of got the whole spectrum of people that have participated in the Summer Games. And again, I think that's what makes it such a uniquely Utah summer tradition. Is just
even high-level executives.
High-level executives.
That's
okay,
you.
we can debate on that in another segment. But,
Come on, John.
No, it's a place where everybody can find their opportunity to compete and have a great experience.
But honestly, there could be somebody that competed every year of all 40 years because
we have had those.
Because those age divisions, like if you want to be in your 70s, there's probably a division where you can compete.
I can with certainty guarantee that we will have a 4-year-old compete in track this year. And I know for certain that we will have somebody in their late 80s compete in track.
How
cool is
like
that?
Adults, the old guys come down here and play basketball, right?
Oh,
like
yeah.
The old man
the old
strength.
man's. I love that. I mean, there's a group that would play every morning when at BYU in a building like this up there, and I'd work a guy out or something and walk by, and gosh dang, I mean, they would move very good, but they were trying.
No,
and it was physical.
Oh yeah,
it was a bludgeoning match.
Yeah, you get some sharp bows once you get up to that age. And but again, it's the fun of it is we love seeing families, we love seeing people still be able to be at whatever the best is at whatever their stage of life they're at. To get to try to reach that goal is pretty cool.
To find out more about events, the schedule, signing up, what's the website?
UtahSummerGames.org. You can go there to find out our entire calendar, list of events. We also have a coverage of events is there going on as well. And then link to buy opening ceremony tickets there as well.
Love it. UtahSummerGames.org. Highly recommend you come down tonight and check out the opening ceremonies. They do everything first class here. It's the Utah Summer Games here at Southern Utah University. Executive Director John Oglesby, not only the executive director, but not only a veteran of the Utah Summer Games, a veteran of the zone, as he was an intern back in the day. Actually, you interned at KFAN, right?
I did.
It was KFAN.
I did.
Yeah.
But I consider myself.
It's the zone
I
family.
consider myself on the friends and family list.
Yeah,
of the
for
zone
sure, absolutely.
and use that.
See,
sometimes.
coaching, interning. I mean, what if now you're? I mean, you've passed me up now.
I've done it all.
I used to have an executive position, but it didn't take.
And you know what, Tim? That's because you're a man of the people.
I am.
That's why the people love tuning in 10 to 2 every day on the zone, Monday through Friday.
You're my guy.
Look at that. Nice.
That's my guy.
John Oglesby, come on down, UtahSummerGames.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to. This is Chase Scott and Ben Anderson.
Covers the Grizzlies for the Daily Memphian. He's Drew Hill.
I know there are differences in Memphis between regular season Jaren and playoff Jaren. And what did Grizzlies fans see from Jaren in the biggest games in the playoffs?
I thought it was a great trade for the Jazz. Jaren was not only one of the best players on the Grizzlies, but was also just one of the best people in the locker room. Like, the leadership skills were there for sure. He's going to have games where he's awesome, and then he's going to have some of these games in the playoffs where he's going to leave a little bit to be desired. The Grizzlies thought that they had a player that might be capable of being a number one on a playoff team, and I don't think he quite got to that point for them where they could trust that he was dependable enough in the postseason that you could sit back, give him the ball late in games, and he'd be able to get you bucket. It never really transpired that way.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Have you ever looked in the mirror and just didn't feel like yourself anymore? Maybe your clothes didn't fit the way they used to, or you don't like how you look in them. Honestly, it's more than that. It's how you feel walking into a room, avoiding photos, skipping events, not feeling as confident at work or even with your spouse. Over time, that starts to wear on you. But here's the truth. Losing weight is one thing. Feeling confident again and keeping it off, that's what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, crazy workouts, or prepackaged meals. More importantly, we show you how to keep the weight off so you can feel comfortable in your clothes, confident going out, and actually like what you see in the mirror again.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free weight loss consultation and start to feel confident again. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary. cranberry.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Get ready for bigger action, faster rides, and edge-of-your-seat thrills. The Ute Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bulls returning to Utah, July 8th through 11th. See elite athletes compete in PRCA rodeo showmanship with some of sport's biggest payouts. Buckle up for Extreme Bulls, delivering Utah's ultimate showdown. New dates, bigger crowds, limited tickets. Don't miss it. Secure yours now at UtestampedeRodeo.com. That's UtestampedeRodeo.com.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Les Olson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe.
Now I know y'all are tripping.
Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, Tim Lacombe. We are down here in beautiful Cedar City. You cannot ask for a better day. This is a Chamber of Commerce day. I don't know if John's walking away. I don't know if you remember the weather last year. We got rain. It was nasty. But then the clouds opened up right in time for the closing or the opening ceremonies. So this year you don't have to worry about any of that. It's going to be a beautiful day down here in Cedar City. So can't ask for a better place. This is on the old Gerard family retirement area circles.
Is it really?
Yeah, like I would love to live here in Cedar City.
I mean, there's a ton of property out here.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I kept walking around.
And it's really cheap, too, from what I hear.
Yeah. I don't know that that's true. I don't know that that's true anywhere anymore, man.
No, not in Utah. Wow. Things are getting out of hand.
Should have been forward thinking.
I know. Hey, game 2 last night, NHL. You were watching it. I was watching that sucker as well, and it looked like Vegas was on their way to a 2-0 lead. And here comes Carolina, reeling them back in and then getting the OTW.
Crazy that have that game go 2-0 for them to score 3 goals in the third, and then with Vegas just finds a way to be a fly in the ointment. They able to force it overtime, but Carolina holds them off, and that's not a real big surprise.
No,
I did feel like that they would win one there, and did it kind of in a dramatic fashion. It's hard to expend all that energy in one quarter.
You know what I realized? I did not bring a Diet Coke. We hit the over in that thing.
Yeah, I was a little disappointed, but I brought my Mountain Dews.
Okay, Monday you will have.
I am not a scorekeeper. You selfish. No.
I don't hold a long memory on that stuff. Yeah, no. I just realized that right now. I gotta give myself some reminders on that stuff.
I'm gonna get in the car and say, Scotty, forgot the Coke, babe.
Can you believe it? I got stuck drinking this stuff.
No, this is I stopped today and they didn't have. So this is second for me. This is Mountain Dew is where I go.
So
second.
you won't go Coke Zero.
They didn't have Coke Zero either.
Oh, really?
So I would have had to do Diet Pepsi, and that is against my better principles.
All right. You got to hear me out on this one, okay?
Okay.
Pepsi Zero. Not bad.
Really?
Yeah.
I think Pepsi tastes like floor liniment.
Just give my Pepsi Zero a chance.
Okay. I'll give it one try.
One try. Just one little sip, and if it's not working out for you, then toss it. It's no big deal. But I despise Diet Pepsi as well. Pepsi Zero, pretty good. All right, but look, now that we are knee-deep in hockey here, and you start to really figure out the nuances of the game, I loved everything about every second of that game last night.
Well, they're so fun. I mean, you can feel it. I said it last week, but it's my favorite playoffs to watch are the Major League Baseball playoffs.
Yeah.
Because if you got a team, because it doesn't matter every pitch, you're just kind of, hang this over the plate, and all the throwovers you're hoping don't go crazy. And so, I mean, you're just on the edge of your seat. It seems like the entire game, and it's a slow-paced game, so it's weird. Hockey, I kind of feel the same thing, but I told you, with 52 seconds left and we had that lead, I was in the fetal position on the floor.
Yeah.
I was rolling around like I was at a Pentecostal church on a Sunday afternoon. And it didn't help.
And it didn't come through for us.
It's Friday, dude.
I know. We got to let loose. We're in Cedar City. Come on, let's have some fun.
We're far enough away from the overlords.
Yeah, we won't have Nate, and Lloyd's off.
Oh, yeah, Oz is out of town.
Yeah, so we're totally fine. But I looked at that game last night, and I thought, holy smokes, is this Vegas train about to continue on, just blowing through Colorado, and then going up 2-0 against Carolina. And at that point, because I was kind of wavering on the fence a little bit, whether or not I was going to be like, hey, Vegas, won the Stanley Cup. That was great. Utah gave them the best challenge in any series that they had this year, so you can take a little away from that. I'm not on that train anymore. I want Vegas to lose, and I want them to lose badly. Like, I now have a certain level of hatred in my heart for the Vegas Golden Knights. Because when they were up 2-0, and I thought, my goodness, they might reel off 8 in a row to win a Stanley Cup. That is completely unacceptable. When they fire their coach 7 games before the end of the season, Utah has them on the ropes, and then they catch fire. No, I want no part of it. So, yes, I am fully in the Carolina mode right now, and I was jumping up and down at least as much as I can. I'm like Rick Majerus, when Van Horn hit the shot. Yeah.
They were able. They slowed the video down and did sports science on that one.
Got a piece of paper underneath there?
No, it was actually a teeny bit. So here's your piece of paper. It was it was a credit card.
Oh, okay.
So he got a little bit. Coach, one of his favorite quotes was, son, you act like you got the carte blanche. Like kids would know what a carte blanche card was. You play like you got carte blanche card. So,
by the way,
a credit card's apt.
Old school plastic, not one of those new metal cards. They're
no, those plastic ones that bent in your pocket.
Yeah.
If the sun was just right, it might melt it.
And you sometimes had to use it to get into your college apartment because the door was locked and you didn't have a key, so you had to jimmy it with a credit card.
Credit card, and then got to go to the. It wasn't as easy to go to the bank and just have them print you one either.
Oh, I know. You got to wait. Yeah,
that was like 6-8 weeks, and we'll get that thing to you.
Yeah. So that's a problem. But no, I'm all Carolina. I'm all Hurricanes. I know we're really close to Vegas right now, and I got to be very careful because I'm sure there are some Vegas Golden Knight fans within earshot of me right now. But I can't do it. I can't do it.
I hate to break it to you, but I think Vegas is going to win it.
I think you're right.
It kind of looks, I don't know, I know that Carolina was able to, maybe that momentum.
Carolina stole one last night.
They stole one.
They stole it.
Yeah. They've basically knighted the Knights.
I don't think Carolina won that game. I think Vegas lost that game.
That I agree. I mean, it was when you have that thing in your control, and man, but I will say Vegas did at least fight and get that goal to send it to overtime because it could have really ended poorly. They give up 3 and don't even score. So, but it didn't take long in overtime. A couple minutes in, let's send everybody home.
Turn out the lights. The party's over. But so now the series shifts back to Vegas for games 3 and 4, but Vegas did all they needed to do. They split. They got that split on the road, and now it's go time. Down in Las Vegas. Can't wait. And then, of course, we'll have game number 2 of the NBA playoffs coming up as well. And that's, it was funny because somebody came up here that was registering for the games, and they're like, hey, we're going to have this party later tonight. We're going to have this. And he's like, there is game 2 of the NBA finals tonight. And everybody's like, it's cool. We get it.
We'll throw it on the big screen. No.
Yeah.
I hear DJ's going to have a part in the opening ceremonies tonight, interviewing athletes and the like.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
also the great David James.
Yes.
emceeing things.
Yeah, he's going to hang around, and so we'll have great representation down here.
Yeah, that's DJ, man. He's all things to all people, always ready to help.
Yeah, I was right there if he couldn't do it.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, 10:45. Coming up next, what you may have missed right here on the Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Advanced Windows, folks, is ready to help you out. Now, look, the AC is on. The AC is cooking. So what does that mean? That means you're spending a lot of money on that power bill. So how do you address that? Well, you get the best windows, because if you got poor windows like Coach had up until, well, you've got a few more days with the bad windows.
It's a little warm in there, too.
And you can feel that heat radiating through those windows. That means your AC is going to be running more than it should. That means you're just spending more money. So look at these windows as an investment in your home, not an expense.
One of the things that Rob and Jordan, when they visited, they brought this heat light. And they put the glass on one side and the heat light on the other. And when I put my hand in front of that light, just without the glass, it darn near burnt it. It was that hot. Put the glass in front that they use. I could not feel anything coming through the glass. I mean, so it was pretty revolutionary, the stuff they do. And it does. It directly impacts your utility bills. Aesthetics, obviously, are a big part of it. But, man, that's a great reason to do it. And sometimes you get rebates, which we're going to be able to file a rebate as well.
Oh, nice. And they're giving you $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap Good RX, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Power your drive with Mobil 1 Motor Oil. Buy 5 quarts, get $15 back, and score a fast and furious prize after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Escape the everyday with a quick trip to Cedar City. Just one tank of gas from the Wasatch Front, but a world away in experience. Hike through the cool, refreshing beauty of Canara Falls, where red rock walls and flowing water create a stunning natural escape. Then head up to Cedar Breaks National Monument, where the air is crisp, the views stretch for miles, and the night skies come alive with thousands of stars. And when the sun goes down, step into the spotlight at the world-renowned Utah Shakespeare Festival, where unforgettable stories unfold under the open sky. From outdoor adventure to rich arts and culture to peaceful, wide-open spaces, Cedar City is the kind of getaway that helps you slow down, breathe deeper, and reconnect. So whether you're chasing fresh mountain air, unforgettable scenery, or a night of incredible live performance, it's all waiting for you, closer than you think. Discover the art of adventure. Find your inspiration in Cedar City. Plan your getaway today at visitcedarcity.com.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, flat top meals. These fresh prepped meals are delivered right to your door and designed to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet. This menu includes favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, pineapple barbecue chicken, and more, with 8 meals in every box. Make dinner time easy, fast, and full of flavor with these new flat top meals. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LeCaux, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
.97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, Tim LeCaux, every day from 10 to 2. What you may have missed, the Chicago Bears have made an announcement. In fact, I'll read this from their chairman and president, CEO, Kevin Warren, said yesterday the Chicago Bears board of directors met and voted to advance our stadium development project in Hammond, Indiana, with the exact site to be selected. We believe a world-class stadium project in Hammond, Indiana, will transform the region, connecting northwest Indiana to the south side of Chicago through the loop and across neighborhoods and suburbs stretching north of the city. It will bring Chicagoland together and deliver new opportunities to its residents and businesses in Indiana. The Indiana Bears, the Hammond Bears. What is going on?
Do the Colts not have a say in this? Like, now, you're invading their territory.
Now, I did pull up the map. So
it's only like 25 miles.
Yeah, so here's Chicago. Hammond's right there. I mean, you know, it's actually not bad. I mean, but still, it just feels weird. Now, again, look, the Jets and the Giants technically play in New Jersey, so, you know.
It's probably very similar to our ballpark downtown and the new one they built out in, you know,
I'd say that's pretty fair. Yeah. Yeah,
but in the same state.
But in the same state, yeah. No, in the same, you still have the same area code.
We feel great about Wendover. The Jazz have always been, we're going to move this thing about halfway out.
We're going to do a better job of connecting Wendover and Salt Lake City.
We're going to try to connect weary tourists on I-80 with our great sport.
As we connect Tooele a little bit closer as well. It's honestly funny how you look at we talk about money grabs, and this is another reason why I think you think you're lucky stars. Now, look, obviously South Jordan is not Hammond, Indiana, but you very well could have had a Jazz Mammoth arena in that area of town. It would have probably saved Ryan Smith more money, and it probably would have generated more money for Ryan Smith. The fact that thing is still downtown is pretty impressive.
Yeah, there's something to me about having your place downtown.
Yes, I couldn't agree more.
I mean, even last night, got here, and the hotel we're staying, it's on Main, and I had to go walk around. I love being, even if it's a small downtown, there's just something about it. And I love the fact that it's going to trigger the revolution of downtown.
Yes.
Make it more functional, more walkable, all that. So many positive things going on. And baseball on the horizon. Now, look, I know you've been to Indianapolis a ton of times. Yeah. But I love, and because, look, Indianapolis is Indianapolis. Like, nobody is ever going to be like, where I want to go is Indianapolis. Like, it's cooler than it sounds.
Exactly, because they've invested in their downtown, and they're like, okay, what can we do to make this a destination location? Well, let's go all in on sports. And so you have everything within walkable. You can walk from, we stayed, last time Utah State was in the NCAA tournament, we stayed in that JW Marriott.
Yeah, right, the new one right there.
And you can walk all the way to the arena where the NCAA tournament was, or where the Pacers play, and not ever have to go outside. Because
through those tunnels, right?
Through those tunnels, and you got a bunch of stores and restaurants along the way. You never, even if it's 20 degrees below, it doesn't matter, because you can enjoy everything about the city and not have to step outside if you don't want to.
Did you go to the Steak and Shake, the one right downtown?
I did.
Because that's open all night.
It is. It is.
I found my way in there a few times.
Steak and Shake, solid. And of course, you got to do the
St. Elmo.
You got to do the obligatory St. Elmo's. For the most part, I really didn't have a bad meal in Indianapolis. Everything was pretty solid there.
No, I love
food scenes.
I love the food. I love the downtown. The thing I loved about it that I didn't know was all the lakes. There's lakes all over out there. It's cool. It's a great spot.
Well, you know what? The great spot here is Cedar City, and Maria Twitchell visit Cedar City. And Brian Head, kind enough to join us. It was fun hanging out. We hung out last year, right?
We did. We had a good time.
Yes, we did. Hey, you know what? Honestly, there's so much going on here. What does the Summer Games really mean to this area in Cedar City?
Well, of course, it's an economic impact, of course. 11,000 athletes in our community.
That'll do it.
That'll do it.
I did my part last night. I ate local and stayed local and the whole thing.
I am so proud. I'm so proud of that. So, yeah, it's just... we love that the participants want to be in our businesses. They stay in our hotels. They buy lots of Gatorade. It's a big deal. About a $17 million influx to our community throughout the month of June.
That's incredible.
It really is. But here's, there's so much going on any time of the year, it seems like, in Cedar City, because this place is such a destination location. You don't have the heat of that city, a little bit further south that we don't need to talk about. But you've got so many great opportunities here all year long. And like, if you had somebody that, let's just say they've lived up in Salt Lake, they just moved there, they haven't explored the state, but they want to get down here, what's like the 2 or 3 things that they need to knock out?
So definitely Cedar Breaks National Monument. It's just a few minutes outside of Cedar City. It's in the mountains. So most people think when they come to southern Utah, it's desert. And this is where the red rocks of the desert meet the high mountains of southern Utah. And Cedar Breaks is where it all comes together. Definitely want to do that. Certainly want to go to all the festivals that we're famous for. We have so many going on. Our most famous one is, of course, the Utah Shakespeare Festival, along with the Utah Summer Games. But they get started in a few weeks, and they have all kinds of opportunities for families to enjoy. And you can just walk around those grounds. You can just enjoy the community just from that area. And then we always we want people to hit our downtown. It's great. Yeah. It's fun. Lots of great local restaurants. Lots of great little shops and things like that. And then it's just the whole idea that there's all this outdoor recreation so accessible. So we just got named Trail Town USA, or a Trail Town by the International Mountain Biking Association, and we've been investing so much into mountain biking. And there is so much you can do just from your hotel room.
How long have you been in this job?
I have been with
I want to know.
31 years. This
Wow.
is my 31st year. So of course I've been part of the Utah Summer Games this whole time, and it's one of our favorite events. So.
How have you seen? I mean, the growth has been probably amazing, not just in terms of the area and the people coming here for different reasons.
We've definitely been discovered. There's no doubt about that. But there's still the hometown feeling of what made Cedar City and Iron County, something that's attracting people to come here and bring their business and just visit. So, but yes, we've definitely seen some growth. And we like that, and it's a good growth because we have capacity. We can hold these.
Yeah, there's no question.
So there's some real estate opportunities.
Yeah. There's some
Scotty's looking. Scotty's saying he could
settle. I want to come down here. I love Cedar City. So let's make it happen. There's so many great opportunities. There's so many great destination locations here in Cedar City that look, the Shakespeare Festival. I got razzed a lot last year because I'm a huge Shakespeare fan. But you know what? I'll own it. I
know one line.
What's that?
Et tu, Brute.
Et tu, Brute.
Yeah, that's the only one I know.
That's the only one you know.
But I didn't listen real close in school.
Yeah. But the Shakespeare Festival is awesome. Is there a website or somewhere anybody can go to get all the stuff that they need?
Absolutely. So visit cedarcity.com. We have it all.
Let's do it.
I'm going to tell people I know Maria Twitchell now.
Yes. Visit cedarcity.com. It's all right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry aged 14 days. Steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup. Shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try barwbeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
For 250 years, the beating heart of the USA has been the people who call this land home and the communities we make here together. America First Credit Union is proud to have been a part of those communities for 87 years and proud to help our members realize their financial dreams. So come join us in celebrating and succeeding the way Americans always have. Together. Federally insured by NCUA.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Welcome to. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Covers the Grizzlies for the Daily Memphian. He's Drew Hill.
I know there are differences in Memphis between regular season Jaren and playoff Jaren. And what did Grizzlies fans see from Jaren in the biggest games in the playoffs?
I thought it was a great trade for the Jazz. Jaren was not only one of the best players on the Grizzlies, but was also just one of the best people in the locker room. Like, the leadership skills were there for sure. He's going to have games where he's awesome, and then he's going to have some of these games in the playoffs where he's going to leave a little bit to be desired. The Grizzlies thought that they had a player that might be capable of being a number one on a playoff team, and I don't think he quite got to that point for them where they could trust that he was dependable enough in the postseason that you could sit back, give him the ball late in games, and he'd be able to get you bucket. It never really transpired that way.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. Fire Sense is the first response.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim LaCombe, every day from 10 to 2. It's Friday where, you know what? Let's just kick back and have some fun today. We got NBA playoffs. We got NHL playoffs. We got the draft. There's a ton going on.
Cole Bagley coming up.
Cole Bagley will break down the playoffs, the Stanley Cup final. You and I were talking during the break. Is there anything that would persuade you not to play hockey more than that puck to the face that dude took last night?
Oh, my gosh. I had nightmares about that.
Yeah.
like the slow-mo of it going and him knowing like this is not going to be good.
Like if they had audio slowed down on that, it'd be like, oh no. It's like,
and then
be crunch.
I mean, that did some serious damage, and they took him to the hospital. That was a scary moment, and I told you off air, I mean, it doesn't take much in a sport when I see something like that. Like, yeah, you guys can play that one.
Yeah, like, you're fine. You're fine. Like, I respect the heck out of hockey players. There's two. Look, I respect anybody who plays a professional sport, the time and effort that it goes into. But there's two sports in particular that I look at and I'll be like, you are wired differently, and I could never do what you do, or would I ever even attempt at any level to do what you do. One is hockey, and two is bull riding. Like, I want no part of either one of those.
Our guy Diesel Dave we met this week took up bull riding at 40, and he has a torn bicep tendon to prove it.
Yeah, but see, like there's certain things where I'm like, who in their right mind thinks, you know what, that's what I want to do. Now hockey, there's youth hockey and stuff like that. That's fine. But I'm talking watching when you go to those NHL games and you see some of those checks up against the board and you feel it sitting, 5, 6, 10, 15, 20 rows up. And you just feel the collision, and these guys just keep skating around. You're like, how is that even possible? And let alone a puck to the jaw, and it just got right underneath that mask.
That little mask. Yeah, that little plastic visor did not do him any favors.
Oh, jeez.
So I obviously prayers to him. Hope he's good. I did read that he went home with the team.
Yeah, it would not surprise me if they wired that jaw up and he's back.
The way those guys, he's drinking shakes through a straw, but still playing. They are very, very tough. And the one thing, kind of getting to know the hockey people when I was working with the Jazz at the Mammoth, they're some of my favorite people because you don't have to guess what they're thinking.
Nope.
And they're hardworking. You don't see injury management in hockey.
No.
and they don't see tanking in hockey.
And they play the same amount of games as the NBA. Right. Like NFL is nasty and it's physical, but you have a week in between to get your body right. There, you don't. You're back at it. You're 2 or 3 nights.
Well, and they're playing back to backs just like the NBA. That's been crazy to me to watch because you think about the conditioning piece of playing hockey. Being able to aerobically be in condition, but then you said it. Some of those hits that they take on a Monday night and they got to go back out Tuesday and, tape everything back up and get out. It's they're a special breed of guy. There's no question. And gal. Hockey players are definitely, they figured out the toughness equation.
You talk about women. I had a blast watching these last Olympics, the women's hockey. Because they're just
they're amazing. Yeah, we were all into
they'll bust you in the mouth too.
We were all into that, watching that in the Jazz offices, in the Mammoth offices, and man, the women's, they were great. It's fun to watch, very, very fun to watch. Hockey is definitely a sport that's grown on me, and as I talk to people, they're like, man, how did I not watch hockey my whole life?
I know, same.
So it's fun.
Yeah. So you've got game number 3 coming up as this series will shift back to Las Vegas, and we hope to hear from Cole Bagley here in just a moment, get some thoughts from him as to what we saw last night, what the Mammoth plan of the offseason is, because, look, they've got some money to spend, and there's this line here where they're trying to figure out, do we keep developing our future, or do we make the run for the whole thing next year and bring in some vets? Now, you will, but in knowing that you're going to delay the development of some of these youngsters.
Right. But I think the one thing we're listening to everybody, we ask the question. I like to ask it to multiple people. From where you sit, what do the Mammoth need? And, the two things that come out is this team's plenty physical, but they just need a little more size to impact the physicality and
goaltending.
And some help there. So I think, this group is great, and they've built this team to this point. I think the embarrassment of riches in this coming up. Certainly the future is bright, for sure. Future is bright.
Yeah, future's extremely bright, and I can't wait. Now, look, October can't get here fast enough. Frankly, August and college football cannot get here fast enough, and then you transition right into the NBA with the Jazz expected to do well. We were joking around with the Grace, the jazz dancer. yesterday.
Nurse Grace,
who does a tremendous job. She's a NICU nurse at Primary Children's Hospital, and she's a jazz dancer. She hopped on the air with us at our Give-a-thon yesterday, and this is her third year. And so she has seen the two worst years in Utah Jazz basketball history, back to back. And now Nurse Grace deserves some winning basketball, and she's going to get it next year.
And the crazy thing, Scotty, is it didn't really, like, you go in there during the last 4 years, the Jazz did a great job of keeping the fan interest, keeping tickets where people could get in, the concession pricing that they got really creative because they knew this is going to be hard. But a lot of people chose on, I'm going to focus on wins and losses, and that was futile because you knew the answer to that. I chose to focus on development of the Jazz, and I know it was hard, but I actually had a very interesting journey through watching these guys all, acclimate to this league and acclimate to this team.
And when it's game 4 or game 5 and a series is tied up at 2 apiece, and you win that game 5 because Filipowski comes out of nowhere and hits a big shot. And you're going to be like, the reason why he's able to do that was the minutes that he got prior. A guy that is just part of the team, but there's always going to be a game in the playoffs where a guy makes a shot that you're like, where'd that come from? Whether it's, Big Shot Bob or whoever. It's like, wait, what? Where? I wasn't expecting him to do that. And your development of your players is necessary for one of those guys to have those one moments where they make their entire salary is worth it based on that one play or that one shot.
Yeah, and you can parse that down a little bit. You can say part of that development is on the court, and a lot of it is stuff that you're doing outside the court in private workouts and just trying to get better.
All right, it is the NHL final. It continues on game number 3 after it looked like it was going to be all Vegas, then it looked like it was going to be Carolina, then back into overtime, and then Carolina ends up getting the win. Cole Bagley, NHL and Mammoth insider for KSL Sports, kind enough to join us. Hey, you can't ask for 2 better games than what we saw in game 1 and 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is what everybody hoped for. I think when you're a fan of other teams, I think if your team doesn't make it to the Stanley Cup final, I think the only hope is that you get the 2 best teams and it's the best hockey of the year. And I think that's what we're watching right now is, 2 very, very talented teams, 2 very different teams, but it's made for great hockey and a good series that's tied up at 1-1.
A lot of drama last night and a scary moment with a puck to the face. That is, Scotty and I said that would be the end for us. We see that happen, and I put my skates on the side of the ice like Rulon put his shoes on the mat.
You're like, I'm done.
And this would be it. Yeah. But a scary moment, but it sounds like he went home with the team. Is Vegas surprising you at all with the way that they really have controlled the series, but let a little bit get away there in the third last night?
No, I mean, when this series started, my anticipation is that I think Vegas will win in 6 games. They have looked like the most dominant force throughout the entire playoffs. They've been a resilient group, even when they've experienced adversity and seemed like they were in trouble. They've been able to find goals, and they even did that last night, right? I mean, it was 3-2, and with about 1 minute and 50 seconds left, Mark Stone ties it up, and they end up going to overtime. And so, for me, I look at it and, like I said before, this is the 2 best teams, I think, in the National Hockey League going at it. But, where I think that Vegas has the upper hand is just their style of play. They're very they're an overwhelming team. They're going to suffocate teams in all three zones, not just offensively or defensively, but in the neutral zone. They've won a lot of those battles. They have really strong zone entries, and then they lock things down for the most part in their own zone. And of course, Carter Hart has been, arguably the best goaltender of the postseason. When you have, those things going for you, it doesn't matter how good the other team is or the style that they play. It's really tough to beat. It's been a good series so far, but like you said, I think that for the most part, Vegas has controlled it. And the thing about Vegas too is, I don't know that they necessarily have to be at their A game to win hockey games. That's kind of been their MO all postseason long is, they're good enough to just kind of hang around. And, if they need a big goal, if there's a big moment that they have to step up, they've done it almost every single time. And so that's why I expect them to come out on top in this series.
Have you ever taken a puck to the face? What's the worst thing you've seen while being on the ice to another player?
Oh, no. Luckily, I have not ever taken a puck to the face because I have worn a cage my entire life, and I have been bullied. I have been bullied for that in my adulthood. I've got some friends that like to tease me, but I remind them that I have to protect the moneymaker, and I also do not have the same dentist care or health care that players in the National Hockey League do, right? Yeah, exactly. I mean, those guys, they if you look at a guy like Ian Cole, I mean, he's just at the point where he's decided, look, this is the way that I'm going to look, and when my career is over, his dad is actually a dentist. I'm sure his dad will take care of him and make sure that he's looking real pretty, once he calls it a career. I mean, look, guys, I was not that good of a hockey player. The highest level I played was just like, I was an alternate for some competitive junior teams, some junior Grizzly teams here in Utah. That's as good as I played. So I really never saw anything, crazy like that. I mean, I think the worst thing I saw was when I was maybe playing youth hockey, and there was a kid who actually didn't bring his neck guard, and the skate came up across his neck. He was fine. He was okay. But yeah, that's probably the scariest thing I ever saw.
The Mammoth obviously now in the mode for getting ready for next year, and I've asked this a few times with different hockey people on here, but what are the ingredients that you think that the Mammoth need to add to take another step this year?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to look at, which teams are having success in the postseason, which teams are playing the best hockey, which teams are winning Stanley Cups. And I think that, the model that everyone should try to be replicating is, what the Florida Panthers, have been able to do. And I think that that's why Vegas is seeing success. Is that I see a lot of similarities in Vegas's game that I do, that I have in the Panthers game over the last couple of years. And that's just being a physical, overbearing team that wears you down, that grinds out greasy goals. I mean, as much as, the best players in the world are the Connor McDavids and the Nathan McKinnons and and the Macklin Celebrinis because of their speed, when you get to the postseason, not that speed isn't important, because it is, but that physicality and that, just overbearing presence, that net front presence and ability to score those greasy goals becomes, it's as good as gold, because there's way less time and space, right? And so, yes, you have to play faster, but you also have to be able to put the puck in the back of the net off of a rebound or, a tip or whatever it is. And I think, that's the reason that Utah couldn't beat Vegas in the first round is, during a regular season, and I think I've mentioned this probably too many times on this show, but, Utah thrived at 5-on-5 in the regular season because they were able to, play harsh on the forecheck, retrieve pucks, and then use their speed to break down teams. Well, that didn't work against Vegas because in the playoffs, in the postseason, teams are going to be locked down defensively way more. It's not just one game of 82. It's one of potentially 7 in a series. And so they're a little bit more aware. They've got a little bit more energy. They're willing to give a little bit more. And Vegas absolutely took that game away from Utah. I mean, they had to, in a sense, to rely solely on the transition game. And it was just hard to keep up with Vegas when Vegas was playing that game correctly. They were getting into the offensive zone and, extending ozone possessions and wearing down the Mammoth. And so for Utah, I think you have to try and mirror that. Obviously, they have a very good core. They've got some really good players, and, with time and more experience, they're going to become even better. But for Utah, there's a lot of opportunity, I think, this offseason with the fact that they've got a handful of guys coming off the books. They've got some players that I think it would be wise to move on from, not because they're bad, but because I don't think they fulfill the need that Utah has. And so, do they look at free agency? Do they look at their prospect pool? I mean, we're approaching a stage where some of these younger kids are probably going to have a really good shot to make this team. And so, that where they look for more size. Didn't Daniil Boot and Dmitry Simashev make the opening day roster? Or does Utah look at the trade market and go, hey, there's some guys that are becoming available. There's Dylan Larkins that are available, or Robert Thomas. Maybe talks around Robert Thomas, pick up again this offseason. I just think Utah needs to get bigger and faster and stronger. And so whatever way they can accomplish that is the way that they need to go.
Hey, you may not have the size with him, but my guy Kyler Yamamoto is certainly gives you the speed, and everybody keep their paws off that guy. He needs to come back.
Yeah, no, he's a good player. I think he's a guy that plays well above his size, and if they decided to re-sign him, I wouldn't have any issue with that. I think he definitely deserves another NHL contract, and I think there's going to be plenty of suitors who are willing to bring him in if Utah is not.
So, obviously Veggie was relied on heavily, and you want to get a little bit more help there at that backup goalie. Is that something that you're going to have to invest heavily in to find that guy that essentially, as it was explained to us, it's not necessarily like you want a number 2, you want a 1A and a 1B. And is that feasible for the Mammoth to bring in? I think Utah's in a bit of an interesting stage or period of their goaltenders, because obviously right now Karel Vejmelka is, he's their guy right now. But when I look at Vejmelka's game, I don't think that he's going to be the guy that eventually wins them a Stanley Cup. What I think is that this prospect that they have, Michael Rabel, who just finished up college at UMass, and then he finished the regular season with the Tucson Roadrunners. I foresee that guy potentially being the goaltender of the future and the goaltender for Utah if he figures things out and if he develops the way I think that a lot of people are expecting to be that 1A goaltender that can help lead this team at the right time to potentially compete for a Stanley Cup. And so I think what that does is, if that process goes according to plan, and, with Vejmelka having 4 or 5 years left on his new extension, if you could operate with Rabel as 1A and Vejmelka as 1B or just simply your backup goaltender, that's a pretty darn good tandem. So I think what position that Utah finds themselves in is, I think they're still buying time for Michael Rabel. Goaltenders take a long time to develop. Whereas, if you take a guy in the first round, unless he's a generational talent, like we're seeing with TJ Gimla and Kobo Dwan, it's usually like a 2, 3, 4 year process for those types of prospects to turn out. Whereas with goaltenders, you're lucky if it's 4 or 5 years. It's usually, somewhere between 4, 5, 6, 7. And so for Michael Rabel, he needs to probably marinate a little bit in the AHL down in Tucson, maybe a year or 2. We'll see how he does. But like I said, I think they're just buying time. So what I foresee Utah doing is just continuing to find short-term contract deals for a backup goaltender, like what we saw this last year with Vanacek. Looking to the free agency market and going, okay, who's a guy that we could, maybe sign on a 1-year deal, or is there a guy that maybe we could get away with 2 years and then we check in with Rabel? That to me is what I would anticipate is, just continuing to buy time to see how long it takes Rabel to be ready. And if he turns out, then, he's going to be your guy. And I think that puts Vejmelka in more of a backup type situation once Utah is a couple years down the road and potentially ready to start competing for Stanley Cups.
You mentioned Iginla, and we've heard rumblings that we may see him in Salt Lake this year. Have you heard that?
Yeah, I think that Iginla is going to have a really good opportunity to make the opening day roster. Just like I was talking about before, Utah has quite a few guys coming off the books. There's going to be some opportunities for openings, for spots to be available for that roster. But what does that look like? Does he get to training camp and does he just kind of wow everybody to the point where the coaching staff goes, yeah, he's going to make the opening day roster, then he's probably ready to stick with us for the entire season. that's kind of what happened with Logan Cooley a couple years ago. Is he came in, he fought for a spot, he won a spot, and he showed, hey, I am ready to just stay in the National Hockey League. Or is it more of a Dylan Guenther or a Josh Doan type situation where, you know, they're close, but they're not quite ready. And so what they do is they send them down to Tucson and they basically say, okay, look, you're really close. Force your way back onto this team. Show us that, you know, you are fully ready to compete in the National Hockey League. I don't know how it's going to go in terms of that process, but I do think that we'll see Iginla in a Utah sweater this upcoming season.
Where do you draw the line in, because the Mammoth have a little bit of money to spend, where do you draw the line in sacrificing perhaps long-term development with guys out on the ice in exchange for bringing somebody in who would take those minutes, but a veteran presence that can maybe help you extend your season a little longer next year?
Are you talking about a guy potentially like Dylan Larkin?
Yeah. Yep. And specifically.
Yeah. No, it's funny. I just wrapped up, doing my weekly podcast, and we talked about it because I think you have to. Dylan Larkin is a phenomenal player. This is a guy who just won gold with Team USA. He's probably a top 10, top 15 center, which are hard to come by. This upcoming free agent class is just, it's nothing to write home about. It's not. It's not overly deep. It's pretty shallow. And so I think when guys like that become available, you're doing yourself a disservice if you don't at least think about it. If you don't at least, call and inquire and see what they're asking for. And especially in the case of Dylan Larkin, where, he's asking out. This is a player who has had enough of his current environment, his current team, and he wants that, right? That takes some of the cards away, from Detroit's, front office, right? It's not, hey, we're offering this guy and he's going to go to the highest bidder. It's, we lose a little bit of that leverage. And so for a guy like Larkin, I do think it would be wise for Utah to inquire about it. And as I said before, this is a very complete 200-foot player who has averaged 70 points over the last 5 seasons. He won gold with Team USA. He talked very highly about playing with Clayton Keller when they were in Milan and they were on a line together. And he's that style of player that I think Utah is lacking. He's very, he's 6'1", so he's not overly big, but he plays a pretty physical game. He makes a lot of his money by going into the low slot area, by, fighting for loose pucks, by putting away rebounds, by tipping in, shots and deflections and what have you. And he's very good in those dirty areas. And for a team like Utah that I think was almost too perimeter to a fault in certain, during certain stretches, and especially in the playoffs, you need a guy that's willing to do that. And so, it all comes down to, Utah is approaching that, I think, that period and that stage in a rebuild where you have an abundance of assets. You have more prospects than you can even sign. And so, I think it would be wise for Utah to look at it and go, okay, which ones are untouchable? Which players do we know are going to be a part of our future? And maybe which players are we uncertain of, where we could, potentially, be willing to roll the dice here, put together a package that isn't selling the farm, that isn't mortgaging the future, but, it's enough to entice, a team like Detroit to go, you know what, we're going to get some good, decent young players back. And it's unfortunate that we have to move on from a really talented, strong captain, a very good player, but, it makes sense, and potentially it elevates Utah. So, well, we'll see what ends up happening. Bill Armstrong loves his prospects. He's stuck to a very calculated, well thought out rebuilding process. But, in my opinion, I do think that at some point you have to take a bigger swing. I mean, that's what we've seen with a lot of the recent Stanley Cup winners is, you look at the Florida Panthers, what put them over the top was getting a guy like Matthew Tkachuk. And then we're looking at, what Vegas is doing right now. We'll see if they end up winning or not, but what helped get them back to that level, what put them over the top, was getting a guy like Mitch Marner. So I think for Utah, the question you have to ask is, do we feel like we're at the point where we can take one of those bigger swings? Or, do we feel like a guy like a Dylan Larkin or a Robert Thomas or what have you is the right move for us at this point?
Cole, you're the best, man. We appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out with us, and can't wait to talk to you more. You're still sticking with Vegas in 6, right?
Yes, sir.
Right on. There
Hey,
you
watch
go.
for the puck, Cole. If you're out there this week playing rec,
Don't take one of those.
Just duck when the puck
I've got
starts.
the cage. I've got the cage, so I'm putting my face out.
Oh, you're good.
there.
Okay. Yeah, you're
good.
you're
Cool.
fine.
Smart man.
And
There
I
he
wear a
is.
neck guard. I wear a neck guard too. So
Mammoth and NHL insider Cole Bagley for KSLSports.com. Kind enough to hang out with us here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right. Laura Albrecht has been patiently waiting
My
for
goodness.
us. How are you?
So great. How are you guys?
Community Engagement Director for the Levitt Group. So that
Yes.
means you get the fun stuff.
Oh, I have the best job in the world. I didn't even know this job was a thing. And
Wait, I do. I get to hang with him for 4 hours a day. So
okay, we can compete for
all right,
best
cool.
job in the
All right.
world.
It
But
is compete. We got to compete this weekend, right? It's
Yeah.
all about competition.
that's what we do here at the Utah Summer Games.
How long have you been involved?
Well, this year on the 40th celebration, we've been helping for months. We've put together a lot of stuff behind the scenes. We've done medal packets and we've helped volunteer at events already. So we are ready for this big opening weekend.
Presenting sponsor, the Levitt Group. What was it about the Summer Games where the Levitt Group, like, hey, we want to not only get in and be a part of this, but be a part of this at a major level?
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. So Levitt Group was founded here in Cedar City, as was the Utah Summer Games. So we love that our roots are here. Their roots are here. We've always believed that businesses have a responsibility to succeed financially, yes, but also to contribute to their communities. And this is one of the ways that we get to do that. We love the Utah Summer Games. It's an institution that's impacted Southern Utah in a positive way for decades. So we're super excited that we get to be involved in this big 40th anniversary and celebrate their history and ours.
And having been involved for the entire time as the presenting sponsor, how important is it to this area every single year for this to roll through?
Oh, the Utah Summer Games is vital to our area in so many ways. Probably the ways that come to your mind are tourism, which is fantastic and definitely helps our community. But we also love that this showcases Southern Utah University, which is a great institution. We also love that it creates energy here in our town and a lot of pride. We believe that when communities thrive, when they have traditions that tie them together, and this is one of those for Cedar City, for Southern Utah. So there are so many ways that this benefits our local area, and we are so excited that we get to be involved in this way.
And there's some carryover effect because people come down here to Cedar City, they check out the great restaurants, they check out things to do, and then they're like, hey, you know what? We got something to do next month. Let's go back to Cedar City. I mean, you guys are such stewards of this community. It's good to showcase not just the Summer Games, but the area as well.
Yeah, thank you. I agree. Southern Utah is an amazing place. Quality of life here is 2 thumbs way up. You can do just about anything here. I love that you mentioned the restaurants. We've got some really, really cool restaurants, and people here are phenomenal. It's just a great place to be. So we're excited about that. Yeah.
What was the place that our previous guest told your wife to go to? Started with a B. It's like a gas station, but also
Bruno's.
Yeah.
Oh, you cannot go wrong at Bruno's.
Bruno's is incredible.
Inside a gas
I went
station.
to the warehouse last night and had late and had a couple drinks and met some nice people.
Yeah,
met
great.
a guy named Mike Chappell from down here from Cedar. Hello, Mike. He was a nice man.
Shout out to Mike.
This is what Coach does, man. Everybody's his best friend.
I just like going to make friends.
Hey, this is a great place to make friends.
For
There's
sure.
a lot of people
I
here
got a
that
new
want to
one
be your
in you,
friend.
Laura.
Hey, that's right.
Let's
That's right.
go. Utah Summer Games. By the way, go to utahsummergames.org and you can get all the activities. Remember, opening ceremony is coming up tonight. But if you want to bring your team down or you yourself want to compete, they've got a list of events. Come on down here, experience the great part of the Utah Summer Games and the Levitt Group being a big, big part of that. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having us.
She was top notch.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Like we've been interviewing people a long time. She might take my job.
In the power,
Now we're talking.
In the power rankings, you're number 1, number 2. And if you're number 2, I don't even know who number 1 is. So you
so
got
I'll
to be
just
number
take
1.
number 1.
Yeah,
then.
just take number 1.
Where's that gold medal? Do you guys have that here?
John probably has one.
Yeah,
in his back pocket.
we'll get one printed up for you.
That's what I'm talking about. Big
You know
trophy on my desk.
Exactly.
Thank you.
I mean, the Levitt Group's helped out with a lot of those packages. Print one out for yourself.
You're our MVP.
I like
Put
it.
that
Yeah.
way.
All right, I'll
Okay.
take it. MVP for the day on KSL Sports.
That's right. Good
Laura,
luck with
thanks so
everything.
much.
Thanks, guys.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Chet Holmgren was the number 2 pick. Western Conference Finals, Chet Holmgren, not good. Any concern the number 2 pick in this month's draft might not be good. Number 2 picks in NBA history are all over the place. If you can identify that person correctly, you could get a win.
Man, when you go back all the way into this century...
You'd like to think the number 2 picks had produced more.
They don't.
They're just clearly a bunch of misses.
I think it's the second pick. If there's one player behind you who's good, that's on you that you didn't get him. There's no excuse for bungling the second pick. That's too high. You can't do that, especially when you've waited 4 years for this golden ticket.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher, and I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully...
My granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
One of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone...
When I wasn't myself.
When I need it most...
Help me live on.
Live on.
Live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
Sometimes firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, Doug, what is it that you do? 'Cause everybody's buying a car from you. Hey, Doug.
Roll into summer in a new Chevy from Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. We've got cars, trucks, and SUVs perfect for fun under the sun. Together, let's drive.
Hey, Doug.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
Good, it is your bad, it is your ugly, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, so the World Cup coming up, and FIFA has canceled tickets. Now, I put this on the good because I'm hoping FIFA is going to make this right. I don't think they will, though. This could be your bad. It could be your ugly. But there were 60 fans who got in on a website error and got their World Cup tickets for free. $0 due to a prior payment issue during the checkout process. FIFA regrets the error and any inconvenience caused. But, the right thing would be to be like, hey, look, it's 60 fans. It's not going to hurt your bottom line. Just give them the tickets, right? That's what I thought they'd do. And that's what a lot of people still think they do. And if they want to continue to be on the good, they'll do it. But as of right now, they say, we have invited those fans remain coming to the World Cup, these tickets will remain reserved for them, and they've been invited to complete payment for the correct amount. Come on. Just give them the tickets. It's 60 people.
Seems like a pain in the rear end trying to chase that down.
It's just from a good PR standpoint. Just give the people their tickets.
Can you imagine going through and it beeps? You must go see customer service to pay your money.
And those tickets aren't cheap either.
No,
World
they
Cup,
are really expensive.
They're getting after it.
Yes, they are. And they had another ticketing snafu, so it has not necessarily been slick.
No.
But this is a big undertaking when you're talking about the world.
Yeah, I like the World Cup, and I think it's a great sports global event. I have a hard time getting fired up for it. Alex, I'm sorry, man. Do you think less of me for that? I know.
Just turn his mic down, Alex.
No,
yeah,
you guys are okay.
Are you okay? Where are you at on excitement for the World Cup?
As it's getting closer and as we're a couple days away, I'm getting more and more excited as kickoff is right around the corner.
All right, so what do you think of the United States pool? Are they in a advantageous one?
They're in a pretty decent group, and I think that they can potentially, they should make it out of that group. They don't have it like any of the world beaters. They don't have any teams that are going to be too tough for them that I think that they should be able to move on. But I don't know if they get very farther down the road after pool play and group play.
It's just not our sport, man.
So is it still called pool play, or is it just group?
It's called group stages. The group stages.
So the pool thing is just that's hockey and Olympics and stuff.
The pool party.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm sure there'll be a few of those at the World Cup.
Did you know that the Korean national team practiced in Provo at BYU Stadium yesterday?
Oh, really?
BYU's soccer field.
See, there you go.
Just to get their preliminary practices in.
Probably get some work at elevation too.
Yeah. Smart,
absolutely smart.
But a lot of preparation. We'll see if they make those 60 people pay. If they do, it'll be bad. But right now, those people got free tickets. That's good.
Yeah. All right, there's your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
All right, we mentioned the puck to the face. Braden McNabb was taken to the hospital. If you've not seen the video on this, it is as nasty as anything you'll ever see. Was defending in front of Carter Hart, the Vegas goalie. They have clocked the puck going 87 miles an hour and hit McNabb just below the visor. He dropped to the ice before eventually getting to his skates, clutching his nose as he quickly left. He did not return to the bench, but as you mentioned, he did travel home with the team, and who knows? They get that jaw and that face wired back up. He may be back on the ice. It wouldn't surprise me with these dudes.
My guy over here, Reagan's shaking his head. I mean,
you don't think so?
No, he's shaking his head at 87 miles to the face.
Yeah.
I would imagine if you get hit in a bar, right? You can't generate 87 miles there.
No,
that is going to do some serious damage to the cranium.
You're going to feel that one. You might be drinking your meals through a straw for a while.
Oh, man, you imagine how that jolted his head and everything.
Oh, and just watching the slow-mo, as you mentioned.
I'm glad he's not dead, because that seriously what could have happened.
Well, and the other thing, too, is how it's going to affect this series. If he cannot go, you've got a defenseman who's been playing big minutes for Vegas, and he's going to be out. That could be a turn of events in a big way.
Those series, every series, but it's ebbs and flows, and what happened this game is going to impact next game. Love the series. Hopefully it goes 7, just for us. Because it's the summer of us. It's the summer of us.
It's summer of us. It should be the summer of 7. I want 7 games in the NBA. I want 7 games in the NHL. I want these games to go on as long as we possibly can, because it's better. It's just better for all of us. Gets us through a long summer. All right, let's get to the ugly.
And of course, the ugly.
Well, if you're a Yankees fan, this one hurts. Aaron Judge has been diagnosed with a stress fracture of the first rib on his right side. He is expected to return this season, but could be out a significant amount of time. He missed 3 games as he underwent various tests this week to pinpoint the reason for discomfort that had been hampering him for an extended amount of time. And yes, they found, after going through an MRI, they didn't like that. So then they did a CT scan. They didn't like that. Then they did x-rays, and they're like, okay, finally, 3 of these tests. Yeah, he's got a stress fracture in that rib, and he's got to shut it down for a bit. He will be re-imaged in approximately 4 to 6 weeks. So Aaron Judge no longer with the Yankees for the next at least month and a half.
Hit 17 homers this year so far, 6 behind the league leader, Kyle Schwarber. But, yeah, you don't need to say too many times how important that dude is to the Yankees' chances. And being a Red Sox fan, that doesn't break my heart. But much like a lot like the Knicks, I have a hard time not liking Aaron Judge, too. I just feel like he's, what's he ever done but go up there and be really huge and knock it out of the park.
Fresno State guy, yeah. He's did
he grow up in Stockton or right around that area?
Yeah, I don't know that. I just know that he played there at Fresno.
Okay. Well, he's going to be out for a bit.
Yeah.
One of the best pitchers ever is him on first. Let me think about this. Him on second base.
Yeah. Who was he with?
With the little dude from the Astros. They called him the jockey.
It just looked like
he literally hit him below his waist. It seemed it was so stark, the comparison.
Like that old movie with Andre the Giant, The Princess Bride, where the guy he's hanging out with is right there to his hip.
Absolutely.
Yogi and Boo Boo.
Boo Boo. That's what we used to call Stu and Randy.
Oh, Randy Ray.
Yeah. We used to call Yogi
and Boo Boo. Yeah, and the Aggie student section when he was at Colorado State, they came in and played a game in Logan. And they started chanting that, and then the next year, Stu and Randy were coaching in Logan. But, yeah, Stu was quite a bit taller than Randy.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Randy told me something I didn't know about Stu. He carried a comb in the back pocket all the time, like you do in high school.
Really?
Guys that used to carry combs.
Wow.
So during the middle of the game, crazy sequence.
Feel like things are getting out of sorts.
Things are going nuts on the bench, and Stu leans over to Randy and said, "Hey, have you seen my comb?" Looked under the bench, and it was sitting there, and he handed it to him. Oh, thanks.
Oh, thanks. Got to look good.
I wish I could simulate for people what it's like down there.
Oh, yeah.
Because, honestly, it's like if this business was like that, you and I would fight every day.
Yes.
Because you are constant. It's like Austin said, you don't want groupthink.
Nope.
So there are people that just fight for the sake of fighting. But when you believe in something strongly and you're trying to get your way, and the decisions, you have to make them pretty quickly. Dead balls aren't forever. Subs, get him in, shut up, don't tell me what to do. I mean, it's madness down there.
Coach, you only have one time. I don't care. Call it.
Did I ask? Yeah. I mean, it's, mine was, Coach, we need a timeout. We need a timeout. I'd say it 3 times after a run, and Coach turned to me and say, I heard you the first time. I mean, it was just, and we were great friends.
Yeah.
But it just goes crazy.
And as soon as you walk back into the locker room, it's all behind you.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's when hey, dude, man, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Oh, yeah. And it's like, no, I got you. It's all good.
So that's why I love working with you, because that was one of the rules of our deal. We don't want contention on this show.
It's all about the good vibes.
Good vibe tribe.
Good vibe tribe. And even if we disagree, it's all right. All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up here in just a bit, we'll continue to wrap our brain around what we've seen so far in the NBA playoffs, and who better to help break it down than Craig Bullerjack for his weekly conversation. That's up in about 20 minutes from right now, right here on the Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick. Nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
You've heard us talk about Beehive Mills a lot, and the slow cooker mills are awesome. And, Coach, you've been having them for a couple of years show up to your house. I've had them for a couple of years as well. They're just great when you're just on the go and you don't want to cook and you don't want to have any business doing any of that nonsense. So you just cut open a Beehive Mill, throw it in the slow cooker, and a couple of hours later, you got a great meal. But now it's spring, it's going into summer, and what do you want? Well, you want to get out on the flat top a bit. And now they have the flat top mills, and, Coach, you're getting a flat top just so you can experience those mills.
Yes, it's on the way. I'm excited about it because I do believe, I would say out of a 5-night work week, 3 out of the 5 nights we're using Beehive meals. So It's pastas. It's like you said, it's soups, and it's fresh. It's the first time you're going to cook it. They do all the prep. They make it so easy, but it tastes different and the flavor's better because it's fresh.
Yeah, it's really incredible. Go to beehivemills.com. That's beehivemills.com. Subscription offers will save you a ton of money. All you have to do is go to beehivemills.com.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating so there's always space, even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
The best sports radio in Utah is right here, right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Baby hair with a woman's eyes, I can feel you watching in the night.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You request this one?
I did.
Nice.
I'm playing. I learned this on my guitar.
Ooh.
The 7 chords are so mystical.
It's crazy what, you know what, when it all comes down, these guys know probably, 5 or 6 chords.
Yeah, the great songs, like these guys can really play. But most people, like they're just mixing up the letters.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we went G-A-B-C last time. Let's go C-B-A-G this time.
And you're like, well.
But the crazy thing is the songs that are probably the most pivotal songs, and they're simple.
Is there Party Hound's original songs?
We have one. It's called, and it's recorded in a studio, so we can actually get it for you. I'd Break My Nose for You. It's a love song.
Is it a ballad?
No,
okay.
No, it's a rocker, but it's very simple. But it got airtime in Dallas. They played it on the radio.
Nice.
A couple times,
So how early in the process was this song?
That song was, I was 16.
Oh, wow.
And Kevin, our guitar player, is in the Texas Music Hall of Fame. Like, he's a legend. But he was a guy, I'd go to his house and he'd come to the door with his guitar around his neck and he'd go make sandwiches with guitar. He always had his guitar. So he was sitting there one night and started messing with a little group of chords. And then he said, I think we could make some out of this. So I wrote the words, and the words are so bad. But the song works.
Oh,
I'd break my nose for you, Scotty.
I'd break my nose for you.
Well, dude, how about our guy last night?
Well, that's what I was going to say.
For the Knights.
Dude broke his jaw for his team.
But sometimes that's what you got to do. You got to sacrifice.
Just lay it all on the line like that. All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is the Utah Summer Games going on once again here in Cedar City. And who better to talk about the greatness of Cedar City? You know, Coach and I have been talking about Cedar City nonstop. Like, we want to move
it's
down
got my
here.
heart.
Teresa Douglas, CEO of the Cedar City Chamber of Commerce, kind enough to join us. You've got the easiest job on the planet because this city just sells itself. It's awesome.
I think I've got the funnest job on the planet, frankly. I love Cedar City, and there is so much happening here all the time that is so fun. Like the Summer Games, like the Utah Shakespeare Festival. We've got the university. I mean, Cedar's awesome. I don't blame you for wanting to come here.
It's the red. You start to see the red come out of the mountains, and they're just something to me. I was telling Scotty, it doesn't tranquilize me because I'm able to function, but it chills me out. I don't know. There's a good vibe coming out of those hills.
Oh, yeah, totally. I love the mountains here. And they're so different from the Wasatch Front
Mountains.
Yeah.
Right.
Very different.
You help lead the business community here in Cedar City. I got to imagine the economic impact the Summer Games has to this community is just incredible.
Oh, it's huge because the Summer Games, it brings thousands of athletes, their families, coaches to our community. And they stay in our hotels and they eat in our restaurants and they're patronizing our stores and going places. And it's just such a huge economic driver for us and such a great opportunity where we do have partially a tourism economy here as well. It's just one more way to bring people in and show them how amazing our city is, as you've seen, and all of the great things to do here with Summer Games and even beyond.
I'm an alum of the Summer Games. I played back in the 80s as a kid, so it's fun to be back here now. But I know you have a background in your family as well, a special place in your family's your experience with the Summer Games. What makes it so special for y'all?
We do. So I am not an athlete. Believe it or not, I am quite clumsy. Even though I'm 5'11",
hey, that's why we
I did not
radio.
play sports.
Yeah,
I know.
Good.
But 14 years ago, sorry. 14 years ago, my husband and I met randomly at the Summer Games opening ceremonies.
Wow.
Yeah, we had been...
Was there like a love song playing in the background or anything?
No, but it was love at first sight, at least for me.
Okay.
We had been messaging online. This was before apps, This was online.
Were you at AOL messaging?
AIM.
Yeah.
A little more recent than that, but we had been messaging, and I'd seen photos, and I was coming into the games with a bunch of my friends' kids. We were getting seats that year. Nitro Circus came, which was a big deal. And I was walking in and I was like, oh my gosh, that's Spencer.
Oh, so you weren't planning to meet.
I wasn't
You had been
planning
talking
to meet
online
him.
and
We'd
then
been
you just
talking
ran
online and I recognized him from a distance and I had a whole bunch of little kids with me and I said, I'm not going to say anything. Got all these little kids. And he saw me from a distance too, recognized me, came up, gave me a hug, walked me in and totally ditched his brother and his friends and
the rest is history.
And we have been together since. We got married a year later. So,
oh, that's awesome.
Yep.
What a great story. And you know what? Look, opening ceremonies tonight. Hey, look, if you're single, ready to mingle, you come on down to the the opening ceremonies. Who knows who you're going to run into? You might find your spouse, potential
they're magical.
spouse.
Yeah. I mean, the fireworks show. I mean, snuggling under that. I mean, it's romantic.
The script writes
so
itself
romantic.
right there.
Well, we love being down here. It's amazing. 40 years and just so much support from the community. But you've got a beautiful spot, and I would say your job's pretty cool to get people. Hey, come see our cool spot.
It's awesome.
Yeah, it really is. I love our businesses. I love our community. I love the people that come here, and just like I said, all of the great things for such a small city. we have a lot going on.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Especially in the summer. So, yeah, summer games. I mentioned Shakespeare. I mentioned the university. But, I mean, sports tourism is becoming bigger and bigger here, too. We're definitely focusing on that as a community because of the economic impact mostly that it has. I mean, they bring teams, coaches, family members. Athletes rarely travel alone, right?
Oh, yeah.
And so when you've got athletes coming as part of your tourist base, it's a really, really impactful driver for just all of the businesses here.
Well, Tessa, we appreciate your time. Thanks for hanging out with us. And we can't wait for the opening ceremony tonight. It's going to be a lot of fun, but great work with what you do down here with Cedar City. It's just an incredible place in the state of Utah. I suggest anybody spend some time down here, summer games or whenever. Make your way down here to Cedar City. The place is incredible. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see the legendary Rod Stewart at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater, Tuesday, June 19th. Great seats still available at LiveNation.com. Get your tickets today and listen to the KSL Sports Zone Wednesday for your chance to win. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Les Olson IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
Hey, Mammoth fans, the 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Be there for every goal, every hit, and every moment of the next season. Season ticket members get the best seats, the best value, and exclusive perks all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK. That's 801-325-PUCK to reserve your seats today. Don't miss a moment next season. Tusks up.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security and Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
All right, guys, today I am streaming my evening commute. You're going to love it. And I'm going to teach you how I'm getting home without taking any damage, like zero. Check that out, chat. I got my helmet strapped on tight to protect my brain. I've got my bike, which is looking sick. Woo! And my front and back lights are shining. I've planned the route home that protects me most as a bike rider. Save stealth mode for video games. Outsmart the system, ride by the rules. It's a message from the Utah Department of Public Safety, because they care about you. Throw a dub for safety, chat.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I was a highwayman. Along the coach roads I did ride. sword and pistol by my side.
Yeah, you hear that music, you know what that means. Craig Bullerjack's going to be joining us here in just a moment. Buller gets bored in the summer. And so, look, a guy that's as busy as he is all the time, and he wants to get out and about. And I got to imagine whatever happens on draft night, he's going to have a big part of it in some way, shape, or form.
Oh yeah, he's he's the voice of this whole thing and has been for a long time. When they play this music, and we're getting ready to talk to the legend.
Yes,
I kind of imagine him riding into town like an old Western town, and you and I are sitting in the saloon.
Yep.
With the swinging doors, and we're holding court on wouldn't be a card table because it's got to be made out of wood. So we're on a wood table there in the corner. And he's just getting off his horse and with his spurs and walking into the bar to have a conversation with us.
Got that giant white big brimmed hat coming in on that.
And he would be a how-do guy. Some people just go, how-do.
How-do.
That's a Declo thing, ain't it?
Yeah, just pull that brim down just a little bit in there in the front.
How-do. just a teeny. You just have to barely bring it down.
Sees young woman walking down the street. He's like, ma'am, pulls the brim down.
Were you a Little House on the Prairie guy?
No, I wasn't. No, and I know that's really hard because Hans has so many ties to Little House on the Prairie.
Time.
And Lloyd loves Little House on the Prairie too. That was not my thing.
I watched it, but wasn't my fave.
I know. Yeah, it is
too much serious stuff going on.
Yeah, I know. I just want a good family show.
Let's hit somebody in the face with a football and let it go.
Yeah, come on. Something suddenly came up. Yeah. It's no big deal. All right, joining us now, the great Craig Bullerjack. Buller, do you watch Little House on the Prairie growing up?
All right, I'll be honest. One time, maybe two. Just
I was a Michael Landon guy.
Yeah, I Little Joe, Bonanza, Haas. I had to kind of see how it worked out, but it just wasn't the same. I
agree.
I don't know.
You just carry a Western. I told Scotty, you carry a Western. You carry a Western aura.
I wouldn't have minded living in those days. I don't know. My wife says you're crazy, but there's something about riding a horse, giddy up, and being on a cow ranch and lassoing, and I don't know. Maybe it was another time in another place. I don't know, but yeah, my dad used to ride all the time, and my dad grew up on a cattle farm, so I had a little taste of that growing up. I had a little bit. It was fun. Yeah.
I was interviewing Bronco about recruiting, Bronco Mendenhall, and he said that he wants to put recruits in a situation that they're unfamiliar with. So he takes them to his ranch that he's now building up there in Cache Valley, and he puts them on a horse. And he says, it's a great way to determine who a kid is when you put them on an animal of that size, and you say, all right, now make it work. And he goes, you learn a lot about a person when they're on a horse for the first time. I'm like, wow, at first you're thinking that's kind of funny, and then you're like, wow, okay, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, I actually was lucky because my dad and my granddad had a lot of horses, but there was one particular that would saddle up real easy for us kids, and his name was Duke because of John Wayne, the Duke. And
the Duke.
The Duke. And so we rode him and wore him out all through, the days of being probably maybe 4 to 10. And then one day I got word he had passed up in the field, and I thought, wow, man, Duke, are you kidding me? But you just kind of, the horses, if they feel comfortable around you, they're like a big kid. I mean, you got to be careful and respect them, obviously. But yeah, they'll nuzzle up to you, and they'll let you saddle them, and they'll let you ride them. But we had a good time.
You probably never looked at a bottle of Elmer's glue the same way after that.
Oh, Scotty, brutal.
I'm sorry.
No, I never
My
could.
bad.
Maybe you send it in for you could send it in for a DNA test and see if Elmer's there.
Hey,
was that Duke?
all right.
Is that Duke in there? Come on.
Yep, there is a piece of Duke in this glue.
It is a Friday. I'm sorry, Bowler. That's
We're a
my
little
bad.
loose today. I've been a little bit loose.
That's my bad. Hey, all right. So the Jazz have some decisions to make. Austin Ainge came on last night with Ben Anderson, and David James was filling in for Jake Scott, and said, look, you know what? We're not going to get involved in groupthink. We're going to take our time and make sure we get the right guy. And I don't think that they know if, who the player is, if he's available at 2, who the guy is. I think they're going to take their time and exhaust every bit of research they possibly can to make sure that they get the right guy, as they should, with this being probably the most important draft pick in Jazz recent history.
Oh, absolutely. This doesn't happen often, and they don't want it to happen often, to have a number 2 pick, because if you have a 2 pick, it's been a rough stretch. But, the last time the Jazz had a 2 pick, people know it was Darryl Griffith, from Louisville, and that was the beginning of that build process where Stock Malone followed. Big T was just before in 83, and then Mark Eaton. They picked him up, and all of a sudden that foundation was built, and that's where the Jazz have been, since. Building pieces, a few have cracked and crumbled, but then they kind of continue to rebuild. And here they are. Yeah, this is a franchise-defining moment, and I think, again, knowing the Ainges, their history is that, look, they don't show their hand, they don't want to play their cards until the 11th hour, and I think, again, what Austin told DJ and Ben is spot on. I mean, I'm sure the board has multiple sequences of what ifs, right? If this happens, we do this. If that happens, we go this direction. I mean, that's my guesstimate of what they've done. But Washington, again, they could throw a curve. They could work with another team to try to get more assets. I don't think the Jazz want to give up what they've built. That's just me. I mean, being around 3 years now on this process, Big T and I've talked a little bit about it, is like, they put a lot of effort, man, a lot of hours, a lot of heart, a lot of sweat, a lot of pain to say, okay, Sensabaugh, go play. Keontae, who are you? And then, Isaiah Collier, Kyle Filipowski. I mean, they put a lot of effort and a lot of hours in the preparation of these guys. And Ace Bailey, just in his 1 year has shown flashes of that, he could be an all-pro and so, an all-star. So I don't know. It's so fascinating to me on how it all works. But you know what? In just matters of minutes, the decision will be made on June 23rd, which is the countdown's on, right? And in just matters of minutes, it will be decided, and then people will have weeks to talk about it. And then the beauty, guys, I can't wait that player, unless the Jazz decide not to, but I would think let's see him. He'll be in Summer League in Salt Lake City and then on to Vegas. So we'll get a real taste of what he is, what he can do. If they plan him to be a starter, number 2s usually jump in as a starter. Maybe, again, the process will take care of itself. But, this is a franchise-changing moment. And we talk about the window. This isn't like a short 3-year window. They want this to spread into 7 and 10 with this young group, that the Jazz can be competitive against a very tough West that's very young, by the way. A team like OKC's not going away anytime soon. We see what San Antonio is about, and the Jazz want to be in that same category.
Bowler, what are you going to be doing on draft night? Have you guys got something going on over there?
Yeah, it's in the works. We haven't made an announcement, but I'm working on it.
Awesome.
And but I think we'll be there for sure. And it's just going to be a fun night. I think the anticipation with the fan base is going to be outstandingly wild. And I think with what Ryan and Ashley have planned for the Delta Center in the years to come, that's going to be a gathering point, a gathering spot, and the new facility out at Southtown is just going to be about as high level as you can get in the NBA. I mean, if you want to play high level basketball, I think the Jazz will be should be a destination point. And when you win, it makes it easier, right? And the Jazz are at that point now where Ashley and Ryan are, building. They renovated phase 2 of the Delta Center. I love that building. so many great memories, and you hope that they continue for a long time to come. Because when you walk in, I mean, I've been in every arena in the league, and you wonder, like, wow, man, this place was just built 4 or 5 years ago, but it's beat to hell. I mean, the Delta Center looks like it. I'm serious.
Oh, yeah.
The Delta Center looks like it's pristine. And that's the way Larry Miller wanted it. And thankfully, Ryan and the staff there at the arena have kept it in pristine condition. And it says a lot about the stewardship, as Ryan likes to call it, of just keeping what was is. And I think Larry would be damn proud of what the Delta Center still is.
So, are you going to be able to rally around Darren Peterson if that's a draft pick, knowing he's a Kansas Jayhawk?
You know what? I with Fee Mikhailuk, I do the same thing.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I went through that with him, and he looked at me, shook his head, and I walked up. We had a great talk, and all year long, it was kind of a side joke. And when he looked at me, I'd wear my K-State hat to shoot around sometimes, and he just looked at me and go, there's still time to change. And I said, no, there's not. But no, we had a big kick out of it. But no, hey, I don't care if he can give the Jazz an opportunity to build this franchise to the top, so be it. Jayhawker, Cornhusker, whatever it may be, a Sooner. Let's just go out and win, because the Jazz Nation deserves it.
Well, they certainly do. And, I think that there is such a high level of optimism, and where you look at this team that, okay, you know what? You had a few years where it wasn't fun, it wasn't pretty, but development has been absolutely critical, and I think you're going to see the fruits of that when this Jazz team starts winning. But when it's late in the game and you need a guy like Filipowski to hit a big shot, or Isaiah Collier to hit a shot, or somebody to make a play that isn't one of your big dogs, I think a lot of these moments that the Jazz have racked up throughout these last 2 years, I think will end up being beneficial.
Yeah, Scotty, that may be the most important part of the process, is that they've lived real basketball. And Tim, you know this. I mean, the weight room, I always reflect how do you get strong, because it reflects back to football, is that you lift. And that's what, you reap the benefits of that. But what do you do in the NBA? Sure, you do your weight room stuff, but it's minutes. It's on the floor, and that's what the Jazz gave Filipowski and Collier and Sensabaugh. They gave them minutes, and Ace, Keontae, until they decided to let him sit and watch. But I don't think that is so valuable. Especially the last 2 seasons, but the second half of this past season was really. Was it blossoming, Scotty and Tim? I mean, they tended to just wipe away rookie, sophomoric habits and finally realize or said to themselves, I belong. And when that happens, then you get better. And you know what? There's mistakes along the way. There were some nights you go, boy, Cody made strides this past season. And so you have to think, now when that time comes, it isn't new. They've been there. And I think that's why you see the likes of Boston, despite Tatum's injury, OKC, they're out, surprisingly. But San Antonio is at a point where they have grown and believe, but depth is everything. And, you saw it with San Antonio. You saw it last year when they won Oklahoma City, Boston the year before. And now you see what the Knicks, man, down 14, and you just push and push and push back with a team that seems to be on this. Man, I don't know if it's supposed to happen. I mean, New York will just absolutely lose it if the Knicks bring a championship to New York City. But man, I tell you, Brunson's special, and you have to be when you're a 6-footer. He can do a lot of things, Tim, and I tell you, I love watching him play. I really do.
Well, you spoke of depth, and you're seeing in the playoffs. Brunson obviously is the bell cow for the Knicks, Wembanyama for the Spurs, but it's all the ancillary guys. I mean, talk about the effort by Josh Hart the other night. He took 5 shots in 32 minutes, but got 15 rebounds and 6 assists in that time. It's just absolutely crazy.
And as a former coach, and talking to Sloan and talking to Quinn and talking to now Will, over the years. And the one commonality is, look, everyone wants to look at the box score and see how much he scored. But there are special players in this league that try to push that out of their mind, Tim and Scotty. And what I mean by that is what Josh Hart does. Can you rebound me? Can you rebound for me? Can you pick up 3 steals? Can you dish out 5, 6 dimes and get your teammates involved and rebuild some confidence? And plus, too, they have to read the room. If my shot's not working, what else can I do? And you can't mope. If you're not shooting the ball well, go do something else. Play D. It's like Conchar for the Jazz. And what his future is, I don't know. But I respect the fact that, the 3-shot wasn't falling after the trade, but he still was sticking his hand in every passing lane, still busting his tail down the floor, blocking shots. I mean, that's what a coach wants, and that's how you win. And Josh Hart, I thought that performance was a great example of how they rallied back from 14 down to pull off a road win. I mean, holy heck. That was massive in this whole process of who's going to win an NBA championship. You went on the road, you got yourself some great chances, especially, after game 2, then you go back home to 2 at Madison Square Garden, and I can't imagine what that place is going to be like next week. Wow.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be incredible. The one thing that I think is from a broadcaster, you call games against each team of the NBA, and I think the Knicks are going to win this series. I know Coach thinks they're going to win this series, but we are seeing that this league is going to firmly belong in the next, if it isn't already, in the hands of Victor Wembanyama. I mean, the dude's a freak. He has taken that title away from Giannis. I just think that the way he's going to alter the game and change the game is just going to be massive. And unfortunately, because the Spurs have already won a bunch, I think that the NBA title is going to go through San Antonio a lot over the next decade.
I won't argue. As long as he stays healthy, his ability, I mean, being on the floor, watching him walk by, and it was like Yao Ming when I saw him for the first time in person. It's like, no, that cannot be, a human of that size. I mean, he was just massive. And, of course, the body wore itself down, and out he goes. Victor is just that's a different kind of dude there. Long, I guess the word is gangly, Tim, I guess would be. But that doesn't matter. His athleticism and his mental toughness is shown, right? And you put that combination together, I don't know how you really do defend him. He may be his own worst enemy at times with putting pressure on him, thinking he has to carry that Spurs team. He does not. He'll have good nights and bad nights, but he can still rebound. He can be a defensive nightmare, shot blocker, as we know. And as long as he stays healthy, San Antonio is going to be a major player in the West. Things change, and the Jazz have been down for a while, but they're climbing back. You wonder about Houston, right? I mean, they have potential to be back in that mix. I'll tell you, the top 6 in the next year or 2 in the West, it's going to be a constant battle, and injury will probably dictate, success, right? It always does. But then again, if you have injury, how deep are you? Who steps in during that time and process if someone misses 20 games? And I think that's where the Jazz, again, are trying to better themselves to say, look, we can lose a player to injury, but we also have, multiple players that can take the place. Look what Mikhailuk did last year. He's a guy that you have to love. I mean, is he flashy? No. Is he sexy? No. Is he a household name? No. But whenever he's called upon, there's something special about Steve Mikhailuk. He just answers the bell, and those are the type of players, Coach, that every coach wants on a bench, and you got to have. I think Luguentz Dort, again, undrafted, goes out and does his thing, doesn't look for accolades or headlines, but he does his job, and that's why there's been great success in OKC. I mean, because of him. Doesn't look for the headlines, doesn't get the interviews. He just goes out and balls, and that's special, and the Jazz are trying to build that. You can't be a box score watcher. You have to understand, like Josh Hart does, what my job is, and I'm happy with what I contribute every night. Doesn't mean I score 25, but I can do other things to help.
Bowler, you're the best, man. Appreciate it. Thanks for your time, and let's do it again next week, all right?
Yeah, go ride a horse, guys, and have fun. Have fun
Bowler,
down there in Cedar.
have a great weekend, will you? I know you got so much going on. You're just overwhelmed with the work and everything right now, but hang in there, will you?
Oh, man, I'm hanging. I'm going to go mow. That's
there
what
you
I'm
go.
doing.
Hey, Bowler answered the phone the other night, and I played him a tune.
Nice.
Yeah,
right?
love it.
Yeah.
I tell you, Tim can rock. He's almost as close to. He's almost Eddie Van Halen style right now.
No, yeah.
I'm a cousin, a distant cousin, Wilbur Van Halen.
There's
Wilbur,
Eddie.
yeah.
There's
And
Eddie.
Wilbur.
There's Eric Clapton, and then there's our guy Tim Lacombe.
Yeah,
Wilbur.
Wilbur Van Halen. He's that
Wilbur.
distant cousin.
Lesser
He's that
known.
distant cousin. Yeah, a little lesser known,
Actually,
but
he
makes
was
his
in the
way up the
circus,
ladder.
but that's a story for another time.
See you, Bowler.
All right, guys, take care.
There he is, Craig Bowler-Jack, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Joining us now, it's the 40th year of the Utah Summer Games and the first executive director of the Utah Summer Games all the way back in 1986. Rich Wilson, kind enough to join us. Rich, how are you?
I am so excited to be here with you and to look around the community of Cedar and see the enthusiasm, the motivation to provide Utah's residents with the premier sports festival.
Talk to us about how this all came together back in 1986, 40 years ago.
We actually have to go back to 1984.
Okay.
The Olympics in LA, men's volleyball, was my hot button at that stage of my life. I watched the opening ceremonies like so many of us. And I told my wife, I cannot miss this. I'm going to drive to LA. I'm going to be part of this Olympic festival at a level that I can possibly enjoy. And I did. I drove all night, went over to the volleyball venue, and mesmerized by the enthusiasm, the fire of the spectators, more so than the quality of the sport by the players. And it stuck with me. So let's 2 years forward. Gerald R. Sherritt watches the Olympics and says, why can't Utah have a sports festival for its residents that's patterned after the Olympics? And think what it could do for our community, for our state, for the participants themselves. 6 weeks before the games were to start in Cedar City, on a Saturday morning, I get a call at 10 o'clock in the morning from Gerald R. Sherritt. Rich Wilson, I don't know you, but I've heard you might be able to help us. We're in trouble with various facets of the offering of a sports festival. Would you come down and visit with me? And I don't know where your office is. I don't know where you are, but I certainly would be willing to visit with you. And that started a partnership, more so than just a partnership, a trust between Gerald R. Sherritt, who was then the president of Southern Utah University, and myself. And his comment to me when he said, write me an executive summary of what you see the summer games as and what you see you could do with it. Let me take a look at it. And I did. And he hired me on the spot. More contributing my time and effort than an actual cash remuneration. But
that's where all the bad things start, right? They're there, then they go.
They do. And I wanted to see what I could do also. And between the summer games themselves in those early years, coupled to the international sporting events, men's and women's Olympic, the Russians and the Americans and gymnastics, and other events that we were able to put together for Utah, specifically for Cedar City, we had a great time, and I'm fortunate to be able to reflect back and say it was pretty good.
Yeah, no doubt. And I mean, back then, if you would have said, hey, this thing's going to be around for 40 years, and it's going to be a mainstay in not just the state of Utah, but around surrounding states, and it's going to be just a fixture in the Cedar City community, I can't imagine how much pride that would give you back then and how much pride you have now looking back.
I do have an incredible amount of pride. But in the same context, I need to say to the two of you, what about the coaches? What about all the volunteers? What about the sponsors who believed in the product year after year? We have a fix on the participants. And now, quite truthfully, we're in a third generation swing. When you look at our younger participants, their fathers and grandfathers, many of them participated over the 40 years. But the thing that really stands out to me is, how do you begin to thank all those volunteers in all facets of the sports festival? How do you begin to thank those individuals who were coaches, who brought their team to be a part of the Utah Summer Games experience? I also, coupled to those two, look at the sponsors. Like everything, the games have gotten more and more expensive. But way back when, they bought a dream. Here was some guy from Cedar City sitting in a conference room, selling them on the chance to be part of a state sports festival the likes it hasn't been in Utah. And I can't thank all the sponsors enough.
Well, we certainly appreciate you stopping by and giving us a little bit of history. 40 years, celebrating the 40th anniversary of the Utah Summer Games. And the way this thing's going, it's going to be at least another 40 more before it's all said and
You're
done.
a legend, Rich.
Absolutely.
You're an absolute legend, as well as everybody else that took part. But I want to make sure we what you did was amazing. And it's I drove through town last night. You just got to be happy as can be to see it continue to endure.
That's Rich Wilson, the first executive director of the Utah Summer Games. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome to. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Covers the Grizzlies for the Daily Memphian. He's Drew Hill.
I know there are differences in Memphis between regular season Jaren and playoff Jaren. And what did Grizzlies fans see from Jaren in the biggest games in the playoffs?
I thought it was a great trade for the Jazz. Jaren was not only one of the best players on the Grizzlies, but was also just one of the best people in the locker room. Like, the leadership skills were there for sure. He's going to have games where he's awesome, and then he's going to have some of these games in the playoffs where he's going to leave a little bit to be desired. The Grizzlies thought that they had a player that might be capable of being a number one on a playoff team, and I don't think he quite got to that point for them where they could trust that he was dependable enough in the postseason that you could sit back, give him the ball late in games, and he'd be able to get you buckets. It never really transpired that way.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Okay, I've got to tell you about something that honestly surprised me. I went down to Peach Doors and Windows to check out their showroom, and these are not your big box store doors. We're talking solid core, reinforced, high security doors that look like they belong on $1 million home. And here's what hit me. Most break-ins don't happen through windows. They happen through the front door. And a lot of doors, they're basically decorative cardboard with a handle. Peach installs doors that are built to take a beating. Heavy-duty hardware, reinforced frames, real security, but they still look absolutely stunning. Whether you're building $1 million home or you just want yours to look like one, your front door is the first impression and the first line of defense. Do yourself a favor. Go see their showroom. Feel the difference. Visit peachdoorsandwindows.com or stop by their showroom today. Upgrade the door. Upgrade the home. Simple as that.
Fire up summer with Mountain Land Supply. Right now, when you purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven, you'll score a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate. Plus, you'll be entered to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Don't miss your chance to upgrade your backyard cooking and enjoy a night at the ballpark in style. Visit Mountain Land Supply today for the hottest Blackstone deals of the summer. Offer valid May 1st through June 30th, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven to receive a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate and one entry to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Limit one gift certificate and entry per customer account. You do not have to be present to win while supplies last. The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com/contest.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Coming up next week, it'll be another Win Ticket Wednesday, as you'll have a chance to win tickets to see the legendary, how about this, Rod Stewart at the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater on Tuesday, June 19th. We got some great seats still available at livenation.com. Get your tickets today. And also, if you want to roll the dice, remember on Wednesday, we'll be giving away tickets to Rod Stewart.
Legend Rod Stewart. I remember kicking a soccer ball around in a show he did one time. He's a big soccer guy, yeah.
This old heart of mine, been broke 1,000 times. That's the only.
That's the only Rod Stewart.
Well, there's a few others, but that's the only one that came to mind right there.
That was a very good choice. Good choice. Well, we've got another game tonight, Scotty.
Yes,
looking forward to it.
Game number 3, the Knicks and the Spurs, the series. As I don't know if the video on the YouTube stream
Rich left something over here. I've got to make sure he gets it back.
Yeah. All right. So game number 3, the Knicks have been on game number 2. The Knicks have been on an absolute tear, and it's just been fun to sit back and watch this team and what they've been able to accomplish.
So I found an article that I thought was awesome. It's on Yahoo. Ben Rohrbach, senior writer, but he basically went through this 12-game win streak, and so he's going to he wrote an article on 12 stats that are pretty mind-blowing during this 12-game win streak. So first, 12, that's the first number, and the 12-game win streak is tied to 1999 Spurs for the second longest in NBA playoff history. So if they continue this, not only will they beat the Spurs here, but they'll beat the Spurs in 99 in history as well. Jeez. 272. Why is that number important, you ask? They've outscored their opponents by 272 points during this 12-game win streak. That isn't just the best 12-game win streak in playoff history. It's the best 12-game win streak ever in NBA history.
In playoffs or otherwise?
Right, ever.
All right, hold on a sec. So 272, right? That's the number?
Yep.
272 divided by 12. That means each game has been an average of 22 points win.
I mean, they're just rolling.
22 points.
They were down 14 the other night,
yeah,
and came back to make it a double-figure win. I mean, it's just crazy. So, 272. Then here's another one, 40.3. Knicks have shot 40.3 as a team on 402 attempts from three-point range during the 12-game win streak. Only 4 teams in NBA history have attempted 400 or more threes and made better than 40% of them. And that group includes Indiana Pacers last year, the 21 Clippers, the 17 and 16 Cavaliers.
You know, it's funny. I bet if you would have asked that, somebody would have had Golden State on that list. But no.
All right. Pretty interesting, huh?
Yeah.
111. The Knicks have grabbed 111 more rebounds than their opponents during this 12-game streak. Only 4 other teams in NBA history all won the championship, reached the NBA Finals while out-rebounding opponents by 111 or more in a 12-game stretch. The 96 Bulls, the 80 Lakers, the 79 Sonics, and the 76 Celtics.
And as you mentioned, all 4
won
it.
85, the Knicks have logged 85 more assists than their opponent. And this is an interesting one because there's only a handful of teams in playoff history that have recorded more assists in a 12-game span. And you're not going to be surprised with some of the names I throw at you. In fact, I'm going to let you guess. Guess one. A team that had 85 more assists than their opponents through 12 games. So a team that obviously is going to pass the ball.
I would say, I'd say old school Jazz.
96-98 Jazz. Yes. Yeah. Okay. With that, you've got Hallie's team last year, Halliburton. You've got Steph Curry's Warriors that really fed off the pass in 17. And then Nash's Suns in 2006 and Bryant's Lakers in 2001. Add to that Michael Jordan's Bulls in 91, 96, 97, and Larry Bird's Celtics in 86.
So essentially they're like, all right, pass it to Jordan. Jordan will shoot and make.
Right. Just get enough passes to him.
Yeah.
6.3, Knicks center Karl Anthony Towns is averaging 6.3 assists per game during this 12-game streak. At no point in his career, regular season or otherwise, has he done that before. So that's magical. 7, okay, the number 7. As part of the 12-game win streak, the Knicks have won 7 consecutive games on the road. Only the 2001 champion winning Lakers won more games in a row, 8.
On the road.
So this is all happening, is burning, but this gives it context to like how historic this run is. And 124.6 is another number. They own a 124.6 offensive rating over that 12-game streak, which would rank as the greatest offense in NBA history if averaged over an 82-game regular season. The Knicks are going to win this series.
Yeah, they're going to win this series.
And the numbers go on and on. I encourage you to jump in, but that is a...
But the three-point shooting, I think, is absolutely critical. They're just making shots.
They're making shots, sharing the ball.
Yeah, and the assists are leading to good shots.
Here, I'm going to leave this one because this one's pretty cool. 26.9. Knicks star Jalen Brunson, Eastern Conference Finals MVP, is averaging 26.9 on 49, 33, 86 shooting splits. 6.3 assists and 2.7 rebounds a game. How that is basically, I mean, you look at their splits as a team. I mean, Brunson he's certainly doing a lion's share of the scoring, but man, everybody is balanced out there. So they'll put the streak on the line, this 12-game streak on the line tonight. And look for those things. Are they passing the ball? You know, Brunson being able to hit the three-point shot's got to be a big one for him. And certainly no bigger three than that three in the corner that Brunson hit to give him the lead.
I mean, we talked about this 2 days ago. When he hits that shot, all of us were like, yeah, it doesn't matter that he was 1 of 11 from 3 going into that last 3. We knew he was going to knock it down. And
when Bridges one-timed it, well, right when he touched it and the ball was going toward Brunson, I was like, they're going to be ahead.
He's going to make it. And that snapped a 9-0 run. You're on the road. The crowd's going crazy. San Antonio feels like they're on fire. They've come back. They've taken the lead. And who's going to knock it down? Brunson gets the shot. He's like, no, of course he's going to hit it. Knicks back up by 2.
And we've both said this all week, but I feel even stronger after seeing those numbers. This team is hard not to like.
Oh,
They're winning. They're winning basketball games, but they're winning in a way that is like, I mean, seriously, Naismith would stand up, even in his wherever he is. He'd stand up and, I mean, he would give it a big old thunderous applause because that's the way the game's meant to be played.
The way the game's supposed to be played. And honestly, I love the trend. If you like, and again, I've mentioned this a ton. If you like old school basketball, it's not quite that, but yet you're getting a little bit back to a big man, an offense going through a big man. And I think the Spurs are going to welcome in another era because, look, you've seen trends in basketball. It goes one way, it'll flip to another. The old death lineup of Golden State might be in the rearview mirror of everybody trying to match that lineup. Now it might be going the other direction, and that's just how any sport goes, really.
I like that there's more depth. I like that the guys coming off the bench are impactful. I like that the game's free enough that a guy coming off the bench like Keldon Johnson can, take shots and be free to take shots. I mean, we lived in a day where 3-point shots were sacred. But the style of the game, the tempo of the game, the physicality, and shout out to the officials the other night.
Yes.
Because I thought, game ones are always interesting because you kind of have to set the tone for how the series is going to be called. I thought they let it go a little bit, but not in one way or the other, and I liked it. It's kind of what you see in the NCAA tournament. The physicality picks up, and the whistles slow down.
Let's go. Let's absolutely do it. All right, so Knicks keep it rolling tonight?
Yeah. No, wait. No, Knicks aren't going to win tonight. No. The Spurs, I was thinking, no, Spurs will win tonight. This is going, I said 7. I'm starting to think 6 for the Knicks, but yeah, the Spurs have to win tonight. And Wemby's been great after disappointment. He said somebody asked him in their press conference if he'd talked to Pop. And he said, no, I haven't talked to him. Only got a text that said you were horrible and you're better than that. So he'll come back.
That would be Pop.
He may wear the robe tonight. It might be a robe night. And if it's a robe night, you know how that's going to
Well, I don't know, man. I'd hold on to the robe for game 3 or game 4.
Yeah, true. Might be early to go to the robe at home.
Exactly. Yeah. You
want a little desperate.
Yeah. All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, 12:45. Take another break. Come back. All right, so you saw Jalen Brunson after the game start tearing into Scott Foster, the official. Well, more details on why and the result of that coming up next right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Has your doctor told you it's time to lose weight? Is your blood pressure up? Your cholesterol keeps climbing? Or you're already on medication and wondering, is this just my life now? Been told you need a procedure or surgery but have to to lose weight first? That's where most people get stuck. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without injections, prepackaged meals, or extreme workouts. But more importantly, we help you keep it off so you're not stuck wondering what problem is next. Imagine lowering your blood pressure, improving your health, and taking pressure off your joints. Because if nothing changes, it's more medication or bigger problems down the road, especially if you have a family history of health issues or feeling the effects of getting older.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free consultation and take control of your health. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth, and I drive a BMW. Performance matters to me, on the ice and on the road. That confidence lets me focus on what matters most, performance. That's why I trust BMW Utah for everything, from service to tires. They've always got my back. Between scoring goals and scoring the perfect ride, it's a tough call, but scoring is what I do. And the win? Driving a BMW from BMW Utah. When I came to Utah, everyone talked about the greatest snow on earth. But during the 2002 Olympics, the world saw something else. This place also has the best ice on earth. Since moving here, I've done my best to own that ice and live up to that standard. It's about preparation, precision, and trusting what's beneath you every single day. That same mindset is why I chose BMW Utah, because great performance doesn't happen by accident. It's built, maintained, and earned. And I'm proud to work with a local dealer that represents Utah at that same elite level. Proud to be a Utahn, proud to support BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
Get ready for bigger action, faster rides, and edge-of-your-seat thrills. The Ute Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bulls returning to Utah, July 8th through 11th. See elite athletes compete in PRCA rodeo showmanship with some of sport's biggest payouts. Buckle up for Extreme Bulls, delivering Utah's ultimate showdown. New dates, bigger crowds, limited tickets. Don't miss it. Secure yours now at UtestampedeRodeo.com. That's UtestampedeRodeo.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Accessing the best radio in Utah is right here. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCombe, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, the coach, Tim LaCombe. After game one, Jalen Brunson leads his team back. He gets a big victory on the road against San Antonio, and immediately cut to Brunson, the cameras, and you're thinking Brunson's going to be doing a little Tiger Woods fist pump, fired up. He is barking at Scott Foster, the official. And look, Scott Foster's an official that usually deserves to be barked at because
he's got a Mike Reed feel to him.
He does. So there's a lot of people wondering, well, geez, what's going on between those two? Well, actually, it wasn't necessarily between Brunson and Scott Foster. It was Brunson versus two courtside fans in the late stages of that game. With about 29 seconds left, Brunson and these fans start getting into it. Now, there's better TV angles than what we saw, but there's angles of these fans really getting after it. And then Brunson bringing over Scott Foster and say, I want these guys gone. And Scott Foster wouldn't do it. Scott Foster wouldn't kick him out. It's like, look, there's 29 seconds left. Just finish the game and let's get out of here. And that's why he took umbrage with Scott Foster after the game, is because Foster refused to do anything in the middle of these. OG was up there shooting free throws, and that's when this whole thing went down. The NBA did a quick investigation and have decided to not allow these fans to sit courtside again throughout the NBA Finals. Now, these are not season ticket holders. They were there for one game, and so they probably don't have any more tickets or whatever. But the NBA has come in with the long arm of the law and said, you guys, if you're going to come to a game, you have to sit on the second row. You can't be on the front row.
It reminds me of that Seinfeld in the box.
Yeah.
When Elaine wears the Orioles hat and George takes a bunch of heat, I would imagine, similar situation.
It's just yeah, the NBA, I think Brunson forced the issue by being so boisterous about it. And they're like, don't let him sit on the front row. Like, whatever.
So is there like a line of demarcation? You have to be 10 or above?
That's a good question. I don't know. And that's the other element, too, where, honestly, I'm surprised. I've gone to games at various arenas. I hear what's being said. I don't know how you guys block that stuff out. Like, I mean, especially when you're coaching at BYU, you know, a lot of visiting teams get targeted. BYU gets targeted a lot. And I can't imagine how hard it is as a player or a coach to try to just keep your mind on a game and block all that stuff out.
Sometimes it's funny.
Yeah.
Like, there were times where I literally had to get a towel and put it over my face because some of the stuff they were saying was pretty accurate. You know, it was pretty accurate. They figured out our team in a short period of time. But it's I don't know. It's something about being in the moment. You know, your focus, it's interesting. Your focus can really only be on one thing. Your mind can wander, but when you time to focus in, and so that was that. But it's a dynamic for sure.
Have you ever seen it get under a player's skin? Like really affect how they've played?
It can.
And you don't have to don't name names, but
not necessarily. If anything, probably trying to do too much to silence them. Nothing that was ever banter, but I think that's probably the drawback is you can't shoot, you know, or they egg guys on, and you know, in our scouting report, we actually have that guy as a non-shooter, our own guy, and you know, they get the ball wide open, and everyone's like, shoot it, and sometimes they fall for that. So there's things like that.
Look, I've seen a couple guys fold, you know, because I'm up there in the spectrum and I, you know, call those games, and that's a really rowdy, obnoxious crowd, and they're awesome. But I've seen them get under player skin, but sometimes you see it go the other way. And that's where you really get to figure out who a player is as a person when they take that and they're like, all right.
Right.
And then I've seen it just as many times where it breaks a guy where they actually end up going on a heater and looking at the crowd like,
saying, you shouldn't have done that.
Yeah,
because I was not going to play tonight.
Yeah.
But tonight, I've seen that too.
But tonight it's on.
I used to love going on the road. I loved that, what it felt like, because there's nothing better than going in there, just 20 of you against everybody else, and winning the game and walking out, you know, with all those people disappointed, and you're eating your post-game pizza on the bus, ready to go to the airport. I mean, it was fun. You just go in, take something of theirs, and get out of town.
The Pit, San Diego State.
Those were great ones.
I bet.
Great ones. I only got, the crazy thing in the Pit, very few. And, you know, the Aztec, that was a hard place to play up there on the Mesa.
Yeah, no bueno. All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, the Utah Summer Games continuing on. It is I tell you what, the opening ceremony is coming up tonight, and really fired up to talk to Cordell Morris. He's the Chief Marketing Officer for State Bank of Southern Utah. How are you, man?
Yeah, fantastic. Thanks for having me.
I've seen that positioning around quite a bit, the State Bank of Southern Utah. Let's talk about your involvement and what that means for this bank to have such a strong partnership with these games.
Yeah, State Bank of Southern Utah, they're the only locally owned bank in all of Southern Utah. We have 17 branches, but headquartered right here in Cedar City. This is our backyard. We've been involved with the Summer Games since its inception, and we just love supporting it. Everything about it, the volunteerism, the community, the athletes. There's just a fun vibe that we just love to be a part of it.
We talked to Rich earlier, and just an absolutely awesome conversation how it got started. The economic impact, right? That's something that probably was never part of I mean, you wanted to grow it, but it was for the community. It was for the experience, but it's turned in economically to incredible for y'all.
Yeah. I've lived here in Cedar City for 23 years, and straight from the get-go, I knew that this was something that you're a part of when you live here. And we take our family and we go every year, and it's the biggest party in town. That happens all year long. So
it's really cool to see over the last. I mean, I've been down here the last few years, and just even over the last 2 or 3 years, how this thing has really grown, and to be able to be a part of it on the campus of Southern Utah. Not only are these games important to you guys, but the Southern Utah University is important as well. And I know there's a great partnership there.
Absolutely. Just this week, we were able to announce a 15-year partnership that we're doing, which includes the summer games. For the past 3 years, we've been the presenting sponsor of the opening ceremony, and we'll continue to be that presenting sponsor for the next 15 years. With that agreement, we are also going to be renaming the event center on campus. It'll be called the State Bank Arena. That will take place next year as part of this 15-year agreement. We love SUU. SUU is just a staple in our community. Same with State Bank. And we've been a phenomenal partner with each other for decades, but this kind of solidifies that relationship. And I mean, it's very personal to me. I graduated here with my bachelor's, my master's. I taught here on campus as an adjunct professor for 7 years. And so it's been really fun for me to be involved in bringing this partnership together.
All right. You're a competitor. Like you're in these games. So it's let's play a game here. Guess the sport in which Cordell plays.
Guess the score. I'm going to guess.
By the way, I've participated in 4 different sports in the Utah Summer Games.
Oh, okay. Are you going to compete this year?
Yes.
Okay.
Track and field.
I'm going to say.
I'm wrong.
I'm going to say.
I'm wrong.
I'm
going to say volleyball.
Ooh, no.
Okay, I've got one.
Okay.
Cornhole.
Cornhole. I've not participated in cornhole yet. Okay. I want to.
All right. That would be when you could jump in.
Yes.
Easy,
right? But I mean,
I love cornhole.
I mean, basketball, you're a tall dude, so basketball's the easy one, but I think that would
like
be low-hanging fruit.
Yeah,
there's something else there.
Something going on here.
All right, so what do you got?
So my favorite sport, and the one I've won the most medals in, is table tennis.
No kidding.
Yeah.
I would love to watch you play.
I love playing table tennis. So, yeah, next week, my 13-year-old really picked it up, and he's starting to beat me now. And so this next year, we're going to play doubles table tennis and singles table tennis next week.
Wow, table tennis. How
Are you
cool
like
is that?
That scene in Gump where it's just...
Can you do that? Sometimes it gets that intense. Yeah, it's pretty fun.
So how far away from the table do you get?
So depends on the competition, the style of play, the top spin, the bottom spin. But yeah, once those top spin start coming in, then you start backing up 5 feet.
Because you see some of those Olympic guys, they're like, it seems like 10 feet away and still putting crazy spin on that thing.
That is something I really respect. That is hand-eye to the tee.
Yeah,
and then you got to have some nitro.
So do you take that out on the pickleball court? Are those even related?
Yes. In
so
fact,
pickleball is one.
Pickleball is one that I've participated in, and when pickleball first was making its way, I was like, this seems kind of a lame sport. But then I started to pick it up, and it's just a blast. So a lot of stuff translates over. But I've also participated in 3-on-3 soccer with my wife. She plays soccer, and I participate in horseshoes.
You were close.
I was close. You were tossing something at a random post this time instead of a, hole.
What I love is there's almost anything that somebody can participate in, right, at any age level. And so I encourage everybody to get involved. They let you compete in your competition range, no matter your skill level. And so come out, compete. It's just part of the fun, and it's for the whole family.
Yeah. Utah Summer Games continuing on. And remember, there's so many events and the opening ceremonies coming up tonight. So come on, get down here, Cedar City, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I didn't realize how bad my windows were until I replaced them. You think your house is fine, and then you sit by a new high-performance window, and suddenly you're not freezing in the winter or baking in the summer. Peach Windows and Doors showed me the difference between builder-grade windows and real performance windows. The glass packages, the seals, the insulation, it's not even close. And here's the part I love. It completely changes the look of the house. Cleaner lines, bigger glass, more light. It instantly feels upgraded. Whether you're building $1 million home or you want yours to look like one, windows matter more than you think. Lower energy bills, more comfort, massive curb appeal. Go see the difference for yourself at peachdoorsandwindows.com or visit their showroom. Trust me, once you see the difference, you can't unsee it. peachdoorsandwindows.com.
Utah roads have commuters, can-doers, and cross-country viewers. But wherever our vehicles are headed, they've got one thing in common. They're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So let's check our chains, keep our vehicles maintained, and fight roadside fires together. FireSense is the first response.
Welcome to This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
Covers the Grizzlies for the Daily Memphian. He's Drew Hill.
I know there are differences in Memphis between regular season Jaren and playoff Jaren. And what did Grizzlies fans see from Jaren in the biggest games in the playoffs?
I thought it was a great trade for the Jazz. Jaren was not only one of the best players on the Grizzlies, but was also just one of the best people in the locker room. Like, the leadership skills were there for sure. He's going to have games where he's awesome, and then he's going to have some of these games in the playoffs where he's going to leave a little bit to be desired. The Grizzlies thought that they had a player that might be capable of being a number one on a playoff team, and I don't think he quite got to that point for them where they could trust that he was dependable enough in the postseason that you could sit back, give him the ball late in games, and he'd be able to get you bucket. It never really transpired that way.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
Escape the everyday with a quick trip to Cedar City. Just one tank of gas from the Wasatch Front, but a world away in experience. Hike through the cool, refreshing beauty of Canara Falls, where red rock walls and flowing water create a stunning natural escape. Then head up to Cedar Breaks National Monument, where the air is crisp, the views stretch for miles, and the night skies come alive with thousands of stars. And when the sun goes down, step into the spotlight at the world-renowned Utah Shakespeare Festival, where unforgettable stories unfold under the open sky. From outdoor adventure to rich arts and culture to peaceful, wide-open spaces, Cedar City is the kind of getaway that helps you slow down, breathe deeper, and reconnect. So whether you're chasing fresh mountain air, unforgettable scenery, or a night of incredible live performance, it's all waiting for you, closer than you think. Discover the art of adventure. Find your inspiration in Cedar City. Plan your getaway today at visitcedarcity.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Scotty G and the coach, Tim Lacombe.
Now I know y'all are tripping.
Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Wasted along with your time. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, Tim Lacombe. Who we have here?
That's my guy, Kevin McKinney.
Oh, okay. I wasn't ringing a bell there.
Yeah, it's Kev. That's he's a Party Hound lead guitar player, and then that's his real thing.
It's a great song.
I'm telling you, dude. When we turn this thing loose, people of Utah are going to have some new stuff to listen to.
Hey, we're down here at Cedar City. It's Southern Utah University. The Utah Summer Games officially get underway tonight with the opening ceremonies. Would love for you to come down and experience. It's just such a great event. Brings the community together, brings the entire state together. And so many people are going to be competing. And as we found out, table tennis is a sport. Who knew?
Table tennis and horseshoes.
Cornhole.
Pickleball. What if you won the gold medal for cornhole? The cool thing, if it was a gold medal, but it had a hole in the middle of it. You know what I mean? For the cornhole win.
So have you seen the story about the cornhole? And by the way, this is I'm not making any jokes here. This is true. A guy with no arms and no legs who competes in cornhole and was arrested for murder. Alex, have you heard this story?
I did. I heard it when it was going viral.
I haven't heard that one. I was too busy watching old mayhem.
So I got to bring up the story here now. Yeah, quadruple amputee and former professional cornhole player Dayton James Weber, 27 years old, indicted on first-degree murder charges for the shooting death of his friend, 27-year-old Braddock Michael Wells.
Wow, that's heavy.
I know, right?
I mean, all components of that are heavy.
There's a lot of layers to that story.
He doesn't even get the bronze for that kind of activity. Not even the bronze.
No. Number one. All right, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is Austin Ainge. Look, Austin's got a lot to really break down, a lot to analyze. He was on yesterday with Ben Anderson, David James filling in for Jake Scott. Really fascinating conversation. See if you can we always did this thing because Dennis Lindsay would tell you stuff. He would just hide it. And so you would go back after the Jazz would make a pick or trade for somebody or a free agent, and you go back and like, he was telling us this, but it was coded. And so I'm really curious to know, when you hear these interviews from Austin Ainge, after we find out who the Jazz drafted, then go back and say, did he tip his hand? Here's Austin Ainge with Ben Anderson.
Austin, when you watch the finals and you see, the best player in the NBA or the best players in the NBA, and you're going into a draft, do you say, well, we got a draft to combat what these finals teams are doing or the best player in the NBA is doing, or do you ignore that?
I mean, mostly ignore, but you got to be cognizant of the competition. But we view the second pick as a 9 or 10 year investment or a 9 or 10 year player. So it's about becoming the best team we can be over, in that period. So it's, that the best teams and the best players will shift dramatically in that time.
In the short run, given the fact you'll probably, you've got backup center and probably veteran presence on the perimeter, a little ball handling, how much are those decisions, which don't figure to be 10-year decisions, they figure to be 1, 2, or 3-year decisions, how much are those influenced by what you saw in the Western Conference playoffs and, 2 or 3 teams that, you probably have to beat to get very far in the postseason?
Yeah, they factor. We're definitely keeping an eye on the competition. Sometimes you can drive yourself crazy trying to figure out how to beat those teams. You can go, do you match what they have as best you can, or do you try to be different and cause them problems? But mostly the way I think about it is you have to be able to play multiple ways. And that means got to be able to go small, got to be able to go big, got to go inside, got to go outside. And it's a real challenge to create teams with that kind of depth and talent, and that's why championships are really hard, and that's why it's so rewarding if you ever get there.
Austin, you're almost at the exact midway point from lottery night to the draft now. It's about 3.5 weeks. Do you feel better today than you did moments after you won the draft lottery? Do you feel like you know a lot more? Does it feel a little murkier? How do you look at it?
Feel like I know a lot more. I mean, we've been working really hard. Obviously, we spend a lot of time scouting these guys all year, but we can, we only have the second pick this year. We don't have any other picks, so we can go pretty crazy depths on these guys, and that is statistics and video and medical and all of these things. We'll do the best we can, but we're going to try to treat this as one of the most important decisions of our franchise, and do everything we can to get it right.
Do you have a good feel for what the team in front of you is going to do, and whether they might really be willing to move, or whether they just have those conversations because you're supposed to have those conversations. You're not doing your job if you don't have those conversations. Do you have any good feel for that, or is it like everybody else? Yeah, okay.
No, they won't. They wouldn't say, and we wouldn't tell them, and we wouldn't tell the team behind us. And it's just you don't. You never really know. I mean, there's been a couple times in the years where we kind of knew what a team was going to do, but most of the time you don't, and you just prepare. It's a lot easier to guess who could be available at 2 than it is at 10. But so we don't have to prepare that much or worry that much about what everyone else is doing when it's just 2 names.
So, Austin, in the last few years, the NBA did make a change to make sure teams selecting in specific spots get all the medicals on specific players and then further down the draft, et cetera. I'm not necessarily asking for the results of those unless you want to share them, but have you guys gotten all the medical reports from the lottery? Has all of that been released now?
90-something% of it. There's sometimes some tests that are sent out to other labs and things that are coming in, but yes, we have most everything.
And then what's the step from there? You give it to your doctors, or the NBA's doctors tell you what to think? How does that work?
No, it's we just get access to the records and the results. They'll do MRIs, they'll do blood tests, they'll do X-rays, they'll do histories, they'll do hands-on evaluations, right? That guys can do. So then our doctors, our team of doctors, will review it and then seek specialist advice when needed. Right. So if there's something outside their area of expertise or they want a little more help on, they can go find whatever worldwide expert that we want to help us make a decision.
And that feels like it's you can be thorough enough to be comfortable on draft night, taking somebody or red flagging somebody. You do get enough info?
Yeah, you get a lot. I mean, I don't know how often you guys have dealt with medical issues, maybe with your family or whatever. There's a lot of things that you can't explain. There's a lot of things that people don't know. I'll give you some examples. There's all sorts of injuries. When you X-ray 100 players or MRI 100 knees of players in the draft, you'll get some crazy things. There's been players that don't have ACLs. They're not even there, and they run and jump at an NBA level. They're completely asymptomatic, and the doctors go, hey, we don't know what to do with this one, and there's other time. I remember a guy had a broken kneecap that he had hurt, and there was a screw floating in the kneecap was in pieces, and he just played for 6 years with it, and it never bothered him. And there's other guys that look 100% healthy that end up with issues. And so basically we're guessing on the talent and the evaluation, making our best estimate, and the doctors are doing the same, and then we all get together and talk it through.
I don't know if you can answer this, Austin, but I am so curious. I read headlines in the morning, and the number of times that I have to talk about athletes in multiple sports who have an Achilles injury, it used to be really rare, and it was career-ending. Now they seem very common, and people seem to be coming back from them. And there's all kinds of speculation about why that might be. There's more running and cutting in the NBA than there used to be. We're seeing it in the NFL also. Some people think it's specialization for youth players. When you talk with your medical people and that, do you have any idea what is causing that, how to avoid it? It seems like a plague.
It's such a great question, and we actually are talking about this on the NBA level, not just the Achilles, but just injuries in general, and the toll of our game, and the state of sports science. And if I'm being honest, I don't think we have definitive answers. We have theories like the ones you have, specialization or too many games in youth sports and the difficulty of our game. We're definitely covering more ground out there on the court, and it is an intense game more than it was. No matter what your older listeners say, it is a more intense physical game. I seriously challenge anyone to watch the Western Conference Finals and pull up some game from the 90s and say that the 90s were a harder game, because I don't see that. So anyway, look, we're looking at it, not just the Jazz, but our entire industry. Like, we're trying to figure out how to keep these guys healthier longer, because it's more fun for the fans, and it's better for the players, and it's better for the teams. And so it's just everyone's on the same page trying to figure it out.
Austin, Jonathan Gavoni from Draft Express comes out over the weekend and says, Cam Boozer's the number one player on every analytics team's board across the NBA, all 30 teams. I'm curious, how much do analytics departments vary from team to team in your experience as far as what they care about, what they measure? And then B, now that you can look back 3 years, 5 years, a couple of years, how often does an analytics teams maybe see something that's accurate or that you're missing in other types of scouting?
So teams are very protective of their draft models, right? So it's really hard to say what everyone else has. But, we do know the data sets they have, right? So everyone is operating from very similar data sets. There are certain providers, obviously box scores, but there's other data providers, and they all try to sell to all the teams. And so we generally know what they have, and then what they do with it is kind of an internal secret. And so everybody can weight things a little differently, and the models can do different things. But I would anticipate that, the modeling ends up being similar or, in the same range. So I would guess that some of the models end up being the same, at least. A lot of the publicly available ones that outsiders do end up being similar. So, we can make estimates, but we don't know for sure.
Do they feel like accurate predictors of future success?
Look, we're talking about predicting human behavior, right? It's almost like the stock market. Is there a model that can tell you which stock to buy? If there were, they'd be, billionaires all over the place. It just isn't that easy to predict how 19-year-olds react to the NBA. If they stay healthy, if they're used right, if they stay humble and hungry. So they do a pretty solid job, but we're talking an industry where if you draft well, 4 out of 10 it's like hitting 4 out of 10 you're a Hall of Famer, 2 out of 10 you're fired. That's kind of the range we're talking about. The draft is just hard.
Stick close to Ben. He was in early on Apple and Microsoft, so
I don't think I was born yet.
He's your guy. He's your guy.
What's the joke? Predictions are hard, especially about the future, right? So.
Yeah, right. I get your point about you don't know exactly what every organization is doing, but people do change organizations. So, for instance, I would think you have a pretty good idea what's going on in Boston, and I would think everybody has a good idea what's going on in San Antonio because another organization just went out and hired a head coach from San Antonio. So do some of those trade secrets leak out in those situations? I mean, people take the knowledge with them, right?
Absolutely. It's a small community, but if I told you that I doubt the assistant coach knows how the draft models work, would that surprise you? So there's a lot of that type of stuff that honestly it would have to be someone from their analytics department. Mm-hmm. But yes, look, and we all get together in the same places and talk, and we can tell by behavior sometimes what people have. So there's definitely some hints.
Austin, when you're sitting at number 2, how often are those top 4 or 5 names switching around at the top of a draft board? Is it less than if you're sitting at 9, 10, 25? Have you guys switched number 1? Have you guys switched number 2? Does that happen this late in the process?
It does. I would say less than further down in the draft. But it does happen. We're trying to force ourselves to keep an open mind. Like, don't get locked in until we have all the information. Make sure we're processing everything correctly. We're almost fighting a consensus or a predetermination. We're trying to make sure we go through it as thoroughly as possible before we lock in. So I would say there's always a blink reaction when we get the pick. All right, we're going to do this, and then but we're trying not to do that on purpose.
Previous Jazz management has been really open about their process of going back 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, 10 years later and analyzing the draft and what do people get right and what do they get wrong and why, and trying to learn from that. And I assume that you've done the same exercises, throughout your career. And if you look at the history of the number 2 picks in the draft over 25 years, there's not enough big-time scorers, not enough big-time players, not enough all-star games, not enough Olympic teams, not enough champions, not enough playoff series wins on down the line. And I'm curious if you have any theories why that is. And I was triggered by your last answer because you said about fighting that consensus and kind of that sense of, predetermined options. It's the player must come out of this group of 3 or 4 players or whatever. Is that part of what drives it? Because the league as a whole has not drafted well in the number 2 slot.
Yeah, I think, I haven't spent a ton of time worrying about that. I was ecstatic to get the second pick. Yeah. But I would say that it is, I do think that we are fighting groupthink. We're fighting media narratives. We're fighting that. And then that's part of the reason we use analytics, because those are dispassionate and not human. And so we use those to check ourselves a lot and keep ourselves grounded. So we'll use all the tools we have. And, you guys can picture a room full of guys and girls that spend all their life and all their hours watching these games and trying to figure out these players. Like, we don't have a consensus in our rooms, right? Like, there's arguments. My dad and I fight every day about stuff, about players. Coach Hardy and I spend a lot of time talking through it and picturing how it would work with this guy and that guy. And there's a lot of opinions and I work with a lot of smart people and we're all just trying to share and grow and learn and somehow come together at the end.
Along those lines, Austin, you were on with DJ and PK, and you said, kind of the important things you guys like to do at this point. You guys aren't working out for you, so it's a lot about the dinner. It's a lot about the breakfast the next morning and talking to these guys. Who all is invited to breakfast and dinner? How many people from the organization are there?
We try not to overwhelm them. We don't want it to feel like they're at the end of a long conference table full of old people staring at them. So we keep it pretty small on purpose. But we rotate it around. It's usually Ryan, myself, Avery Bradley, Carlos Boozer, DA, Justin Zanuck. That's usually some combination of that group. Oh, and of course, Coach Hardy. Will is there, has been at every one of them.
There you go. That is a great conversation. Austin Ainge on with Ben Anderson and David James yesterday. And, again, I'm going to look back at that interview after the draft here in a few weeks. I'm like, okay, what did he say? How did he tip his hand? Because usually those GMs will give you something, and it's kind of their fun game that they like to play. Like, I'm gonna give you some clues and let you decipher what direction we're going to go. But I do believe when he said, hey, we don't know yet. Like, we're not locked in on anybody in particular. They're going to take it right up until draft day, and then they'll lock in their board and go from there. But they're going to take their time, as they should.
Well, whoever they do choose at number 2 could certainly, I'm short period of time, get elected mayor.
Yes.
I'm sure of it.
Well, if he ends up being a superstar, but Cedar City's got that job locked down.
Well, they've got a superstar down here, too, doing his job.
Steve Nelson, the mayor of Cedar City, the Fred Hoiberg of Cedar City right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. How are you, sir?
So fantastic. Thank you.
Is it your honor or like what? Is there like
Your Majesty. I'm going to go Your Majesty.
People ask me what the thing I didn't expect in being elected, because I'm just new. I just got elected.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah. And actually being called mayor is the part that I have struggled the most with. As if that sounds weird. But
wow.
Yeah.
Because I just like to still.
Yeah, they call it out and you just keep walking.
Just a normal dude.
Yeah. Hey, Cedar City's beautiful, and Tim and I have just been talking about it nonstop. Like, this is destination location, and everybody's coming down here for the summer games, and for good reason. You're going to welcome 11,000 athletes through your wonderful city, but Cedar City's got it locked and loaded all season, all year long.
Not a better place on the planet to live.
Is this? Are you a lifer here? Or?
I am. Yeah, my dad's side of the family was actually one of the first families to settle the area. So
wow.
So this is.
He goes way back.
Deep rooted home.
I'm serious about the key to that city, Scotty and I. We don't need to take it home, but if we could at least hold it just for reputation,
exactly.
That could help a lot. Did you take part in the summer games? I imagine you did.
Oh yeah, I don't think there's been an opening ceremonies. Maybe I could count on one hand a couple that I've missed since being a kid here. Yeah.
All right, so have you competed?
Oh, yeah.
Don't tell us in what, because that's what we're
guessing.
guessing.
We got to guess.
Okay. So it's the guess the sport.
Right.
I'd say I could see you being a soccer player.
So I didn't play growing up. I've done a ton of it with
As
my
an
own
adult?
kids. Yeah.
Oh.
So my own kids.
I'm going to
loved
say
it.
you look like a wrestler to me.
I did that 1 year in high school.
Okay.
Didn't compete in the summer games in it.
All right.
But we were
2
close.
strikes.
We'll go. Okay.
I don't know if they're strikes. I think they're. Yeah, I guess they're fouls.
They're baseball. All right. So, I mean, the easy answer would be basketball, but all right, I'll go hoops.
Yeah, I did. I played high school or basketball growing up.
Point guard.
Yep.
Cedar High.
Yep. Until my junior year, Davey Evans was Coach Evans' boy.
Yeah, I know Dave.
3 years ago, and he was my same age, and he was a D1 player. I was not. So
he was a little bigger.
He was a little better. Yeah.
What do these summer games mean to Cedar City? I mean, obviously that's a layup question, but just in reality,
I mean, you've had conversations. It's hard to quantify the impact that they have. The economic impact is huge, obviously, right, with the number of people that it brings into town, and then just the cultural piece that it brings to the city, and an opportunity that one of the things that you've probably experienced is just how good the people are here, and they're so willing to serve and give back, and so the number of volunteer hours that are able to be given by people, and that just brings a greater connection to your community when you have things that you're able to go participate in and give back to. Summer Games provides that.
Rich was talking about the origination story of all this, and it's so interesting to me that on everybody's mind at that point was let's have an event and really cater it to the people. Yep. And because it was so good at doing that, it's just become that economic boon. And Cedar City's growing rapidly, correct?
Yeah, 5% a year.
Wow.
Scotty's
going to be a new one.
Fastest growing city in the state, correct?
It's crazy.
So, I mean, I got to imagine you're excited about that, but you're also like, hey, we kind of want to keep the secret here, but the secret's out.
Oh, yeah. We went from, we used to be able to recruit professors at the university because we could say it's got cheap housing. The secret's out. We've been
found its way to you, huh?
Yeah.
Well,
but if you're not growing, you're dying. So
yeah, there you go.
You got to embrace it and figure out how to still have it happen in a way that keeps the culture and what makes Cedar City great. So.
Well, so we asked about, I brought up soccer. Do you have a medal in the summer games? Like, did you back when you played basketball? Do you have one from basketball?
We do. I ran track and cross country as well, and so we have some from that. And then I got really into soccer, so I coached all of my kids from when they were little up through, and was president of the soccer club here. And so I've got multiple from the coaching side, the soccer side, but.
So you're speaking my language.
Now we got 2 coaches here, so there we go.
I don't look like one now. I look like a beach boy, but at one point, I was a coach.
Well, hey, Steve, we appreciate
it. Always a coach.
Always a coach, yeah. Steve, thanks for letting us invade your city. This is so much fun to be a part of. It's such a great event, and we can't thank you enough and look forward to be a future resident of Cedar City.
Well, welcome. That's when you'll get a key.
Pleasure.
Okay, there we go.
Pleasure to meet you, my majesty.
Thank you.
Steve Nelson, he's the mayor of Cedar City. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Chet Holmgren was the number 2 pick. Western Conference Finals, Chet Holmgren, not good. Any concern the number 2 pick in this month's draft might not be good. Number 2 picks in NBA history are all over the place. If you can identify that person correctly, you could get a win.
Man, when you go back all the way into this century...
You'd like to think the number 2 picks had produced more.
They don't.
They're just clearly a bunch of misses.
I think it's the second pick. If there's one player behind you who's good, that's on you that you didn't get him. There's no excuse for bungling the second pick. That's too high. You can't do that, especially when you've waited 4 years for this golden ticket.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, honey, I was thinking about updating the house a little.
A little?
You know, new siding, new windows, gutters that actually work, maybe even a new deck.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, I called RGS Exteriors.
Well, that's a good decision.
When it comes to upgrading your home's exterior, the right choice is easy. RGS Exteriors specializes in siding, windows, gutters, and decking that transform the look and protection of your home.
Hi, Tim Brown, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
There's nothing like a summer wedding. Begin your forever at the Joseph Smith Memorial Building with beautiful new event spaces, timeless elegance, and unforgettable celebrations surrounded by family and friends. Find the perfect setting for your love story at tshevents.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
It's time to spin the wheel and talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone. Hey, the KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Mills honoring the people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Mills Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest. All right. It is time to spin the wheel as we take some of the big storylines. We put on a roulette wheel. We spin it, and wherever that little white ball lands is what we end up talking about, because we're halfway to Vegas right now.
Alex has spun the wheel before, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because Lloyd's gone. I don't want him to mess up the wheel.
No. In fact, the wheel is in much better hands with
That's
Alex.
true. I mean, definitely Lloyd's put his finger on the thing. He just picks what he wants.
Yeah, no. I don't even know if he's actually even spinning it back there. All right, Alex, fire it up.
Predictions.
All right. Simple predictions. What's going to happen? Coach, time to write the script of what's going to happen this weekend. First, let's start with the Knicks and Spurs tonight. Game number 2. Game starts at 6:30. Is this series going to even up, or are we going back to New York with the Knicks up 2-0?
I think the series is going to even up, and I believe the Spurs will. They didn't start the game the other day great, and I think they will kind of like the way they did against Oklahoma City at home, just not ambush them, but they're going to make the first punch tonight.
Yeah.
Wemby has proven after a disappointing outing, he doesn't necessarily have 2 in a row, or at least he hasn't in this run. And so I expect him to definitely be more impactful, more aggressive. They will be a tad bit more rested, to getting further away from the 7th game of that crazy series. So I am the believer that Spurs win tonight. I think Wemby has a good game, and it's going to be somebody like Johnson or Vassell that comes up big from 3, because they got to be able to shoot the ball well from 3, because the Knicks we talked about it in their streak, they've shot at 40%.
It wouldn't surprise me if the Spurs win going away in this one tonight, because I think the Knicks are like, all right, fine, well, we got what we wanted, and if the Spurs, throw a haymaker in the middle of the third quarter or something like that, it's like, okay, fine. enjoy it.
I mean,
I don't think that's part of their DNA, but it wouldn't surprise me.
And I will not put it past the Knicks to win tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Just because of what they're doing. And that's why we took that whole segment. I think it's important to understand these aren't, we kind of discounted it maybe because it's against the East. But I think it's time, the way they played that first game, the way they responded to adversity being down. And then what really got them over the hump, the clutch play of Jalen Brunson.
I could watch that guy play all day. Like, okay, in the landscape of the NBA, he's not a top 5 player in the NBA.
No.
But when it's the fourth quarter and you need a guy to take a shot or make a play for you, there's not a lot of guys in the NBA that take over him.
No, I mean, the perfect example is Donovan Mitchell is a phenomenal player, and he's an all-star, and he gets a lot of the run in the pub, but, this is where stars are made. Mm-hmm. So guys like that, I mean, there's plenty of guys putting up stats, but the guys that really move the needle are guys that win. And, he's obviously Victor Wembanyama's in that spot to be young and crank it up. But, there are very few guys I'd put the ball in their hands right now, especially right now, the way Brunson's going. That the shot he made the other night where he shot faked, fell down, there's no way that's going in too. But then you said it, the 3 in the corner, it was automatic. I knew that was going in.
Yeah. I mean, he'd missed 10 in a row or 11 in a row since, and he's like, no big deal.
Well, he started the game the other night 1 for 7, and you've called enough ball.
Oh yeah.
That a guy gets off, even a great player, has a bad night, you get off to a 1 for 7, and it's kind of like, I just don't have it. Just like the Knicks didn't have it, just kind of the Brunson's way. You just keep plugging, and it's almost better in my mind to go 1 for 7 in the first. That's fine. Finish the game like you did 6 for 11.
I'm always scared to death when I'm calling a game and it's a close game and the other team's star player isn't having a big night. And I'm like, okay.
Because they've got that in reserve.
It's going to happen. It's just a matter of when. And it's funny. I'll be calling the game, and Ajay will be sitting next to me, and I'm like, uh-oh, I think our guy over here is going to hit a big shot. And it just happens just because you've seen it so many times where a guy may be 2 of 14, but he's the star, he's the stud, he knows what it takes to win. And when he's got to, put on his big boy pants and make a shot, he gets it done.
It's funny you say that because you think about moments. The other night I had the feeling like these Knicks aren't done here. Like you get those feelings in games, and sometimes you're right and sometimes you're wrong. I had one of those, and it was one of the worst times for it to come, but it was halftime, the national championship game with Utah playing Kentucky. And Utah had they were ahead on the scoreboard at halftime.
Yeah, and dominating. Really.
Well, but if you watched the game, the shots they were getting and making, as opposed to what Kentucky was getting, in the back of my mind, as much as I wanted to be excited, because they're up double figures.
Yeah.
And I was hanging out with them after. Like, that was going to be a magical night. In the back of my mind, I'm thinking, the way this game has gone, I don't know if we can hold them off. Their shot quality is better than our shot quality, and they have guys that, and it went on to pro. They had pros on that team too, and so. But that you talk about that, you get those premonitions. That was one that came to me in the moment.
That was a rough one. I mean, people say that Utah just ran out of gas. I think, and honestly, I think I've maybe watched that game in its entirety once since I watched it. Obviously live. I was in college at the time, and it's just like, ugh. I don't know about this one. It doesn't feel like the Arizona game. It doesn't feel like the North Carolina game. This one felt different.
It did. The North Carolina game, man, the Utes got out in front, were able to. I still remember it was so crazy. I'm looking down at Drew Hansen guarding Vince Carter.
I know.
And something's out of place. Now, Vince has obviously did what he did, and Drew's he might have made as much money as Vince, but he did it with intellect.
Yeah.
But that was a mismatch in terms of physicality.
All right. Also, game number 3 of the Stanley Cup final is Carolina and Carolina and why am I
our Vegas Golden Knights.
Vegas Golden Knights. Look,
it's Friday, and you got up at 5:30, and I know you had an escort, but still,
I left at 5:30.
Oh, you were up at 4:30.
Yeah, 4:30. Yeah, it's one of those days.
But yeah.
Well, but no, that's where I said earlier, like Vegas, like I've eliminated from my mind. I don't even care
that's
about
true.
Vegas.
Yeah, you are true to your word.
I am
You're
anti-Vegas.
Again?
I want nothing but bad things to happen to the Vegas Golden Knights.
So I assume you're going to take Carolina.
And I know I got to be careful here because, we're only, 3 hours away from Vegas. So we probably have some Vegas night fans in our midst. But, go Carolina. Carolina's going to get this victory, and they're going to go up 2-1.
All right. Well, I'm going to go, because you were so good to bring me a Diet Coke today, I'm going to go for my second one.
Ouch.
I'm going to take Vegas. I'll go ahead and take the home team.
So you're going to take Vegas. All right. So that's double or nothing on this one?
Yeah.
All right. Fair enough. All right. Alex, spin it.
It's a great day for Lloyd to be gone.
It is a great day for Lloyd not to be here because I don't think we would have made it to Sports Roulette without him puffing out his chest and talking about all the bad things going on in Denver. But this is not good. Denver Bronco outside linebacker Jonathan Cooper arrested earlier this morning, on a domestic violence charge. He was being held at the Douglas County Jail on the suspicion of criminal mischief with a domestic violence enhancer. There was a argument and physical confrontation between Cooper and his girlfriend over a cell phone, and that the phones were damaged in that incident. Cooper was arrested by police at 11:16 a.m. Thursday and then booked at 2:38 a.m. As of 11 a.m. this morning, he was still in custody, appeared in court, and is scheduled to appear again on Monday. So apparently there was an argument, some phones were broken, and Jonathan Cooper had to walk away in cuffs.
I hate all of it.
Yeah.
I hate all that stuff.
I do too.
The messiness of it. And I won't even take a shot at your Broncos on the deal. I won't.
Yeah, because you're a good person. Lloyd, on the other hand, not a good person, and would be reveling in this.
Don't throw rocks at glass houses, Lloyd.
Yeah, I know, especially when you're the Raiders of all teams.
And let me be clear: every day that Lloyd's day gone is a good day.
Yeah, you're not wrong there.
Of course, I'm joking, Lloyd.
I'm not.
Get back on the road.
What's he? He's got some baseball tournament.
Is that what it was?
I think that's why he's gone.
Jackie Blue Eyes is an all-star.
Jackie Blue Eye, and then you got Xavier, who's hitting dingers. Like the kids are.
Did you ever hit one out of the park?
You know what? Honestly, no. I was never. So where I grew up was so small that we didn't have
a fence.
We didn't have baseball. Period.
Oh, you didn't have baseball.
It wasn't even available at our high school
because there were just like two of you.
We didn't have little leagues. We used that. That was for those areas. If it wasn't a football field, it was used for grazing. That's kind of how I grew up.
Makes sense. I never hit one out. I played up through 8th grade. I hit the fence, but I just little feeble.
How hard was that when you saw that thing? You're like, it might have a chance. It might have a chance. Then it
National League Park. I'm going to sound like DJ. National League Park at American Fork, Utah. You take the road down from the cemetery. You pass the Eccles on the left. Anyway, it was at that park, and it was cool because it was an interleague all-star game, and they had this neat kind of this park that comes off a hill, kind of storybook, and I got a hold of one.
Yeah.
About middle of the chain link fence.
So you get a did it jump over the fence? A ground rule double or just a double?
It didn't jump. It hit the fence and just dropped.
So you legged it out?
Yeah, I got
stand up?
I got into second fine. Yeah.
All right. Nice. I got to imagine you probably had the speed behind you, though. You may not have the power.
No, I don't think I've ever been fast. I've never been particularly fast, wealthy, or attractive. So I've had to make a lot of other things work for me.
Well, that's the thing. Look, if you're not rich, you're not good looking, you got to be funny or really great.
I'm funny. Definitely funny. I think funny's got me through.
That's what personality can get you a long ways in life.
There's zero doubt with that, and because we can't all have your intellect and charismatic brilliance.
I don't think I'm ever living that one down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Scott Gerard, Tim Lacombe. We'll wrap up this bad boy next right here on the Zone.
Welcome to This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
Covers the Grizzlies for the Daily Memphian. He's Drew Hill.
I know there are differences in Memphis between regular season Jaren and playoff Jaren. And what did Grizzlies fans see from Jaren in the biggest games in the playoffs?
I thought it was a great trade for the Jazz. Jaren was not only one of the best players on the Grizzlies, but was also just one of the best people in the locker room. Like, the leadership skills were there for sure. He's going to have games where he's awesome, and then he's going to have some of these games in the playoffs where he's going to leave a little bit to be desired. The Grizzlies thought that they had a player that might be capable of being a number one on a playoff team, and I don't think he quite got to that point for them where they could trust that he was dependable enough in the postseason that you could sit back, give him the ball late in games, and he'd be able to get you bucket. It never really transpired that way.
Catch Jake and Ben afternoons from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
IFA knows the secret when it comes to growing a thick, green, healthy lawn this summer. And you could say those roots run deep. Deep roots help your lawn better absorb water and help prevent damage during the dry months ahead. Our expert team can coach you through all the variables, like combining our locally formulated 4+ lawn care fertilizers with our recommended soil surfactants. Stop by or visit ifa.coop today to learn more. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
As a pedestrian, it can feel like getting home safely is the final boss. Now, here's how to max your stats and take 0 damage. Here's the strat. Try this killer combo move right here. Cross with your phone light and make eye contact with drivers before you go. Upgrade your visibility. Make sure you always use the crosswalk and wear reflective gear. Save stealth mode for video games. Stand out, stay seen, and stay safe. A message from the Utah Department of Public Safety. They're looking out for you.
Hey Utah, Jimmer Fredette here. You remember Jimmermania? When the building got loud, the tempo sped up, and you could feel something special was about to happen? That's the same kind of energy you get behind the wheel at BMW of Pleasant Grove. Quick acceleration, sharp handling, total control. Whether you're hitting I-15 for work, making the school run, or heading out for the weekend. Because great driving is like great basketball. Quick decisions, smooth moves, and confidence when it matters. And if you know my game, you know that I love the three-pointer. Catch it, rise up, let it fly. In a BMW, it's the same feeling. Smooth, precise, and dialed in. Like you're pulling from deep, and you know it's money the second it leaves your hand. The crew at BMW of Pleasant Grove makes the whole process easy too. No pressure, no runaround. Just a premium experience from shopping to financing to service that has your back for miles. So if you're ready to upgrade your drive and bring that game day energy to every day, visit BMW of Pleasant Grove or online at bmwofpg.com. BMW of Pleasant Grove. Drive elevated.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Technology never stands still. And neither does Lessel's and IT. For 70 years and counting, we've helped businesses adapt, grow, and stay secure through every change. With experienced people and smart technology solutions, we make work easier, more productive, and more secure. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Let Les be here for you.
The Jazz, the Mammoth, and the Utes, Cougars, and Aggies. When it comes to sports in Utah, we've got you covered. This is Scotty G and the coach, Tim LaCoe, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Wrapping up another edition of the show. Scotty and the coach, Tim Lacombe. Friday, it's been a fun one. Always enjoy coming down here to Cedar City as the Utah Summer Games get underway. Opening ceremonies coming up tonight. So you come on in and catch the Summer Games. They've got the fireworks, all the festivities. The games have already started. They will continue on. And look, you can come down here, compete, be a part of all the activities, get yourself a medal. Let's go.
Man, a lot of people come down here for a lot of different reasons, right?
Yeah.
But it feels like Crispin's Day down here to me.
Oh, nice drop, man. That's, yeah.
You like that?
Like St. Crispin's Day?
Yeah, St. Crispin's Day.
Like Henry V?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. We must be talking about Shakespeare, right?
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
Joining
our
us now.
Shakespeare guy.
Yeah, well done, man.
Michael Barr, the executive managing editor for the Utah Shakespeare Festival.
Yeah.
You know what? This is, you would think that maybe there'd be a little healthy competition between the Shakespeare Festival and the Summer Games.
You would think, but you think arts, sports,
Yeah.
How do those two things come together? I think we might have talked about this a couple of years ago. I mean, Henry V, the
Yes.
play you just quoted,
Yeah.
Henry V, it starts with a debate over tennis balls. I mean, tennis balls are mentioned in it. There's football in there.
Yep.
So Summer Games, fantastic excellence in sports and athletics. Utah Shakespeare Festival, excellence in the arts and that. So it's a beautiful kind of collaboration that's come together.
Bronco Mendenhall, when he was at BYU, used to have quotes from the St. Crispin's Day speech from Henry V on the locker room. Yeah.
Yeah. Once more into the breach, dear friends.
Yes.
We happy few.
Yes. And, honestly, it is summer, so it is not the winter of our discontent. It is the summer that is...
this is summer of us.
Summer of us. So there's a lot going on down here. The Shakespeare Festival, like I nerded out with you last year. I took some heat for it. I don't care. I will do it again because...
I'm impressed.
I'm a huge fan of what you guys have coming up later in the summer.
You talk about the collaboration. We love John Oglesby. He's the head of Summer Games. They've been here 40 years. We've been here 65 years. Why don't we put something together? So 2 years ago, I'm a community guy. He's a community guy. What can we do? So there's some really, really great things we did. If people participate in the Summer Games and they come wearing their T-shirts, they get tickets. And we have a whole bunch of price things and all that type of stuff. So last year when we did this, we were doing Macbeth. We had families, we had mothers coming in. I mean, it was a really, really beautiful thing, merging those two worlds together.
I bet.
Special Olympics came last year and is now a very important part of Summer Games. We curated a wonderful show for that group. It was like a rock concert with them performing with Green Show and that. So it's been a natural fit because of, you were just talking to the mayor, what Cedar City is like. We've got 200 volunteers. They have hundreds of volunteers that also help with that. And it's just a beautiful place where high-quality art and high-quality athletics come together.
What's the schedule looking like for this year?
That's what
we're here for.
Yeah,
we gotta hear this.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got 8 shows in rep. So we've got Hamlet. We've done it 10 times before. This is the first time we're in the new outdoor Ingolstadt Theater.
Okay,
And we've been in that space. We're celebrating a 10th anniversary out there. We got 12th Night. We got Troilus and Cressida, which is rarely performed.
I've never read it. Never.
Yeah.
I know I've heard of it, but I've never.
Yeah, rarely performed. It tells about the war, the Grecian and Trojan War.
Okay.
About so battle scenes in it. Really, really great stuff there. And we actually get people who come from all across the United States who know they can only see it here. When we did Antony and Cleopatra last year, not performed very much. Also, people only know that they can come and see it here. So Troilus and Cressida, we're excited about that. Something Rotten, which is a great musical.
Yeah.
If you hate Shakespeare, you'll love it. If you love Shakespeare, you'll love it. She Loves Me, also a great musical written by the same guys who did...
Not the Beatles song.
No.
I knew that.
Yeah,
we're in a little different area.
Yeah. But look how eclectic you guys are. Man.
I know, right?
We try to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fabulous. See how they run 1945, Frankenstein, book club play. So kind of something for everybody. In fact, I call it's a gateway year, not as a gateway.
Yeah. No, I got you.
You got me.
It's your way in.
I just did it. Yeah, it's your way in.
It's a way to get started.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
The first one's free, and then we're going to get you hooked.
And then after that, we're going to get you hooked.
Yeah.
And anybody who comes knows that's what it's about.
65 years. That is incredible.
Yeah.
Really incredible.
How when you look at Cedar City, what this city has to offer, we've been talking about it, how much we love this place. It's not even a well-kept secret anymore. Like, the secret's out.
Yeah.
But the fact is, you call us eclectic. It's an eclectic town.
It is.
Where there's so much to offer with whatever you want to do.
Yeah, there's, sometimes they call this a town and gown, at gown as in the university and then the town portions. What's nice about it is it really is a big mix. I mean, you're able to get up to the mountains and go four-wheeling and come down there. I'm grateful we have winter here because that keeps, you got to level 4 seasons if you're here.
Yeah.
But it also means that during the summertime, we get Vegas, Phoenix, everybody coming up to get out of the heat, and people coming down from Salt Lake.
I know. I'm a big fan. What are the dates?
So we open on the 17th of June, and then we run all the way to the first week of October. So you can see all 8 until Labor Day. And then after that, it starts to get cold. Snow starts to come. And then after that, we're just running the 2 theaters. So just Frankenstein and the 2 musicals and the other comedies will be going at that time.
Well, let's go.
Yeah.
Can't wait to get down here.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We're glad you're here.
Oh, so great to be here. Thanks for having us.
Remember, the opening ceremony is coming up tonight. And if you want to compete or just watch a lot of great competition, the Utah Summer Games here at Southern Utah University, Cedar City, this is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see the legendary Ross Stewart at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Tuesday, June 19th. Great seats still available at LiveNation.com. Get your tickets today and listen to the KSL Sports Zone Wednesday for your chance to win. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher, and I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
One of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
when I wasn't myself.
When I need it most.
Help me live on.
Live on.
Live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery.
Picking second.
As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick, nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, flat top meals. These fresh prepped meals are delivered right to your door and designed to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet. This menu includes favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, pineapple barbecue chicken, and more, with 8 meals in every box. Make dinner time easy, fast, and full of flavor with these new flat top meals. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We're all locked in now.
Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to kick off your afternoon drive with Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Allow me to introduce the best of the best.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Getting born in the state of Mississippi. Papa was a copper and the mama was a hippie. In Alabama, she was swinging a hammer. Price you gotta pay when you break the panorama.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. A very happy Friday to everybody out there. Tell you what, Christian Esparza is sitting in for the first hour and then producing the rest of the show as always, but it feels a lot different today. Yesterday we were doing the KSL Give-a-thon, and big thanks to everybody who donated or took part or whatever you needed to do. We appreciate everyone who listened and did donate if you did. But really quiet today. Lloyd's out. You're sitting in. Alex is on the other side of the glass. It's not every radio station, not a ton of people moving around. But big thanks to everybody yesterday.
I've re-listened to the Austin Ainge interview several times, and during some of the questions you hear like the cowbells.
The cowbell ringing in the background.
There's a donation. A lot less chaotic right now on a Friday afternoon.
But we're having a good time. Jake Scott will be back next week. He will be back actually on Tuesday. We will have Chandler Holt back with us on Monday. We'll take a closer look at Darren Peterson, which is where I think we can start today because we did have Austin Ainge on the show, and we'll let you hear some more of those answers from Austin coming up here before the end of the show. But there was one that seems to have caused a little bit of a stir on social media. In fact, we had two kind of conversations yesterday that caused a bit of a, I don't want to say a stink. Some Jazz fans were really excited about one part of it, and some Jazz fans seemed worried about the other. Here's Austin Ainge on the Jazz's draft board at the top of their board. Here's what he had to say.
It does. I would say less than further down in the draft. But it does happen. We're trying to force ourselves to keep an open mind. Like, don't get locked in until we have all the information. Make sure we're processing everything correctly. We're almost fighting a consensus or a predetermination. We're trying to make sure we go through it as thoroughly as possible before we lock in. So I would say there's always a blink reaction when we get the pick. All right, we're going to do this, and then but we're trying not to do that on purpose. I do think that we are fighting groupthink, we're fighting media narratives, we're fighting that, and then that's part of the reason we use analytics, because those are dispassionate and not human, and so we use those to check ourselves a lot and keep ourselves grounded. So we'll use all the tools we have, and you guys can picture a room full of guys and girls that spend all their life and all their hours watching these games and trying to figure out these players. Like, we don't have a consensus in our rooms, right? Like, there's arguments. My dad and I fight every day about stuff, about players. I mean, Coach Hardy and I spend a lot of time talking through it and picturing how it would work with this guy and that guy. And there's a lot of opinions and I work with a lot of smart people and we're all just trying to share and grow and learn and somehow come together at the end.
So the question was, does the top of your draft board still change this late in the process?
And I say this late in the process. People might say, oh, there's 2.5 weeks left until the draft. Well, they started looking at these guys when they were 15 years old. Now they're 19 years old, 20 years old in some cases. They've been watching these guys for 4 and 5 years, putting these boards together, having a general idea of what it's going to look like. And then as they get narrowed down this late, they can look more closely. But where some Jazz fans, I think, got a little irked, and Chandler Holt, our Jazz insider at KSLSports.com, tweeted out the quote specifically about there not being a consensus right now on the Jazz board. And I think some fans freaked out a little bit about that. And I will tell you, Christian, I was a little surprised by that.
Yeah. First off, I think Jake is missing out on that quote where he talked about fighting the media narratives. Austin Ainge did, because Jake always brings up Jonathan Jabroni, as Jake calls him. And, the draft experts, quote unquote, that are going to have their big boards, and how NBA teams always feel like they need to stick to that. And if they reach for a player at 5 when Gavoni had them at like 12 or 13, that's going to look bad. And I think that's a great point from Austin, is there is that noise, and they are aware of that. And they're always trying to fight that from not just, these draft experts, but what's the fan reaction going to be and things like that. But as far as there not being a consensus, I mean, why would there be right now? We've been talking about how deep this draft is at the top, or how top heavy it is with AJ and Darren and Cam, those 3 specifically. Why would you have a consensus right now? I don't think that's a bad thing at all.
No, if this was the Victor Wembanyama draft, if this was the Cooper Flagg draft and there was a significant drop off from 1 to 2, and even then, are you telling me are you telling me in 3 years there's no world where we're wondering if Dylan Harper or VJ Edgecombe or Ace Bailey maybe isn't better than Cooper Flagg?
Right.
If you had to take the field, all of those guys with how good they were in their rookie seasons, or Cooper Flagg, it's probably still Cooper, but it's dicey. I mean, those are really good players. VJ's good in the playoffs. Dylan Harper's playing in the finals right now. Ace Bailey is young and explosive and exciting. Those guys in a few years could absolutely, evolve into maybe better players than what Cooper Flagg evolves into. And then you also have to look at where we think the league is going and what the league is going to value. And is that everything Cooper Flagg does? Is it something else? So even in a draft that looks as obvious as last year's did, I think you should question it. This year isn't that obvious. I mean, there's just no way. And maybe if there wasn't a wrinkle or two, but I will tell you, Christian, I think even if Darren Peterson is healthy the whole season, I don't think it's a lock that he's number 1. I will tell you, having been to draft workouts before, the natural instinct when you see players and how huge they are, you do just start to value that in the NBA. And when Cam Boozer walks in and he nearly has to duck under a doorway and has to walk in sideways because his shoulders are so broad and his body is ready day one, that's going to impress people. And then you get AJ DeBonsa out on the floor, and he's running like a gazelle, and he is one dribble from the half court to a dunk where he's weaving around guys and Euro stepping around people, getting to a basket and having his eyes at the rim when he finishes. That's going to wow people. And then Darren Peterson will step in and shoot as soon as he gets across half court, and the smoothness to his game, the flow to his game is going to wow people. So there shouldn't be a consensus in this draft specifically. And I would hope that Avery Bradley, Carlos Boozer, who are in the Jazz's front office, bring certain perspectives as wings, forwards, former All-Stars, former role players, champions, non-champions. I would hope they have a different view than Danny Ainge, who played in the 80s with Larry Bird, and Austin Ainge, who never played in the NBA, and Will Hardy, who's a coach and wants to run certain things, and Katie Benzan, who's the former president of the Stars, or GM of the Stars, I should say, and what she sees and how she thinks this could adjust. I want all of those opinions. And in very, very rare situations, should it ever be an obvious number 1 overall pick, because it's not Shaq and then everybody else in this draft. It's not Tim Duncan dropping to Keith Van Horn. It is a very tight group of players, and rightfully so.
And the way I look at it is a consensus at number 2 would mean that, it's a consolation prize to the number 1 pick. And it's not that at all. I mean, sure, it stings a little bit to not move all the way up to 1, and how cool would that be to have the number 1 overall pick for the first time in franchise history? But in a draft like this, it doesn't matter, because again, there are 3 players at the top who each team is going to look at and say, man, I wish we could have that guy for this particular reason. So it's not a consolation prize. You're not taking the next best player after the first overall pick. You really, truly are taking a player here that is going to come in and be the face of your franchise for 5 to 10 years, maybe 15 even if you're lucky. You know, I know the Jazz are thrilled to be where they're picking, and it does feel a little weird for people to want there to be consensus because, again, in my mind, that feels like a bad thing if there were to be right now.
Well, the way to look at it is somebody in the Jazz's front office is going to get their number 1 player.
Right.
You know, somebody in the Jazz FO, whether it's the scouts, whether it's Austin Ainge or Justin Zanuck or Danny Ainge. By the way, I didn't mean to leave Justin Zanuck out of the conversation earlier.
A lot of smart people in this office.
There's
yes.
a ton of people who have seen a ton of basketball. I mean, Austin Ainge is a former agent. So he's always advocated, or his history comes from advocating from a player's perspective. And that's an important value to have in your front office of what you're going to be looking at and how you can evolve. And I will tell you specifically, like, Justin Zanuck was the one I first heard, this was before Austin Ainge was here, say that, like, oh, Keontae George is going to be a primary ball handler. And I watched him at Baylor, and I thought, no chance.
Right.
And obviously Justin Zanuck was right, because that's exactly who Keontae George is.
That's his job.
Yeah, you want to have those guys who project going forward what these guys are going to turn into. So I think when you think there should be a consensus, I think you ignore how much talent there is or how these guys project, and again, women project what these players can turn into. And again, one of these people, at least one of these people, is going to be really happy that, you know, their number 1 on their board ends up in Utah. And I do think overall the Jazz are just going to be thrilled with whoever is there.
Right.
There is not a consolation prize. This is
not at all.
And nor should anyone feel comfortable knowing who the best player in this draft is going to be 3 years from now.
And even, you know, you said somebody's going to be happy that they're going to get their number 1 pick. The rest of the people in the front office are going to be happy because they're still getting a good player. You know, whether it is Darren or whether AJ does fall or whether they take a shot at Cam at number 2, everybody recognizes the talent that these players have. So I think Austin yesterday, listening to him talk, I think he was excited and he's trying to hide it. And it is funny kind of listening to his personality, and he's a lot like his father, Danny. Like he's got a great poker face. He's going to hide his cards, but you just know how much excitement there is in that building, and everybody just, it's like, let's have the draft get here.
And I was talking to people, you know, with the Jazz front office people before the draft. I mean, before we even got to the lottery, and there were people saying, like, you think it's cool. Now, this was after the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade. And they said, wait until June. Like, they were very geeked about this, not knowing they were going to be picking number 2 overall. They knew there was going to be some excitement around this draft. And now they're sitting at number 2. Yeah, I have to imagine that they're thrilled. And talking to Austin yesterday, nice of the Jazz to let Austin jump on the show, or have Austin jump on the show, was, you know, he says he feels like he does know more about this draft than he did a couple of weeks ago, and they're getting closer and they're starting to narrow it down. And yeah, you do want to avoid that groupthink. You don't want to just say, well, you know, this is what the media has said, or this is kind of what the narrative has been, because that can certainly be a mistake, you know, just trying to follow that trend and think exclusively that you have to go in that order. I mean, that's how you end up with Scoot Henderson at number 2. Yes. Brandon Miller's a better player than Scoot Henderson. You know, he's evolved into a better player. He's got better size. But again, going back to the Darren Peterson, AJ DeBonsa thing, AJ's going to wow people the same way Brandon Miller wowed people. You know, it was a lock for 2 years that Scoot Henderson and Wemby were going to be 1 and 2 in whatever order in that draft. Obviously, Wemby separated himself. Then Charlotte ends up taking Brandon Miller, number 2, right? Didn't they have the number 2 overall pick, and Scoot falls to 3?
Yeah.
And that was the right pick. That's why you can't just go off of the, well, this has been this way for 10, 15, well, not 10, 15 years, but 10, 15 months. I mean, in all honesty, over a year, you have to make sure you're willing to adjust your expectations or your results based on what you actually learn from these guys.
And that ties into, with the groupthink specifically, that ties into something that DJ has been kind of fixated on. When you look at the history of the number 2 pick, it's not as great as teams picking number 3 because historically, you know, you end up with the number 2 pick, whether it's the lottery or whatever. you're like, dang, we missed out on that top guy, the number one prospect. Okay, how can we maximize where we still are? Let's just take the next best guy on the boards. And a lot of times that's the wrong move. Versus at pick number 3, they feel like they have a little bit more freedom because they're still picking high up in the draft, but there's not as much pressure living up to, following number 1. So I do think that is a great point for DJ to be focusing on. He brought it up with Austin yesterday. He's brought it up multiple times on his show with PK. And they're both, they're right to point that out. But when you have the front office that the Jazz do with the experience that they have, not only in the league, but in the draft specifically, and how well that, Austin has been able to draft and Danny was able to draft in Boston, you really have confidence the Jazz are going to make the right pick, but not only make the pick, but bring them in and have Coach Hardy develop them into the player that they need to turn into.
I'm trying to think back on this. I used our good friend AI to help me with this. Now, again, totally untrustworthy. I just asked AI what they thought was going to happen in the draft, and they said AJ 1, Boozer 2, Cooper Flag 3. And I thought that was a curveball because he was already in the NBA. It would be hard to pick him third overall.
Well, he reclassified.
He did reclassify.
Maybe Google didn't know.
But I'm looking at just the top 3 picks over the last 10 years. And I'm trying to figure out, for the most part, again, we've talked about this a little bit. A lot of these guys were kind of consensus number 1 overall picks going into the year. Cooper was the obvious pick. We didn't know about 2024. It was just a disastrous draft. Wemby was, the consensus pick for a long time. Paolo was a little bit of a surprise. Cade Cunningham was expected to be the number 1 pick all year. 2020 was bizarre, but it was also the COVID season and got ended early. But Anthony Edwards, midway through the year, was really being talked about as the number 1 pick. Zion, after about a week of college basketball, leapt R.J. Barrett and became the number 1 overall pick. DeAndre Ayton, for a lot of the season, was expected to be number 1, though Luka was in that conversation. Markelle Fultz jumped up very early in that run to become the number 1 overall player, and Ben Simmons was a consensus. I'm trying to look at the number 2 guys. How often were they... Well, they had a great college season and they jumped up and teams adjusted accordingly, a la Brandon Miller, like we've been talking about. Or were these guys who everyone just, did what Austin Ainge said the Jazz are trying to avoid, which is don't fall into groupthink. Just because that's who the media has thought is going to be the number 2 overall pick forever, how do you avoid that conversation and actually look at what's happened? Or were these guys that did jump up and then it ended up being the wrong pick and they kind of bucked the trend? Dylan Harper coming in at number 2, I think is absolutely fair to say that was an adjustment based off of what we saw last season because everybody thought Ace Bailey was going to be the number 2 overall pick going into the season, and Ace falls to 5. 2024, again, just such a wreck. Alex Sarr was kind of always close to the top, but nobody had Reed Shepherd at number 3, and he ends up at number 3 in that draft. A lot of people didn't have him, Ben Thompson. 2023, again, we just talked about it. Brandon Miller, I think teams adjusted, and, Charlotte certainly made the adjustment saying, I know Scoot's been the favorite, but we think Brandon Miller's a better guy, and that ended up being the better choice. Chet Holmgren was always kind of projected to be number 1 and had an okay season. I think going into draft night, though, a lot of people would have said Paolo and Jabari were better, to the point where people thought Jabari Smith Jr. was going to be the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, and it kind of is weird how every single class is different. I remember talking to Kristen Peak before Cooper Flagg's freshman season at Duke, and it was right when A.J. DeBonsa had committed to BYU, and you knew that he still had a year left of high school to play. And she had said that, if Cooper Flagg hadn't reclassified, AJ and Darren would both go ahead of Cooper Flagg. And then, you see what Cooper does at Duke, and it was a magical season, right? One of the best that we've seen in a very long time, and he takes Duke deep into the tournament. And Cam Boozer kind of had a similar season, right? But you just know for a long time, it's like almost like a tale that's going to be told with this draft class, with the history that you have between AJ and Darren specifically, but neither of them were able to beat Cam Boozer, and they play in all these AAU tournaments. And Cade Cunningham, it's reminiscent of that a little bit, of his high school career, right? He's kind of notorious for having one of the greatest high school teams ever. But this class, you're always going to have that rivalry, and it doesn't feel right now that there's a wrong option at 3, right? It's you look at Scoot and what happened with the kind of saga that he went through and not playing in college. It's easy to see why that was kind of a miss, and some of these other number 3 picks, but it just feels like you got 3 solid guys at the top right now. And of course, maybe that take's going to age like milk in 5 years.
Look, I will tell you, I'm really happy that we're not trying, just from an ease standpoint, of trying to judge G League Ignite, or what was the alternate league that Amen Thompson played in, and his brother. They played in that weird, Undisputed, or whatever it was even called, that based out of Georgia. They kind of played in that weird league. I can't even remember what it was called now. I'm really glad. Even 2024 was hard because Reza Shea played in Europe, Alex Sarr played with G League Ignite, Reed Shepherd played at Kentucky. It is nice to have somewhat of a control in this experiment of Cooper Flagg, Dylan Harper, or excuse me, AJ DeBonsa, Darren Peterson, and Cam Booz are all playing like relatively high-level basketball. Now, Cam obviously went the furthest in the tournament, and even they got eliminated in the Elite Eight. It wasn't like they made the championship run. I am glad all these guys played in college, because you just look back, like Wemby was playing in Europe, and it was fine. He was the obvious pick. But yeah, Scoot Henderson played in the G League Ignite. You just have these years where it's really hard to figure out, like, weighing one against the other, or 2020 and the COVID season ending early.
Overtime Elite.
Overtime Elite
was the team name. And I'm glad that phase is over. I'm totally with you. That was a thing. And you saw, LaMelo Ball went and played in, what was it, Australia?
Yeah.
Like
Ja played at Murray State. Like some of these weird things. I'm glad that all these guys are high major players with really high level competition. Two of them even played against each other. That's nice to be able to watch, and they played against each other their whole lives.
Yeah, and you get to come in and be the face of BYU for a year, right? Or, I mean, in Darren Peterson's case, that didn't go as expected, but I think that is maybe one of the benefits of NIL. I guess you're not seeing these weird, detours.
Yeah, these, what's the word I'm looking for? Workarounds for college. Find ways to shortcut your way to making a little bit of money now that these guys can all make money and enter the level on somewhat equal footing. So that I wonder if that makes the job easier. I would imagine it does. I would imagine knowing that all these guys were playing similar competition, mostly similar amount of games, have played each other in high school, went through this entire process together, makes it a little bit easier to judge.
I bet it does, but at the same time, these guys aren't the front offices aren't drafting these players just because of what they did at college, right?
At all. In fact, sometimes in spite of what they did in college.
Especially with Darren Peterson in specifics. And you look at the Angels, and they typically draft really highly rated high school recruits. But yeah, it's not always what goes on at college. They've been watching these dudes since they were 13, 14 years old, and you look at how much changes in 1 year, and I wouldn't think that it's very much. I don't think 1 year of college really changes what type of player these guys project to be. And that's why, you look at somebody like Keontae George, is he going to be a primary ball handler or off ball? And then Darren Peterson with the same conversation, how much of that stuff did he do at Kansas versus doing it in high school and in the AAU circuit and things like that? So it's funny because these guys are in the national spotlight playing in the NCAA for a year, and it's one and done, and that's it. But the front offices, the GMs, the scouts, they've been watching these dudes for a very long time.
Aaron Beard's going to join the show coming up at 3:05. He covers North Carolina for the Associated Press. Are we forgetting about Caleb Wilson in this conversation for top 4 picks, the number 2 overall pick for the Utah Jazz? Mitch Harper, our BYU insider, sat down with BYU athletic director Brian Santiago. He's going to give us a breakdown on that conversation. Excited to hear Brian and Mitch talk. We'll play that coming up at 4 o'clock, I believe. And, of course, get you ready for the NBA Finals and look back at a crazy, crazy Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals last night as well. Top 3 stories at KSL Sports. Next, it's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoq.
Look, private equity doesn't like to add costs. They like to limit costs because they have a bottom line that they have to hit. I just hate when you've got somebody who has been working in the marketing department forever or who's been a sports information director forever, and they're doing their job and they're busting their butt and they're trying to tell good stories, and those are the guys that are going to get affected.
And to me, it's just a direct response to BYU having all the money they need at their disposal, a built-in way to fund the program. There's nothing about this deal that screams win to me. I don't like the feeling of it. Matt Hayes summed it up best at the end of his article. He said, this is the same Utah athletic department that wanted so badly to push out football coach Kyle Whittingham at the end of a 10-win season, but was willing to pay him $13.5 million over the next 2 years to do so.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Only one type of burger. For every pallet. Fries are extra. Large in size. We've got the shakes. Going over the brim.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. Put a positive, delicious spin on your day at any one of our 5 locations. In Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, or Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only 2 kinds of people in this world that need cold showers, pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet? Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
It's the 40th anniversary season of the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games at Southern Utah University in Cedar City. And Friday, June 5th is the opening ceremony presented by State Bank of Southern Utah. Doors open at the Eccles Coliseum at 8 p.m. for the anniversary show with live music and Southern Utah's best fireworks show. Buy tickets at tbirdtickets.com and come early for the block party presented by KSL 5 TV starting at 5 p.m. It's the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games opening ceremony, Friday, June 5th in Cedar City.
There's nothing like a summer wedding. Begin your forever at the Joseph Smith Memorial Building with beautiful new event spaces, timeless elegance, and unforgettable celebrations surrounded by family and friends. Find the perfect setting for your love story at tshevents.com.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, Friday. Christian Esparza sitting in for Jake Scott for this first hour. Top 3 stories brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your loved ones with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials or find them online, jbrooksjewelers.com. Alex, where are we starting today?
Number 1, NBA Finals, Game 2 tonight.
Starting tonight, we'll see if the Knicks can extend this lead or if they're going back to Madison Square Garden. Tied at 1 apiece, while I think the Knicks can very comfortably say they've already done their job, right? This was the goal, go into San Antonio, steal a game, because beating the Spurs 4 out of 5 times, if you fall behind 2-0, was going to be nearly impossible. don't waste this opportunity. You've got a team that's vulnerable, and I'm sure all this pressure right now, Christian, on the Spurs could get to them. They could come out very tight in this game.
And they're the inexperienced team, right? And that's where the Knicks have to use that to their advantage, is really hope that they can use any way to weaponize that youth against them. And you look at San Antonio, and they put up such a great series against Oklahoma City, but I think they're tired. And that was pretty evident, especially with Victor Wembanyama towards the end of game one. It was clear that he was gassed out there, just kind of chucking up shots towards the end of the game. And that's going to
crazy shots.
Crazy shots.
Yeah, like hitting the top corner of the backboard on a corner three after a fadeaway jump shot, and he's just kind of running around.
Remember when
aimlessly?
him and Chris Paul did the skills challenge, and they're just like, and they cheated by just throwing. That's what I saw a clip that said that's what Wemby was doing in game one. But honestly, I think that's going to happen towards the end of these games when he's having to play heavy minutes, and it's clear that New York can do a lot of damage with Wemby off the floor because he's not doing what he does on defense. But I think if San Antonio loses this series, ultimately, number one, it's going to be because they're young and inexperienced. And number two, it's going to be because Wemby runs out of gas.
Yeah, they played a lot. And everybody is throwing everything they have at Wemby right now, and is a third-year player who's still adjusting to playing 82 games, much less 100 games. I know he only played 65 games during the regular season.
Last year.
But yeah, like trying to get up to speed to still be playing in June, he was getting ready for the draft at this point a few years ago. So to your point, you look back at the fourth quarter, while his numbers were very impressive, I mean, he had 11 points, 4 rebounds, and an assist in the fourth quarter. He had that weird late turnover where he just dribbled the ball off of his foot. Again, it's like, here's the hard part. Wemby is initiating the offense from the 3-point line with 2 minutes to go. Like, that's how critical he is to what they're doing. That's when you need Steph Castle or Dylan Harper or De'Aaron Fox to step up, and De'Aaron Fox was unplayable. Devin Vassell was not good in the fourth quarter either. And then you're asking a second-year player to step up and be ready to, make a play in the final 2 minutes of the finals. I get why the Spurs may not be ready for this right after, a week ago at this point, getting ready for Game 7 against the Oklahoma City Thunder, and then going up against the Knicks team that is more experienced, deeper, and has been just sitting there waiting, well-rested for you. So I think you're exactly right. I think not having any bench production, and I think not having, the well-rested team. Like, Jalen Brunson played 7 minutes in the fourth quarter. That means from the end of the third quarter, and I don't even remember when he went out. Maybe he played the entire third. I can actually look it up here. But through the first 5 minutes of the fourth quarter, he's on the bench. That's resting. 20 minutes of rest. That's pretty good. Let me see when he played all 12 minutes of the third. So he gets the very end of the third quarter through the 5-minute mark. Yeah, man, he's getting breaks. He's coming out there fresh. Wemby in the fourth quarter, as I mentioned, he had 11 and 7, but he played 11 minutes and 15 seconds. Steph Castle played 11 minutes and 30 seconds. De'Aaron Fox played 11 minutes. Devin Vassell played 10 minutes. You've got to find a way to get Dylan Harper on the floor for more than 3 minutes in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, that's strange, especially, De'Aaron Fox banged up and inefficient with his ankle injury.
Well.
Yeah. So I wonder if we're going to see some adjustments there. I don't know if they'll be as drastic as starting Dylan Harper over De'Aaron Fox, but he's looked so good. Speaking of Harper, he has really wowed me as a rookie playing in this. For as young as Wembanyama is and putting on the Superman cape, Dylan Harper has just made some incredible plays.
It's really funny. Again, not to be so draft-brained right now, but we're talking about the Jazz a lot. The reason everyone loves Dylan Harper right now is because he gets to the rim and he finishes at an elite rate. He's just a great, great finisher. Like, if you're worried about A.J. DeBonsa's shooting right now, chill a little.
Yeah.
His
three-point shot doesn't have the arc.
He's going to live at the rim. He's going to get to the rim against every single team in the NBA. And as much as shooting is great, this is a layup league still. This is a finishing at the rim. I know Keontae George upped his three-point shooting from 33 to 37 last year. He started shooting 75% on layups. It's that's the difference of why Keontae George suddenly became a borderline all-star player. A.J. DeBonsa is going to live at the rim. Now, Darren Peterson shot great efficiency at the rim. He just didn't get there very often. That's his issue. If he can get there more, he's going to be great too. But when you love Dylan Harper and his athletic finishes and his incredible footwork and his adjustments at the rim, that's A.J. That's AJ's entire game, and that's why he's going to be a special player too. So, I'm looking for fourth quarter minutes. Is this a close game? If it is, and Wemby has to be playing 40 minutes a night, 42 minutes a night, because they're not going to, as this series gets deeper, especially if they find themselves in a hole, they're not backing off the Wemby train.
No,
they're not playing Wemby less. They're playing Cornette less. They're playing Wemby even more. So they can't afford to fall in too deep of a hole. They really need to. I won't say a must win, but they really need to send this game back to or the series back to New York tied 2-2 or 1-1.
Yeah, you look in game one, and there were a few times where the Knicks were going on runs, and after every basket, it cuts to the bench, and Wembanyama's on the bench, and that's when New York was able to do a lot of their damage and either cut into San Antonio's lead or extend the lead of their own, because it's he is that entire Spurs defense, and for as good as some of these other players are, he just can't do it all for the entire game. He's not built, like you said, he's still adjusting to this. He just can't do it all right now.
And he does. He has to be involved in everything they do. And again, it's the right strategy. The same
he's
way
the best player.
Quinn Snyder's strategy to get Rudy Gobert involved in every defensive possession was the right strategy because it's so effective.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean, though, that these guys have, endless amounts of stamina and energy to allow themselves to keep going and not get tired, especially when then you give them the ball on the other end and you say, well, go create something. So we'll see. I've loved this playoffs so far, and I'm excited to see how Wemby adjusts. The good thing about Wemby, if you're a Spurs fan, he has always had an answer. He's always found a way to get to the next thing to solve the problem and put his team in a spot to get a victory. So that game is tonight, game 2 in San Antonio, and then game 3 actually not until Monday night. They get 2 days off, so that could be an advantage for the Spurs to get a little bit of extra rest. All right, Alex, what's number 2?
Number 2, Carolina ties it up.
Last night, absolutely incredible game. Vegas jumps out to the quick start. They take the 1-0 lead. They're up 2 going into the third period, and they held Carolina scoreless for the first 50 minutes of the game. It looked like Carolina was going to fall behind 2-0. It was looking a lot like what we saw from the Avalanche. And then, I don't want to say an unraveling, but somewhat similar to what we saw in Game 3 in Salt Lake City. What was it, the second period? First and second period? Where the Mammoth were there 4-1 on 8 shots. It's almost exactly what happened to close this game as well. But, man, there was some really, really bizarre stuff at the end of this game.
Including McNabb getting the puck right to the face.
Right to the face.
You watch it in slow motion. He knows it's coming, and you just watch him slowly brace, and there's nothing he can do. And he was hospitalized. It sounds like he's relatively fine for taking
he's alive.
84 mile per hour piece of rubber right to the chin. I hope that's fine. But this Carolina team is tough, and brought it up earlier, but that's exactly what happened in the Eastern Conference Finals. They lose game 1, and then they fight and they scrap and they win the next 4 games. Now, I don't think they're going to get past Vegas as easily as they were able to get past Montreal, but that's what the finals are, man. You're going to see heavyweight blows from both of these teams, and it's funny how the overtime period kind of works against the teams that have momentum most of the game. It seems like Vegas, they were leading most of the game, and then Carolina gets three goals in the third period. They force overtime, and they walk away with the win in OT. And Vegas, it's like, okay, if you would have protected that lead late in the third, never would have went to OT, you wouldn't have lost the game.
So if you missed it, Carolina ties it up at 2-2. Vegas thinks they get a goal. Vegas thinks they score a goal, but the referee blows it dead because the puck disappears underneath the goalie for Carolina. Now, Vegas challenges a call on the same play of goalie interference because it had been ruled that there was goalie interference against Vegas on the Carolina goalie, even though they called no goal, but Vegas would have been shorthanded.
Yeah.
John Tortorella challenges, loses the challenge, and so it is a penalty against Vegas. So they are shorthanded. Carolina scores. They've had a terrible power play so far. They do score to take a 3-2 advantage. And then on an empty net, with a one-man advantage, Vegas obviously pulls the extra man, pulls the goalie to get an extra man. They do score in a 6-on-5 advantage to tie it 3-3, send it to OT, and then actually a very quick overtime. Sometimes these playoff overtimes can last, 1-2 periods. Did we see a Vegas-Utah game go 2 periods? We saw the Minnesota.
It almost went 3. It was like the last minute. Yeah.
Minnesota-Dallas went to 2 overtimes. We've seen some of those. They scored really quickly. It was a couple of minutes, and Carolina gets to go back to Vegas with a tied 1-1 series. And now it feels like a lot of the momentum. They certainly have to be feeling good about themselves. They finally found a way to beat Carter Hart, and they really couldn't to the first game and 2 periods.
Yeah, it's funny. Hart had a bad save percentage in game 1. It was like 86, and he had the one game against the Mammoth where it was in the 70s. But outside of that, he has been a stone wall. It's been so hard to get past him in these playoffs. And Cole Bagley was talking with Scotty and Coach earlier today, talking about how, to win the Stanley Cup Finals, you need to have one of the best goalies in the NHL. And so far throughout this tournament, that's what Carter Hart's been playing like. So that's a big change for Tortorella to come in and, they have the history together from their previous stop. But he trusts him. He trusts his goalie. Even after those tough games, he trusts Hart to go in there and make those big stops. And yeah, 2 great teams, man.
Game 3 tomorrow night. They aren't taking 2 days off. They will take 2 games off, or 2 days off between Game 3 and Game 4 coming up in Las Vegas. All right, Alex, what's number 3?
Number 3, Keontae George showing leadership for the Jazz.
Yeah, we talked to Kristen Peak yesterday, a draft analyst, works for NBA.com. And she said, she was at the Combine, that 3 days after the Combine, she ran into Keontae George at dinner, and Keontae said, yeah, man, I got to hang out here. Like, these are my future teammates I'm going to be watching, and I think a lot of Jazz fans like to see that. There was some conversation yesterday on social media 2 days ago about whoever the Jazz draft probably pushes Keontae George to the bench, and I would just say slow down a little bit on that. Like, the Jazz are very, very high on Keontae George, and right now, whether you draft Darren Peterson or Cam Boozer or AJ DeBonsa, like, Keontae George is the only ball handler on the team right now. Like, he's the only initiator. He's the only playmaker. None of these guys are coming in day one ready to be a lead ball handler. Darren Peterson's the only one who would even be considered because he's an actual guard. And he had an equal assist-to-turnover ratio as a freshman at Kansas. Like, he's not coming in and running the show day one. This is going to be Keontae George's team for a while.
Yeah, and although the player they draft at number 2 is going to be a much different caliber of player than Keontae George was as a rookie. But year 3, Keontae George was in a much different role than the role that he was in as a rookie.
Right.
He was not doing all this primary ball handler stuff.
No, he didn't start for the first 10 or 15 games. The Jazz recognized not going anywhere. This is not a team that's competing for the playoffs, certainly. And they brought him in, but he was sharing the backcourt with Jordan Clarkson, with some of these other guards that were like lead initiators. In fact, you've heard Jake talk a lot on this show about, Jordan Clarkson's great season where he averaged 20 points and I think 5 or 6 assists. Like, that's because Jordan had to run the show because Keontae George did not know what he was doing yet.
These guys don't have roles day one. No matter how good of a player you are, no matter how highly touted of a rookie you are coming in, maybe unless you're LeBron James, I guess. But especially with a team like the Jazz who have a lot of moving pieces over the last few months, I'd be surprised if a lot of these guys don't quite know their role. Even Lauri Markkanen moving into the 3. Like, there are just so many changes to this Jazz team compared to last year.
Yes.
And what you see in Game 1 is not going to be the same as what you see in Game 82 in the playoffs. They tweak it all season.
I think that's a really important point. Like, day one for the Jazz next year, let's just walk quickly through everything that we're talking about.
Yeah.
Keontae George probably is your starting point guard. Almost guaranteed on that. Shooting guard, like, is it Ace Bailey? That would be my guess right now. There is a chance it's either Darren Peterson or AJ DeBonsa, but okay, so somebody stepping into a role, and by the way, Ace Bailey's just like not an NBA caliber ball handler or initiator right now.
Right.
He can get there. He's just not there today, which is fine. Lowry is moving to the 3 for the first time, or for the first time since being in a Jazz uniform, which means the first time since 2021-22. Jaren Jackson Jr. is basically making his NBA debut with the Jazz. His Jazz debut, I should say. I know he played 3 games. They didn't matter last season after the trade deadline. So he's just working his way in. And these guys have never played with Walker Kessler as a unit. Ace Bailey's played 5 games with Walker Kessler, and those were the first 5 games of Ace's
even
career.
then, did he play?
Jaren's never played with Walker Kessler.
Yeah.
So all of those things have to be decided. I don't think you're then saying, oh, Darren Peterson also learned how to play point guard in the NBA now. Here's the ball. Like, this is a team that's trying to make the playoffs next year.
Yeah.
This is not a team that's going to work through the warts of Darren Peterson to get a bad draft pick. They don't own their pick. There's no value in that for the Jazz. So I think whoever comes in, like, it's going to take a while, and they're going to be good. I think these guys are all better and ready to play day one than, Walt Clayton was and certainly Ace Bailey was last year, and they will all get there and be in the rotation this season. But, like, day one, you're asking a lot of these players.
But to that point, the Jazz are in such a good position where they don't need that.
Correct.
They're not relying on this pick to come in and play well in order to make the playoffs. This season, you kind of get to have your cake and eat it too. Because of the Triple J trade. You are positioned as a playoff team, but then you get to bring in this prospect and kind of slow play them and develop them the right way, similarly to what they did with Ace, right?
Yep.
Will Hardy didn't care about Ace Bailey making the rookie all-star team or the all-rookie team or whatever. He realizes that there's so much more development outside of that, outside of just scoring points, again, if the Jazz make the playoffs, it's not going to be because Darren Peterson is the best rookie, in the NBA,
Right.
or AJ DeBonsa is Rookie of the Year. It's because they've got 5 other really good players.
Yeah, that's exactly right. If the Jazz are in the postseason, it doesn't mean one of these guys can't play. Again, Dylan Harper is playing right now in the finals. I would challenge you to go back and look at Dylan Harper's regular season stats. They are not very good. He was fine. He just was not great. It really was because Wemby and actually De'Aaron Fox and Steph Castle had these very big seasons. And Dylan Harper's really come on in the playoffs here. In fact, he's averaging more points, more rebounds, and 2 fewer assists, but his shooting's way up. Like, his renaissance, his like birth in the NBA has started over the last month and a half.
Yes.
It's not because of anything he did in the regular season. And that's a fellow number 2 overall pick who, by the way, also started all of 4 of 69 appearances so far this season. You know, so he's just not, he didn't play a whole lot. He was only averaging 22 minutes a game. And I think it's probably right about who the Jazz are looking at with number 2.
Right. You're telling me if they draft Darren Peterson, he doesn't need to start day 1 or day, game 73 or 74. It really doesn't matter. And again, you hear this too. It matters who finishes the game, not who starts it.
Yep.
These guys are all going to share the floor at some point. Each player is going to get, 20 to 30 to 35 minutes a night to make their impact, right? Like, I get that it is achievement and accomplishment. You want to be a starter in the NBA, but there's so much more than that.
Aaron Beard joins the show at 3:05. He covers North Carolina for the Associated Press. We haven't talked about Caleb Wilson a whole lot. Is there a reason he should be involved in this pick at number 2? We'll talk to Aaron Beard coming up at 3:05. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick. Nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, flat top meals. These fresh prepped meals are delivered right to your door and designed to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet. This menu includes favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, pineapple barbecue chicken, and more, with 8 meals in every box. Make dinner time easy, fast, and full of flavor with these new flat top meals. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
Summer has a way of taking over your home. So before the season gets too hectic, give your home a fresh start with Zero-Res. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129, plus 20% off air duct cleanings. Because you're about to put that AC to good use. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, helping carpets stay cleaner longer and dry faster. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit Zerores.com today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards. Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
Sometimes, firefighting sounds like this. But most of the time, it sounds like this. And this. And even this. The first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So douse your flames, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight wildfire together. FireSense is the first response.
Get ready for bigger action, faster rides, and edge-of-your-seat thrills. The Utes Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bowls returning to Utah, July 8th through 11th. See elite athletes compete in PRCA rodeo showmanship with some of sport's biggest payouts. Buckle up for Extreme Bowls, delivering Utah's ultimate showdown. New dates, bigger crowds, limited tickets. Don't miss it. Secure yours now at UtesStampedeRodeo.com. That's UtesStampedeRodeo.com.
Summertime is here, and Tim Hughes back with my friends Greg and Mike at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. Guys, this is going to be a year where it's more important maybe than ever to hold on to whatever precipitation we get and be able to get as much as we can out of the watering that we do because of the drought. Greg, I'll start with you. Replenish is a great way to help with that.
It makes a very attractive top dressing that helps to insulate the soil and keep the moisture in there, as well as adding nutrients to your plants.
And Mike, the other thing is it makes it look fantastic, and you've actually had people come in and tell you, my neighbor's done it and I want to do it too.
Yeah, we do. We get that quite a bit where people do come in and say, hey, my neighbor picked this up and I want the same thing. I want it to look like theirs.
Let Replenish make your yard and garden as beautiful and as fruitful as it can be. Stop by today at 4660 South, 200 West in Murray. You'll find them online at replenishcompost.com. You can also give them a call at 801-262-5142. Remember Replenish. It's good stuff.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to americafirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Systems go. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Feels like we're maybe getting a little bit closer to this Aspiration Kawhi Leonard solution. The CEO of Aspiration is going to jail for 14 years.
How many?
I believe it's 14 years.
14?
Yeah, let me see if I can find the story. Yeah, sentenced to 14 years for fraud. He stole $250 million. And I think, didn't he steal it from the government? Because he was getting government...
Yeah,
grants? Yeah, not grants or whatever, rebates essentially for green energy, and obviously it was fake. I would be curious to see how close this gets, but yeah, Adam Silver is right that you got to wrap this up soon. Like July 1st is when free agency opens. The Clippers can start negotiating with their free agents the day after the regular season or the finals ends, which could be 2 weeks from now.
Yeah,
like at the most. So you got to know what they're dealing with. Are you going to, is this guy going to get suspended? Is his contract going to get banned? Like, is he going to get thrown out? Or are the Clippers going to have to go entirely back to the drawing board? Are they facing challenges or punishments? I think that's something the NBA's got to get done quickly. They've waited way too long on this.
It's a weird line they're going to have to walk because essentially if you void Kawhi Leonard's contract and make him a free agent, you're doing him a benefit.
At this point,
right?
I don't think that would be a problem for Kawhi.
No, that's not any sort of punishment at all.
He likes being in Los Angeles.
Right.
But otherwise, I don't know why he would be furious about this by any means.
And then, so how do you punish the Clippers? I guess maybe Adam Silver can really stay true to his word and take away a draft pick or
take
something.
Away some draft picks.
That would be future down the line. And again, to your point, they've waited way too long to make sort of any sort of decision on a punishment for this because it's just dragged on. I mean, Pablo Torre had this, feels like almost a year ago. I know it's not quite that long, but the beginning of last season, right, is when all that stuff started coming out. So it's just a weird tab on Kawhi Leonard's legacy that's going to be, by the time his career is over with, he's going to have all these what-if stories. And, yeah, he was such a good player, but the load management and the circumventing the cap. Like, really, what an odd career, man.
It's so bizarre, and it is why, you do some of this pre-draft stuff, and you think about, like, Omar Cooper, who was Ace's guy, and how key it was to get him out of the picture as early as possible, and I don't know if that was the Jazz's decision or Ace's decision, I don't know. And, like, look, if Walker Kessler's coming up and you hear all these kind of conflicting reports of Tim Bontemps from ESPN says, yeah, we think 25 to 30 million is the right number, and then you hear, like, reports that, Walker's camp thinks it's way higher. Like, is that Walker's guy who's the Uncle Dennis of the situation, who's like, get you some money under the table? Like,
yeah,
there's other ways to get you money. Like, that's what Uncle Dennis did. Uncle Dennis found a way to get aspiration, it sounds like, allegedly, to get Kawhi all this extra money. Did Kawhi know about that? Did Kawhi not know that's where the money was coming from? Did he not know this was illegal? You do have to be careful with who some of these players find themselves around.
I find it difficult to believe that he didn't know what was going on.
How would you not know? How would you not be like,
Right.
cool, we got a $40 million deal or whatever it was, $20 million deal?
Yeah.
What do I have to do? Nothing.
Nothing at all.
Plant a tree? No, that's not for you.
No, it's called a no-show job, Kawhi.
No, you don't show. It's great.
Yeah, and then it makes you wonder too, how often does this stuff go on? How many teams have gotten away with this? Maybe to this level where it's one of the names in the NBA. Maybe it hasn't gone quite to that extent, but yeah, sure, a couple more million here or there. And, some people have kind of drawn the comparisons to the car dealerships with Karl Malone, but that's a little bit of a different thing. But a lot of billionaires, man, you got to be kind of, and, I don't know Ryan Smith.
Sure.
He seems like a good guy. I don't want to say anything bad about Ryan, but a lot of billionaires get that much money because they kind of find loopholes and ways to make a couple extra bucks.
Or act first and solve the problem second. I mean, that is a thing that happens, right? Like, you've got all the power. I'm going to build the building, and then I'm going to go get the permits. What are you going to do? The building's already made.
Yeah.
It'll get there eventually. Yeah, we'll get the player, and then we'll figure out how to get the money later or how to hide the aspiration money later.
Hide, quote unquote, yeah.
Yeah, so, they didn't do a good
They
job.
didn't do a good job.
But we'll see. Ballmer could also face a steep punishment here. Then again, like, how much money do you have to fine Steve Ballmer for it to be worth it? We talked about it with the Jazz. Like, $500,000 for the second overall pick?
Right.
Jazz would pay $1 million, $5 million to get $10 million. What would you have to give up? Like, we're talking about the number 2 overall pick right now being untradeable.
Yeah.
Like, I've got a clip when I appeared with DJ right now on Instagram of like, you wouldn't trade it for Giannis, I don't think, right now. It's like, or for J-Dub. It's like, those guys are the best players in the NBA. Those guys are top 15 players in the NBA. A $500,000 fine to get the number 2 overall pick is an absolute discount. Like,
what
does
Ryan
it take
say
to
in
get
that
Kawhi?
clip, he said it was like an investment almost with the
tax.
fines that he's a tax.
A tax. It's like, okay, so how is Ballmer going to look at getting Kawhi? Like, $20 million for him is nothing.
And then you can't force him to sell the team because then he still gets money from the sale, right?
So, well, we'll see. I do hope this wraps up very quickly. I kind of think the NBA is not going to do anything. If you've gotten this far and nothing serious has come out, they're going to be like, just seems like a deal that kind of fell through, and they wanted Kawhi to do stuff, and they were scam artists, and we're not going to blame Kawhi or the Clippers for it. All right, coming up next, Aaron Beard's going to join us. He covers North Carolina for the Associated Press. Christian, thanks for sitting in for the first hour.
Dude, it was so much fun. Thanks for letting me.
Alex, thanks for producing the first hour.
Easiest hour of radio I've ever done.
More coming up next. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the Coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I know you guys love it. Love having homemade meals, but you don't always love having to measure everything, chop everything, marinate everything, start thinking about it the day before, 2 days before, or worse yet, you're hungry, you're driving home from dinner, and you realize, I don't know what I'm eating tonight. I got to stop by the grocery store, and now I'm on my phone, and I'm looking for a recipe. Throw all that out. with Beehive Meals. Go check out their new flat top meals. These are fresh prep meals designed for your flat top grill, griddle, or even just your regular skillet inside your kitchen. And the best part is everything comes ready to go. No chopping, no measuring. You just thaw it and you cook it up and you are ready to go within minutes, and the food is delicious. What I love about it, these are all made here in Utah. These are just down the road in Ogden. So when you place your order, it's usually made within 48 hours. It's frozen quickly and gets right out to you, so you just get to throw it on the flat top, and it tastes delicious. It's great for weekends if you're having parties. Maybe you're chasing kids around at soccer games. You don't have time to really think about what you're doing for dinner, or on those busy weeknights. Go check them out online. You can see the menus, beehivemeals.com, beehivemeals.com. June includes chicken fajitas, ham and egg breakfast skillets, sloppy joes, patty melts, carne asada, General Tso's chicken. So many different options. Or try the classic crock pot meals. I love those as well. So will you. If you're ready to make dinner easier and better, order now. beehivemeals.com. It's beehivemeals.com.
Picture this. You pull into your driveway, and for the first time in a long time, you will love what you see. Beautiful new siding, bright, energy-efficient windows, gutters that protect your home year-round, and a deck that makes the backyard feel brand new. Not someday. Not after one more year. With RGS Exteriors, the home you've been wanting can start today.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
The biggest event of the year, Monster Jam World Finals, returns to Salt Lake City July 2nd through the 4th. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place. Plus, the biggest 4th of July fireworks display in Salt Lake City. Don't miss the stars, stripes, and unbelievable family fun moments. Brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts and the Utah Sports Commission. Save 25% on ticket face value with a savings coupon for participating O'Reilly Auto Parts stores within a 25-mile radius. See savings coupon for details. Coming to Rice Eccles Stadium July 2nd through the 4th.
We're living through a monetary crime scene, and your IRA or 401k is a key victim. Hi, Dr. Ron Paul here. In 1971, gold was $35 an ounce. After the dollar was cut loose from it, inflation soared. And in just 9 years, gold hit $850. People who diversified into precious metals survived and thrived. Today, we're in a worse position because we face inflation and massive debt. Fortunately, gold is still an option. My trusted friends at Birch Gold Group can help you own gold inside your retirement account. Plus, you pay 0 penalties on the transfer. Start now by getting a free info kit on gold. Text the word SECURE to 989898. We're facing the same monetary chaos as the 70s with significantly more debt. Get your free info kit from Birch Gold. Just text SECURE to the number 989898.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCombe.
Look, private equity doesn't like to add costs. They like to limit costs because they have a bottom line that they have to hit. I just hate when you've got somebody who has been working in the marketing department forever or who's been a sports information director forever, and they're doing their job and they're busting their butt and they're trying to tell good stories, and those are the guys that are going to get affected.
And to me, it's just a direct response to BYU having all the money they need at their disposal, a built-in way to fund the program. There's nothing about this deal that screams win to me. I don't like the feeling of it. You know, Matt Hayes summed it up best at the end of his article. He said, this is the same Utah Athletic Department that wanted so badly to push out football coach Kyle Whittingham at the end of a 10-win season, but was willing to pay him $13.5 million over the next 2 years to do so.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midband. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Not only do these guys give you the best Jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Don't fear the reaper, nor do the wind, the sun, or the rain. We can be like they are. Come on, baby, don't fear the reaper. Baby, take my hand, don't fear the reaper. We'll be able to...
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Very happy Friday to everybody out there. Let's welcome in our next guest. He's actually covering a ton of pertinent sports, especially in the state of Utah right now, despite the fact that he works for the Associated Press and covers sports in North Carolina. It is Aaron Beard. Hey, Aaron, thanks for jumping on.
Hey, thanks for having me.
So you've covered two of the top prospects that the Jazz are going to be looking very closely at. We'll talk about Cam Boozer as well, but Caleb Wilson is kind of the guy, I will say, that has gotten the least amount of shine for the number 2 overall pick in Utah, despite the fact, Aaron, I think if everything comes together, like, he's got a chance, it seems to me, to be just as good as anybody else in this draft.
He's an interesting prospect because there's no questioning the athleticism. He's an explosive guy. But some of what kind of works for him is not just the athleticism or the skill set. There's some intangibles there. He has an incredible motor. Like, for a top tier prospect, he's someone that goes, go. It's like he runs the court. There's an intensity. There's an always on about him for a young guy. I think that's one difference from between him versus someone that's just, uber talented and relies totally on their skill set. And the other thing is, he has a personality that sort of gravitates to the spotlight in a good way. He sort of talks about wanting to be a special player, wanting to play in big moments and be on that stage. His second game in, he had a really big game against Kansas, and there was sort of this idea of like he wanted to show the world who he was as a player, right? He did the same thing in the first matchup against Duke. There's a lot of that in how he's wired and how he approaches these big moments, and I think those are some interesting things because I don't think every, guy is wired that way. There's talent and there's, skill set, but you've got these other elements with him that makes a really interesting piece that if you add those to, the skill set, it really bodes well for his long-term growth.
Also, Aaron, in a lot of drafts, if you were to tell me there's a freshman, and I get he is actually a little bit older for some freshmen to give some Jazz fans some context. I think he's older than Ace Bailey, who was in the draft last year, but he averaged 19.8 points, 9.4 rebounds, 2.7 assists, 1.5 steals, 1.4 blocks. He led all of college basketball in dunks despite missing the games like you talked about. Like, the statistical profile outside of his 26% three-point shooting, which is a major question mark, is really as good as any freshman I remember ever coming out of Carolina.
Yeah, and I think that's absolutely fair because there was a lot of times where it felt like every time we were, covering a game, we'd get to the end of the game and Carolina would update notes and be like, okay, he's the, first freshman to do this, or the first freshman since these prominent names in Carolina lore to, keep having 20-point games or whatever. He made it look very common in a sense, like he's so gifted. And like I said, the motor, he's always on. It's just, there was an element of him that you kind of watch and it's like, this is a guy that wants to have the big moment, wants to be on that stage. Like I said, if you go back and you watch the first game against Duke, when UNC beat Duke on the Seth Trimble three-pointer at the buzzer, he ends
best
up with
game of the college
points.
basketball season, no question.
Amazing. And he ends up with 23 points in that game. Most of that was in the first half, but he was a one-man show in the first half. Like, Duke had Carolina back on its heels, and Caleb Wilson basically took it on himself, sort of almost like a one-man take on all. And that's what kept Carolina close enough in that game. So when they were hovering around and they were in position to make a run at the end of the game and take over, it was because Caleb Wilson carried them against a really good Duke team. And I think that says a lot about how he's wired.
So among the top four teams, Washington, the Jazz, the Memphis Grizzlies, and Chicago, Do you think there's a spot that would fit best for him? We talk about fit in the NBA draft, and I think it's a little ridiculous. But for the player, it actually can really matter. Who do you think he would fit best on as far as just like opportunity going forward, not with their current roster?
That's a tough question because there's elements. You're right. The 3-point shooting is probably the biggest thing you jump out at. Like, can he develop an outside shot? That's something, he's still a young guy. He's still developing his game. If he hits that, I think I don't really have a great answer for where he fits best, but I think that's sort of the key to unlocking how you fit best, right? If he continues to expand the range and become more consistent, he's the kind of guy that runs the floor and has the length and can really fit in a lot of different lineups. He has a versatility to his game. And I think for him, fit can matter, but I just think that there's a lot of versatility to his skill set that'll probably make him adaptable, assuming he keeps growing his game as he has.
Because he is probably the rawest still of these top 4 guys, do you think he needs to be on the court a ton early? Do you think he needs to be brought along slowly? Because you could say that as a raw player, he was still by far the most prolific player on North Carolina last season.
Yeah. You know what? I think with any of these guys, the more they play, the better. That's sort of my general, belief when I watch guys. The more they kind of play through their lumps and, learn. And again, when we talk about him being raw, we'll be clear for the audience that we're not talking about he's not skilled. You can watch some of these, turnaround jump shots and things like that. There is a game there. So I don't want to come off saying he's raw, he doesn't have a skill set. It's just refining and honing it a little bit more, right? And I think that's the kind of thing that the more he plays, the better he'll be. And, I almost wonder, how is he going to keep up that relentless motor playing all those NBA games? I mean, I think that's a little bit of a question for anybody, but that's a learning curve. He'll have to learn how to do that. But what he showed at North Carolina was, some star level stuff. It was, best freshman in a while kind of stuff at North Carolina, which says something.
Now, on the flip side, Cam Boozer is maybe the most NBA-ready, one-and-done player I've ever seen in my life. I mean, and that includes Cooper Flagg last year, who was so fabulous at Duke. But Cam Boozer's body is ready day one. His skill set, you can tell he's been playing against an NBA player and his father his entire life and practicing. What did you see from Cam in his first year at Duke? Because he is weirdly controversial for a player who's done nothing but produce enormous numbers, win at the highest level, outperform all the other guys in his class, and still kind of be favored to go number 3 overall.
Yeah, I think the thing that got me originally when I watched Cam play early was just the steadiness of his game. There's he's got a strong frame. He can handle physical contact. He's sitting there averaging 22 and 10 as a freshman. He finishes through contact, but is he an explosive, just, leap over you and dunk over 2 guys? No. But when you do look at all the things he does and plays through, like I said, physical contact, he rebounds, all that's great. But then you look at, I don't think he gets enough credit for the fact he shot 39% from 3. There was an ability, you could watch him. He is a reliable, at Duke, he showed he could be a reliable catch and shoot guy. Or he could pull a defender out with his ability to shoot outside. And the other part of his game that, again, everybody loves scoring and rebounding. His passing is elite. He got constantly double teamed. He was really good at finding his teammates passing out of those double teams. Finding the right guy, hitting them in stride where they need to catch it. But he could also initiate offense up top, like a point forward. He could do that. I mean, if you go back and watch the game that Duke played against Florida, reigning national champs, Cameron Indoor Stadium, early season game, the winning basket is Isaiah Evans hitting a 3 from the wing. But it comes with Cam Boozer initiating offense on an inverted pick and roll to get it out because he was trusted with his ability to read, react, and then deliver the ball where it needed to go. It's not just, I know I need to pass it. He can also put the ball where it needs to go. I think those are elements of his game that people don't talk as much about as much as they should.
Aaron, we've seen, the car insurance ads from Cam Boozer. We're seeing right now Caleb Wilson's doing NBA Finals kind of analysis work, and he's running around with a microphone at practices and doing some media stuff. It does seem like both of these guys are excellent kids.
Yeah, it's helpful when you deal with some people that are comfortable with the attention, and And I would say Cam was a little bit reserved in terms of maybe how much he showed you, so to speak, when you would talk to him in interviews. He would answer you almost professionally, but it wasn't like necessarily he was like pulling back the curtain and saying, here's all, everything that's going on in my head, right? Caleb, on the other hand, there was an element of him that was like, Darren Peterson didn't pass me the ball at the McDonald's game, so I was mad about that, so I wanted to take it out on Kansas.
Yeah.
Kind of a fun competitive zeal almost, like the Michael Jordan idea of like almost coming up with slights to motivate yourself about your opponent. There's almost like a hint of that with Caleb Wilson. So there were two different personality types in terms of how they projected publicly in terms of dealing with the media and so forth. But, again, like they were guys that seemed to understand when you go to Duke, when you go to North Carolina, when you play in these parts on Tobacco Road, like, you have to be comfortable with that spotlight. You have to be comfortable with that pressure. Cooper Flagg dealt with it the year before that. Zion Williamson here before that, right? We've seen those guys come through. Not everybody seems as comfortable with it. It did not seem to phase either of them, and Caleb especially, who seemed to just gravitate. I mean, North Carolina basically had a whiteout with the T-shirts in in the arena for a game because Caleb Wilson wanted to do it and said so on social media, and the school basically did so. Like, that's the kind of level of this kid walks in a room and you notice, right? And again, both guys sort of understood the responsibility and the pressure and the spotlight that comes with playing at programs like Duke and North Carolina.
Aaron, how's Michael Malone going to fare? What's kind of the early returns been so far?
Well, I think no one questions the ability to coach, basketball. Like, look at, he won a world title with the Nuggets, 3 years ago, right? So the question is always going to be like, okay, how does an NBA guy translate to college? But as you well know, like, we are at an age where, it's, what amounts to free agency and roster management is now a thing. It's, it's as pro-like as college basketball has ever been. And so in that regard, there's a lot of things I think he's, wired to sort of kind of understand. It sort of lends to some pro mindset. Now, obviously, in the pros, you're not having to re-recruit and, quote, re-sign your players year to year, right? That's different. You're not dealing with the same level of roster turnover at the pros that you are in college. But, look, the guy actually was around North Carolina a good bit in Chapel Hill in the past year. His daughter played volleyball there, and so he was around. And he even went to North Carolina's basketball practices as a guest of Hubert Davis. Kind of got to look at him. And he and his wife seemed to, really kind of appreciate being around Chapel Hill as after he left the Nuggets. And he even did an appearance on the official UNC Athletics podcast, kind of this world championship coach, just kind of hanging around Chapel Hill, watching his daughter play volleyball and how they were kind of adapting to like really falling in love with Chapel Hill. And he talked about how, his dad always talked about Dean Smith. There's some elements there where, this is a guy that clearly understands North Carolina basketball as a tradition-rich program, what it means, all that goes into it. In that regard, there's been a lot of things where he's talked about those and sort of openly and honestly, and no one questions the coaching chops, but it seemed like he had a grasp of what he was getting into, down to mentioning Bill Guthridge at his press conference. Dean Smith's longtime assistant who took over when Dean Smith retired, in that gap, and then ultimately Roy Williams later took over after Matt Doherty. But a lot of people don't talk about Bill Guthridge, right? He went to 2 Final Fours in 3 years with teams that had like Antoine Jamison and Vince Carter. And that's someone that people maybe almost overlook in a sense because he was the, Dean Smith's reliable assistant, the guy who was right there all the time. And then he did it for 3 years. He took over for 3 years. And Michael Malone sort of acknowledging that, I thought, was a nod to that tradition and history and understanding of kind of what you're walking into in Chapel Hill.
Elsewhere, you're familiar now with the Vegas Golden Knights. We saw them take on the Utah Mammoth locally. Hurricanes tie up that series 1-1 in a ridiculous, crazy final 10 minutes in overtime.
Crazy last night.
How do you think Carolina feels after what they saw last night?
Well, today, last night going into the locker room, there was sort of they acknowledged, like Logan Stankoven acknowledged, like there was some desperation, like they had to get to their game because they played pretty well in the first period and still found themselves down, gave up 2 shots and one of them went in the net, Brett Howden. Second period, they did not play particularly well. Rod Brindamore called it kind of a dud, I believe was the words he used. And then for much of the third period, you're watching, and Vegas is just sort of leaning on them. And, they're having a hard time getting to their game with the forecheck and the pressure and the speed. But then they got a couple of good shifts that kind of built on one another. Then Laven Stankoven wins a battle along the boards and scores behind the net. And suddenly there's life in the building again. And that building gets loud. It's a festive, rowdy environment. And they feed off of it. They generally play well with it. They scored again. Their power play that has struggled badly gets one to go up 3-2. They give up the late lead and go into overtime. And then the power play scores again. And not only the power play, it's Seth Jarvis, who's a top-line forward on a line that hasn't quite really punched through in the postseason. They've won in spite of that. And here he is banging in a one-timer by Carter Hart. But I think those are positives for the Hurricanes. And I think one thing that's worth noting, the Hurricanes haven't lost consecutive games since mid-January. They're 6-0 in overtime in the playoffs. They're 6-0 on the road in the playoffs. There's a lot of things this team does well in turbulence, so to speak. They handle these moments pretty well overall. And part of that is the idea that this is the game we play, and if we play our game, we can play with anybody. And if they'll get to their game, they'll be fine. There's sort of that belief, just get to your game, keep battling, you'll be fine. I think that's what carried them down the stretch last night.
Find him on Twitter, Aaron Beard AP. Read him in the Associated Press. Aaron, if the Jazz end up with either Caleb Wilson or Cam Boozer, we'll certainly call you again. Great stuff. Thanks for jumping on.
You bet. Thanks for having me.
There he is, Aaron Beard, giving us a breakdown on some college basketball, some NBA draft, talking Caleb Wilson, and talking Cam Boozer. Again, I know you get this late in the draft process and you start to build a little bit of skepticism, but in a lot of years, Caleb Wilson would be very much in consideration for the number one overall pick. 2024, he's far and away the number one overall pick. There are some weak drafts where you go back and there's some uncertainty. He's a guy because of his statistical profile, and then you look at his physical tools, which I think are second best in this draft, behind only A.J. DeBonsa. I think we're actually starting to sleep a little bit on how good A.J. is. Caleb Wilson is a freak, and had he played in the NCAA tournament, I wouldn't be surprised, especially if North Carolina had a run, he gets some highlight reel dunks, if there would be far more fans looking at his game and thinking, how is that guy not the number 2 pick, not the number 3 overall pick? Because the highlights are ridiculous. And then you watch some of his games. I mean, you watch him go up against Duke, the game that Aaron Beard was talking about where Seth Trimble hits the 3 to win it. He's the best player on the floor. And that's with Cam Boozer. We've talked a lot about, a lot of the media has talked a lot about, you heard Jonathan Gavoni say, I saw Darren Peterson play A.J. DeBonsa, and every time they played head-to-head, Darren Peterson was the better player. First of all, I'll tell you, just dismiss that. I mean, Darren Williams outplayed Chris Paul every time they played. Chris Paul's a much better player than Darren Williams was. But when they went head-to-head, Caleb Wilson was a better player than Cam Boozer in that game. I thought, making huge athletic plays, blocks, steals, getting out in transition, living in the mid-range, hitting impossible turnaround jumpers, knock down a 3, make some great plays with the ball in his hands, passing to others, and his team got the win. So I wish we had seen more of Caleb Wilson. And, if you think he's a consolation prize at 4 or at 3, I think that's a wrong way to view him.
Yeah, what was it? A broken hand, right? And we haven't seen him since the beginning of February because of that. So it does.
I think he broke both hands. I think he broke a thumb on one hand and then broke the other. And I will tell you, I think I would be surprised if he broke his hand dunking. He is ferocious. Well, as far as these top guys go, he might be the most prolific highlight reel player of all the top 4 in this draft.
And his comp, that's the one people are getting crazy with. People are comparing him to Kevin Garnett.
I think that's
a
little nuts.
Crazy, but he's a fascinating player, and it's hard when you see the other 3 guys play in March, right? And you don't see him again since the beginning of February. February 10th was the last game he played, but you can't sleep on him.
I watched him and I saw a lot of Jermaine O'Neal. So if you're a fan of early 2000s basketball or the Malice and the Palace Pistons and Pacers, I saw a lot of Jermaine O'Neal in his game. And I guess the question for Caleb, but by the way, this is a question for Cam. This is a question probably maybe not as much for Darren, because when you're 6'4.5", there's only so much you can do with your body. I do think it's a little bit of a question for AJ, though I think we can probably project what AJ is going to look like. What happens to your body? And sometimes your body changes based on your skill set. Like if you go back and watch Derek Favors at Georgia Tech, Jazz fans, he was a lot thinner. He was very bouncy, running up and down. I think a lot of people had more this vision of an Amari Stoudemire type career. And while he ended up with back injuries and some things that plagued him there, his skill set didn't really allow him to justify staying on the thinner side as a power forward. Because he was just kind of big, strong, not super, super skilled, I think the Jazz decided, well, let's bulk him up a little bit. Let's make him a little bit heavier, and he can play a little bit more kind of true 4-5 versus 4 with a little hint of leaning towards a 3 a little bit. The shooting was never there. Caleb Wilson, I'll be very curious about. There's a world where he does the Derek Favors thing, and he ends up being super bulky and heavy because you think you're better off with him just kind of banging in the paint. If he does, though, develop his handle a little bit, like, could be talking more of an Ace Bailey type of body if you want to maybe not thin him out that much. Ace is extraordinarily thin, but certainly more perimeter oriented. And that's what you always have to judge. It's not just projecting these guys from a skill perspective. It's how many different options do their bodies have to make it in the NBA, and I think that's a big question to watch out for. Anyways, again, really good stuff from Aaron Beard. Follow him on Twitter at AaronBeardAP. All right, you hear Jake talk a lot about how much Adele has her hands in the NBA. Making trades happen. Coming up next, we'll let you hear a quote that I think proves that and how it kind of affects the Jazz. We'll talk about that next. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Your Friday afternoon drive begins with emergency traffic in Weber County due to a bad crash northbound I-15 in Riverdale, blocking traffic and causing heavy delays. We're already seeing traffic getting busy and slow on southbound 15 in Murray and Midvale. That's starting around 5300 south. Hey, the Utes Stampede Rodeo and Extreme Bowls is back. Save the date, July 8th through the 11th. Tickets are going fast. Don't miss out on this one. Go to UtesStampedeRodeo.com. That's UtesStampedeRodeo.com for more information. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Chet Holmgren was the number 2 pick. Western Conference Finals, Chet Holmgren, not good. Any concern the number 2 pick in this month's draft might not be good. Number 2 picks in NBA history are all over the place. If you can identify that person correctly, you could get a win.
Man, when you go back all the way into this century...
You'd like to think the number 2 picks had produced more.
They don't.
They're just clearly a bunch of misses.
I think it's the second pick. If there's one player behind you who's good, that's on you that you didn't get him. There's no excuse for bungling the second pick. That's too high. You can't do that, especially when you've waited 4 years for this golden ticket.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. Sweden is the leading European tech innovator by many measures, but it is also giving up screens in schools. Yes, going back to books. Whether or not this is a good idea is not for me to say, but it's clear that every time we embrace a new technology, we let go of something. Research says that current technology creates less social confidence, more anxiety about work, and a blurring of work and family values. Yes, we're more productive, but we sleep less and have higher stress. In my world, the cell phone has all but killed dinner conversation. Texting has killed voice conversation. AI brings targeted information fast, so I don't need to call my friends for advice or information. We can't put the genie of technology back into the bottle, but we can learn to manage it better. Learn more about the human side of enterprise with an MBA from Utah State University. Go to utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a super fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. But wait, there's more. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be switching to an American wireless company that's committed to keeping 100% of its customer service in this country. I appreciate that. In fact, that's why I switched. I also appreciate the way they support our vets and our skilled workforce. Dial pound 250, say micro, and get unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. That's pound 250 micro. Stop paying twice what you need to pay for the service you want and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
This is Nate Orchard from Advanced Window Products. When you live in Utah, your windows do a lot more than let the light in. They protect your home from freezing winters, blazing summers, and everything in between. That's why Advanced Window Products builds every window for your local climate. No middleman, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home, a warmer home, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year round. And installation is done by our own certified in-house crews, never subcontractors. That's why Utah homeowners give us 5-star reviews. Right now, take advantage of our anniversary sale. For a limited time, get $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. Call 801-850-9100. That's 801-850-9100. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name Utah trusts for custom replacement windows and sliding glass doors. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call 801-850-9100 for that $2,500 off or visit us at advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
Just doing it big, you know?
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The KSL Sports Zone. Happy Friday to everybody out there. Jake Scott will be back with us on Tuesday. Christian Esparza is sitting in for the first segment, or the first hour, I should say, and producing, obviously, the rest of the show. Christian, you found this clip, and I thought it was, very much in line with our show. I have told you that I heard from a very high-ranking person in the NBA that this isn't collusion or corruption, I should say. This is from a team person, that the clutch group, Adele, as Jake likes to call them, led by Rich Paul, his girlfriend or fiance, Adele, and then obviously begun by LeBron or tied to LeBron coming into the NBA, essentially placed De'Aaron Fox in San Antonio 2 years before the trade was actually made. They started looking at San Antonio with Victor Wembanyama as an area where they wanted to get one of their other stars, not their highest of high-profile players, but a max player who could go in and compete for a title, be mentioned alongside the face of the future face of the NBA, which was obviously going to be Victor Wembanyama. And here's Rich Paul. Who's he talking to, Christian?
Max Kellerman.
Max Kellerman kind of pulling back the curtain. I get not exactly, but you start to see how some of these things work, while it may have more to do with the agency necessarily than it has to do with the player.
I remember the trade getting ready to take place, and De'Aaron and I were talking about it, and we were talking about different options, where it could go, et cetera. And obviously I had the Spurs kind of teed up. And the thing about the trade for De'Aaron, at first it wasn't De'Aaron.
Who was it?
It was another guard that I represent, that I was envisioning going there, because De'Aaron wasn't wanting to be traded yet. And this guard...
He was the man. Yeah.
Well, but this guard was actually... It was Darius Garland. He was flustered. He was frustrated, and he wanted to get out. And we was having a conversation, and I said to him at the time, you got to get somewhere where I don't want you to take a dip. And the Spurs this was before they got the second pick, and they needed a point guard. And I thought next to Wemby, the shooting and all of that. And then things changed, and he was fine. And then so now Mike Brown get fired, and
you represent a lot of guys who play the right way. Like De'Aaron Fox, Garland, they play the right way. So an organization like the Spurs wants a guy like that.
Yes, and character matters. And so in De'Aaron's case, when he finally got to the point to where, you know what, it's probably time, and we're having a conversation, one of the things we talked about is, okay, if you get to the Spurs, are you okay being number 2? Because obviously you're going to be number 2. There's no doubt about that. And he didn't even flinch. Absolutely.
So again, like, I do think on one hand there, you hear Rich Paul talking about representing his players. But he says, I quote, I think he says, I have the Spurs teed up, meaning I know they need a guard. They've obviously, I don't know, approached him about needing a guard, or he recognizes they need a guard before they get the number 2 overall pick and land Dylan Harper. And he starts looking at his players of who he can get to San Antonio to put them in that spot. And it was not De'Aaron Fox first, because De'Aaron hadn't asked for a trade, which that gets a little bizarre to me, where De'Aaron didn't want out. And that's fine. He's not forcing De'Aaron to San Antonio. And if De'Aaron never wanted out of Sacramento, I suspect he's still playing in Sacramento. But to have it lined up where Darius Garland, A, has a preference, which is totally fine. Team players have preferences of where they want to play. But B, the idea that, like, oh, these are just interchangeable parts for me as an agent. I've got to get one of my guys there, whether it's Darius or De'Aaron, whatever. And then maybe if we can't figure it out with Darius, I can coax De'Aaron or see if De'Aaron wants to go to San Antonio. That's really does start to get hairy. But I think you get some sense of the strategy of how an agent, especially a super agent like Rich Paul, views the league as, and I don't mean this derogatory, but something to be manipulated, something for him to take control over, which again, I think if that's your agent, that is what you want. You want your agent looking out for you as a player. But I think if you're a team, which all of our listeners are fans of a team, it gets really strange quickly, and why you are probably leery of some agents or agencies.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of made a fuss. Not a fuss, but a hubbub, right, when Ace Bailey announced that he was signing with Clutch, because we know this is a thing that Clutch specifically does, and they're not the only agency that does this, right? But obviously, Rich Paul is very out front and center, and he does these interviews, and he talks about it. And you're right, having the Spurs teed up, and there was another quote, he said, I envisioned putting a player next to Victor Wembanyama. Like, that's the type of stuff. He sees that San Antonio is getting a generational player. He's saying, how can I tie my agency to him and hitch my agency on that wagon?
And I don't know what the future of the NBA looks like. Nobody does. The Jazz don't, Spurs don't, Thunder don't. All these teams would love to be ahead and know which player is going to be the best player in the league. And it looks like Wemby, and with Steph Castle and Dylan Harper, there's probably not going to be a lot of malleability to put players around that team. But you do wonder about having your players. Is Rich Paul going to try and push Ace somewhere that he wants them? Especially if Ace ends up becoming an upper echelon superstar. One of the reasons why apparently Ace chose Clutch was they also represented Walt Clayton. He heard good things. And the Jazz also, I guess, the Clutch spoke highly of the Jazz. It's kind of my understanding of some of the reporting that came out. They like the way that the Jazz have handled some of their clients. But yeah, you do have to start to wonder if, they start to look elsewhere. And it might not just be Ace. It could be any young player that is represented by Clutch. So always something to keep an eye on there. And then you take a step back a little bit, and this only kind of came across my radar, and I've not been told this by anyone other than I know for a fact that the Colin Sexton Yusuf Nurkic trade was a little bizarre in the sense that the Jazz needed to move Colin Sexton. Keontae George had this breakout, and the Jazz needed to find a new place for him. And they kind of went down the entire NBA of looking for similar contracts and couldn't find one. And there was one that was identical to Colin Sexton's, and it was Yusuf Nurkic. And so the Jazz flip Nurk and Colin Sexton. The Jazz actually have to put a second-round pick in there to encourage the Charlotte Hornets to make this move. And I thought a lot of people thought it was a little strange of, why is this the grouping? Well, one agency represents both of these guys. And it's clutch. Like, this is clutch flipping Nurkic, in a sense, from Charlotte, where he's really unhappy, and Colin Sexton's about to be relegated to bench duty behind Keontae George, kind of finding opportunities for both of their guys to have, success somewhere else. And by the way, I think this really worked out for the Jazz. Nurk was a better player last year than I think Colin Sexton was, though Colin honestly may have had the second or third best year of his career last season. He was not a nightmare and was okay for the Hornets and then got traded to the Bulls. And I think, unfortunately for Colin, it's going to start kind of the rest of his career out as just being a journeyman. I think he's going to bounce around, and that's fine. Dennis Schroeder's made a very good career doing that. Can be useful still. I think that's what's ahead for Colin. I don't think anyone's picking him up to build around him. He's probably signing 1- and 2-year deals for piece of the mid-level exception and just trying to stay in the league as long as he can. But it did certainly, raise my antenna a little bit that those two guys are clutch guys that got flipped for each other in one of the weirder moves we've seen, just as far as, you don't see a lot of one-for-one player trades in the NBA, especially on two teams that had just had top 5 picks in the draft that weren't really going anywhere. It did feel a little bit like, once I saw they were both clutch agents, I wonder what role they played in it. At least that became a question for me.
It's a little bit like the Little League dad who's like, I want my son to have playing time, right? And he's like, he's telling the coach, I want my son to have playing time, and then, pestering the coach. That's almost the agent's job, because they do ultimately represent the player, and they have the player's best interest because, yes, they get a percentage of the player's contract. So they want that player to make as much money as possible. So it is good to an extent to have these guys in your corner and push for things like that, because I would agree, Yusuf Nurkic seemed he played better in Utah than anybody was expecting, because he was not good in Charlotte.
No, he was not.
Now, there's a section of Jazz fans, including you as a writer, who think that Yusuf Nurkic should be back because he found a role with this Jazz team. So it is interesting how a mutual change of scenery between two clutch guys can kind of have an effect like that.
You could hit yourself with can you do that as the producer?
Like that?
Thank you. I'm curious to see how that plays out, obviously, with Nurk. Nurk was good, now rightfully so. Clutch wants him to go and make as much money as possible. It's better for Clutch. It's probably better for Nurk to just go out and get the highest bidder. I don't know if there's going to be bidders. There's just not a lot of money around the NBA, and there's going to be a few centers out there. We know Walker's going to get paid, and the Jazz are going to have to address a couple of other issues. They need a ball handler coming off the bench. I'll be curious what Nurk's future looks like. I also feel not bad, making $40 million or whatever, but Darius Garland in this situation be looking at his other a fellow clutch client in De'Aaron Fox. Now, look, I think De'Aaron Fox is getting traded this summer, at least getting shopped. He might be too difficult to trade because he's going to be making $58 million. But in all likelihood, that should have been Darius Garland. Darius Garland should have been sitting on a $280 million extension, or whatever the number was, $230 million extension for the next 4 years on a championship contender, playing next to Victor Wembanyama, still playing in the finals right now. And Darius Garland is just not withering away with the Clippers, but Clippers are worried.
He's an afterthought at this point.
Are you going to have your superstar in Kawhi Leonard, who's already aging, still on the roster? Are you going to be losing draft picks on this team? Should I have just toughed it out and tried to stick in Cleveland? Cleveland just made the conference finals at the very least. The Clippers did not look particularly good late in the season after a very good run and got ousted very quickly. What was the play-in tournament? So, I don't know. Curious how Darius Garland feels about all this and having his agent talk about, we were trying to get him there, and last minute we just decided we'll go with De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, that was a very public trade request. I think it was 2 summers ago, and it was right when Donovan Mitchell, I think, extended with Cleveland, and it was clear that he didn't want to be there. Then he stuck around for, I guess, a season and a half longer. But yeah, if he would have ended up in San Antonio, there's probably not as much pressure on him, because although he maybe does get some sort of an extension, it wouldn't have been what De'Aaron Fox got.
I don't think so.
And who knows? But It's just weird, man. The NBA, it's a business and a lot of fingers all over.
Yeah, in some sense, it's nice to hear Rich Paul actually talk this way because you start to hear kind of the truth of it. This is really how these things work. On the same side, it's just a little icky. It's just a little bit, not dirtier than you think, but a little less kind of random. Certainly, there's a lot more politicking going on behind the scenes. Anyways, a really interesting clip there. All right, stick around. More Jake and Ben coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
For Jazz fans, it's been a rough few years. Well, those days are behind us as the Utah Jazz finally struck gold in the NBA Draft Lottery. Picking second. As the Jazz prepare to draft a potential superstar with the number 2 overall pick. Nobody will bring you better coverage of the NBA Draft than the KSL Sports Zone. For all the breaking news, high-profile interviews, and player analysis leading right up to draft night, keep it locked on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
You can't always predict what's next, but you can be ready for it in a BMW SUV. The X1 delivers on confident agility and a striking presence that stands out in a crowd. Or you can own the road in the versatile X3 with advanced driving technology like BMW Connected Drive and sporty design cues. The X5 blends performance and elegance with functionality and a commanding presence. And when only the biggest will do, the X7 steps things up with precision-crafted finishes and 3 rows of luxurious seating so there's always space, even for the biggest plans. Every model is engineered with BMW's intelligent all-wheel drive to give you the confidence in any driving condition. So while you can't always predict what's coming, for every road there's an X built to drive it. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Discover your dream vehicle at BMW of Murray or BMW of Pleasant Grove. BMW Utah. Drive elevated.
The biggest event of the year, Monster Jam World Finals, returns to Salt Lake City, Utah, July 2nd through the 4th. The most trucks and all the best drivers in one place at the biggest festival-style pit party of the year. Plus, the biggest 4th of July fireworks display in Salt Lake City and a special World Finals stunt. Don't miss the stars, stripes, and unbelievable family fun moments. Monster Jam World Finals. Returning to Rice Eccles Stadium. Brought to you by the Utah Sports Commission, BKD Tires, and Texas Roadhouse.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Summertime is here, and Tim Hughes back with my friends Greg and Mike at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. Guys, this is going to be a year where it's more important maybe than ever to hold on to whatever precipitation we get and be able to get as much as we can out of the watering that we do because of the drought. Greg, I'll start with you. Replenish is a great way to help with that.
It makes a very attractive top dressing that helps to insulate the soil and keep the moisture in there, as well as adding nutrients to your plants.
I mean, the name really says it all. It replenishes the nutrients that your growing areas are starving for.
It's been proven for 31 years that it's a product that will aid in your gardening and make your plants beautiful as well as looking great.
Let Replenish make your yard and garden as beautiful and as fruitful as it can be. Stop by today at 4660 South, 200 West in Murray. You'll find them online at replenishcompost.com. You can also give them a call at 801-262-5142. Remember Replenish. It's good stuff.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are straight ripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson. Now, every day from 2 to 6 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ben, happy birthday!
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Yes, today is my birthday. The big 4-0. Old, over the hill. Thank you for thank you for the celebration.
I wasn't made aware until after I was done sitting next to you. Otherwise, we would have had fun with it earlier. But happy birthday.
Thank you very much. Yes, today is my 40th birthday. So it's all downhill from here. Speaking of all downhill from here, college athletics. Lance Holtzclaw, Utah defensive end, was at the Senate hearings talking about this bill with Senator Cantwell and Senator Cruz. And he was kind of focused specifically on the role of agents. I thought this was interesting to play now. We've kind of been talking about it all week. But after what we were just talking about with Clutch Sports and the role that Adele and Rich Paul play for NBA players, at the very least, it's regulated. And because there are so few NBA players and so few guys that actually make huge money, they all make a ton of money, but like we're talking about the elite of the elite, players do have leverage, far more leverage than college players have. And when you're a college player, you don't have a lot of leverage and you're younger. Some of these guys are 17 leaving high school, but 18, 19, 20, just trying to get a scholarship, keep their head above water, whatever money they can get. Agents play an outsized role. And I think that's something we probably overlook a little bit in our discussions of, I hate the idea of expansion or super leagues or whatever. That, again, the players here can end up, in some sense, being victims of the transfer portal, et cetera. Here's, I think, a very interesting quote from Lance Holtzclaw talking about the role of agents.
I do agree to parts of what Mr. Saban is over there saying. He is definitely speaking truth onto what happens in the lives of our student athletes when they have to deal with agents. Agents do encourage a lot of decisions for student athletes that they have signed to their agency. And again, agents do get paid through what college athletes get paid. So them trying to influence the decisions of student athletes will influence their pay. Again, I think this goes back to the education piece of educating a lot of student athletes on the fact that your agent works for you and that you don't work for your agent. Your agent is supposed to be helping you. And again, those ridiculous amounts of money that's being taken from a lot of these student athletes is a disservice to the game, and I've had great experiences when it comes to me and an agent. I've also seen the bad side of other teammates that I've had to deal with bad agents and have said, this agent hasn't done anything for me. They're taking too much money. They're this, they're that. And there's definitely an issue with anybody just being able to be an agent without those type of regulations. Okay. I agree that there should.
I believe agent fees in the NBA are capped at 4%. I know some people think agent, they think 10%. That's for other types of agents, talent agents, etc. You will hear 10%. I know in the music industry it's been insane before. NBA, it's capped at 4%, I believe. Now, endorsements off the floor, non-NBA actual contracts or salaries, I think is a little bit higher. They can go up as high as you want, I guess. But the actual NBA doesn't let your agent take more than 4%. There's no regulation in college. Again, as we've looked for having a governing body that helps decide some of these rules, what agents can do, whether they actually have to be registered as anything. In the NBA, again, we talked about Omar Cooper with Ace Bailey. He was not an agent. He was a manager, and that's a totally different thing. You can pay a manager, I guess, as much as you want, but he actually, I don't believe, can even negotiate a contract. You have to be in the NBA player agency.
You have to be certified.
You have to be certified. You can't just be some random dude. Now, players can represent themselves. They can, but you can't just be some random guy. You can't be, Uncle Dennis. You can't be just somebody's father or mother. You do have to get certified, and I don't think that's impossible to do because we've seen it happen, but it can't just be Joe Schmo. I think a lot of these deals in college are Joe Schmo. It's random hanger-on who's trying to get this player involved and taking advantage of kids, taking advantage of families, just trying to work in and get as much money as they can without any real sense of whether or not it's good for the player. You go out and you have somebody representing the kid and saying, yeah, he'll enter the transfer portal for X amount of dollars. And some coach comes around and for that afternoon says, yeah, we think we have $25,000 for him, $10,000 for him, $100,000 for him. They wait a few days, the player enters the transfer portal, and that deal is dried up, but there's nobody there to answer for it because this guy was just trying to get a quick buck, or this lady was just trying to get a quick buck, and now the player's lost his spot on a team because he's entered the transfer portal and he's been replaced. And there are victims here, and I do think we have to make sure that we are looking out for these students and these kids because these are still young people who are trying to make the best decisions, but I would have made bad decisions as an 18-year-old. A lot of our listeners would have made bad decisions as an 18-year-old if you're trying to chase just a little bit of money. Heck, I've talked about living in Orlando. My wife and I moved across the country because I think she got a $2,000 moving fee from Disney to do it. It's like, in retrospect, $2,000 is not a lot of money, but we were willing to pack everything up and move across the country in 2009 to do it. What would you do for someone telling you there's $10,000, $25,000, $50,000, $100,000? You would make bad decisions for yourself if you thought, oh, well, this is easy money. This is going to be great for me.
Yeah, there's no regulation, and I think that's where it needs to start is somehow finding a way to, even as you're comparing to the NBA, put a cap on what agents can do and how much they can make.
Get certified.
There's a lot of bad information out there, and these kids are suffering because of it.
Coming up next, we are going to let you hear. Mitch Harper was down at the spring meetings covering Big 12 football. Our BYU insider got to catch up with Brian Santiago, the athletic director at BYU. We'll let you hear some of that interview coming up next. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This stuff is available everywhere. Wherever you are, the KSL Sports Zone will be right there with you. It's the KSL Sports app.
I love it.
Where you can get the latest podcasts, up to the second breaking news, and analysis of the teams you can't live without right from your phone. And wherever in the world you may be, you can have DJ and PK, Scotty and the coach, and Jake and Ben tag along with live streaming of your favorite shows. Download the KSL Sports app and never miss a thing. Presented by University of Utah Health. Health is in our DNA. Learn more at uofuhealth.org. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, no matter where you are in life, maybe you're just out of college trying to put the train on the tracks, maybe you're a middle-aged, maybe you're close to retirement, you could use a trusted team to help you make the right decisions to best maximize what you work an entire life for, your retirement, of course. So give them a call, 855-TRAJAN1, sit down with them. They'll do a free consultation with you. I've been through it. It's really, really easy. They're very nice. They're going to get to know you. They're going to get to know what your goals are, what you want your goals to be. Maybe you haven't even set those, and then show you exactly what they can do to help you get to those goals. It's so easy. And now they have Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. They have everything for you under one roof, handled by a true team of good folks with you as their priority. So 855-TRAJAN1 or TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. 855-TRAJAN1 or TrajanWealth.com.
You're the turf whisperer, the grass-cutting guru. Dandelions don't stand a chance on your watch. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Weed and Feed for strong, dark green turf without a weed in sight. IFA's Weed and Feed. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Escape the everyday with a quick trip to Cedar City. Just one tank of gas from the Wasatch Front, but a world away in experience. Hike through the cool, refreshing beauty of Canara Falls, where red rock walls and flowing water create a stunning natural escape. Then head up to Cedar Breaks National Monument, where the air is crisp, the views stretch for miles, and the night skies come alive with thousands of stars. And when the sun goes down, step into the spotlight at the world-renowned Utah Shakespeare Festival, where unforgettable stories unfold under the open sky. From outdoor adventure to rich arts and culture to peaceful, wide-open spaces, Cedar City is the kind of getaway that helps you slow down, breathe deeper, and reconnect. So whether you're chasing fresh mountain air, unforgettable scenery, or a night of incredible live performance, it's all waiting for you, closer than you think. Discover the art of adventure. Find your inspiration in Cedar City. Plan your getaway today at visitcedarcity.com.
It's the 40th anniversary season of the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games at Southern Utah University in Cedar City. And Friday, June 5th is the opening ceremony presented by State Bank of Southern Utah. Doors open at the Eccles Coliseum at 8 p.m. for the anniversary show with live music and Southern Utah's best fireworks show. Buy tickets at tbirdtickets.com and come early for the block party presented by KSL 5 TV starting at 5 p.m. It's the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games opening ceremony, Friday, June 5th in Cedar City.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
There's nothing like a summer wedding. Begin your forever at the Joseph Smith Memorial Building with beautiful new event spaces, timeless elegance, and unforgettable celebrations surrounded by family and friends. Find the perfect setting for your love story at tshevents.com.
The KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact youth sports in our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Rumors spreading round in that Texas town about the shack outside the game. And you know what I'm talking about. Just let me know.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Happy Friday. Last week, our BYU insider, Mitch Harper, was able to catch up with Brian Santiago. He was down at Big 12 football, or Big 12 conference spring meetings, I should say. But did talk to Brian Santiago about all things BYU, including some important stuff about the stadium, at Lavelle Edwards Stadium, and how they're going to upgrade it, plus jersey patches, which are quickly coming to college athletics. Here's Mitch's conversation with Brian Santiago. I thought this was really good.
College sports needs sustainability moving forward. And there has to be some semblance of structure and consistency across the platform to make sure that there's a sustainable model. And so certainly Congress's influence, all the bills that are out there, is all an effort to try to find this structure and a model that works and that's sustainable into the future.
Do you, and one of the things that's with the future that's been tossed out there is maybe an employee-based model. Is that something that, do schools worry about that, and is there concern from that from like a BYU side of things?
Yeah, it's a fair question, and a lot of it is, like I said, the broad-based thought is just what is a sustainable model that works across all schools, that doesn't single out any individual school that either is opting in or opting out. But yeah, the idea of, you know, something passing where student athletes become employees brings with it a lot of challenges, and certainly is something that is going to continue to be vetted, and we're all kind of waiting to see how it plays out. There are a lot of ideas floating out there about a model and how the student athletes fit into that model. And from a BYU standpoint, we just kind of wait, see where the water's calm, how it ends up playing out, what the model's going to be, and then we'll make sure that we adjust and protect the integrity of BYU.
How has the model of rev share been in year one? How would you describe the experience of having a cap, allocating certain funds to one sport and the other? What's been the strengths of that and the challenges too?
Yeah, I think it's been a huge adjustment, right? I always say if you go back 3-4 years, 5 years, and say, hey, in college sports, 3, 4, 5 years into the future, there's going to be a $20.5 million cap of rev share that's shared with the student athletes. That would have raised a lot of eyebrows 5 years ago, but here we are. I think everybody's doing their best to manage it the best way they can. We're certainly in a space at BYU where we have two marquee programs, football and basketball, where the majority of the rev share goes to. I think that's a model across all schools. First, have to look at football because it's the king, and it brings in the lion's share of your revenues, and so there's a reason it's called revenue share. So your revenue is going to go to football and then to men's basketball after that. I think there's some good to it. You certainly want to make sure your student athletes feel valued, and I think we're doing a good job of that. But also there's some complications when you start adding NIL on top of the rev share and third party and all the different nuances of rev share / NIL. I think it's a challenge across all schools, especially in the P4, as we try to navigate that and do it in a way where it actually brings some structure. And right now there's a lot of confusion about how NIL is distributed, and obviously a large topic of conversation here at the meetings. But you know, it is the world we live in, and so everybody's trying to navigate it the best they can under the new rules. And certainly at BYU, we're focused on making sure that we're protecting the integrity of the university, making sure that we're staying within the confines of the Big 12, and we'll see how this whole landscape plays out. I think you leave the room today saying there's still a lot up in the air that needs to be resolved, and we're all waiting to see how it's going to be resolved and how we can come through it in a position of strength. That's what we're trying to do, is make sure that we position ourselves the best way we can under the current structure. We'll adjust as that structure shifts or doesn't shift, and hopefully stay in a position of strength.
The Big 12 has lined up a private capital deal. I know you've said in the past about how BYU will not get involved with private equity. I would assume then that BYU is not going to be dealing with that private capital deal then.
Yeah, it's a good question. The Big 12 did do a private equity deal with Redbird. There's two components to it. One of them is to have Redbird help enhance the brand, the Big 12 brand, with its corporate partners and those possibilities. And then the other part is the private equity piece, which is an opt-in for each of the schools. Certainly it doesn't fit with our principles, and we don't opt into that. We are super grateful to have guidance from an executive committee and a board that we operate in a balanced budget situation, and it's not something that we would participate in. We're super grateful for the support of the university, and I say support, just the direction from our president about having the correct financial principles to operate under, and our budgeting system. We have coaches that are bought in to make sure that we have a balanced structure at BYU, and we are super fortunate to not be in a debt situation where we take on debt to try to manage. That's a strength for BYU. It's something we're super grateful for, to have guiding principles of living within your means, of staying in a good, safe space financially. And certainly we have to try to be in the game, but we try to do that through our normal channels. And super grateful for the support of our donors and Cougar Nation as a whole. Our corporate sponsors are a huge support, and we're so blessed to have Kalani and Kevin Young leading our two revenue sports in a way where the stadium, Lavelle Edwards Stadium, is full and our Marriott Center are full. We're super, super fortunate. We need to continue that positive momentum so that we can stay viable financially. Certainly there's an increase in costs and revenues that are needed to compete in the Big 12, but we also have to stay true to who we are at BYU, and that's the reason we don't launch into private equity, but we do need to continue to be creative and make sure that our revenue streams are sustainable, and we got to make sure that we're tightening our belt and keeping our expenses in check.
Does BYU, just to follow up on that, do you get to benefit from the one piece of that deal of the sponsorships, or because I think of the Venmo deal where there was branding of that inside the stadium? Do you get to benefit from that, at least from the branding side with the league?
Yeah, the Big 12, Brett Yormark's doing a great job to look at every viable option to enhance the brand of the Big 12. And the corporate sponsor side of this landscape is super important to the conference. Conference trying to stay viable financially. And so as the Big 12 continues to partner with some of the most powerful brands out there, you mentioned Venmo, there are a couple of others that the Big 12 has partnered with that does enhance the financial stability of the conference and the schools. But that is totally separate than the private equity. That's certainly an area that we're not going to venture into, and principally we're not aligned with private equity or taking on debt to try to further our purposes.
Athletic departments are getting creative to find new revenue streams. One of those areas that could be explored now is sponsorships on a uniform. Could we see that this fall for football and men's basketball, where we see one of the great maybe tech corridor companies or whatever it may be? There's so many different companies in Utah, but could we see that this fall?
Yeah, we're pursuing those avenues because it's additional opportunity to stay viable with our revenue streams, and there's certainly a lot of exposure comes from our football jerseys, our basketball jerseys, and our Olympic sports even. There's a lot of interest from a lot of different corporate sponsors in those jersey patches from the standpoint of exposure and partnering with the best companies in the world. We're very fortunate at BYU to have some of the most powerful companies in the world that are interested in furthering the mission of BYU as a whole, not just the financial model. The reason people invest in BYU athletics is because they're very, very invested in the lives of the student athletes and the overall mission of the university, of the institution. That's a powerful combination. That is Cougar Nation. We're just super blessed to have a fan base that is so invested in the overall success and mission of the school and the light that it brings to our sponsoring institution, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. That's what gets us excited, is there's a bigger mission involved here. This is bigger than sport for us at BYU. And we're super grateful for the generosity of our sponsors and donors that are investing in BYU athletics because they want to further the mission of the institution. That's powerful.
Is NIL still much of a thing? Because 5 years ago, when you bring up that conversation, 5 years ago we thought, it's going to be, guy's going to, or girl is going to align with a local business and they're going to maybe create a camp. Now it's schools paying directly. Is NIL still much of a thing, or is it just solely the schools paying the athlete pretty much?
Mitch, NIL is definitely a thing, because when it really comes down to it, the name, image, and likeness of these individuals has value to companies, and companies are interested in investing in these individuals. And so NIL is definitely a thing. Our corporate sponsors have been a huge help as we've navigated the rev share side of things, and our donors are a huge help. But the NIL space is something that companies have to be willing to invest in these student athletes, and we're fortunate at BYU that a lot of our sponsors do partner with our athletes, and there are a lot of companies that want to partner directly with the student athletes in third-party NIL deals, which is their prerogative, and then we align with the current structure of putting all the deals through NIL Go, making sure there's a match between their market value and what their deals are. So it's a thing.
Yeah.
NIL's a thing, and it's a very tricky thing, and it's a space that we're all trying to navigate carefully, because it can be very tricky, and you want to make sure that we stay aligned.
Has NIL Go, you brought that up, has it been smooth for BYU? Like, has there been athletes that have had deals that get denied in the process?
I think it's been smooth. I mean, we have a good team put together that's submitting those deals through NIL Go, and like every school, we've had most of the deals go through smoothly, but we also have a team put together that's doing a good job making sure that the values match up. And we have deals that have been denied for little nuances. And so, like everyone, there's NIL Go right now is a system that's being taxed significantly between all the Power Four conferences. There are literally hundreds of millions of dollars of deals in NIL Go looking for clearances. And so there's going to be some trickiness to it as everybody's trying to navigate it, and NIL Go is trying to process that many deals.
You processed a big deal with football scheduling, getting the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, and I thought back to when you got hired at BYU, you made it pretty clear, like, you want to take this thing to higher levels and do some great things at BYU. You got, so much history with this program, the school, growing up, following BYU sports. When the opportunity posed itself to get Notre Dame, did you just jump at that and said, let's go, as you've often said? Was that just jump right in and go get that thing?
Great opportunity. You're talking about two of the storied programs in college football with faith-based missions at both schools. It was a huge opportunity, Mitch, and what I'm excited about is continuing the momentum that we've all built together, the coaches, Tom's leadership. We all together have built some incredible momentum. Cougar Nation as a whole, the university. There's this incredible momentum that's been built in BYU athletics. We're competing in the Big 12, one of the premier conferences in all of college sports. We've been able to create excellence. I mean, what Kalani's done with the football program, elevating it, knocking on the door of the CFP 2 years in a row with really no expectations. Coach Young comes in and is able to elevate the basketball program. We wanted to continue to elevate the excellence of BYU and still do it in a unique way that we call the BYU way, where we protect the integrity of the mission of the school, the integrity of the school. We do it in the unique way at BYU. We're one of one, I say often, because we are the only school left that doesn't compete on Sunday. We stand on the shoulders of greatness. The coaches do, the administrators do, the student athletes do, like a history, 100+ year history of greatness. We stand on their shoulders. So when we have opportunities to continue to enhance the brand of BYU and have the opportunity to compete against Notre Dame, have Notre Dame come to Provo as the start of a 2-game football series, you jump at the chance. And super grateful to Pete Bavacqua, the AD at Notre Dame. We've had some really good conversations about the bigger missions of our schools and why it's so important for us to compete against each other and play. And we've both said this is the start of something great moving into the future in multiple sports. And that's what gets me excited, is this just isn't hopefully a one series deal. We're hoping that down the road this continues to be a great tradition and that we can continue to play Notre Dame in multiple sports. But Pete was incredible to work with on it, and Kalani and I had both been collaborating, talking through the scenarios, and that if it presented itself, that we would jump at the chance. And we're super grateful that the opportunity came. And when it did, we were able to put a series together in 26 and 27. And super grateful to the Big 12 and the ACC because we needed their help with the scheduling matrices that are super complicated in college sports. So it all came together, and what it does enhances our brand, and I think it'll be one of the most viewed football games of this entire football season coming up.
When you think long term, possibly with Notre Dame, could moving up the football schedule to week 0 potentially, I know there's still a vote that's needed on that, but could that create some openings to maybe reshuffle future non-conference schedules to allow for an opportunity for Notre Dame to get in the mix for more games in the future on BYU schedules?
Yeah, I think if this new scheduling model goes through with the week 0 becoming week 1,
yep,
and the 14-week schedule, that's what's going to be voted on. I think you'll see some shuffling. I think you'll see some shuffling within conferences. I think everybody's going to take a close look what best enhances the brand of each conference, what scheduling model. And is that more conference games? Is that higher profile non-conference games? Whatever it is, we've got to enhance the visibility of the conference and the ratings of the games we play so that we can continue to enhance the brand of the Big 12. I think that's going to drive a lot of the TV negotiations in 2030, and we want to put ourselves in a position of strength as a conference. So I think as the scheduling model comes on board, I think you probably will see some shifting.
With basketball scheduling, how involved are you with that? Because KY is pretty transparent. Like, he's still learning college basketball. He's getting more familiar with it now, but do you help Chris Burgess when it comes to scheduling? Because we've seen some reported games of Ohio State, Northwestern coming to the Delta Center. Do you help kind of broker those type of games for a neutral setting?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a challenge in college football and basketball to make sure you have a balanced schedule that gives you the best opportunity in your non-conference opponents for seeding on the basketball side and football to get into the CFP. There's been a lot of conversation about strength of schedule the last couple of years and how that's played into who gets in and who doesn't get in the CFP. And we've done a good job at BYU between Kalani, Tom, myself on the football side of making sure that our football schedules, certainly you got to give a tip of the cap to Tom through all those years of independence of putting together some pretty incredible football schedules. But you have to have that non-conference strength. And on the basketball side, Chris has done a really good job working with KY to make sure that we have a good balance. Certainly with the roster that we had last year, you want to give every opportunity to that team to play against the very best in the country, which we did, and we traveled around the country and played a number of neutral site games, and just trying to find the right balance in that schedule to give us the best potential seeding in the NCAA tournament and also elevate the overall strength of the Big 12. So scheduling is a big deal. Chris is the primary lead on it, but yeah, I also help because a lot of scheduling is about relationships with other ADs, other coaches, where we can make phone calls and set up games. That's how a lot of these games came on board last year for basketball, how it came on board with football this year. There were relationships behind the scenes that connected us together with the AD in the Notre Dame case, and we had a really good kind of relationship kick off, and look what's happened. So that's the same thing happens in basketball. You got to have relationships with a lot of these schools, promoters that are putting on these games so that we can get the strength of schedule elevated.
Kalani back in December in that press conference you guys had with his extension, he hinted at focusing on the stadium for maybe renovations or focusing on the game day environment. We've seen some cranes and some work being done at LaVell Edwards Stadium. Is there anything you can share on what is taking place in that northwest corner and the east sideline right now at the stadium?
The bottom line is you want to make sure that you're continuing to enhance the venues that we play in. LaVell Edwards Stadium is one of the great venues in all of college sports. The backdrop is unbelievable. Every team that comes in, you see their players, even their coaches, and then up in the box you see their media, you see their administration looking out almost in awe, like this is just incredible. It also is a building that needs upkeep. It's been around for a long time, and so there are a lot of spaces in LaVell Edwards Stadium that we are renovating just to try to make sure that we keep the longevity of the facility. There are 2 or 3 areas right now that we are upgrading. We've got a really nice recruit space that we're upgrading so that our coaches have access, on game days where we host recruits, that they have access to be able to communicate with them near our locker room. And we have some other spaces, some VIP hospitality spaces that we're upgrading in the stadium so that we can continue to have spaces that provide opportunity to enhance our revenue streams, so that the experience of our fans when they come to the stadium continues to be top notch. We've got a fan experience team led by David Almadova that is second to none. We hear it from Cougar Nation, we hear it from our opponents. When you come into LaVell Edwards Stadium for a football game, you usually leave saying that's one of the great experiences in all of college football. And when you come to the Marriott Center, you generally leave saying that's one of the great experiences in all of college basketball. We're super, super grateful for the effort of our team, our 2 teams being excellent and relevant where people want to come watch, but our fan experience team is second to none. And we want our venues to be a place that people want to come, where when they come, they have a great experience. And so we're enhancing some of the hospitality areas and doing some construction. One thing that does need to be said is, as you know, in the world of social media, somebody sent to me one day that I had announced that we're doing a $2.4 billion renovation on LaVell Edwards Stadium. It came with my face. It came with on Facebook. It had all of these like diagrams of what it was going to look like. It had all these concepts. And so I started having people say, hey, tell us about this stadium renovation. And I said, well, as much as we'd like to think something like this happening, is that actually is not real. That was a false social media post. But in light of that, we are mindful, taking direction from the university and from President Reese about making sure that we're making decisions in our venues that are going to help sustain the longevity of our venues and make sure that they're venues that people want to be in and that they're comfortable being in.
With the Brendan Sorsby situation, I'm curious, is that even a conversation the athletic department has with these young athletes of they got money now in their pockets and gambling options are still out there with their phone, even in Utah. Is that much of a topic for BYU athletes?
Mitch, it's a very good question. And yes, the answer is yes, and it needs to be. Again, another area where we're taught correct principles. We're taught correct principles at BYU. Gambling is not something that's part of our culture. It's not part of who we are as a faith. We get great guiding principles from the church. We always have. Unfortunately, we live in a day and age where it's readily accessible to our student athletes and to students. And yeah, we are very mindful of it. We're doing a lot of education, proactive education on the dangers of getting involved in gambling. They're seeing real life examples of student athletes and coaches that have been in a lot of trouble for gambling and lost their careers. So yeah, there's a lot of education taking place, and we need to be super mindful, be out ahead of it. But fortunately, we're at a university that gives us great guiding principles and a church that gives us great guiding principles, and we teach those to our student athletes, educate them, and try to help them understand what the dangers are of getting involved in gambling. It's very concerning, both from the standpoint of seeing individuals that have gotten themselves in some serious trouble, and we just try to keep our student athletes above it and always taking the high road and making sure they're making good choices and good decisions and staying clear of things that could harm them and harm their careers, and just again super grateful to be at BYU and be at a place where it resonates with our student athletes of the dangers of getting involved in gambling, and certainly now that it's at their fingertips.
There he is, Brian Santiago with Mitch Harper, our BYU insider. Really good stuff from both of them. That's, as I've said, a tough interview to do one-on-one. And Mitch is obviously as well-versed in BYU athletics as anybody. What jumps out to me, obviously we'll see the jersey patches. I just, I was never that worried about jersey patches in the NBA, and they've been fine, and they're mostly nothing. They might be a little ugly at times. I thought the Loves logo on the Oklahoma City Thunder jersey was the most kind of like distracting. And even then, it did exactly what it was supposed to, that I know Loves was on the Oklahoma City Thunder jersey. So in a sense, it worked better than any. Obviously, the 5 for the Fight campaign was very cool for the Jazz. But that's fine, neither here nor there. I don't think that jerseys are all that sacred, to be honest with you. But, to go further into it, Brian Santiago did kind of address directly when talking about the Redbird private equity deal that the Big 12 has struck. And I don't think he's not talking about BYU or about Utah clearly, which is, he says BYU is not going to overextend itself. It's not going to borrow money it doesn't have. It's not going to spend beyond its limits. Now, BYU is operating from a totally different, funding situation than BYU or than Utah is. So I understand a little bit of why Utah's decision makers feel like they need to spend more money and get this money the way they are through Ocho Capital. But it doesn't seem like anyone is running from the fact, even fellow athletic directors, that they're doing this to kind of live beyond their means, borrow money to pay bills, and that's a dangerous way to live. So really good stuff. If you missed that interview, you'll be able to find it at kslsports.com. Really good stuff from Mitch Harper at the spring meetings for the Big 12. You'll also be able to see that on YouTube. If you want to find any of our interviews there, you can always find it on our KSL Sports YouTube page. All right, stick around. Before the end of the show, we'll let you hear some more answers from Austin Ainge. We talked to him yesterday. I thought he had a lot of good stuff on the draft. We'll recap some of those and respond to him. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
It's a crash with injuries involving 8 vehicles that has closed northbound I-15 after Riverdale Road, causing significant delays back into Layton. Northbound Highway 89 is not a good option if you're trying to avoid the I-15, since it's seeing stop-and-go delays from Layton to I-84. And a crash on southbound 15 in Draper near 123rd South is blocking the left lanes, backing traffic into the Midvale area. Hey, at UTA, it's never just a ride from point A to point B. We move independence, we move purpose, we move memories, we move what matters. You plan your trip right now at rideuta.com. That's rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Turn it up. Let's go. It's a new era for sports radio in Utah. This is the all-new KSL Sports Zone. As always, DJ and PK kick off your mornings from 6 to 10. Then introducing the newest addition to the KSL Sports Zone. The coach, Tim Lacombe, joins Scotty G every day from 10 to 2. And as you wrap up your day, Jake Scott and Ben Anderson are there with the best sports talk in Utah from 2 to 6. Live and local, all day, every day. Your home for the best sports radio in Utah is live, on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm married with 2 kids.
I'm a veteran. I own my own business.
I'm a retired school teacher.
And
I've had thoughts of suicide.
But, thankfully,
my granddaughter made a point of checking in on me.
Spencer noticed when I was distancing myself.
One of my buddies, he was worried about me.
Having someone
when I wasn't myself.
When I need it most.
Help me live on.
Live on.
Live on.
Connection can prevent suicide. Learn more at liveonutah.org.
Have you ever looked in the mirror and just didn't feel like yourself anymore? Maybe your clothes didn't fit the way they used to, or you don't like how you look in them. Honestly, it's more than that. It's how you feel walking into a room, avoiding photos, skipping events, not feeling as confident at work or even with your spouse. Over time, that starts to wear on you. But here's the truth. Losing weight is one thing. Feeling confident again and keeping it off, that's what really matters. At SLC Fat Loss, we help people lose 20 to 40 pounds naturally in about 60 days without without injections, crazy workouts, or prepackaged meals. More importantly, we show you how to keep the weight off so you can feel comfortable in your clothes, confident going out, and actually like what you see in the mirror again.
Alex Curie here. I dropped 65 pounds in just 60 days. That was 2 years ago on Salt Lake City Fat Loss. I've kept it off. You can do it too. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 40 pounds in about 60 days. Schedule a free weight loss consultation and start to feel confident again. Go to SLCFatLoss.com. That's SLCFatLoss.com. Results may vary.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Tuesday tacos, Sunday roast, backyard burgers. Whatever is on your table, make it Bar W Beef. Trust matters. Knowing where the beef was raised, what it was fed, and where it was processed isn't a mystery at Bar W Beef. Dry-aged 14 days, steaks, brisket, ground beef bundles, premium cuts without premium markup, shipped straight to your door. This is Utah beef. If you can't shake the hand of the rancher behind your beef, maybe it's time to try BarWBeef.com or visit the store in Nephi.
Hey, Mammoth fans, the 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Be there for every goal, every hit, and every moment of the next season. Season ticket members get the best seats, the best value, and exclusive perks all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK. That's 801-325-PUCK to reserve your seats today. Don't miss a moment next season. Tusks up.
There's nothing like a summer wedding. Begin your forever at the Joseph Smith Memorial Building with beautiful new event spaces, timeless elegance, and unforgettable celebrations surrounded by family and friends. Find the perfect setting for your love story at tshevents.com.
Just doing it big, you know?
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm a charger that charges through the night like an orange bolt of lightning, passing everything in sight. I'm the best pal the Duke boys ever had. I'm thunder on the highway looking bad.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, Friday. Hey, coming up on Wednesday, you can win with Win Tickets Wednesday. Coming up next week, you're going to see the legendary Rod Stewart. Oh, yeah. You a Rod Stewart guy, Christian?
No.
What?
I don't know if I know Rod Stewart.
Oh, you know Rod Stewart. If you want my body and you think I'm sexy, Rod Stewart, the Made Man. We're giving away Rod Stewart tickets.
Okay, yeah.
Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater on Tuesday, June 19th. Great seats are still available at livenation.com. Get your tickets today and listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday. Coming up next Wednesday for your chance to win. We should just do an all Rod Stewart week. Don't even tell Jake why we're doing all Rod Stewart when he comes back on Tuesday. Yeah, Rod. Bad dude. Like that Rod Stewart.
I like his jackets.
Oh, yeah, Rod's insane. Crazy haircut. You know, he looks, Rod's the best. Those are good tickets. That's very cool. All right. Hey, we got game 2 of the NBA Finals. We've been very busy today. Again, big thanks to Mitch Harper having that interview with Brian Santiago and letting us play that in the last segment. But game 2 tonight. Christian, I saw Bill Simmons talking about this, so I'm not trying to just rip off his take, but I think he's right. If the Knicks win, this has got to be one of the most improbable champions in a very long time, it feels like to me. Like, this is the Knicks. While I picked them before the season started to make the finals, I did not think they had a chance to actually win the finals. But if you look at the recent run of NBA Finals champions, this one would be pretty out of nowhere. Now, look, this has happened where we've obviously got 8 different teams in 8 different years, but I think you can kind of understand the pathway for all of them. Thunder made sense. Celtics had been to the finals before. Nuggets had the best player in the NBA. Golden State Warriors were the Golden State Warriors. Milwaukee, maybe surprising, but that was that really fluky, weird post-COVID year. Not the COVID year, but the post-COVID year.
And even then they had Giannis.
They had Giannis and they had Drew Holiday. Like, they had made championship trades. They had done moves, made moves to come out and win the title. The Lakers had LeBron. Toronto traded for Kawhi Leonard to win a title at a point when we kind of thought, is Kawhi the second best player in the world right now? And then before that, you just get back to the Warriors and the Cavaliers. It's like, this team would seemingly be not out of nowhere, but the furthest back in the group to make it. You agree? You disagree?
I'd almost agree that the Spurs are more improbable. And I get that Victor Wembanyama is the next best thing in the NBA, the next face of the franchise. But they were not supposed to be here yet. They were not supposed to get past the Thunder, and they did it in 7 games. The Thunder were supposed to go back-to-back this year. So I get the thing with the Knicks, but if you would have asked anybody who was coming out of the East this year, I would say probably 3 or 4 out of 10 people would be picking the Knicks.
I think you're right.
Or maybe, the Cavaliers or Detroit, right? Those 3 teams. But I definitely say the Knicks were the favorite to come out of the East. The Spurs are not supposed to be here. I would definitely argue that they are more improbable.
I think that's a very good point. We do just underrate the fact that the pathway of getting there is such a significant, has such a significant impact on who actually has a chance to win. If you have no pathway to get to the finals, you can't win the finals. Your odds of getting there, if it's just so difficult to get out of your conference, is difficult. Based purely on the fact that the East was wide open this year, that the Knicks are clearly very talented, that they didn't need to go do anything crazy in the offseason to build out this roster, that they have a Brunson, they have Cat, they've got all these wings that are super talented. That alone, having the ability to get out of the East, does probably increase their likelihood over the Spurs. I'd be curious to go back and look before the season started at what some of the odds were on who was going to win a title. But, I don't think anyone thought Wemby was never going to win a title. The reason everyone wanted to win the 2023 draft was because Wemby by himself basically guarantees that your franchise, as long as he stays healthy, will get a championship. He's that type of player. We do not see those guys very often. When they come along, you do everything you can to make sure they land with your organization. We knew LeBron was going to win a title. You knew even Hakeem, going way back, was going to win a title. You knew Shaq was going to win a title. And all of those guys delivered. And now Wemby, you knew was going to win a title. And it seems like before too long, whether it's this year or not, he was going to win a title. But you're right. This is probably as far ahead of schedule as I remember a team in a long time. Now, bizarrely, OKC was probably a little bit ahead of schedule, though, after what we saw them do against the Mavericks 2 years ago, where they lost, but you realize they were probably just a few rebounds short from being able to be taken very seriously, and then had an absolutely dominant regular season, that the championship was coming for them also. Shea was already in MVP conversations. If the Spurs were to get there this year, this would be as early in a team's run as I certainly remember.
Yeah, because there's always the cliche of, you have to live through the playoffs first, right? You need to prove yourself and get that experience. And you're right, we did see that from the Thunder. I'm looking at a list right now. It's hard to find futures odds from the past. But this list I'm looking at had the Thunder as the favorites, the Rockets as the second highest odds coming into this season.
Yeah, people were really high on Houston.
The Cavs and Knicks were tied at 3 and 4, and then San Antonio was down below Boston and Milwaukee.
Okay.
They're
Milwaukee
at like 12 or 13.
Again, I do think that favors just the idea that somebody has to come out of the East. And if you come out of the East, you're not 50-50, but there's injuries at play. There's all these different, situational occurrences that could set you up to be a champion. So in a sense, maybe you need to favor everybody coming out of the East just a little bit more. Now, I should say, while I do think that a young team like the Spurs getting here doesn't guarantee they're going to win a title, but certainly is a strong indicator. You know, Boston gets there pretty early in their run with Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, and then a couple of years later finally does get their title over the Dallas Mavericks. The Oklahoma City Thunder in 2012 with Kevin Durant, with Russell Westbrook, with James Harden makes the finals. They do lose to the Miami Heat, but it seemed like an inevitability. Christian, I know you were 9 years old at that point. It felt like an inevitability that the Thunder with KD, Harden, Westbrook was going to go win a title. That was just going to happen in the next couple of years. They never even got back. You know, this is the first time since then that we've been talking about the Thunder as a contender, you know, last year, 2 years ago, and then, of course, this season as well. That was 12 or 13 years ago. And with the way the NBA operates now, with number of injuries, fluctuation in three-point shooting, how good every team is, teams' willingness to go all in for a shorter window, as opposed to maybe playing it a little bit safer and saying, well, let's build a team for 4 years from now, 5 years from now. You simply can't do that. I guess there really is no guarantee that the Spurs could get back. You know, it seems highly likely with Wemby as the best player, but Wemby's also got to stay healthy. So, I mean, there is a chance that if the Spurs don't win it this season, this is their best opportunity. I mean, this is as close as they may ever get.
We'll see how the CBA and the second apron changes things. But again, like, Oklahoma City was supposed to be the next dynasty.
Yep.
And it looked like that even heading into these playoffs. And the J-Dub injury really clouds, I think, how big of a shock this San Antonio series win should have been in the Western Conference Finals. If it wasn't for Jalen Williams being out, I think we would be talking about that as one of the biggest upsets in recent memory. But I think the West is really deep next year. I think it could be any of the top 3 or 4 teams.
And J-Dub is a great player. He is better than Steph Castle and Dylan Harper. Certainly better than Dylan Harper. Maybe you'd make an argument for Steph Castle, but it is a reminder that, like, just because you have Shea or just because you have Wemby, it's not good enough by itself to get you where you need to be. You know, you have Shea, you have Chet even, you have most of the rest of your roster healthy. They lose A.J. Mitchell, which obviously was major as well. But you lose J-Dub, who I think could be argued was their third best player. Maybe you'd argue that he's their second best player. And they really, I mean, they come up short. This was a disappointing year for the Thunder. Who's the best player the Spurs could afford to lose and still expect to get back to the championship next year? Like,
probably De'Aaron Fox.
Is it De'Aaron Fox? And even then, it's like, that guy does play 30 minutes a night. That guy does. Now, they won 2 games without, or he didn't play the first 2 games of the Thunder series, and they split those. So, yeah, maybe it is De'Aaron Fox. But it's like, what if it is Dylan Harper for a series? What if it is Steph Castle for a series? Certainly, you can't afford to lose Wemby and expect to win.
And his health, right? With all the questions that he's had. You never know.
Yeah, there's just really not a lot of guarantees. So while I would assume, I guess, that it feels relatively safe to say that I think the Spurs will get back here, maybe not. Maybe I'm falling victim to an old NBA where, you know, eventually the Phoenix Suns break through, and eventually the Portland Trail Blazers break through, and eventually the Seattle Supersonics break through in the 90s, and eventually the Utah Jazz break through in the late 90s. Maybe there's no eventual anymore in the NBA, and you just have to seize your opportunities. But this is going to be interesting to watch, and obviously Game 2 tonight going to be very fun. Knicks have a chance to take a pretty commanding 2-0 lead going back to Madison Square Garden, where they've been elite so far in these playoffs. They would certainly love to find themselves in that situation. Both teams are going to come out with their hair on fire. I'll be curious exactly how much San Antonio has to throw at the Knicks. All right, when we come back, the Audio Vault. Interesting sound from Morgan Scally. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Northbound I-15 remains closed due to a crash in Riverdale. Expect major delays getting through Upper Davis County and into Weber counties. Traffic is also at a crawl on southbound I-15 from Murray at the South Interchange down to a crash at 1200 South in Draper. And northbound 15 in Utah County, delays from Orem into the American Fork area. Hey, want to remind you about our friends at Go Pave Utah. Attention commercial property managers. Go Pave Utah offers seal coating, crack sealing, striping, and patching across the Wasatch Front. One call, one crew, every property. Schedule right now at gopavutah.com. That's gopavutah.com. Visit today, right now. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoq.
Look, private equity doesn't like to add costs. They like to limit costs because they have a bottom line that they have to hit. I just hate when you've got somebody who has been working in the marketing department forever or who's been a sports information director forever, and they're doing their job and they're busting their butt and they're trying to tell good stories, and those are the guys that are going to get affected.
And to me, it's just a direct response to BYU having all the money they need at their disposal, a built-in way to fund the program. There's nothing about this deal that screams win to me. I don't like the feeling of it. You know, Matt Hayes summed it up best at the end of his article. He said, this is the same Utah Athletic Department that wanted so badly to push out football coach Kyle Whittingham at the end of a 10-win season, but was willing to pay him $13.5 million over the next 2 years to do so.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you've tried Beehive meals, you know how easy they make dinner with their classic slow cooker meals. Now, they're bringing that same convenience and flavor with a brand new option, flat top meals. These fresh prepped meals are delivered right to your door and designed to be cooked on your flat top grill, griddle, or even a regular skillet. This menu includes favorites like carne asada, chicken fajitas, pineapple barbecue chicken, and more, with 8 meals in every box. Make dinner time easy, fast, and full of flavor with these new flat top meals. Order today at beehivemeals.com.
You don't know what you got till it's gone has never been more true than when your water heater goes out and you hop in the shower. Your body first shivers and then you go into survival mode by letting out a shrieklet, which is like a shriek, just smaller, followed by unnecessary running in place and jazz hands. Look, there are really only 2 kinds of people in this world that need cold showers, pioneers and plungers. So unless your name is Laura Ingalls or Joe Rogan, cold showers aren't for you. At Shamrock Plumbing, we know what to do when your ungrateful water heater stops showing up for work. Give us a call and we'll get you back to those scalding temperatures you've grown accustomed to over the years. Shamrock Plumbing.
Summer has a way of taking over your home. So before the season gets too hectic, give your home a fresh start with Zero-Res. Right now, get 3 rooms of carpet clean for just $129, plus 20% off air duct cleanings, because you're about to put that AC to good use. Zero-Res cleans without sticky soaps or harsh chemicals, helping carpets stay cleaner longer and dry faster. Call 866-ZERO-RES or visit ZeroRes.com today. Spelled the same forwards or backwards. Zero-Res is the right way to clean.
Hey, honey, I was thinking about updating the house a little.
A little?
You know, new siding, new windows, gutters that actually work, maybe even a new deck.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, I called RGS Exteriors.
Well, that's a good decision.
When it comes to upgrading your home's exterior, the right choice is easy. RGS Exteriors specializes in siding, windows, gutters, and decking that transform the look and protection of your home.
Hi, Tim Brown, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
Escape the everyday with a quick trip to Cedar City. Just 1 tank of gas from the Wasatch Front, but a world away in experience. Hike through the cool, refreshing beauty of Canara Falls, where red rock walls and flowing water create a stunning natural escape. Then head up to Cedar Breaks National Monument, where the air is crisp, the views stretch for miles, and the night skies come alive with thousands of stars. And when the sun goes down, step into the spotlight at the world-renowned Utah Shakespeare Festival, where unforgettable stories unfold under the open sky. From outdoor adventure to rich arts and culture to peaceful, wide-open spaces, Cedar City is the kind of getaway that helps you slow down, breathe deeper, and reconnect. So whether you're chasing fresh mountain air, unforgettable scenery, or a night of incredible live performance, it's all waiting for you, closer than you think. Discover the art of adventure. Find your inspiration in Cedar City. Plan your getaway today at visitcedarcity.com.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
No crazy soundbite slips past these guys.
I came here for the same reason people go to the zoo.
This is another edition of the Audio Vault with Jake and Ben. On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. KSL Sports Zone and Beehive Meals are honoring people that impact our youth, sports, and our communities. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to this show right here. It's the Beehive Meals Hero of the Week. Always fun to be able to give that away on Thursdays. All right, I thought this was interesting. Our very own Steve Bartle, who sat in on the show on Monday.
Steve, Bartle me this.
For a couple of hours. Gave us some really good stuff on Monday. He got to sit down and talk with Morgan Scally, head coach at the University of Utah. And here's what they had to say about Devin Dampier. I thought it was interesting.
Devin Dampier, being the quarterback, you are the face of the program, right? What have you seen from him this offseason that gives you confidence in him as not only a leader, but as a quarterback to lead this team into 2026?
I think it's a willingness to receive feedback. You know, so a lot of players don't want feedback. They want to be told how awesome they are. And he's done a lot of awesome things, but there's a lot of things also that he knows he can work at. And Coach Gunnarsson, Coach McGiven have been awesome with him, and he's been great. You know, your great ones need to be called out just like your first year walk-ons. I mean, but the bottom line is the culture's the culture. The behavior that we're asking from everyone, and we got to hold everyone to the same standard. So the great ones, Devin included, want that. They want to be coached hard. They want to be held accountable because they know it's only making them better. So that's what fires me up about Devin is he doesn't have the diva mentality maybe that some others in his position would have. So, he's a worker and a grinder, and that's why he's had the success that he's had.
You can find that whole interview with the Utah Blockcast with Steve Bartle and Coach Morgan Scally at kslsports.com or again on YouTube. Look for KSL Sports. But I don't know, Christian. There's a real chance where Devin Dampier is, this might be hyperbole to say, the most important player in the Big 12 next year. Like, there's a chance Utah could win the Big 12. Again, we've talked a lot about what an advantage it is for Texas Tech to not have to play BYU or Utah. Well, fine. Utah and BYU don't have to play Texas Tech either. And I know we will look at Will Hammond and what he does for Texas Tech, and I think he might be the obvious answer for the most important player. But if Utah, I should say, wins the Big 12, which I'm not ruling out, they're probably going in as the third favorite, right around in there. It's because Devin Dampier's had a huge year, and he's certainly capable of it.
Yeah, whenever you're looking at any favorites to win any conference in college football, it's always who's got the returning starter at quarterback. And looking at the Big 12 specifically, all the top dogs do. Whether it is going to be Will Hammond or whatever at Texas Tech, BYU's got Bear Bachmeier, Devin Dampier for Utah, or Arizona with Fafita. There's a lot of good returning players, but Devin Dampier last year playing a little banged up throughout most of the season. Everybody will tell you that there was a lot of meat left on the bone from that Utah offense and through the air specifically, right? We knew what they could do on the ground, and we saw some of that towards the end of the year. So I'm excited to see if that is true. I can't wait to see the next level that Dampier can get to.
Devin might be the most I'll do it myself of all of those quarterbacks. He may have to be the most I will do it myself of all of those quarterbacks. He's got an entirely new offensive line, it seems like, at the University of Utah, missing 2 first-round draft picks at tackle. They've got good running game and talent coming back, but the receivers continue to be completely unproven at Utah. New offensive coordinator. There's just a lot of turnover. So I'll be really curious to see how he handles that. And he might have to do more of it. He might have to be more responsible for the Utah's offense than Bear will or Hammond will in Texas Tech. And Utah still has a chance to win it, and obviously the defense is going to have to play a huge part in that. But I think there's a real argument that Dampier, if Utah wins, obviously becomes the most important player in the Big 12. All right, Live at 5 coming up next. You can find that entire interview between Steve Bartle and Utah head coach Morgan Scalley at Utah Blockcast on KSL Sports or on YouTube. Live at 5 next. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. It's the 40th anniversary season of the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games at Southern Utah University in Cedar City. And Friday, June 5th is the opening ceremony presented by State Bank of Southern Utah. Doors open at the Eccles Coliseum at 8 p.m. for the anniversary show with live music and Southern Utah's best fireworks show. Buy tickets at tbirdtickets.com and come early for the block party presented by KSL 5 TV starting at 5 p.m. It's the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games opening ceremony Friday, June 5th in Cedar City.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
IFA knows the secret when it comes to growing a thick, green, healthy lawn this summer. And you could say those roots run deep. Deep roots help your lawn better absorb water and help prevent damage during the dry months ahead. Our expert team can coach you through all the variables, like combining our locally formulated 4+ lawn care fertilizers with our recommended soil surfactants. Stop by or visit ifa.coop today to learn more. IFA, helping you grow the things you love.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi. The energy, the roar, moments you'll always remember. Next season, Jaron Jackson Jr. is hunting blocks. Laurie Markkinen is getting buckets. And Ace is just getting started. Don't just watch Jazz basketball. Experience every moment. 2026-27 season tickets are on sale now. Full and half-season packages available. Plus exclusive benefits like arena discounts and player events. Are you in? Join the climb today. UtahJazz.com or call 801-355-DUNK.
97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
you read my thoughts, I'm not sure what I said. I feel dumb and long night coming. Did you steal my prayers? I don't know where I was.
Jake and Bay, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Happy Friday. 5:03 on the dot. Live at 5, brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 1-855-TRAJAN-1. It's 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. All right, Christian, we didn't get a ton of time to react to this. We were so busy yesterday with the KSL Giveathon, which I thought was cool. But we got to talk to Austin Ainge yesterday on the show, and we are now 18 days away from the NBA draft. I think 18 days to the minute. The draft will be getting underway right now in New York, and I'm going to be down there live, so very excited for that. But we'll maybe have a clearer picture on what the Jazz are going to be doing. Now, right now, as we know, the draft is probably down to 3, maybe 4 names. Talked to Aaron Beard earlier on the show, and he covered both Caleb Wilson and Cam Boozer in Carolina and kind of talked about what their strengths and weaknesses were. I thought that was a very good interview. But one of the names in Cam Boozer has an edge over the rest of these players. And that edge is that analytically, he's by far the best of the group. Cam Boozer has not only always been the best winner, he always puts up the best stats. Now, look, AJ DeBonta was a higher scorer than was Cam Boozer last year. But when you get to efficiency, Cam Boozer blows everybody out of the water. Last season, Boozer, 22.5 points, 10.2 rebounds, 4.1 assists. His assist number is higher than AJ, Darren Peterson, and Caleb Wilson. His 22.5 points per game are higher than Caleb Wilson and Darren Peterson. His 10.2 rebounds are the highest of the group. In fact, I think most people would say he's probably the best rebounder and passer in this entire draft. Oh, when he's 6'8" and 250 pounds. So he's got all of these crazy skills in a body you don't usually see them in. And then on top of it, he shoots 55% from the floor. He shoots 39% from 3. He shoots 78% from the free throw line. He goes to the free throw line a ton, 7.5 times a game, which is right there with Caleb Wilson. And then his team wins the most, and he wins every award, and that's always been the case. So analytically, you've got these models that put him at the top and probably put him at the top by a huge margin. In fact, I would be willing to tell you, and now this is where you have to start to doubt them a little bit, and I want to let you hear what Austin Ainge had to say about these analytical models. Can almost guarantee you that the next 3 guys on these analytics lists are not AJ DeBonta, Darren Peterson, and Caleb Wilson. I can guarantee you it's not those 3 guys next, because if they were, you would hear that. Oh, well, all of these guys are close in the analytics. No, there are other guys in college basketball that probably rank higher in a lot of these models. So how do you weigh that? And this is what Austin Ainge had to say yesterday.
So teams are very protective of their draft models, right? So it's really hard to say what everyone else has. But, we do know the data sets they have, right? So everyone is operating from very similar data sets. There are certain providers, obviously box scores, but there's other data providers, and they all try to sell to all the teams. And so we generally know what they have, and then what they do with it is kind of an internal secret. And so everybody can weight things a little differently, and the models can do different things. But I would anticipate that, the modeling ends up being similar or, in the same range. So I would guess that some of the models end up being the same, at least, a lot of the publicly available ones that outsiders do end up being similar. So, we can make estimates, but we don't know for sure.
Do they feel like accurate predictors of future success?
Look, we're talking about predicting human behavior, right? It's almost like the stock market. Is there a model that can tell you which stock to buy? If there were, they'd be, billionaires all over the place. It just isn't that easy to predict how 19-year-olds react to the NBA, if they stay healthy, if they're used right, if they stay humble and hungry. So they do a pretty solid job, but we're talking an industry where if you draft well, 4 out of 10, it's like hitting 4 out of 10, you're a Hall of Famer, 2 out of 10, you're fired. That's kind of the range we're talking about. The draft is just hard.
So analytically, I think Austin makes a really good point, which is, first of all, everyone has the same data points, right? They've seen every single game these guys have ever played, every international game they've ever played. You can go back and watch all their high school film. You can go back and watch every college game, obviously. That's not all that difficult to find. And then all these different services paint a picture of what they think these players are. And you'll hear teams that talk through, I watched all of these, watched every pick and roll play. Those are honestly just specific services that are provided to NBA teams, some by the NBA, some you have to subscribe to. And you get a sense of, what you like and don't like in a player. What's interesting is then what teams do with that. How do teams value those differently? And one of the questions I had in there for Austin that he didn't really share, which I think is totally fine, which is 3 years down the road, was your analytics model right? Did it actually matter? You can go back, and Kevin Pelton, who now I think he's going to be working for the Houston Comets as the WNBA team moves back there. He's always come forward with his kind of top analytical players at ESPN.com. I'd love to go back and see if I could find some of those. I promise you, though, it's not the best player in the draft every year. If you look at his analysis and who he views, there are guys who just simply never make it. There are guys who are analytic darlings that never quite break through. So NBA teams are going to run into that same problem where I think there's probably an issue if you were to find, one guy that Kevin Pelton system, just as an example, or all these draft systems, every team has their models. If they were going into a draft and said, no question about it, this guy's going to be the number 1 overall player, and then they step away and they say, oh, this actually is not very good, what happens? Your model totally failed. We totally whiffed. How do you count that the next time you're using analytics in your model the next year? That's an argument if a GM, vice president of basketball operations, president of basketball operations disagrees with what the analytics spit out. He can probably push back and say, well, look at what your model was wrong about last year. And I think that's where this gets really difficult. Now, Christian, I actually have, I think his list from last year that I thought was really interesting. I don't think this is out of order. I think this is actually in order. Am I right? I wonder if you're looking at the same article as I am. He's got Cooper Flagg number 1 last year. Was right. At this point, he's got Con Knippel, number 2 overall. Well, Con Knippel was probably the best rookie this year. And again, this is not just about their rookie season. This is beyond that. VJ Edgecombe was surprised everybody. I think ended up being number 3rd on his list. Dylan Harper was number 4 on his list. He does have Ace Bailey. Now, he says the stats have Ace Bailey down at number 22, but the consensus, when you mix kind of the ESPN Top 100 and what the stats were last year, does have Ace Bailey coming out at number 5. So what, we saw from Kevin Pelton, some of his numbers last year was actually pretty solid. In fact, he's got Yegor Demon last year at number 8, which is where Yegor ended up going. So in that sense, you look at some of these draft models, or at least, what Kevin Pelton put out last year, ended up being relatively strong. Now, he did miss on Cedric Coward. He got Cedric Coward down at number 15. Cedric Coward had a great rookie season. In fact, made the all-rookie team over Ace Bailey, but he is a little bit older. Number 21 on ESPN's Top 100. He's got his stats at number 13, so even a little bit higher than where he finished up. But, that is going to be an interesting thing for teams to look at, is if Cam Boozer is number 1 overall, how far behind is Darren Peterson? How far behind is AJ DiBonsa? Because AJ was extraordinarily productive at BYU as well, with his 26 point per game average and 4 assists and all the things he was able to do. I would love to see what some of those models say. And unfortunately, because Kevin Pelton's no longer working for ESPN, we won't see his model.
I'm actually looking at the 2024 list.
Okay.
You know who he had number 1?
Who's that?
Reed Shepherd.
Okay. Yeah, Reed this is a great example. Reed was a huge analytics guy because he shot the heck out of the ball, good assist numbers, tons of deflections. So like his steals numbers were really high. Analytic models really like steals and blocks because they're kind of indicators of some, strong defense. And like obviously Reed in a redraft, though he's been fine with Houston, is way down the board compared to the Amin Thompsons, et cetera, of the world.
Yeah, he had Keontae at number 9.
Okay.
Filipowski at 17.
Yeah.
And then I just saw Collier. Collier was I lost Collier on the list. But yeah, interesting that he had Filipowski at 17.
Now, what I don't think some of these analytic models obviously take into consideration is injuries, which injuries are going to be more impactful than anything. There are great NBA players who do not have, the health that, or great college players, I should say, that do not have the health that allow them to play entire careers and can have, great short stints. And at certain points, it's worth it. But long term, they don't pan out. Brandon Roy is probably the best example of this, where teams knew that Brandon Roy was not going to be healthy his whole career. He just did not have the physical tools to be able to do it. Kind of my understanding is Jared Butler, who we joke about a lot on the show, had some bad medicals. Now, we know he had a heart issue, but I've also heard he had really bad knees and, might have been the reason why he wasn't a mid-first round draft pick. And not only does he fall out of the first round, he falls to the early second, which is why the Jazz were able to trade back and still be able to get him. We did talk to Austin Age yesterday about the medicals, especially considering, Darren Peterson at the top has some questions about why he was not able to finish games so frequently in college. Here's what Austin Age had to say.
90-something% of it. There's sometimes some tests that are sent out to other labs and things that are coming in. But yes, we have most everything.
And then what's the step from there? You give it to your doctors, or the NBA's doctors tell you what to think? How does that work?
No, it's we just get access to the records and the results. They'll do MRIs, they'll do blood tests, they'll do X-rays, they'll do histories, they'll do hands-on evaluations, right? That guys can do. So then our doctors, our team of doctors, will review it and then seek specialist advice when needed. Right. So if there's something outside their area of expertise or they want a little more help on, they can go find whatever worldwide expert that we want to help us make a decision.
I think that's a really interesting point, which is the NBA presents the information, just says this is what we have, this is what the tests reveal. And then where do you go with it from there? And some teams could have different opinions. I've heard some conversations of, well, if the Jazz were going to green flag Darren, well, then Washington would just green flag him as well and take him number 1 overall. It's like, maybe that's not the case. You talk to different doctors and you may get different results. They may have seen some different things. Now, what's nice about where the Jazz are and getting these, getting this information so early, and by the way, every team gets the same information that's picking in the same spots. It's not like the Jazz are getting something from the NBA that nobody else is getting, that Washington won't have access to, or Memphis or Chicago won't have access to. You have your own doctors, but maybe you do need to go to the foremost specialist on the planet in this specific, area, whether that's cramping, hamstrings. One of the clips there from Austin, I don't think we heard, was that he says, we see crazy things with medicals. He says, we've gotten guys he talked about a guy who had a broken kneecap and just had a screw floating around in his knee. And that sounds terrifying. He said the guy played in the NBA for 7 years, was just fine. He said some guys don't have ACLs. Some guys just don't have certain things that everyone else has. And then your doctor has to tell you, like, well, I've never seen that before and that's not possible, or this doctor's never seen that, or I've seen that before. This is the effect it had. It wasn't, career ending, or it didn't, alter that much. So that's where the Jazz have to go from here. And again, I think based purely on the fact that we haven't had anyone come out and specifically say, like, there's zero concern about Darren Peterson. Nobody has said that. Now, people have said the Jazz are comfortable drafting Darren Peterson, or the Jazz would be. I do think that means it's probably still just a little bit of a mystery. It's probably just a little bit out there of, I guess there's a chance these cramps could come back. You hope they're not. He had some in high school. His coach said he ate a mustard packet and came back on the floor and was fine. And then he had him again in college, and how much of that is trauma, how much of that's physiological, we don't know. And that's where the Jazz have to make sure that they're comfortable, but you get this ability and you go out there and you do your due diligence, and you have to ultimately make the, decision whether or not you think it's something that's worth the risk. And I think that is still going to be part of the Darren Peterson conversation one way or another. Now, every player has to deal with injuries, but one that is recurring like this, I do think changes it of, well, AJ, sure, he could get hurt. Or yes, certainly Cam Boozer could get hurt or Caleb Wilson could get hurt. Darren actively has something that has happened recently that I think will change how people look at it.
And it's not, that's the hard part, is it's not like a condition that you can track, allegedly. It's just all this series of weird events that happened, and it was behind closed doors, and that stuff didn't come out until halfway through the year it started during Hell Week in training camp. And then after the season's over, that's when you hear that it's creatine. So yeah, how much of it is an actual condition that can be treated, that team doctors can take care of? Probably none. And that's why teams aren't really saying anything about it, because they don't really have anything to say about it. They'll just say, you know what? If he's there, we'll take him and we'll deal with it.
Or, on the flip side, everyone wants him to fall. The Jazz hope he falls to 2. Or Memphis hope he falls to 3. Or Chicago hopes he falls to 4. And they've gotten the info, and they have a doctor who said, I've seen this before. It's absolutely nothing to worry about. He's going to be just fine. Well, don't come out then if you're the team and say everything's okay. Now, I had said, I think a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago, that I kind of expected his camp to come out and really kind of parade this around if everything was clear. And the doctor said, yeah, not a big deal. Don't worry about it. And to be fair, he played the last 7 games of the season at Kansas and played full minutes and didn't play well, but he played and he never asked out of a game, and he was, just fine physically. He didn't shoot the ball particularly well and changed his effectiveness. But, I think there's some gamesmanship now being held, and why would you clear a guy publicly? I guess if you're a team, if you don't want the team in front of you or behind you to know that information either, and you would say, why would a team behind you not want to know? Well, what if Memphis is dead set on getting Darren Peterson? Will pay any cost to trade up to number 1 to get there? Well, if their team can't quite clear him, and the Jazz can, why would the Jazz give that information away if they're hoping he falls to 2? All right, and then finally, and maybe the biggest part of this for the Jazz, where I think there was a little bit of a stir online after this answer on our show yesterday, was Austin Ainge said there is no consensus for who the Jazz like at the top of their board. And as I asked in this question, I said, how often does the top of your board change even this late in the process?
It does. I would say less than further down in the draft. But it does happen. We're trying to force ourselves to keep an open mind. Like, don't get locked in until we have all the information. Make sure we're processing everything correctly. We're almost fighting a consensus or a predetermination. We're trying to make sure we go through it as thoroughly as possible before we lock in. So I would say there's always a blink reaction when we get the pick. All right, we're going to do this, and then but we're trying not to do that on purpose. I do think that we are fighting groupthink, we're fighting media narratives, we're fighting that, and then that's part of the reason we use analytics, because those are dispassionate and not human, and so we use those to check ourselves a lot and keep ourselves grounded. So we'll use all the tools we have, and you guys can picture a room full of guys and girls that spend all their life and all their hours watching these games and trying to figure out these players. Like, we don't have a consensus in our rooms, right? Like, there's arguments. My dad and I fight every day about stuff, about players. I mean, Coach Hardy and I spend a lot of time talking through it and picturing how it would work with this guy and that guy. And there's a lot of opinions and I work with a lot of smart people and we're all just trying to share and grow and learn and somehow come together at the end.
So there was Austin Ainge again talking about, the different opinions that are held within the Jazz's front office. And I think, again, that plays a very important part. Now, at the end of the day, Austin is the man. He's the president of basketball operations with the Jazz, and talks about arguing with his dad, Danny, who's been to these drafts a lot of time. And obviously, Ryan Smith has to green light everything, approve everything for the Jazz. But I think having different opinions is smart. I think having different opinions and different players and a coach out there, because look, honestly, if I'm Will Hardy, and I don't speak for Will Hardy, but I probably want Cam Boozer. If I'm a coach who has the least job security probably out of any of these people, just because he has to actually answer for the wins and losses on the court. No, it's because he gets paid more than a Carlos Boozer does or an Avery Bradley does, but he does have to be responsible for using these players. And if that's the case, and I were a coach, I don't speak for Will Hardy, certainly. I don't know how Will's feeling, but I'd be leaning towards the safest player. If whoever you draft needs a lot of development and it doesn't get there, regardless of why that happens, you're probably going to be blamed. You didn't use him the right way. You didn't put him on the floor in the right spots to be successful. You didn't give him enough playing time. You gave him too much playing time. So easy to blame the coach. So in that sense, if I'm Will Hardy, I probably want Cam Boozer. He's going to step in day one. I don't know if he's 20-10 like Jonathan Gavoni said, but if you gave him enough opportunity, like if you said he did that next year for Memphis or Chicago, I would believe it. I think he can get there given enough opportunity. Can he last 82 games? I don't know. He's going to be tired. He's never played that much before. But a coach who's just trying to keep his own job should want the safest pick. Con Knippel was a great pick last year for the Charlotte Hornets coaching staff because he stepped in and he was ready to play right away. If you needed it to be, a Dylan Harper or somebody who needed a little bit more time to develop, Ace Bailey may not look as good. You don't make the playoffs. All of a sudden you think, is this actually the right guy for the job? Cam Boozer helps you get closer to the playoffs next year, but you don't just want Will Hardy's opinion in that situation. You also need Carlos there. Now, Carlos is interesting because he's his dad when you're talking about Cam Boozer, so how unbiased of an opinion you're going to get. But you know what? What if he does say, hey, here's X, Y, and Z. Hey, right now I'm representing the Utah Jazz, and here's what I think about, A.J. DiBonsa and why he has value, or Darren Peterson. And then Avery Bradley, the same way. It's a former role player who won a title, I believe, with the 08 Celtics. I could be wrong, but, played at a very high level for a long time. What are his opinions on these guys' personalities, how teammates are going to fit, what that evolution is going to look like for them as players? And then, of course, Danny, who's been around the draft for so long and pulled off so many big trades. Justin Zanuck, who's been through this with the Jazz specifically for a couple of different iterations of the front office. He was with Dennis Lindsey helping make some of these decisions. So I think those are all really valuable opinions to have. And when you have that many, unless it's Shaq or Wemby at the top of your draft board, I'm not surprised there isn't a consensus.
Yeah, and I kind of used this phrase earlier, but it's almost it's good that there's not a consensus, because if there was like a surefire, this is the second best player in the draft, what that is a consolation prize when you miss out on the number one pick. And that's not the situation that the Jazz find themselves in. The Jazz are picking between 2 or 3 or 4 really, really good players, and that's a hard decision. And you mentioned, like Will Hardy maybe wanting Cam Boozer because he could help you win right away. Well, Austin Ainge also mentioned yesterday they're not worried necessarily about winning right away with this draft pick. What can he do in 3 years, in 5 years, in 10 years from now? So that's all these things that need to be taken into account with this pick. And that's why it is fascinating to hear how many big brains are behind this decision and all the back and forth that there is, because it matters. And it's the last time the Jazz are going to have an opportunity like this, hopefully for a long time.
And you know what? If there was a consensus number 1 overall pick in this draft with this much talent, the Jazz should just do whatever they can to move up and get it. Like, as good as these players are, as good as these prospects are, and they do compare not to the Wembys of the world. I think they're probably a little bit below Cooper Flagg, but if you were to say any one of these guys ends up having a better career than Cooper Flagg, I don't think anyone would be astounded. It wouldn't be, jaw-droppingly surprising. If that's the case, go up and get him. Whatever it takes to go up and get him, because this is a very good draft. If there was an obvious number 1 player, I think you would be willing to move an Ace Bailey or all these future draft picks or whatever to get up there. I just don't think that's what's happening. I don't think that's what you're going to see. So, yeah, you're going to have varied opinions. You're going to have to come to a consensus there. I looked back at some of Kevin Pelton's, we were talking about the analytics, some of his drafts in the past of who he had ranked as the analytical best models. And again, why Cam Boozer being far and away the number 1 overall pick may have some value, may not. Let's go back to 2023. I think this was interesting. Obviously, Victor Wembanyama at the very top, no question about it. Number 2, surprising, Brandon Miller. Brandon Miller ended up being the number 2 overall pick. Number 3, Cam Whitmore. Cam Whitmore fell to 20 on draft night, is on his second team already, and has no guarantee that he's going to be in the NBA long term. I mean, I believe the Rockets gave him away. Didn't they just waive him? They may have traded him to the Wizards for, an absolute nothing in return, maybe like a late protected second-round pick, nothing. But this was a guy a lot of people wanted to be taken with the 4th overall pick, and the analytics really liked him. Coming at number 4 in that was Taylor Hendricks. Taylor Hendricks was ranked the 4th
best. In analytics, really?
Analytically. Well, he's big. He blocked a lot of shots. He shot threes. He rebounded. He was a fast riser.
But he was also seen as a project, and you don't think of projects when you think of analytical darlings.
Yeah, and this comes from, again, Kevin Pelton's ESPN articles, where they do kind of weigh the top 100 versus the stats and come to a consensus here. But, he had great numbers, and then 5 was Grady Dick. 6 was Cason Wallace. 7 was Derek Lively. 8 was Jarris Walker. 9 was Brandon Pajemski. 10 was Bryce Sensabaugh. I mentioned Keontae George is not on this list, guys. Keontae George is the 5th best player from this draft right now, and we'll see where this ends up looking. But, I value the analytics. I certainly do. And when they are so lopsided, I think you can't dismiss them because you look back at the number 1 pick. Cooper Flagg was absolutely the right choice. Victor Wembanyama, obviously the right choice. How big are those gaps and what do the analytics actually tell you? All right, we will look forward to Game 2 between the Knicks and the Spurs coming up next. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
An 8-vehicle crash on northbound I-15 in Riverdale had closed the freeway for a few hours. There's now 1 lane open, but you'll see unusually heavy delays in that area. Overflow delays has brought northbound Highway 89 to a crawl from Kaysville to the I-84 junction. And south of Salt Lake, we've got a Draper crash on southbound I-15 that has traffic inching along with delays back into Murray. Hey, Doug Smith delivers service you can trust, expert maintenance, oil changes, and more. Fast, friendly, and easy to schedule. American Fork, Spanish Fork, Linden, or heydoug.net. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Christian Esparza here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoux.
Look, private equity doesn't like to add costs. They like to limit costs because they have a bottom line that they have to hit. I just hate when you've got somebody who has been working in the marketing department forever or who's been a sports information director forever, and they're doing their job and they're busting their butt and they're trying to tell good stories, and those are the guys that are going to get affected.
And to me, it's just a direct response to BYU having all the money they need at their disposal, a built-in way to fund the program. There's nothing about this deal that screams a win to me. I don't like the feeling of it. Matt Hayes summed it up best at the end of his article. He said, this is the same Utah Athletic Department that wanted so badly to push out football coach Kyle Whittingham at the end of a 10-win season, but was willing to pay him $13.5 million over the next 2 years to do so.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Picture this. You pull into your driveway, and for the first time in a long time, you will love what you see. Beautiful new siding, bright energy-efficient windows, gutters that protect your home year-round, and a deck that makes the backyard feel brand new. Not someday, not after 1 more year. With RGS Exteriors, the home you've been wanting can start today.
Hi, Tim Brown here, RGS Exteriors. My family has been building and improving homes in Utah for 5 generations, and taking care of homeowners is something we take very serious. With over 1,300 5-star Google reviews, 21 Best of State awards, and our 10-year workmanship warranty, homeowners know they can trust RGS. Over 200,000 families across Utah have trusted RGS Exteriors with their home, and so can you. Schedule your free estimate today at 801-280-3110, 801-280-3110.
Fire up summer with Mountain Land Supply. Right now, when you purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven, you'll score a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate. Plus, you'll be entered to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Don't miss your chance to upgrade your backyard cooking and enjoy a night at the ballpark in style. Visit Mountain Land Supply today for the hottest Blackstone deals of the summer. Offer valid May 1st through June 30th, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven to receive a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate and 1 entry to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Limit 1 gift certificate and entry per customer account. You do not have to be present to win while supplies last.
Is your financial advisor managing your risk or just a spreadsheet?
Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. Many financial advisors rely on target date funds, which are one-size-fits-all portfolios that don't know your name, your family, or your goals. And that passive management can leave you dangerously exposed. At Trajan, we look at the whole picture, not just the stocks everyone else buys, but the private market opportunities most advisors ignore. And as fiduciaries, we build a strategy around you, coordinating your investments, tax strategy, and estate into one cohesive plan. Your financial life deserves more than just a generic portfolio. Real planning isn't a stack of statements. It's the confidence of knowing where your income will come from for the next 30 years. Good enough isn't good enough for your family. It's time for a change. Schedule your complimentary consultation today. Call 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Private equity investments require accreditation. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. Do you want a ring that no one else in the world has? Here's something you need to know.
That's right, DJ. At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're a full custom jewelry house, which means that we design and create your piece start to finish right here in Utah. From the first idea you may have seen online to the very final polish, everything is done in-house by our expert team of artisans. So when you work with our custom stylists and our highly skilled artisans, there's no mass production and no middlemen, just true craftsmanship and collaboration. We'll sit down with you and talk through your vision, show you design concepts, and bring your dream piece to life with precision and care. So whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, or heirloom redesign, we love creating something that tells your story. So if you can imagine it, we can make it. So come see us today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray or Lehigh and begin your custom journey today. J. Brooks Jewelers, your locally owned family jeweler.
From iconic appetizers and entrees to delicious desserts, all served with breathtaking sunset views, The Roof is your perfect summer tradition. Reserve today at theroofslc.com.
Not only do these guys give you the best jazz coverage in the market, they've got you covered with the Mammoth, the Cougars, the Utes, and the Aggies. This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
When I woke up this morning, you were on my mind, and you were on my mind. I got troubles, oh, I got worries, oh, I got wounds to bind. So I went to the corner just to ease my...
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Christian and I were just talking during the break. We were playing the clips from Austin Ainge. He was talking about there not being a consensus, and I asked him, who goes to dinner with these players pre-draft? It's legitimately weird that Cam Boozer, his dad is a scout for the Jazz and goes to these meetings. Like, he's meeting with the players. Now, maybe he doesn't go to all of them. Maybe he doesn't go to the Cam Boozer one. I would imagine he does. But maybe the Jazz want to separate the player from his dad, and they go with, Avery Bradley in that sense. Or maybe Cam, or Carlos, I should say, doesn't go to AJ and Darren because they're going to ask, why are we drafting you over the other players in the draft? And you're talking about Carlos's son there. Then again, maybe you like to see what they say when they know that player's...
Put him in an awkward spot.
Yeah, put him in an awkward
spot.
Look
at him right in the face.
Be like, why? Have Carlos ask. Or, are we going to look back 3 weeks from now and be like, oh, the reason the Jazz hired Carlos is because they love Cam and they've wanted Cam the whole time and they took him at 2 and they ran to the podium to get him. Every single one of these is on the table. All of these questions are on the table. And I will tell you, Cam is in the running. I know Jazz fans think it's narrowed down to a couple of names, and I think there are some people pushing that. I don't believe that's the case. Now, if I had to guess, I think it will be between one of Peterson or DeBonsa, but I don't feel confident in the slightest. And if the Jazz end up with Cam Boozer 3 weeks from now, less than that, I will not be surprised.
Cam is sitting in with Carlos at the dinner. Justin Zanuck's there, Austin and Danny Ainge are there, Will Hardy's there, and Carlos looks over. He says, "Cam, you got to eat your vegetables, bro. Yeah. You got to finish your vegetables."
We talked about this. No dessert.
I've been telling you for 18 years, dude. Dad, stop embarrassing me.
Stop talking to me. Anyways, so it's a funny situation. It's a weird situation. It's not one the Jazz accidentally found themselves in. You know, the Jazz knew they were going to be positioning themselves to get a high pick in this year's draft. And they hired Carlos Boozer before that. Now, Carlos has a lot of name value. Carlos stands out physically. He is a unique looking person. He has legit NBA size. Like, when he's there, you know this is like a person. You know, everyone knows who Carlos Boozer is. It was not an accident that the Jazz sent Carlos Boozer on the plane to go retrieve Ace Bailey. Now, that sounds hyperbolic, and it is. Like, Ace was going to come here regardless of who went and got him. But I think the Jazz probably really liked having $100 million man Carlos Boozer, who's also 6'8" and 250 pounds still, on the plane. Like, makes everyone feel comfortable, still looks like an NBA player.
And he's got the charm.
Charming. He talks a very good game. Carlos talks a great game. So there's definitely value in having Carlos around, even from just like he humanizes your organization in a funny way to relate to young basketball players. Because while Carlos was a second-round draft pick and was a weird recruit, born in Germany, grows up in Alaska, ends up at Duke, he did play at Duke and was on good teams at Duke and did end up having a great NBA career and made several All-Star teams and All-NBA teams and won an Olympic gold medal. So there is a lot of value, I think, in just having a person like Carlos around, regardless of his son being in the draft or not.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, too, it's a good PR move at the very, very least. But then you look deeper and it's like, okay, well, his son is in the next draft, so we'll see how that all works out. But man, I'd kill to be a fly on the wall in those conversations.
Oh, the dinners have got to be absolutely incredible. They've got to be hilarious. All right, game 2 tonight between the Knicks and the Spurs. Knicks? We had a sense, we were talking about this kind of leading up to Wednesday's game. It felt like there was something really working for the Knicks before the game even. And, you know, the long series between the Thunder and San Antonio, some injuries here and there. Everyone's already banged up, but you're playing that many games. You're playing in very quick succession, and they've never been here before. And this pressure suddenly changes for San Antonio to go from being, you know, this is all gravy. You're way ahead of schedule. Can you believe that the Spurs are already here and pushing the Thunder to Game 7 and they steal Game 1 on the road and they're too young and dumb to know any different? To all the pressure switching to you're playing at home, you're expected to win now in the championship. Everyone thinks you have the best player in the series. Some people might think you have the second best player in the series in Steph Castle. Now you have to live up to that. And the fan base is there to support you, but these Knicks fans are creeping in a totally different manner than OKC is. And look, OKC is a tough place to play. Clearly, it's been one of the better home court advantages, really in the last couple of decades when they've been trying. New York's just a different beast. The players are everywhere. The fans are everywhere. You see them a lot. And they are playing better than anybody else. Bing bang. They've been playing better than anyone else in the playoffs. Now, the Thunder absolutely ran through their opening 2 rounds of the playoffs as well. The Suns offered no pushback. The Lakers weren't any good in that series either. And so they swept both teams, right? And it felt like they had a lot of momentum. I get that the Knicks have benefited from some of that in the East as well, but this Knicks team is for real. They're very deep. They're very well rested. And they go in and steal Game 1. I'm really curious to see how the pressure mounts against San Antonio. They dealt with it just fine in Game 7. They found a way to send it back to OKC. They had to win Game 6 at home and Game 7 to just get to this point. Clearly, they have the ability to handle it, but now they're behind in this series, and they can't go back to New York down 2-0. I think that changes this conversation quite a bit.
When you've got the best player on the floor in every single game, you're always going to have, you know, that on your side. But winning at home in San Antonio and then going and winning in OKC, I think is not a lot of young teams can do that. So, and San Antonio did. And then when you take the Thunder out, the team that everybody is expecting to win the championship, not just advance to the finals, but it was always, okay, who's going to lose to the Thunder in the finals? That was the conversation all year. Now you beat the Thunder. You're in the finals instead of them. You're the giant killer. The pressure's on you, and everybody's expecting you to now win that. And I just don't know. I mean, I personally wasn't expecting Cat to match up against Wembanyama as good as he did in game one. And I think that was another storyline that I think we just weren't expecting. It was all about what are the Knicks going to do? And it's like, just put their big guy on him, their big, tough, athletic guy on him. And Cat's never been known for being physical. And he stepped up his physicality in a way that we haven't really seen. So just a lot of layers of this.
I think we're going to see a different approach from Wemby. Now, this does depend on how the Knicks defend him and what looks they give him, but I do not think we're going to see 9 3-point attempts from Wemby. I think we see those heavy 3-point shooting games when Wemby's playing a little bit lazy, and it's a weapon for him, but I think he likes to fall back, play a little soft, not have to worry about getting pushed around if he doesn't have to. And I don't blame him. Nobody really wants to go and get beat up if they don't have to. And because he can hit 5 out of 9 threes in a game, I don't think he's afraid to go out and try it. But it does seem like when the rubber meets the road, he cuts down on his 3-point shooting, And this is worth noting. His first game against Portland, he did shoot 5 of 6 from 3 in game 1, and they won that 111-198. Now, he only took 2 in the second game. Obviously, he got suspended. Or, no, he fell and got the concussion. But I don't think he was on pace to take, 10 threes. He wasn't. I don't know if he was going to get to 6 threes in that series. And then he only takes 4 in game 4 when he comes back and 2 in game 5 to close it out. Second series against Minnesota, he takes 8 threes in game 1, takes 7 in game 2, 5 in game 3, 1 in game 4. It just kind of seems like as these series wear on a little bit, he's maybe a little less willing to just live at the 3-point line. They go into a kind of a must-win, though, against the Thunder. Game 1, not a must-win, but you recognize if you're going to steal a game on the road, game 1's a great opportunity. That game goes to overtime. He only took 2 threes. He really...
One of them from the logo
in a you have to take a 3 situation. It does seem like he recognizes in the, most important situations, he can't dilly-dally around the 3-point line. He can't just kind of fool around out there. I'm actually really curious. They are 1-2 in games when he has taken at least 8 threes in this series. So it might not, again, the closer he gets to the basket, the better he might be. Now, on the flip side of that, and just to be fully transparent, now this was in games where he got injured or suspended, ejected for throwing elbows. He did only take 1 in those games. But when he has taken 5 or fewer and not had to leave the game early, the Spurs are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-2. So when he takes 5 or fewer and finishes the game, they're 7-2. Kind of think that's where he has to be. Now, can he do it? Cat is tough. Cat's a strong dude, and when he wants to play really tough, which is always kind of the gamble in these situations, you can say a guy doesn't do this in the regular season or a guy doesn't do this, game 30. Okay, well, the finals is a different animal. These players all recognize it's a different animal. How are they going to respond then? Maybe Cat can keep you, out of the paint, and then you're resorting to taking all those threes. The Knicks, to your point, Christian, didn't have to go to OG Anunoby defending him. They didn't have to go to plan B really ever in this series. They were able to play Cat and Mitch Robinson straight up on Wemby. I know the Spurs are going to make adjustments, but the Knicks have some adjustments, some cards up their sleeve that they didn't have to play in game 1 because they found a way to win it without them. That's what game 2 gets. I'm excited about watching. I'm excited to see how these teams respond in those situations.
Yeah, the Mitchell Robinson gets a little scary because he's pretty slow, and Wemby can get past him quickly. So do you have somebody behind him that can help protect the rim, the paint when Wemby gets past him? But that's when it does become what can your coach do with the X's and O's, and what adjustments can be made in between the games and during the games? And that's where you'd probably argue that Mike Brown has some more experience, right, with his time spent around the league. But it's this type of player in Victor Wembanyama, we've never seen it before. There's nothing you really can do to fully stop him. You kind of just got to hope that you can limit him in ways. And that's where you're like, okay, do we feel okay with him living at the 3-point line? So, yeah, looking at those stats, it would seem that New York is perfectly happy with Wembanyama taking 6, 7, 8 threes a game.
When we come back, we will wrap up the 6 o'clock hour, the 5 o'clock hour. Get you ready for the 6 o'clock hour. Stick around. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
3, 2, 1. This is Scotty G and Coach Tim LeCoe.
Look, private equity doesn't like to add costs. They like to limit costs because they have a bottom line that they have to hit. I just hate when you've got somebody who has been working in the marketing department forever or who's been a sports information director forever, and they're doing their job and they're busting their butt and they're trying to tell good stories, and those are the guys that are going to get affected.
And to me, it's just a direct response to BYU having all the money they need at their disposal, a built-in way to fund the program. There's nothing about this deal that screams win to me. I don't like the feeling of it. Matt Hayes summed it up best at the end of his article. He said, this is the same Utah Athletic Department that wanted so badly to push out football coach Kyle Whittingham at the end of a 10-win season, but was willing to pay him $13.5 million over the next 2 years to do so.
Catch Scotty G and Coach weekdays from 10 to 2, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers, a pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 French fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
It's the 40th anniversary season of the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games at Southern Utah University in Cedar City. And Friday, June 5th is the opening ceremony, presented by State Bank of Southern Utah. Doors open at the Eccles Coliseum at 8 p.m. for the anniversary show, with live music and Southern Utah's best fireworks show. Buy tickets at tbirdtickets.com and come early for the block party, presented by KSL 5 TV, starting at 5 p.m. It's the Larry H. Miller Utah Summer Games opening ceremony, Friday, June 5th in Cedar City.
I didn't realize how bad my windows were until I replaced them. You think your house is fine, and then you sit by a new high-performance window, and suddenly you're not freezing in the winter or baking in the summer. Peach Windows and Doors showed me the difference between builder-grade windows and real performance windows. The glass packages, the seals, the insulation, it's not even close. And here's the part I love. It completely changes the look of the house. Cleaner lines, bigger glass, more light. It instantly feels upgraded. Whether you're building $1 million home or you want yours to look like one, windows matter more than you think. Lower energy bills, more comfort, massive curb appeal. Go see the difference for yourself at peachdoorsandwindows.com or visit their showroom. Trust me, once you see the difference, you can't unsee it. peachdoorsandwindows.com.
It's summertime, and Tim Hughes back with Greg and Mike at Replenish Landscape Garden Products. We talk about saving water. One great way to save water, Greg, is to get rid of some of that grass area and just put in bark and mulch, and it really does make a difference.
We have 4 different kinds of barks, different sizes, and 4 different colors of the wood mulch. And I will just say that all colored wood mulch is not created equal, and we carry only the highest quality.
And when you talk about lower quality, Mike, that means sometimes you'll spend that money, put it in, and a year later it just does not look good.
Right, and sometimes it's even less than a year. So it's the quality is quite important for us, and we like to get the highest quality that we can.
Centrally located in the valley makes it very convenient for you. It's Replenish Landscape Garden Products at 4660 South 200 West in Murray. You can give them a call at 801-262-5142 and make sure to look them up online at replenishcompost.com. Remember, Replenish, it's good stuff.
Wherever Utah vehicles are headed, they're ready for the road. Utah's first response to wildfire is prevention, not intervention. So check your chains, keep your vehicles maintained, and let's fight roadside fires together. Fire Sense.
This is Dylan Gunther of the Utah Mammoth. Scoring goals is what I do. Driving a BMW from BMW of Utah, that's how I roll. Proud to be a Utahn, drive elevated.
just doing it big, you know?
Your home for the best sports radio for your afternoon drive is right here. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airways, talking sports. They got it made, Jake's and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
This is a message for the Jake and Ben show. I just wanted to wish Ben Anderson a very happy 40th birthday from his wife. It's been so fun listening to you for a lot of years, and even more so on this drive time hour. And I'm sorry you're doing it solo, but very proud of you and hope you have the best birthday.
Who was that?
That is from Angela T.
Okay.
It says. Do you know her? It sounds like you know her.
Never heard of her.
That's like on the Saturday show. Sometimes my mom will like comment on the YouTube. I'm like, Mom, stop.
Thanks to my wife AJ for leaving the call in. Yes, today is my 40th birthday. So thank you to everybody who sent happy birthday wishes. There was one of you. So
we were talking about how dead the building is. Like Parker just showed up. He's doing the Bees game. Other than that, I think we've seen one other person here all day.
Yeah, well, we did the KSL Give-a-thon, which is all hands on deck yesterday, which was very cool. And then, yeah, Friday, getting into the summer months a little bit. Not that news ever really slows down, but I think everybody was really geared up for yesterday and ran out of
taking it easy today.
Steam, taking it easy. Jake's been taking it easy all week. So, anyways, looking at what we saw last night in the NHL playoffs, man, it's fun. It's fun to see how random that really is. You know, we talk so much Jazz basketball, and Jazz listeners have, you know, experienced so much of this and seen the highs and the lows and just kind of how perfect it seems like your team has to be to get to the promised land. And not to say that, you know, Vegas isn't playing out of its mind right now or that Carolina hasn't played great all season, but like Vegas was not perfect this year. This was not a perfect team. And that's actually kind of what's fun now. I think what we're seeing about, you know, this Knicks team. This Knicks team wasn't perfect all season. For a while, I think, because the NBA was, you know, so heavily dictated by the quality of one player, it was so hard to break through and one guy could really change the league forever. Doesn't seem to be the case anymore. And hockey, that doesn't really ever seem to be the case, you know. Again, Colorado was so much better than everybody all season long, didn't make the Stanley Cup final. Carolina was very good and they break through, but Florida won back-to-back titles and didn't get to the playoffs this year. I think it certainly raises the hopes of everybody locally, if you're a sports fan, that we've got a real chance to see a championship come through our state in the next, who knows, decade, 2 decades. But considering, you know, outside of RSL and the great championship that they had, it's a bit of a wasteland when you're talking about Major League sports and titles here. And then maybe we're right around the corner from getting a baseball team. Certainly a fun time to be involved in sports locally in the state of Utah.
Get the dirty sodas ready, Ben.
The parades and the dirty sodas. Yeah, we're going to be known for something. Give us some parades. Not that I'm not an anti-dirty soda guy. You a dirty soda guy? How many a year do you drink?
Less than 10,
okay. More
than 5.
Okay. It's where I am with Red Bull. I had a Red Bull today, and I also had one yesterday because, again, solo shows are a little bit long, and they can be tiring. So I've had to kind of go to my cheat code, but I really try to not drink them all the time. So dirty sodas, maybe that needs to be my next hack.
Yeah. Sugar rush before.
Sugar rush.
Yesterday was a 0 sugar Red Bull. Next time, just go full sugar dirty soda.
Let me crash at 4:30. That would be fun. All right, Chandler Holt will join us tomorrow, or I should say coming up on Monday, but we've got the entire 6 o'clock hour. Coming up next, stick around, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big this Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This week, win tickets to see the legendary Rod Stewart at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Tuesday, June 19th. Great seats still available at LiveNation.com. Get your tickets today and listen to the KSL Sports Zone Wednesday for your chance to win. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step. providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Power your drive with Mobil 1 Motor Oil. Buy 5 quarts, get $15 back, and score a fast and furious prize after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With Smart Business Buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
As Americans, we love to try and fix our own stuff. It's as American as Paddington Bear. We pride ourselves in going to the hardware store and knowing exactly where to find the tools we'll only use once. But every once in a while, we bite off more than we can chew. When once all the screws are stripped, wires crossed, and hairs grayed, isn't there a certain charm to admitting you need an expert? And don't worry, there are lots of things that need help, but don't like to admit it. Things like self-checkout machines. I feel like I'm doing most of the work there. Autocorrect, again, most of the work. Also, the French. So if you've general custarded yourself into a bad situation, give Shamrock Plumbing a call. We're here to help.
Fire up summer with Mountain Land Supply. Right now, when you purchase any Blackstone Select griddle or pizza oven, you'll score a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate. Plus, you'll be entered to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd. Don't miss your chance to upgrade your backyard cooking and enjoy a night at the ballpark in style. Visit Mountain Land Supply today for the hottest Blackstone deals of the summer. Offer valid May 1st through June 30th, 2026, or while supplies last. Purchase any Blackstone Select grill or pizza oven to receive a $50 Mountain Land gift certificate and one entry to win B's Sweet tickets for Wednesday, July 22nd.